Chapter 1. A vengeful strike against the scoundrel. Hot porridge is being distributed. Hurry, hurry to get your share. Upon hearing the call, a woman instinctively reached for her sleeping child, but was halted by her husband. Leave the child for now, quickly find a bowl. As the disaster-stricken populace responded to the cry, they surged towards the distant porridge stall, forming a lengthy queue that stretched all the way to the city gate. Bystanders paused to observe, unaware of any official decree from the court regarding the porridge distribution, nor was private organization of such stalls permitted. Who possessed the audacity to undertake this? Please do not jostle, form an orderly line. There is plenty of porridge today, and we shall ensure no one goes hungry, Wei Yuan proclaimed, wielding a wooden ladle and addressing the crowd with a resonant voice. Her clear tone carried far, eliciting cheers from the afflicted. A living bodhisattva, a beautiful and kind-hearted bodhisattva, a savior from suffering. Thanks to this bodhisattva, my old man once starved to death. Listening to the praises of the disaster victims, Wei Yuan felt a surge of pride, her ladle moving with fervor as a smile graced her lips. Her maid, Jingyu, discreetly tugged at Wei Yuan's sleeve, her brow furrowed in concern. Your Highness, our funds are dwindling, and our remaining provisions are scarce. Lower your voice. Didn't you hear them calling me a living bodhisattva? If they were to discover that this princess is out of money, it would be quite the embarrassment. In recent days, due to the porridge stall initiative, Wei Yuan had been so preoccupied that she neglected to tally her funds. Every detail required her personal attention, and with so many eyes upon her, she found it challenging to keep track. Jingyu assisted with the porridge distribution, her expression a portrait of worry not merely over the finances, but for her prince and princess, as Wei Yuan's daily antics grew increasingly reckless. Yet Wei Yuan remained undeterred, recalling her grandmother's adage, "Eat today if you have food, worry about tomorrow when it comes." With renewed cheer, she continued serving porridge to the throng. Hey, who authorized you to set up this porridge stall? Step aside. A sudden voice rang out from the rear of the crowd. The speaker, brimming with arrogance, shoved aside the refugees to carve a path for himself, striding confidently towards Wei Yuan. Waving his fan, he spoke with a flippant tone. Oh, I thought it was some audacious soul defying the imperial decree. Turns out it's just a stunning little beauty. The newcomer was Luan, the son of Minister Lu. Wei Yuan had not resided in the capital long enough to recognize many of its elite young men. She had only seen this gentleman once before, during a visit to the Prince of Yes residence, arranged by Minister Lu, who was seeking a marriage alliance. On that occasion, she had only caught a distant glimpse of him. As Luan approached, the table before Wei Yuan seemed to tremble slightly under his presence. Though Minister Lu had intentions of a marriage proposal, Wei Yuan was the only legitimate daughter of the Prince of Yu, and she would not settle for a fool. After the Prince of Yu had politely declined Minister Lu's overtures, Wei Yuan had secretly vowed to marry the man of her choosing. Otherwise, she would prefer to become a nun. I thought I heard a dog barking, but it's just you, she retorted. Wei Yuan had always held a deep disdain for the wicked. Recently, she had heard that this young Master Lu was attempting to learn horseback riding, seizing the land of the farmers outside the city and transforming it into a horse ranch. She slammed her palm on the table in indignation. This rascal, daring to forcibly seize land beneath the emperor's very feet. I shall flay this little wretch alive. With that, she made a storm out. At that moment, Prince Yu and his consort were dining, and her sudden outburst caused Prince Yu to splutter soup all over concubine Wan's face. The consort, utterly mortified, could barely lift her head. Such coarse language, rascal. Little wretch was hardly befitting a lady. Ultimately, it was only under Prince Yes' rebuke that Wei Yuan refrained from exiting the royal residence. Yet, she remained unsatisfied, trailing her father with a long-winded argument, fiercely advocating her stance, and thus, she earned herself a Tendui confinement. Today marked the 10th day of her house arrest, and to her astonishment, this little wretch had unexpectedly fallen into her grasp. Truly, it was a case of enemies crossing paths. Ellen, upon being berated by a young girl, felt an immediate surge of anger. In a fit of rage, he seized the bowl of congee before him and hurled it to the ground. As the white porridge mingled with the dirt and scattered everywhere, Wei Yuan's heart ached. Nearby stood a wretched soul desperately awaiting that very bowl of congee for sustenance. The court has strictly forbidden the private operation of porridge stalls. You defy this imperial decree, and today I shall take you to the authorities in place of the emperor, Ellen declared, reaching to grasp Wei Yuan. However, Wei Yuan was prepared, dodging his advance and firmly clutching his collar. You, acting on behalf of the emperor? I shall act in the name of justice. You must compensate me for my kanji today, or I shall cook you instead. This was the first time Ellen had his collar tugged by a young lady, and speaking so closely, he absorbed none of her words, instead wearing a lecherous grin. Cooking sounds delightful. Why don't we both jump into the pot together and create a romantic stew? He leered at Wei Yuan. The disaster-stricken citizens, holding their bowls, were caught in a dilemma, wanting to assist Wei Yuan, but fearing the repercussions of offending any noble amidst their plight. In the distance, a carriage approached swiftly, seemingly alerted by the commotion. A voice from within the carriage called out, "What is happening ahead?" Su Qing craned her neck to peer, replying to the young marquis. It seems someone is forcibly seizing a common girl. However, the surrounding crowd consists of citizens holding bowls they appear to be refugees. Forcefully seizing a common girl? Upon hearing this phrase, Su Chongning abruptly threw back the curtain. There, a petite woman landed a punch squarely on a man's face. The man, portly and unsteady, toppled backward, landing with a resounding thud. Blood streamed from L.A.N.'s nose, trickling down to his chin as he wiped it away, leaving a crimson smear. "Am I bleeding? Will I die?" His voice trembled, revealing his evident fright. Unable to contain herself, Wei Yuan placed one hand on her hip and the other on her belly, laughing uncontrollably. "I must say, your chubby face has quite a pleasant texture." As Ellen listened to her mocking words and observed the crowd of onlookers pointing and whispering, he had never endured such humiliation. He barked an order to his two subordinates. "Seize her for me. Today, I shall see whose texture is superior." Wei Yuan gazed at the two burly men charging towards her, a flicker of trepidation coursing through her heart. While she could manage to contend with one, facing two seemed rather daunting. With no other choice, she revealed a dark token concealed within her sleeve, raising it towards Lewin and proclaiming loudly, "Who dares to lay a hand on me?" The two subordinates hesitated, casting uncertain glances at their master. Liu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the token with confusion. "Is this the token of the Prince of Honor's residence? Do you dare to suggest otherwise?" Wei Yuan retorted, her pride radiating as she lifted her chin, her youthful visage brimming with disdain. "You are the Princess of Anyang? Since you recognize me as such, why do you linger here? Depart at once." Lewin felt a wave of dread wash over him, not daring to lift his head. His father had intentions of an alliance with the Prince of Honor's residence, and now he had utterly ruined it. Should his father discover this, he would surely face dire consequences. Not daring to tarry, he turned to flee in a hasty retreat. "Wait." Wei Yuan suddenly called out, observing his flustered escape. Lewin obediently turned back, adopting a posture of compliance. Wei Yuan extended her palm towards him. Mistaking her gesture as a desire for further tactile interaction, Lewin instinctively recoiled. However, Wei Yuan stated, "A bowl of porridge costs 10 taels of silver, since you shattered it. You shall purchase it. Pay up." Lewin inwardly cursed, pondering the blatant injustice of her demand. Was there truly any distinction between this and outright theft? Yet he hesitated not a moment longer, swiftly producing a silver ingot, placing it gently in Wei Yuan's palm, and ingratiatingly remarked, "Here, take it." Wei Yuan cast a glance at him, weighed the silver, and thought to herself, "Ah, the silver has arrived at last." Chapter 2. By obtained 20 taels after Ellen fled in a state of disarray, the surrounding disaster victims and townsfolk erupted in applause. "Princess Anyang, you are truly a beautiful soul, a living bodhisattva. I have heard that Lord Yu is a good man who cares for the people. The Yu Wangfu is filled with kind-hearted individuals." In response to the first half of their praise, Wei Yuan felt it was quite reasonable, but upon hearing the latter part, a sense of injustice brewed within her. How could her father take credit for something he had not done? Yet, upon deeper reflection, she acknowledged that her father had indeed contributed. Most of the funds for the porridge distribution came from him. With this thought, her heart found some solace. Wei Yuan returned to the porridge stand, where Jinyu, beaming with delight, gave her a thumbs up. The two exchanged smiles and continued their charitable work. Not far away, in a carriage, Su Qing remarked, Young master, this princess is quite the character. She threw that punch with all her might. Even I felt the pain just watching. Su Changning did not respond, but instead murmured, "The Princess Anyang of the Yuangfu? Why have I never heard of her before?" Su Qing, brimming with pride, shared, "In the residence of the marquis, I delight in hearing the latest news from Chengdu. A single piece of lotus cake can exchange for 5 or 6 intriguing tales. And you have indeed asked the right person this time. Princess Anyang is the youngest daughter of Lord Yu, and I hear she has only recently returned from Jiangnan. For some unknown reason, Lord Yu sent his young daughter to be raised in Jiangnan, yet she appears completely unaffected by the local customs." Observing Su Qing's smug demeanor, Su Changning inquired, "Is that all?" Though puzzled, Su Qing nodded in affirmation. "Yes," then refrained from idling in the kitchen. Isu Shangning sighed, tossing out the remark before turning his gaze back toward the porridge stand. Dressed in a blue embroidered garment, Wei Yuan's dark hair, though unadorned, radiated a striking beauty. Su Changning contemplated the prohibition against setting up porridge stands in Chengdu. After all, under the emperor's watchful eye, once disaster victims arrived in droves, it would lead to an endless stream of complications. As an official of the court, following the emperor's edicts was imperative. Yet, he could not remain indifferent to such a noble act. Su Qing delivered 10 taels of silver to Princess Anyang, and be sure to keep your identity concealed. Su Changning instructed after a moment of contemplation. Su Qing swiftly dismounted the carriage and hurried to the porridge stand, placing a silver ingot on the table. "My young master requests that this be given to the princess." Upon hearing this, Wei Yuan paused in her task and glanced toward the carriage. The carriages of the affluent in Chengdu were distinctly categorized. One could generally assess their status by their exterior. Su Changning's carriage was simple yet elegant, adorned with exquisite carvings that hinted at nobility. It seemed to belong to someone of considerable wealth or status. Retracting her gaze, Wei Yuan inquired, "Who is your young master?" "Princess, my young master prefers not to disclose his name. This silver is merely a token of his goodwill," Su Qing replied, somewhat awkwardly. However, before Su Qing could finish his sentence, Wei Yuan dashed toward the carriage and knocked without hesitation. "Sir, how can one do good deeds without leaving a name? Please, do share your name so that the people may remember your kindness." As her words faded, a cool voice emanated from within the carriage. "There is no need. Since it is the princess's benevolence, I cannot claim it as my own. My lord, although I have not laid eyes upon you, I recognized your voice immediately. Discerning that you must be a person of great benevolence and compassion, might I implore you to bestow a few more meals upon the afflicted?" Su Changning furrowed his brow, realizing that she was brazenly soliciting funds from him. 10 taels seemed insufficient. A smile flickered on his lips, yet his words emerged with an air of sternness. "The emperor has expressly forbidden the establishment of porridge kitchens in the capital. It would be prudent for the princess to exercise caution. Take care." Wei Yuan, having been rebuffed, let her face fall, muttering under her breath, "Another timid soul. Afraid of trouble. Not only fearful, but also miserly." The act of distributing porridge was not a task that could be accomplished in a single day. She had hoped that this wealthy young gentleman seated within the carriage would show greater generosity and donate more silver. To her dismay, he turned out to be yet another cowardly figure offering platitudes. As Su Qing returned to the carriage, he noticed the displeasure etched across Wei Yuan's face and instantly grasped the situation. His young lord, with a heart full of warmth, possessed a tongue as frigid as ancient ice, his kind words sounding more like admonishments. With a sense of resignation, Su Qing respectfully bid farewell to Wei Yuan. "Princess, we shall take our leave now." After the carriage departed, the sky darkened, and Jinyu finished distributing the last few bowls of porridge before swiftly tidying up. They needed to return to the prince's residence before dinner. Should her absence be noted in the dining hall, her mother would surely come searching for her in her chamber. If news of her clandestine charitable act were to come to light, the needy would likely suffer hunger once more. The two did not dare to delay, even for a moment, hastening towards the prince's residence. However, when they arrived at the back gate, visibility had waned to almost nothing. In a flurry, Jinyu pushed against the back door, but found it unyielding. She leaned against the crack to peer inside. only to see a thick iron chain. "Princess, the door is locked with a chain," she reported. Wei Yuan stepped forward, fuming. "Which meddlesome fool has locked the door? This must be an intentional affront to me. Regardless, we must scale the wall. This door is impassable, and we have no choice but to resort to our last option." Fortunately, Wei Yuan had spent her childhood chasing chickens and dogs, and had even learned some rudimentary skills in climbing. Faced with the towering courtyard wall, she was not entirely at a loss. "Princess, have you made it up? I can barely hold on." Jin Yu grunted, her face flushed as she supported Wei Yuan's feet. Her mistress often boasted of her martial prowess, yet it took her numerous attempts to scale the wall. Breathless, Wei Yuan exclaimed, "I am up. Do not rush me." "You silly girl. It is only once I am up that I can assist you." After a considerable time, the two finally landed in the courtyard. To reach Wei Yuan's chamber, they would need to pass through the main hall. They crept stealthily, fearful of being discovered by anyone in the hall. Hiding behind a tree, Wei Yuan scrutinized the main hall, which remained brightly lit, though devoid of any figures. It was only natural that there would be no one present. It was indeed a splendid opportunity to slip back unnoticed. As they stealthily advanced into the courtyard, just as they began to exhale in relief, a cough echoed from within. "Where have you been?" The prince and princess stood at the center of the main hall, accompanied by concubine Wan. Wei Yuan was doomed. In the ordinary course of daily life, her grandfather dotes on her the most. Although she grew up in the picturesque Jiangnan region, since her return, he has been exceedingly indulgent, catering to her every whim, even when he occasionally confines her within the estate. It is out of concern for her wandering off and encountering peril. Reflecting on her grandfather's affection, Wei Yuan immediately adopted a most obedient demeanor, replying in a soft and gentle tone, "Grandfather, I have been diligently studying needlework indoors." "Utter nonsense," declared Prince Yu, his face darkening with displeasure as he raised his voice in reprimand. Even if Wei Yuan possessed a stubborn disposition, the discontent in her grandfather's tone rendered her mute. With a quick flick of her eyes, she knelt down with a thud. Hearing the resounding thump, Princess Yu furrowed her brow, a pang of concern flickering across her face. Before Wei Yuan could utter a word, several items tumbled from her sleeve. A gold hairpin, 2 jade pendants, and a gleaming token now lay exposed on the ground. Wei Yuan gasped in shock, inwardly lamenting, "This is quite disastrous." In response to the unfolding scene, Jin Yu hastily knelt beside her, trembling in fear and scarcely daring to breathe. Wan concubine stepped forward, picking up the fallen gold pin, examining it closely before feigning nonchalance. "My lord, this appears to be the gold pin I misplaced a few days ago." She then retrieved the jade pendant and token, presenting them to Prince Yu. "Is not this jade pendant one that you often wear? And what of this token? I wonder how it found its way into the hands of the princess?" Her gaze subtly directed towards Wei Yuan, laced with insinuation. Hearing Wan concubine's pointed remarks, Wei Yuan cast her a sidelong glance, recognizing her as a troublemaker. Prince Yu had only 2 consorts, the princess and Wan concubine, the latter having borne no children. Since Wei Yuan's return, a series of calamities had befallen them, and Prince Yu often found himself cleaning up the mess, which inevitably displeased him. Wan concubine would occasionally stoke the fire in front of him, further aggravating Wei Yuan, who harbored a deep disdain for those who schemed behind the scenes. The princess, aware that her daughter had once again landed in a significant predicament, could not bear to see her subjected to reproach by others. Adopting a facade of sternness, she inquired, "Linger, what mischief did you partake in outside? Why do you possess your father's token?" Wei Yuan was reluctant to reveal that she had ventured outside the city to distribute rice gruel, but, driven by circumstance, she had inadvertently exposed her identity. It was likely that come morning, someone would report to her father. With this thought, she glanced up at her grandfather, feeling a twinge of guilt. However, this fleeting sentiment was quickly overshadowed by her greater concern. If she were confined again, what would become of the disaster-stricken people tomorrow? Lowering her head, she pleaded pitifully, "Father, your confinement of me is intended to encourage reflection upon my mistakes, yet the estate is exceedingly dull. Thus, I merely wish to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Are you truly aggrieved? On the first day of your confinement, you insisted on assisting in the kitchen, only to shatter a pot. On the 5th day, You claimed to seek tranquility through fishing. And what was the outcome? The entire pond of fish floated to the surface. Prince Yu lamented, recounting his daughter's misadventures with a mix of exasperation and disappointment. You were merely concerned for the fish, yet it seems they overindulged. Nonetheless, father, the pots in this household do indeed require replacement. They are far too fragile. Wei Yuan blinked her eyes earnestly, clearly oblivious to her mistake. The princess of Yu, unwilling to directly point out her daughter's error, subtly signaled to her. With her cleverness, Wei Yuan quickly grasped her mother's intent. She smiled, stood up, and brushed off the dust from her clothes. Kneel down. Who told you to rise? The expression on the Prince of Yu's face darkened, mirroring the gloomy weather outside. Beside her, Jin Yu discreetly tugged at Wei Yuan's sleeve, whispering, "Your Highness, the princess means for you to submit willingly, not to stand up." Wei Yuan had misunderstood. Slowly, she knelt back down, murmuring in complaint, "Why didn't you remind this princess sooner?" Jin Yu lowered her head, fearing the prince's wrath might turn upon her. "It appears that the recent thefts in the household are somehow linked to you. Speak. Why did you steal the jewelry of the concubine? And what about that token? What is its significance?" As Wei Yuan observed her father's serious demeanor, she glanced at her mother. The princess of Yu, feeling helpless, turned her face away. Realizing that no rescue was forthcoming, Wei Yuan pondered for a moment before deciding to confess. After all, tomorrow at court, her uncle would surely reprimand her father over this matter, so it was better to inform him in advance to prepare him mentally. With a deep breath, she revealed the truth. Daughter went outside the city to distribute rice porridge." "What did you say? You went to distribute porridge?" The Prince of Yu nearly gasped in shock, and upon seeing this, Concubine One hastily soothed his chest, helping him breathe steadily. The southern region of Zhejiang had been struck by sudden flooding, causing severe devastation in Ningzhou, where the harvest was nearly non-existent. Refugees fled to Chengdu, hoping to seek a glimmer of hope beneath the emperor's gaze, but feeding the victims would only address their immediate needs. The court had yet to decide who would be dispatched to provide disaster relief in southern Zhejiang and Ningzhou, and had thus prohibited anyone from distributing porridge to the victims. Who could have anticipated that a young girl like Wei Yuan would dare to provoke such authority? You, a mere girl, not only expose yourself, but openly defy the imperial decree. Do you wish to bring ruin upon your father and the entire residence of the Prince of Yu? The prince was furious, scolding her loudly. The princess was equally taken aback by her daughter's audacity and felt a surge of anxiety. "My lord, what shall we do? Defying the imperial decree is a grave offense." Wei Yuan understood her mother's concern. She had always been one to take responsibility for her actions. And since it was her own misdeed, it was irrelevant to implicate the entire house of the Prince of Yu. "Tomorrow, I shall personally seek an audience with my uncle to plead for forgiveness. I assure you, I will not implicate the prince's residence in any way." Her gaze was resolute, brimming with a sense of courage akin to facing death itself. The prince, momentarily a loss for words due to his anger, trembled as he pointed at Wei Yuan, declaring, "Listen to yourself. This girl is utterly reckless. You shall remain here kneeling in reflection. If you still do not comprehend your fault, you need not sleep tonight." With that, the Prince of Yu departed with the princess and Concubine One. Observing her daughter kneeling on the cold ground, the Princess of Yu felt a pang of compassion. However, the gravity of her daughter's transgression was undeniable, and failing to impose some form of punishment would be unreasonable. Concubine One retreated to the inner courtyard, while the prince escorted the princess back to their chamber. Once inside, the prince began to scrutinize the princess's quarters. His gaze swept across the bed, the desk, and the vanity, all the furnishings in the room unchanged from before. The Princess Yu, puzzled, inquired, "What are you looking at, my lord?" "Nothing," replied the prince. "I merely feel that the arrangement here has become considerably more refined." This only deepened the princess's confusion, for the decor had remained the same for quite some time. Moreover, hadn't the prince just visited in the afternoon? Tentatively, she suggested, "My lord, do you have something to ask me? Is there not anything missing from this room?" The prince queried. After pondering for a moment, the princess shook her head. "Ah, it seems she only dares to steal from her father, but not from her mother," the prince remarked, his tone laced with jealousy. The princess suddenly realized that it was because their daughter had only pilfered from him and concubine one, but had not touched her own mother's belongings, which left the prince feeling somewhat unbalanced. Unable to suppress a smile, the princess covered her face with her hand. You still find humor in this? Ever since she was born, that girl has been incorrigible. I had thought of sending her to Jiangnan for proper upbringing by her maternal grandmother, but who would have guessed that her grandmother would indulge her even more? The prince sighed repeatedly, feeling utterly helpless regarding their daughter. The princess, however, cherished her daughter's spirit. She was not delicate, but rather spirited, though occasionally mischievous. Her pure heart ensured she would not stray onto a wrongful path. Rest easy, my lord. Do you not know your own daughter? This child cannot bear to see the suffering of others, the princess consoled. The prince contemplated for a moment and sighed deeply. Let Ling return to rest. It is late, and she must be wary of catching a chill. Chapter 4. The prince's protective love for his daughter the following day at court. The Taiha Hall was already bustling with ministers. As Minister Liu stepped into the hall, he noticed the prince chatting and laughing with other officials. This reminded him of his son's return home the previous day, his face and nose swollen significantly. After some pressing, he learned that it was due to being struck by the princess of the Yu Prince's residence. Enraged, he had intended to confront someone from the Yu Prince's household, but seeing his son's pitiful state only fueled his anger further. What a disgrace that he could not even handle a mere girl. With these thoughts in mind, Minister Liu strode boldly towards the prince, directly stating, My lord, if you do not wish to form a familial bond with me, you could have said so plainly. How could you command the princess to assault my son? The prince momentarily froze, fully aware of Minister Liu's son's robust stature. How could his petite daughter possibly contend with such a strong individual? Minister Liu, you must provide evidence for your words. My daughter is but a delicate young lady. How could she possibly inflict such harm on your son? The prince retorted, incredulous. Minister Liu's complexion darkened, resembling ink. My lord, are you implying that I am speaking without basis? The prince, upon hearing this, felt displeased. I did not say such a thing. Do not cast unwarranted accusations upon me. My lord, let your colleagues judge the matter. In this world, which delicate young lady could land a blow that leave a man's face bruised? If you do not discipline her properly, soon no young man will dare to seek her hand in marriage. El Shangshu's remarks struck a nerve with Prince Yu. The princess had mentioned more than once that their daughter was of an age where marriage should be considered, for no one knew her temperament better than her mother. Prince Yu could hardly tolerate others speaking ill of his daughter. His mustache quivered in agitation as he retorted, Rest assured, esteemed Shangshu, even if my daughter remains unmarried, she shall never cross the threshold of your El family. As El Shangshu opened his mouth to respond, a eunuch's sharp voice resonated through the hall. The court assembly is commencing. The ministers promptly took their positions, and Prince Yu shot El Shangshu a glare, dissatisfied, before sweeping away in a huff. Meanwhile, within the Yu residence, Wei Yuan sat by the window, lost in thought. Outside, the purple magnolias were in full bloom, their petals gently falling to the table's edge as a breeze passed by. Jin Yu approached with a bowl of sweet soup. Princess, what occupies your mind so early in the day? The princess consort specially prepared this sweet soup for you. Do have a taste. With that, she delicately placed the porcelain bowl down. Jin Yu, do you think father is currently kneeling before the emperor, weeping profusely on my behalf? Wei Yuan inquired earnestly. Weeping profusely? Your Highness, that seems a bit exaggerated. I've been in the royal residence for some time now, yet I have never seen the prince shed a single tear. Jin Yu replied with a smile. Wei Yuan glanced back at the sweet soup prepared by her mother. This dish, a specialty of her grandmother, often brought her comfort upon her return to the capital, and her mother had learned the recipe upon discovering her nostalgia. Each time Wei Yuan felt disheartened, a bowl of sweet soup could restore her spirits. Yet now, with worry for her father's safety consuming her, she found no appetite. As the princess consort approached the door, she noticed her daughter's anxious demeanor and gently asked, Linger, is my sweet soup not as palatable as your grandmother's? At her mother's words, Wei Yuan turned, tears brimming in her eyes. Mother, why hasn't father returned yet? Could something have happened? The princess consort, pained by her daughter's distress, hurried to embrace her. How could that be? Your father must simply be delayed by some matters. Mother, should I not have come back? Wei Yuan quietly questioned. Foolish child, the Yu residence is your home. Where else would you go? The princess consort lovingly stroked her daughter's head, reassuring her, do not fret. Just a moment ago, the empress sent word through a messenger, saying she has missed you since you have not been to the palace in some time. The servants are waiting outside, so you must go quickly, lest you delay further. Wei Yuan nodded, rushing to the table to sip the sweet soup. With her eyes narrowed in delight, she declared, Mother's sweet soup is just as delightful as grandmother's. With that, she skipped out the door, leaving the princess consort smiling at the sight of her daughter's fleeting sorrow. Upon entering the palace with the attendants, Wei Yuan made her way directly to the empress's quarters in Yongshan Palace. The servants first announced her presence in the inner chamber before guiding her inside. The palace was not like home. It was governed by many rules, and Wei Yuan knew she needed to be cautious at every turn. Upon returning from Jiangnan, my mother commenced my education in court etiquette, which is why today she felt assured to allow Wei Yuan to enter the palace alone to accompany the Empress Dowager. With a light step, Wei Yuan entered the inner hall, where the Empress Dowager was leisurely sipping tea, reclining comfortably against a nearby soft couch. She approached gracefully, performing her curtsy. Greetings to the Empress Dowager. May you enjoy good health. Upon hearing this delicate voice, the Empress Dowager's eyes sparkled with affection. Although she was not Wei Yuan's biological grandmother, her fondness for the girl was genuine. When Wei Yuan first arrived in the capital and made her inaugural visit to the palace, the Empress Dowager was utterly captivated by the little girl, whose lips were filled with endless tales that brought her great joy. In the solitude of the palace, having such a delightful companion lifted the Empress Dowager's spirits considerably. From that moment on, Wei Yuan became her source of amusement. Setting her teacup down, the Empress Dowager kindly said, Ling has arrived. Rise and come sit with me. Eager to hear the girl's amusing stories, the Empress Dowager could hardly contain her excitement. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wei Yuan rose and took a seat opposite the Empress Dowager, a gentle smile gracing her face, though she felt her lips might stiffen from the effort. As soon as she settled in, a palace maid placed a cup of milk tea and an assortment of exquisite pastries before her. Wei Yuan cast a glance and suddenly felt a pang of hunger. The Empress Dowager, suppressing her laughter, said, Ling do not be shy. Please enjoy. Wei Yuan, who had always been unreserved, felt a twinge of embarrassment, but, once invited, saw no reason to decline. She delicately picked up a pastry, savoring its sweetness as it melted in her mouth, and within a short while, the plate before her held only a few remnants. She began to covertly eye the pastries in front of the Empress Dowager. However, adhering to her mother's teachings on etiquette, she hesitated to reach out, hoping the Empress Dowager would interpret her longing gaze. Amused by the girl's clever demeanor, the Empress Dowager chuckled and pushed her own plate of pastries toward Wei Yuan. With a joyful smile, Wei Yuan picked one up to savor, exclaiming, Your Majesty, the pastries in your palace are undoubtedly the finest in the entire capital. The Empress Dowager erupted in hearty laughter just as the Emperor entered. With a feigned seriousness, he inquired, And how do my palace's pastries rank in the capital? Upon hearing his voice, Wei Yuan quickly set down the pastry, discreetly brushing the crumbs from her fingertips onto her sleeve, then rose to step aside. After the Emperor paid his respects to the Empress Dowager, Wei Yuan obediently bowed to him as well. Why is this girl so well-behaved today? Has she committed some mischief? The Emperor casually asked while settling onto the couch. At this remark, Wei Yuan promptly knelt down, even more swiftly than the previous evening. Ling my dear, you haven't truly done anything wrong, have you? The Empress Dowager queried. Wei Yuan pondered her response carefully, unsure of how to answer, and finally asked, Uncle, where has my father gone? This question only deepened the confusion of both the Emperor and the Empress Dowager. Unable to grasp Wei Yuan's meaning, the Emperor replied truthfully, Your father has gone to the Dali Temple. Chapter 5. The appearance of the dream lover. With a heart-wrenching cry, Wei Yuan collapsed into tears. her voice trembling as she stammered her apologies. Uncle Emperor, it was Ling Er who defied the imperial edict. It was her own decision to venture outside the city to distribute porridge to the disaster victims. This has nothing to do with my father. She sobbed softly. Continuing to explain, the members of the Yuan Fu were entirely unaware. It was solely Ling Er's initiative. If punishment must be meted out, let it fall upon me alone, and spare my father from blame. The emperor was already well aware of the situation. After today's court session, Minister Liu had reported the entire matter. The emperor found no fault in the girl's actions. Although she had disobeyed the edict, her intentions were commendable. He had no desire to pursue the issue further. Yet unexpectedly, the girl misunderstood his leniency and took the initiative to confess her wrongdoing. The Empress Dowager turned to the emperor, her brow furrowed in confusion. What is the matter? Why the sudden talk of defiance and punishment? What has Ling Er done? Mother, you are unaware that this girl set up a porridge station outside the city to aid the disaster victims, which has implicated Lord Yu, as Minister Liu has reported. The emperor elucidated. Such a thing has occurred? The Empress Dowager exclaimed. Ling Er, this is indeed a grave transgression against the imperial decree. She cast a stern gaze upon Wei Yuan, deliberately intensifying the gravity of the situation. The emperor, observing the usually lively little girl now kneeling and weeping profusely, could not help but chuckle softly. What you do not know, mother, is that while distributing porridge, this girl also gave Minister Liu's son a sound thrashing. The Empress Dowager was taken aback, astonished at the girl's unexpected strength. Ling Er, do explain how the son of Minister Liu offended you. Wiping the remnants of her tears from her face, Wei Yuan sniffled. That bumbling fool knocked my bowl from my hands and splashed my porridge. That porridge was a life-saving sustenance. It was invaluable. With laughter bubbling forth, the Empress Dowager and the Emperor exchanged amused glances. This girl certainly harbors a fierce sense of justice. Anxious, Wei Yuan implored, Your Majesty, Uncle Emperor, could you possibly spare my father? The Emperor, gazing at Wei Yuan in her pitiable state upon the floor, felt a pang of compassion and refrained from teasing her further. Who says your father has been taken to the Dali Temple? He went there of his own accord. Upon hearing this, Wei Yuan's sorrow deepened. Vivid memories of her father's loving nature flooding her mind. It turned out that he voluntarily took the blame for her sake. The tears flowed even more fiercely. My child, I merely sent Lord Yu to the Dali Temple to attend to some official matters. There is no need for any confession, the emperor said, exasperated. Suddenly, Wei Yuan lifted her head, a tear cascading down her chin, her eyes wide and glistening as she cautiously inquired, Uncle Emperor, does that mean you do not blame Ling? The emperor pondered for a moment. The girl had indeed acted without proper guidance. If he were to let her off so easily, she might cause even greater trouble in the future. Thus, he decided to impose a mild reprimand. Distributing porridge is a virtuous act, and you may consider it a good deed. However, striking another is fundamentally wrong. Therefore, you shall copy the NZ 10 times. Relieved, Wei Yuan secretly sighed. Although she had little love for writing, Jin Yu enjoyed it immensely. She decided to let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity pass to Jin Yu. With that thought, she hurriedly bowed in gratitude, fearful of delaying and provoking the emperor's change of heart. Thank you, Uncle Emperor. Thank you, Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager observed Wei Yuan's self-satisfied demeanor and said, Rise, today you shall accompany this humble one for lunch within the palace. Upon hearing the Dowager's words, Wei Yuan stood up, obediently nodding her head. Before the midday meal, the emperor departed, leaving only Wei Yuan and the Dowager in the Yongchun Palace. After they finished dining, Wei Yuan engaged in conversation with the Dowager to aid digestion. And only when the Dowager retired for her afternoon nap did Wei Yuan seize the opportunity to slip out of the Yongchun Palace. Typically, Wei Yuan only had the chance to enter the palace during grand banquets or when specially summoned by the Dowager. Thus, having this rare leisure moment, she was determined to explore the breathtaking imperial palace. She wandered aimlessly, and at noon, the weather grew somewhat stifling, rendering even the imperial garden sparsely populated. The garden was exquisitely designed, with pavilions and towers reflecting each other harmoniously. Amidst the lush flora, a jade-green lake shimmered, like a precious gem. Suddenly, a crepe myrtle tree obstructed Wei Yuan's path, and, as the petals drifted down, she was captivated by this enchanting scene. She approached and squatted down, delicately picking up a petal for closer inspection. At that moment, a youthful voice called from behind her, "Sister, could you help me retrieve my kite?" Wei Yuan turned to see a little boy with wide, sparkling eyes, eagerly looking at her. She pinched the chubby cheek of the boy and replied, "Of course. Let's go and take a look." After a considerable walk, they finally halted beneath a sturdy banyan tree, where a solitary kite hung high among the branches, only visible to Wei Yuan by craning her neck. However, the height posed a challenge, and with no one else around to assist, she realized she must take matters into her own hands. Having promised the child so earnestly, she could not afford to be ridiculed for failing him now. The boy, sensing her hesitation, inquired, "Sister, are you afraid?" "How could that be? I am the finest fighter in the capital. I am merely contemplating how to swiftly retrieve your kite." Wei Yuan hastily concealed her uncertainty, fearful of being seen through by the child. "Sister, you may be the finest fighter, but you are not the greatest flyer. How will you reach it?" The little boy questioned, puzzled. Wei Yuan suddenly fell silent, realizing her lack of agility. Climbing was her only option. "Do not worry about that. Just watch closely how I will retrieve your kite," she declared, rolling up her sleeves and beginning her ascent up the banyan tree. Fortunately, her frequent climbing at her grandmother's home had prepared her, or else she would surely be embarrassed today. After much effort, Wei Yuan finally reached the side of the kite. She extended her hand, but lamented the inadequacy of her reach. Ultimately, she had to risk moving closer to the kite, her feet nearly stepping off the branch. Yet, she pressed on, hoping to grasp an edge of the kite. Twisting and turning atop the tree, she adjusted her position like an exuberant sparrow. Fortunately, the endeavor was not without peril, and she ultimately seized a corner of the kite, pulling it down intact. As Wei Yuan reveled in her triumph, a figure approached. Looking down, she could only see the top of the person's head. A voice, crisp and clear, called out to the young boy, "What brings you here?" "Uncle, my kite is stuck in the tree, and this sister said she would help me retrieve it," the boy replied. Upon hearing Sheng'er's words, Su Changning glanced up at the banyan tree. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, the scene of Wei Yuan throwing a punch resurfaced in Su Changning's mind. And he silently mused, "So, it is Princess Anyang." Meanwhile, Wei Yuan, who was perched in the tree, had become utterly captivated by the handsome man below. Dressed in elegant satin robes, he stood tall and slender like a bamboo shoot, his black hair tied up and secured with a crown of azure and gold. His elongated, refined features were complemented by eyes that sparkled like stars, ensnaring Wei Yuan's attention completely. She couldn't help but exclaim, "How can there be such a strikingly beautiful person in the world?" Chapter 6. Uncontrollable tears. Su Changning sensed the unabashed gaze of Wei Yuan, and perhaps the intensity of her stare made him feel a touch of embarrassment. Sheng'er, curious, looked from Su Changning to Wei Yuan and boldly asked, "Sister, do you have a crush on my uncle?" "Sheng'er," Su Changning hastily reprimanded. Wei Yuan silently turned her face away, pretending not to have heard, then deftly climbed down from the tree, her movements quite graceful. She handed the kite to Sheng'er, her face beaming with pride as she proclaimed, "How about that? Aren't I impressive?" Sheng'er accepted the kite, nodding in enthusiastic agreement. Wei Yuan bent down to ruffle Sheng'er's hair, then straightened up and met Su Changning's gaze, quickly averting her eyes again. "Thank you, Princess, for retrieving the kite for Sheng'er. It's quite dangerous up there. You should refrain from climbing so high in the future." Su Changning advised earnestly. Hearing him refer to her as Princess left Wei Yuan somewhat puzzled. She seemed to have never encountered this gentleman before. How could he possibly know her? Was this what they called fate? "Do you recognize me, sir?" Wei Yuan inquired curiously. "Uncle, the sister says she is the best fighter in Chengdu," Sheng'er announced, revealing this intriguing title, causing Wei Yuan's cheeks to flush crimson. Since returning to Chengdu, she had not seen such a charming gentleman, and she was determined not to tarnish her image before him today. She drew a handkerchief from her waist and waved it in front of Su Changning, then covered her mouth with a gentle smile, saying, "Sir, do not listen to the child's nonsense. It was merely a jest." She presented herself as a delicate and refined young lady. Su Changning found himself momentarily speechless, unsure why the princess of Anyang had so suddenly altered her demeanor. Unbeknownst to Wei Yuan, she had previously crossed paths with Su Changning, and her intent was merely to leave a gracious and demure impression on this dashing gentleman. However, she inadvertently startled him instead. "Princess, are you all right?" Su Changning asked, puzzled. Wei Yuan smiled sweetly and replied softly, "Thank you for your concern, kind sir. I am quite well." After much contemplation, Su Changning could no longer contain himself. He pointed to the corner of Wei Yuan's mouth, and she immediately turned her face aside to wipe it. "Sir, forgive me. This is merely a tear." A tear escaping from the corner of her mouth. Now, that was indeed something novel. At that moment, the crown prince happened to stroll by. Observing Wei Yuan standing bashfully beside Su Changning, appearing somewhat pretentious. "What you two up to?" he inquired. Upon hearing the words, Su Changning turned around and hastily bowed. "I pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." The Crown Prince naturally assisted him to rise, preventing him from performing an elaborate greeting. "I've already mentioned that there is no need for such formalities in private." He then glanced at Wei Yuan, who stood behind Su Changning. "And you, young lady, do you not offer your respect to the Crown Prince?" Wei Yuan, with an air of defiance, replied, "But your Highness, did you not say that formalities are unnecessary in private?" "I was referring to Changning. You, my dear girl, have grown accustomed to a lack of decorum. If I indulge you too much, how will you ever find a suitable match?" The Crown Prince feigned admonition. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's comment about her lack of propriety, Wei Yuan quickly exchanged glances with him, anxious that he might reveal more of her secrets to Su Changning. Observing her playful demeanor, the Crown Prince pondered whether this little girl had concocted yet another mischievous scheme. Su Changning looked at Wei Yuan, equally puzzled, and ultimately turned his gaze to the Crown Prince. "Your Highness, where are you headed?" he inquired. "To the One Yuan Pavilion," replied the Crown Prince. The One Yuan Pavilion was a repository of books within the palace, housing nearly half of the collection of the Wei Kingdom. The Crown Prince, being quite studious, frequently visited the pavilion, often spending entire days there. "By the way, are you two accompanying me?" he asked. Upon hearing that they were going to a place like the One Yuan Pavilion, which did not align with her interests, Wei Yuan immediately lost interest, displaying a clear reluctance. Su Changning, eager to explore, spoke first. "I have heard that the One Yuan Pavilion recently acquired the Immortal Mountain Pavilion painting. It would be splendid to behold it. Then let us go together." The Crown Prince smiled. Upon hearing that Su Changning would also attend, Wei Yuan quickly changed her mind. "Then I shall go too." The Crown Prince, as if he had heard something extraordinary, turned back with a smile. Has this little girl encountered some sort of enchantment today? Usually, she flees at the sight of books, yet today she seems intrigued. "Your Highness, I too wish to be a person of great knowledge. Is that not permissible?" Wei Yuan approached, a hint of defiance on her face. "Very well, let us proceed together." It was Wei Yuan's first visit to such a place, and standing at the entrance, she gazed in astonishment at the plethora of books within the room. The Crown Prince, noticing her expression, teased, "What is it? Are you frightened?" The One Yuan Pavilion is a treasure trove of literature. Any book you wish to read can be found here. As he spoke, the Crown Prince moved to a shelf containing renowned paintings and retrieved the Immortal Mountain Pavilion painting. As the scroll unfurled, an extraordinary masterpiece unfolded before their eyes. "This painting was presented to my father by the Chancellor a few days ago. Changning, you are fortunate to behold it," the Crown Prince remarked, playfully patting Su Changning's shoulder. At that moment, Wei Yuan wandered aimlessly to stand before them, observing with curiosity. Regrettably, apart from the visible pavilions, trees, and mountains depicted in the painting, she comprehended little else. "Your Highness, it is merely a depiction of a few trees and a pavilion. What is so remarkable about it? My illustrated martial arts book is far more captivating," she exclaimed, raising the illustrated book in her hand. Su Changning smiled gently, finding this lively girl quite amusing and refreshingly genuine. The Crown Prince, seizing the back of Wei Yuan's collar, playfully dragged her to another side. "What does a child know of art? Run along and play." Wei Yuan pouted as she walked away. her gaze scanning the surroundings as if in search of something. The crown prince sat on a nearby soft couch, engrossed in the book in hand, while Su Changning trailed closely behind Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan held a disdain for texts such as the Analects and the Four Books, believing that reading should primarily serve for amusement. She had never appreciated literature that brought her discontent. However, the books that could bring her joy were all placed beyond her reach. She stretched on her tiptoes, but still could not grasp them, extending her arms as far as they would go. Perhaps her movements were too vigorous. The topmost book tumbled down, bringing a cloud of dust with it toward Wei Yuan. She closed her eyes tightly in fear. Unexpectedly, the book did not strike her, but was instead firmly caught in Su Changning's hand. His strikingly handsome visage alone was enough to quicken Wei Yuan's heartbeat, and now he stood merely a breath away, having saved her from the falling tome. Momentarily frozen in place, she forgot her movements and words, her gaze ensnared by him until Su Changning pointed to the corner of her mouth and remarked, "You have tears at the edge of your lips." Chapter 7. Joyful welcome of Brother S. Triumphant return. Wei Yuan quickly lowered her head, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Since entering the palace, she had been exceedingly cautious, fearing any misstep might bring embarrassment. Yet, how could she still escape? At that moment, a palace attendant announced from outside, "Your Highness, there are visitors from the Empress Dowager's palace. Please summon Princess Anyang to Yongchun Palace at once." At this news, Wei Yuan's heart leaped with joy as she swiftly returned the book to its shelf and darted towards the door. Just as she was about to step over the threshold, she turned back to Su Changning and said, "I'm leaving now. Until we meet again." "Hey!" The crown prince gazed at her retreating figure, retracting his words in apparent dissatisfaction. "This girl didn't even bid me farewell." He then turned to Su Changning with a scrutinizing look. "Changning, you must come clean. What is going on between you and her?" Having grown up alongside the crown prince, Su Changning shared a bond that transcended the confines of their royal duties, resembling more of brotherhood in private. Within the palace, where schemes and power struggles prevailed, the crown prince seldom experienced genuine familial warmth, finding solace only in Su Changning's unwavering friendship, devoid of ulterior motives. Su Changning remained silent as the crown prince continued. "This Princess Anyang is the only daughter of my imperial uncle. I've heard she was quite the troublemaker in her youth, engaging in fights and skipping school without fail. Eventually, my uncle had no choice but to send her to General Fu in Jiangnan to temper her temperament. It seems that her nature has hardly changed." Reflecting on the crown prince's words and the bashful demeanor Wei Yuan had just exhibited, Su Changning suspected her shyness was perhaps merely an act. After leaving Wenyuan Pavilion, Wei Yuan returned to Yongchun Palace with the palace attendants. The Empress Dowager greeted her warmly. "Someone from the Yuan residence has come to convey that your elder brother will be returning tomorrow. Your mother wishes for you to leave the palace and return home early." "My brother is coming back." Wei Yuan could hardly contain her joy, exclaiming, "Finally, my brother is returning. I shall take my leave to bid farewell to the Empress Dowager now, and I will visit you again in the palace another day. No rush." The Empress Dowager summoned the palace attendants and continued, "A few days ago, the Southern Yu presented a batch of exquisite brocades, and the Emperor has specially reserved several pieces for me. These are for you. Your mother has exceptional sewing skills, so let her craft you a few more garments." Wei Yuan gazed at the fine silks, elated. In her heart, her mother's needlework had always been unparalleled. Now, with such splendid brocade, it was truly icing on the cake. She hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Empress Dowager. You are so kind to Linga." The Empress Dowager smiled, waved her hand, and urged, "Go now, it will soon be dark." As Wei Yuan departed from the Yongchun Palace, the sky had already darkened. The carriage rolled along the lengthy palace path, the wheels emitting a creaking sound. Wei Yin gently lifted the curtain, looking up to realize how insignificant she felt within these four palace walls. The next day, Jinyu arrived early at Wei Yuan's bedside. "My lady, it's time to rise. The young master is returning to court today, and the prince and princess are already prepared. You must hurry." Suddenly, a foot emerged from the bed curtains, accompanied by a muffled voice. "Just let me sleep a little longer. I am utterly exhausted." Jinyu, anxious, stepped forward and coaxed, "My lady, the young master has achieved victory this time. All the officials will be at the city gate to welcome him. If you arrive late, you may miss the excitement. Upon hearing there would be festivities, Wei Yuan quickly threw aside the bed curtains, leaped barefoot to the ground, and began to ready herself with agility. In a flurry, she finally reached Wuhou Gate just before her brother entered the city. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and the air was still damp and chilly. Wei Yuan tightened her cloak and tucked her hands into its sleeves. Before the city gate stood a bustling crowd, while in the distance, a well-organized army could be seen. Wei Xiao rode at the forefront on a magnificent steed, clad in armor that gleamed sharply, exuding both height and might. The townsfolk parted, creating a path for the returning army. Half a year ago, the northern desert had unexpectedly launched an offensive against the Wei kingdom. In a moment of urgency, Wei Xiao had volunteered to lead the troops to counter the northern desert's advance. Before his departure, he had sworn an oath he would not return until he had repelled the northern desert. Though young, Wei Xiao had trained in martial arts since childhood, achieving remarkable feats by his teenage years and winning the emperor's favor. Now, having accomplished significant military exploits, he was truly in the limelight. Wei Yuan dashed through the crowd towards that imposing figure. Just as Wei Xiao dismounted, a petite figure quickly collided into his embrace. "Elder brother, you have finally returned. Linger missed you so much." Wei Yuan clung to her brother, reminiscent of her childhood antics. Wei Xiao patted his sister affectionately, saying, "Little girl, you've grown, yet you still have the temperament of a child. Why did you come alone?" Stepping back slightly from her brother's embrace, Wei Yuan replied, "Linger wanted to see elder brother as soon as possible, so I couldn't wait to welcome you. Are you displeased to see me? How could I be? Oh, dear sister, I think of that little shadow behind me every day," he responded, playfully pinching Wei Yuan's nose. This gesture was strikingly reminiscent of their childhood. Wei Xiao had always been diligent, whereas Wei Yuan could hardly remain still. In the prince's residence, both children were treated equally, leading Wei Yuan to attend school alongside her brother. Despite Wei Yuan's disinterest in reading and writing, she was profoundly devoted to learning martial arts from her brother Wei Xiao. Thus, it was Wei Xiao who always took care of his sister. The siblings were inseparable until Wei Yuan was sent to Jiangnan, while Wei Xiao departed from Chengdu to hone his skills in the military. Their reunion after many years apart was nothing short of exhilarating. Wei Yuan tugged at her brother's sleeve, saying, "Elder brother, let us hasten back. Father and mother must be anxiously awaiting us at home." Wei Xiao nodded in agreement as they made their way to the residence of Prince Yu. At that moment, the Prince Yu's mansion was adorned with festive decorations, and the servants were bustling about, each face beaming with joy. Prince Yu and his wife stood anxiously at the gate, frequently glancing down the path. At last, the figures of Wei Xiao and Wei Yuan appeared outside the mansion, prompting Prince Yu and his wife to rush forward. Wei Xiao strode confidently to his parents, kneeling without hesitation to pay his respects. "Son greets you, father and mother. How have you fared lately?" Prince Yu's wife was already in tears, repeatedly exclaiming, Well, all is well." She helped her son to his feet, inspecting him closely. "You have grown taller and thinner. The rigors of military life are harsher than home. Thankfully, you have returned safely. Your father and I can now rest easy." Prince Yu patted Wei Xiao's shoulder, expressing his pride. "You have become quite sturdy. You are indeed my son. The emperor has promised you substantial rewards upon your triumphant return." Observing the joyful expressions of his parents and the gradual aging of their faces filled Wei Xiao with bittersweet emotions, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan, sensing the somber atmosphere, peeked out with her curious eyes and asked, "When will mother prepare the meal? I am nearly starving." Yes. Let's return home quickly. Today, we shall enjoy a reunion feast," replied Prince Yu's wife. As the family entered the mansion and took their seats, the servants began to serve the dishes. Wei Yuan, eager to indulge in the delightful spread, hesitated to interrupt her father and brother's cheerful conversation and instead cast a pleading glance at her mother. Prince Yu's wife, perceiving her daughter's desire, swiftly picked up her chopsticks and served some dishes into Wei Yuan's bowl. Elated, Wei Yuan began to eat, oblivious to the ongoing discussions around her. Chapter 8. Fate will bring us together again within the Anqing marquis' residence. Su Chongming was diligently practicing calligraphy in his study when Su Qing entered with tea. Observing the young marquis so engrossed in his work, Su Qing chose not to disturb him. He quietly set down the tea and stood silently by. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, lifting the rice paper on the desk slightly, and a drop of ink fell from the brush, blooming into a stunning ink plum blossom. Regaining his focus, Su Chongming inquired, "What time is it now?" Su Qing stepped forward to answer. "It is past the hour of Shan." Watching his master resume his meticulous work, Su Qing pondered for a moment before reminding him, "Young Marquis, the Emperor is hosting a banquet in the palace today to celebrate General Wei's great victory over Beima and his triumphant return. Should we not prepare to attend the feast soon?" Su Chongming paused at his final stroke, then lifted his gaze to Su Qing, saying, "There is no rush. We still have ample time." Although Su Qing understood that his young marquis was always well prepared, he felt a sense of urgency given that it was a royal banquet, and he questioned the propriety of arriving late. At that moment, a small figure flashed past outside the door. Both Su Chongming and Su Qing noticed it, yet chose to ignore it. Unable to restrain itself, the figure poked its little head in and asked curiously, "Uncle, did you not see Cheng?" Su Chongming set down his pen and strode to the door, scooping Cheng-er into his arms. "Didn't Cheng-er learn the art of invisibility? Of course, Uncle cannot see you." "Humph. Uncle is deceiving me. Grandfather saw me just now." Cheng pouted in dissatisfaction. Su Qing, witnessing Cheng-er's expression, struggled to suppress a laugh. After placing Cheng-er down, Su Chongming inquired, glancing outside, "Did grandfather send you?" Cheng-er nodded enthusiastically. "Grandfather said that if I brought you over, he would buy me 10 little sugar figurines." Su Qing chuckled softly to herself. This little lord was notoriously difficult to summon, and it seemed that only Cheng-er could succeed in coaxing him. Su Chongming, deeply fond of Cheng, was determined not to let his wish go unfulfilled. He took Cheng-er's tender little hand and led her outside. In the main hall, Duke Anqing was conversing with his wife, while their daughter and son-in-law whispered amongst themselves. Cheng-er scampered up to Duke Anqing, wrapping her arms around his leg, and playfully said, Grandfather, I brought Uncle over. You must not go back on your word about the 10 sugar figurines." Duke Anqing affectionately patted Cheng-er on the head, promptly agreeing. "I will not go back on my word. Tomorrow I shall buy them for you." "Cheng-er, come over here. You must show respect to grandfather," called Su Ruoyi, gesturing for Cheng-er to approach. Although Su Ruoyi was usually gentle and serene, she held firm principles when it came to disciplining her son, and Cheng-er regarded her with a mix of respect and apprehension. Responding to her call, Cheng-er slowly made her way over, standing obediently. Just as Su Chongming stepped into the main hall, he heard his mother say, "Chongming is already of a considerable age. It is time to consider marriage. Look at your sister. Her son is already so grown. It is about time for you, as the elder brother, to settle down." Su Ruoyi was merely a year younger than Su Chongming, yet she had long since been betrothed to Pei Xian, the legitimate son of the Minister of Justice, in a tale of love at first sight that culminated in a royal decree. Now Cheng-er was already 4 years old. Su Chongming, remaining single, was a source of concern for his mother, but he was not inclined to marry just any well-matched young lady. To embark on a lifelong journey with someone, it must be with a kindred spirit, someone with whom he shares mutual affection. Rather than directly contradicting his mother, he respectfully replied, "You speak true, mother." "Well, my dear, there is no need to rush. Let us proceed to the palace," Duke Anqing gently suggested. The celebratory banquet that day was abuzz with activity, as officials of all ranks brought their families along. Seated in a carriage, Wei Wan and her mother found the Princess of Yu napping quietly. Wei Wan, feeling rather bored, discreetly lifted the curtain to peer outside. The streets were lively, with citizens joyously celebrating the great victory of Wei over Beima, with festivities radiating throughout the capital. Hearing a slight commotion, the Princess of Yu glanced at her daughter and cautioned, "Linga, the wind has picked up outside. Be careful not to catch a chill." Wei Wan quickly lowered the curtain and turned to her mother with a bright smile. "Mother, it is truly lively today. Brother's victory is quite splendid. Indeed, this time, Xiaoter has truly brought honor to our Prince Yu's residence. Linger, you must not act recklessly in the future. You should learn from your elder brother." Or how will you ever find a suitable match? The Princess of Princeyu advised. In recent days, Wei Yuan has been subjected to her parents' incessant discussions about her marital prospects, to the point where her ears felt almost calloused. She quietly pursed her lips and lifted the curtain to gaze outside once more. At that moment, a carriage from the Anqing marquis' residence swiftly passed before Wei Yuan. Her eyes brightened, and with a playful gesture, she called out, "Hey, Su Chongning, we meet again." Inside the carriage, Su Chongning vaguely heard someone calling his name. He lifted the curtain to see Wei Yuan looking at him with a playful smile. The sudden warmth of her greeting momentarily caught Su Chongning off guard, and after a brief pause, he nodded in acknowledgement. As their carriages brushed past one another, Su Qing turned back and remarked, "This Princess Anyang is indeed quite enthusiastic about you." Noticing Su Chongning's rather lukewarm response, Wei Yuan urged the driver, "Hurry, let's catch up to that carriage." The Princess of Princeyu shook her head helplessly and pulled her daughter back, saying, "Linga, you must not be so unruly. You show no semblance of a proper young lady." The streets were bustling with prominent families, and if Wei Yuan's behavior were to be seen by others, it would surely become the subject of gossip. Wei Yuan, however, remained unfazed, her gaze unwaveringly following Su Chongning's carriage. Observing her daughter's distracted demeanor, the Princess of Princeyu inquired, "Linger, who was it that made you disregard your station and shout so loudly?" "No one, mother. You must have misheard." Wei Yuan quickly denied, fearing her mother's suspicion. A mother knows her daughter best, and the Princess of Princeyu was not convinced by Wei Yuan's words. She lifted a corner of the curtain to peer outside and suddenly understood. It was the carriage of the Anqing marquis. Once again, she looked at her daughter, who quickly lowered her head to conceal her thoughts, though the blush on her cheeks did not escape her mother's keen eyes. A young lady should not linger too long. The little girl had her own sentiments, yet the Anqing marquis had consistently held opposing views to Princeyu in court, leaving the Princess of Princeyu uncertain about the young marquis's intentions toward her daughter. She quietly prayed that, regardless of the circumstances, her daughter would not suffer any indignities. Chapter 9. A good tolerance for alcohol. Upon arriving at the palace, the banquet had yet to commence. Most officials were seated at the front, while the ladies of the court took their places in the rear. After Wei Yuan and her mother settled in, she began to scan the surroundings. Su Chongning, clad in official garb and standing tall, was engaged in conversation with a colleague nearby, thus failing to notice Wei Yuan waving at him. Feeling somewhat disheartened by his indifference, Wei Yuan rubbed her numb legs, her expression revealing discomfort. Maintaining such a posture was indeed tiring. Just as she was about to give in to fatigue, the voice of a eunuch rang out. "The emperor has arrived." Everyone promptly rose to kneel and pay their respects. Wei Yuan lost her balance and stumbled, nearly falling over. But the Princess of Princeyu quickly steadied her and offered a gentle admonition. Although the royal residence had many rules, Wei Yuan, due to her parents' indulgence, had always enjoyed a degree of freedom within the manor. Now, in the palace, she endeavored to heed her mother's teachings, striving to restrain her nature and proceed with caution. Little did she anticipate that she would still nearly embarrass herself. Once the emperor took his seat, the ministers followed suit, with the empress dowager and the empress seated on either side of him. The grand hall shimmered with gold and jade, illuminated by flickering candles that dazzled the eyes. In a short while, palace attendants entered, presenting the banquet's exquisite dishes. Wei Yuan felt a surge of delight. The palace chefs were renowned for their culinary prowess, and today promised a feast for the senses. Yet, as the array of delicacies was laid before her, she could only swallow her saliva in silence. For the emperor had yet to lift his chopsticks. Who would dare to partake? Finally, as the attendants withdrew one by one, the emperor leisurely addressed the assembly. "My esteemed ministers, today's banquet is held in celebration of our great victory over the northern desert. This past few years, the northern desert has been audaciously infringing upon our borders. But thanks to valiant generals like Wei Xiao, I am free from worry." Upon hearing his name, Wei Xiao promptly stood and knelt in the center, offering a respectful bow. "Your Majesty's praise is unwarranted. It is my duty to alleviate your concerns." "Splendid. However, victories must be rewarded. Wei Xiao, what is your wish?" The emperor's commendation did not lead Wei Xiao to hubris. His father had taught him that even the greatest achievements should be cloaked in humility, and one must never forget their station. After a moment's contemplation, Wei Xiao replied, "Your Majesty, this victory over the northern desert is not solely my accomplishment. It is the result of countless brave soldiers fighting valiantly without retreat. Therefore, I dare to request a reward on their behalf." The emperor, heartened by Wei Xiao's words, recalled his initial hesitance when Wei Xiao had volunteered for the mission, considering there were others more seasoned and fitting. Fortunately, Wei Xiao had exceeded expectations, driving the northern desert back time and again. The emperor nodded approvingly. "Very well, as you wish. From today forth, all soldiers shall receive an increase of 5 taels in their military pay. Wei Xiao, you are promoted to the rank of second-class Divine Marshal General and awarded 1,000 taels of gold." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Wei Xiao immediately bowed in gratitude. Wei Yuan watched her brother being honored with joy swelling in her heart. As the emperor conferred rewards, the ministers congratulated him, with Prince Yu grinning broadly and repeatedly expressing his thanks. The dance was breathtaking, and the ethereal music played on, leading Wei Yuan to feel a sense of inebriation. In her excitement, she had downed a cup of wine without a second thought, thinking it harmless. Little did she know, it had quickly affected her. Shaking her head vigorously, she began to see double, the world around her spinning. She pointed towards Su Chongning, giggling foolishly. "Hee, why are there 2 Su Changings? They are both so handsome." Hearing her daughter's murmurs, Princess Yu turned and gently inquired, "Linger, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell?" Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes caught sight of the empty wine cup beside her, and she exclaimed, "How did you drink so much? You cannot hold your liquor. You'll become intoxicated." Wei Yuan, oblivious to her mother's concerns, merely noticed her lips moving, unable to comprehend her words. She tugged at her ears. "Mother, what are you saying? Could you speak a bit louder?" Realizing her daughter was truly intoxicated and rambling, Princess Yu promptly instructed her attendant, Jin Yu, "Take the princess away to rest for a while. Do not let her wander. Being drunk in the wind will give her a headache." Jin Yu obediently assisted Wei Yuan in leaving the grand hall. The melodious sounds of silk and bamboo grew increasingly distant as the long palace path stretched endlessly before them. Jin Yu supported Wei Yuan as she stumbled along. In a daze, Wei Yuan caught sight of a figure atop the city tower. Bathed in the moonlight, she finally discerned that it was Su Chongning standing there. Momentarily taken aback, she shook off Jin Yu and made her way towards the tower. The stairs to the tower were steep, and Wei Yuan grasped the wall, laboriously ascending. Jin Yu was perplexed, wondering what her lady was intent on doing. Noticing someone approaching, Su Chongning looked down. The soft moonlight illuminated his face, rendering him both ethereal and handsome, captivating Wei Yuan. She unconsciously inched closer, her gaze fixated on the dual figures before her. However, after a few steps, she suddenly stumbled forward with a thud. She fell mere inches from Su Chongning. Jin Yu hurried to assist Wei Yuan, chiding, "Sir, your heart is rather unkind. Did you not see my lady was about to fall? Why could you not lend a hand? Watching her fall flat on her face is quite distressing." Su Chongning found himself at a loss, having just extended his hand. Yet unaware that she would fall so swiftly, he had failed to catch her, but he would not hold a grudge against a mere maid. Wei Yuan struggled to rise from the ground, pointing at Jin Yu and admonishing, "You girl, how could you speak to the young marquis in such a manner? There is a distinction between genders. The young marquis is a gentleman and should not casually engage in physical contact with a lady." She appeared quite self-righteous as she said this. Then, with a beaming smile, she turned to Su Chongning and asked, "Isn't that so, Su Chongning?" Su Chongning nodded, suddenly recalling Su Qing's words. Indeed, Princess Anyang was quite exceptional. Most daughters of high-ranking officials in the capital were gentle and reserved. It was his first encounter with someone as lively and unique as Wei Yuan. Jin Yu then realized that the person before them was the young marquis. Observing her lady's expression, it seemed they were already acquainted. How was it that after only a few days away from her side, Wei Yuan had grown familiar with another? Seeing Wei Yuan's gaze somewhat unfocused, Su Chongning gently inquired, "Princess, are you intoxicated?" The wind here is strong. I may give you a headache. Allow me to escort you back. Wei Yuan vigorously shook her head. Having finally encountered Su Chongning, she had no desire to depart. I am not drunk. My tolerance for alcohol is quite commendable. Jin Yu glanced awkwardly at Su Chongning, mumbling under her breath. My lady has indeed never been drunk before, as this is her first experience with alcohol. Step by step, Wei Yuan edged closer to Su Chongning, standing side by side with him, their eyes surveying the entire palace. The lofty view seemed to dispel the coldness of the towering walls. After much internal struggle, Wei Yuan finally posed a long-buried question. Su Chongning, have you ever had a lady whom you admired? Never. Su Chongning replied without hesitation. And you? Just then a magnificent firework erupted in the sky, illuminating it with vibrant colors, drowning out Wei Yuan's voice in a resounding explosion. What do you think of me? This question, no matter how thick-skinned Wei Yuan was, she found impossible to utter. Fortunately, she had confirmed today that Su Chongning's heart harbored no other woman, which could be considered a fortunate revelation. The fleeting beauty of fireworks illuminated the night sky as Su Chongning turned to inquire. What did the princess just say? Wei Yuan, flustered, shook her head. It's nothing. That is quite sufficient. A faint smile graced her features. Descending from the tower, the banquet continued unabated. Su Chongning and Wei Yuan returned to the festivities. With Wei Yuan's spirits already lifted, her cheeks flushed, leaving one to wonder whether it was the brisk air or the joy within her heart that caused such a bloom. The princess consort, concerned, touched her daughter's warm face and asked, Linger, why is your face so hot? Do you feel unwell? Before Wei Yuan could respond, Jin Yu interjected. Your Highness, the princess is not unwell. She is simply too comfortable. Wei Yuan shot Jin Yu a warning glare, urging her to remain silent. The princess consort, bewildered, questioned, Have you two girls caused trouble again? We are in the palace. Behave yourselves. Heeding her mother's repeated cautions, Wei Yuan acquiesced and turned her attention back to the food before her. Internally, she mused, why do I feel hungry again after seeing Su Chongning? While beauty may be a feast for the eyes, it does not satisfy one's hunger. After several rounds of wine, the emperor began to feel the effects of intoxication. The aged Empress Dowager had long since retired to her chambers. After much contemplation, the empress leaned closer to the emperor and whispered, Your Majesty, do you recall the matter I previously brought to your attention? The emperor, placing his wine cup down and pondering for a moment, finally remembered that the empress had mentioned the marriage of Princess Yunhe. Princess Yunhe was the empress's only daughter, the sole legitimate princess of the royal family. Royal princesses typically either married to secure border stability or allied themselves with influential officials. However, as a legitimate princess, Yunhe was unlikely to be forced into a marriage. If a nobleman's son were to be chosen, the empress, as a mother, must plan ahead for her daughter. The emperor surveyed the assembly of ministers and inquired, Does the empress already have a suitable candidate in mind? To be candid, Your Majesty, I have considered this matter for some time. The heir of Duke Anqing, Su Chongning, is of a similar age to Yunhe. I have heard he is proficient in both literature and martial arts. He would be an excellent match for her, the empress replied. In truth, she had not thoroughly investigated Su Chongning's background. Rather, it was Yunhe's infatuation with him after a chance encounter that prompted her to express her feelings to the empress just days prior. Su Chongning, being both accomplished and handsome, was the object of many noble ladies' affections. The emperor understood the empress's intentions. She was seeking a favorable future for her daughter. However, as Duke Anqing was of a different surname, a marriage alliance with a royal family could potentially provoke significant unrest. After much deliberation, the emperor decided to test Duke Anqing's stance. Duke Anqing, Chongning has been by my side for some time now. He is no longer a child. Shouldn't you be considering a marriage for your son? Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I too wish for my son to wed soon, but alas, he is yet to find a lady who captures his heart, which has delayed matters until now, Duke Anqing replied. With Duke Anqing's apparent interest, the emperor was pleased to proceed with the conversation, and even the empress sighed in relief. The emperor then turned to Su Chongning and stated, In that case, Chongning, if there is a lady you have in mind, I shall grant you a marriage today. Would that not be a double celebration? Su Chongming was taken aback. He had not yet contemplated marriage. In that fleeting moment, a figure emerged in his mind. How could he be so unable to forget someone with whom he had only exchanged 3 fleeting encounters? Meanwhile, Wei Yuan was so anxious that her palms were nearly swollen from gripping too tightly. If the emperor truly bestowed a marriage upon Su Chongming, who would dare defy such a decree? She felt compelled to retreat before taking action. Wei Yuan kept her gaze fixed on Su Chongming, silently praying. Su Chongming, you must refuse. You cannot agree. Feeling a sudden awareness, Su Chongming turned to look at her, causing Wei Yuan to hurriedly lower her head. Pretending as if nothing had transpired, Su Chongming replied directly, "In response to your majesty, I am still young, and marriage is not an immediate concern. At present, I only wish to alleviate the burdens of the sovereign and resolve the nation's difficulties." The emperor bore no anger at Su Chongming's rejection. Who would quibble with one so devoted to the welfare of the state? This was indeed favorable. The empress would no longer set her sights on Su Chongming. Upon hearing Su Chongming's response, Wei Yuan's tense body relaxed, and her mood brightened considerably, to the point where she indulged in more delicacies. On the journey home, Wei Yuan felt elated as she gently rubbed her round belly, reveling in the comfort. At that moment, the carriage contained only Wei Yuan and Jin Yu, and she felt free to act as she pleased. Jin Yu inquired, "My lady, do you truly hold affection for the heir of the Anqing marquis?" Jin Yu, being Wei Yuan's most trusted maid, had nothing to conceal. "Jin Yu, do you not think that Su Chongming is exceptionally handsome, with his red lips and white teeth?" "He is indeed remarkable," Wei Yuan responded. At this moment, Wei Yuan's mind was entirely occupied with thoughts of Su Chongming, and her joy was evident on her countenance. In the grand city, she deemed Su Chongming the finest and could not afford to let him slip away. Jin Yu, concerned that her mistress might become too deeply infatuated and act recklessly, cautioned, "My lady, we do not know what the young marquis truly thinks. You are currently in the throes of unrequited love." Jin Yu's words struck home with unflinching clarity, causing Wei Yuan to frown. She playfully smacked Jin Yu's head, exclaiming, "You clever girl, how could you be so foolish? What has happened to your wit?" Jin Yu, perplexed, listened as Wei Yuan elaborated. "Even if he does not harbor feelings for me, at the very least, he has no one else. As long as I frequently appear before him, I refuse to believe his heart is devoid of thought." Chapter 11. The Lantern Festival Agreement in recent days, with Wei Zhao's return. The atmosphere in the Prince Yu's residence was one of joyous celebration. Even Prince Yu and the princess consort had little inclination to reprimand Wei Yuan, granting her an excellent opportunity. Jin Yu stealthily entered the room, carrying a pile of coarse clothing, and firmly shut the door behind her. "My lady, I searched for quite some time. These are all that remain in the storeroom. Are you certain you wish to wear them?" Wei Yuan casually picked up a garment and shook it, causing dust to fill the air, prompting both to cover their mouths and noses while coughing incessantly. "This clothing must be decades old. It surely cannot predate my father," Wei Yuan remarked in dissatisfaction. Jin Yu, at a loss for a solution, anxiously queried, "My lady, while I have no qualms, your health is precious. Can you withstand wearing such coarse fabric?" Wei Yuan touched the coarse fabric in her hand. She had never encountered such a rough material throughout her life. However, there was no other option available to her now. Resolutely, she thought, "How could such a trivial matter daunt this princess? It is merely a coarse cloth garment. If I falter today, how shall I ever make my mark in the capital again?" The two hastily donned their attire, and Wei Yuan gently opened the door crack. The outside was deserted, and she cautiously stepped out, with Jin Yu following closely behind. At this hour, her mother was likely resting, and most of the servants were busy in the back hall. Wei Yuan led Jin Yu stealthily to the back door, which, fortunately, was not locked today. She unlatched it and pushed it open. "What are you doing?" A sudden voice from behind startled Wei Yuan, freezing her in place. She stiffened, too afraid to turn her head. Wei Xiao approached, gripping the back of Wei Yuan's collar and turning her around. At a glance, he nearly burst into laughter. The sight before him was of someone with exaggeratedly thick eyebrows resembling protruding mountain peaks, and the corner of her mouth sported a comically exaggerated mustache. "Linger, Has our duke's residence fallen into such disrepair that you must venture out like this? Are you fleeing from a disaster? Wei Xiao asked, stifling his laughter. Wei Yuan swatted her brother's hand away, deflating like a punctured balloon. No, I was reprimanded by father a few days ago for making a mistake. Now, if I wish to leave the residence, I cannot do so with ostentation. Seeing her appearance and expression, Wei Xiao could not contain his laughter. His usually delicate and graceful sister now resembled a homeless beggar, eliciting laughter from anyone who witnessed the scene. Wei Yuan, noticing her brother's amusement at her expense, puffed up her cheeks indignantly. Brother, you must stop laughing. If you catch me, I will consider myself unfortunate. I shall return right now. Oh, I did not see you leave. Upon hearing Wei Zhao's words, Wei Yuan paused for a few seconds, realizing what her brother meant. She patted his shoulder and said, Thank you. With that, she turned and dashed out of the residence, fearful that her brother might change his mind if she delayed even a moment longer. Having not ventured outside for quite some time, Wei Yuan felt like a wild horse that had broken free, running about and eagerly purchasing anything that caught her eye. Hairpins, bracelets. A dazzling array of items. Jin Yu followed closely behind, continuously handing over coins to the vendors and assisting Wei Yuan with her purchases, utterly preoccupied. The merchants regarded the pair with strange glances, wondering why a young lady would be purchasing cosmetics. Wei Yuan eventually arrived at the southern city gate, only to find that her porridge stall had already been dismantled. Moreover, there were no signs of the disaster victims outside the city. She stopped an elderly man passing by and inquired, Old man, where have the disaster victims gone? The elderly man paused, replying, Those victims have been relocated to a place 5 kilometers outside the city. I heard that the emperor has dispatched people to provide relief. So these victims will soon receive assistance. Upon hearing the old man's words, Wei Yuan finally felt a sense of relief. She would no longer need to devise ways to raise money for her porridge stall, lest her father be left in dire straits due to her actions. After returning from the southern city, Wei Yuan headed straight towards the residence of Duke Anqing. Jin Yu wanted to dissuade her, but reconsidered, realizing that it would be futile. What if the young marquis were to accept her? That would indeed fulfill the princess's wishes perfectly. For 2 hours, the two of them had been crouched in the corner by the wall, yet no one emerged from the Anqing marquis's residence. Only a tabby cat peeked out, glaring at them before retreating in fright at Wei Yuan's presence. Overwhelmed by frustration, Wei Yuan disregarded her image and stretched her legs for relief. Just then, an elderly man selling sugar figurines approached. Wei Yuan nudged Jin Yu's arm and said, Jin Yu, I desire a sugar figurine. Jin Yu, with a troubled expression, replied, Your Highness, my legs have gone numb. I can hardly stand. Would you kindly wait for me to recover? With a sigh of resignation, Wei Yuan stood up on her own, casting a reproachful glance at Jin Yu. You, girl, are truly unreliable. With that, she strode over to the vendor's stall. Under the bright sun, when Wei Yuan received her sugar figurine, it had begun to melt. She took a bite, the sweetness dissolving in her mouth, alleviating some of her fatigue. At that moment, the gates of the Anqing marquis's residence finally swung open, and Su Chongning emerged with Sheng'er in tow. Wei Yuan, caught off guard, froze, her sugar figurine still in her mouth, unbitten. Regaining her composure, she turned to flee, only to find the figurine had stuck to her face. In a moment of panic, she yanked it away, inadvertently tearing half of her mustache off. Ignoring the pain, she attempted to run, but her foot slipped, sending her crashing to the ground. The sugar figurine soaring from her hand in a grand arc. Jin Yu, cowering in the corner, dared not approach, her heart heavy with worry for her mistress. If the young marquis sees this, he might be frightened away. Sheng'er, vitne singvai yunis fol, exilme oncle. That poor old man looks so frail, he can hardly walk. We should help him. Su Chongning quickly moved to Wei Yuan's side, observing her face buried in her arms. Hesitant to look up, Uncle, do you think the old man is hurt? He isn't moving, Sheng'er said, tears welling in his eyes. He'll be fine. We will help him up. Su Chongning reassured Sheng'er, reaching to assist the fallen figure. Wei Yuan swiftly raised a hand to halt Su Chongning's motion. In a low voice, she insisted, I can manage on my own, no need to trouble the young master. With great difficulty, She rose, keep her head bowed. Su Chongning, seemingly realizing something, abruptly pulled at the other side of her mustache. Ouch, that hurts. Wei Yuan cried out. How is it you? With her mustache gone, her delicate face was fully revealed to Su Chongning, albeit with slightly coarse eyebrows. Instantly, Sheng'er recognized her as the sister who had helped him retrieve his kite. Exclaiming in delight, Sister, it's you. How come you still stumble while walking? I, at 4 years old, never fall. Sheng'er, Su Chongning interjected, concerned that Wei Yuan might feel embarrassed. He turned to her and asked, What brings you here, Your Highness? Wei Yuan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, she recalled that the Lantern Festival was just a few days away, a time when young men and women from the capital would gather to admire the lanterns. Looking at Su Chongning, she decisively stated, I shall see you at the Lantern Festival in 3 days. With that, she hurriedly departed, leaving Su Chongning in stunned silence and Sheng'er looking on in astonishment. Uncle actually smiled. Chapter 12. Midnight Lessons in Needlework at Long Last. Wei Yuan had exchanged words with the one she admired, her heart soaring with joy. Now, she awaited the appointment in 3 days, hoping her efforts would not be in vain. With a light step, she walked back to the manor, her lips curving into an unyielding smile. Jin Yu, her maid, began to suspect that her mistress might have suffered a blow to the head, her concern growing. The two, one brimming with delight and the other furrowed with worry, eventually arrived at the gates of the palace. Just as they intended to enter, they found Prince Yu standing inside the door, his expression as impassive as stone. Wei Yuan found herself at a loss, caught between entering and retreating, her mind racing for words to say. Upon noticing her brother standing behind their father, her eyes lit up, but to her dismay, he averted his gaze, avoiding her eyes. With their mother absent, Wei Yuan had no choice but to confront the impending wrath alone. Hesitantly, she ascended the steps, standing before her father, awaiting his verdict. Prince Yu frowned deeply, taking in the sight of his daughter's dirty attire, a mix of anger and helplessness washing over him. Linga, what on earth are you thinking? First, you defied the emperor's decree and ventured outside the city to distribute porridge. And now, you present yourself in this manner. Are you masquerading as a beggar to understand the plight of the people? With her head bowed, Wei Yuan's mind raced. She could hardly confess to her father that she had gone to intercept someone at the Anqing marquis' residence. A spark of inspiration struck her, and she replied, Father, you're indeed wise. I was genuinely endeavoring to understand the lives of the common folk. Only by immersing oneself in their daily struggles can one truly appreciate their hardships. Uncle the Emperor is a compassionate ruler, and you, Father, are a benevolent prince. I aspire to emulate you. Though her words flowed eloquently, Prince Yu was not easily deceived by the words of a mere girl. Do you take me for a fool? You are still quite young, yet you speak such nonsense. Realizing she could not fool her father, Wei Yuan turned her hopes to her elder brother. Father, brother supports my cause as well. You can ask him if you wish. Wei Zhao's expression shifted awkwardly. How dare she try to drag him into this predicament? He had doted on her for too long. Prince Yu glanced at his son, his voice cold and unyielding. Oof, you wish to pull your brother into this? If he had not informed me that you were not at home, I would not be waiting here for you. Understanding dawned on Wei Yuan, and she shot a disgruntled look at her brother. A man of honor should not be duplicitous. It was he who had allowed her to go out, only to turn around and report her to their father. How ungrateful! Wei Xiao felt a twinge of injustice. He only feared for his sister's safety, which led him to inform their father. Now, he felt betrayed, exposed before his sister by their father. He was caught in a most uncomfortable position. Seeing his daughter's defiant expression, Prince Yu's anger flared. You have repeatedly erred and shown no signs of repentance. You shall forego dinner and return to your chamber to reflect upon your actions. Hearing her father's decree, Wei Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. This punishment was far lighter than what she had faced before. Feeling a weight lifted, she dashed back to her room, quickly changing out of her coarse clothing, instantly feeling more comfortable. After a refreshing bath, Wei Yuan beckoned Jin Yu to bring her the materials needed for needlework. Previously, the sight of these items had filled her with dread, yet today, she was eager to learn. Though Jean Yu possessed only a rudimentary understanding of women's needlework, she had no alternative but to seek guidance from the young lady before her. Observing the hopeful gaze of her mistress, Jean Yu hesitated. "My lady, I cannot presume to instruct you. For needlework, one ought to consult a professional embroideress. I merely learned a little by watching my mother during my childhood." Wei Yuan, however, was unconcerned with Jean Yu's skill level. She believed that with just a few subtle pointers, her own cleverness would enable her to grasp the essential principles. Imagination, after all, is often a beautiful thing. In less than a quarter of an hour, the sounds of a spirited debate erupted from within the room. "Oh, why does it hurt so much? My lady, you must embroider on the handkerchief, not on your hand. You chatter too much. Does this princess not know to embroider on the handkerchief?" Wei Xiao, standing outside his sister's room, caught wind of their altercation and, after a moment's hesitation, rapped lightly on the window. "Who is it?" came Wei Yuan's somewhat irate response from within. Wei Xiao, fully aware it was he, feigned ignorance. His sister was surely still miffed about earlier events. "It's me," he cooed softly. "Are you hungry? I brought you some of your favorite treats." Upon recognizing Wei Xiao's voice, Jean Yu moved to open the door, but Wei Yuan pulled her back, shaking her head. She called out, "Father said we're not allowed to eat dinner. If I consume what you have brought, you will undoubtedly tell him, and I will find myself with yet another offense." Wei Xiao chuckled softly to himself, realizing that his sister held a grudge, albeit one that would likely fade quickly with a little persuasion. Gently tapping the food box, he continued to coax her. "Are you truly not going to eat? I brought your beloved cloud cakes." At the mention of cloud cakes, Wei Yuan's stomach grumbled audibly. Even through the window, she could almost taste their delicious sweetness. Yet, a moment's reflection made her consider whether yielding today would be too humiliating. Hearing the silence linger, Wei Xiao remarked, "Since you refuse to eat, I shall take my leave." As he lifted his foot to depart, Wei Yuan swiftly opened the window. Extending a hand, she said, "Hand it over. At least you possess a sliver of conscience." Wei Xiao smiled gently as he passed the food box to Wei Yuan. She opened it, pinching a piece of cloud cake and popping it into her mouth. The delightful flavor instantly banished her hunger. Observing his sister relish her treat brought a sense of comfort to Wei Xiao, who then gracefully leapt to perch on the windowsill. Much like their childhood, when he would sit by the window to tell her stories during sleepless nights, their habits remained steadfast even as they grew older. Once Wei Yuan had satisfied her appetite, the clouds of discontent on her face dissipated. Wei Xiao then withdrew a delicate jade tassel from his robe and presented it to his sister. "Here, regarding today's matter, I was in the wrong." Wei Yuan accepted the trinket, examining it closely. The moonlight illuminated the tassel, rendering it exquisite and translucent. While she played with it, her heart brimmed with delight. Yet she maintained an air of nonchalance, saying, "In light of your thoughtful gift of cloud cakes and this lovely tassel, I shall temporarily forgive you. However, I shall be wary of trusting you henceforth." Listening to her sister's words, Wei Xiao softened his stance and said, "Linger. You have unjustly accused me today. It is inherently unsafe for you to leave the house alone. I merely intended to send a few individuals to accompany and protect you. Who would have thought that father would discover it?" Wei Yuan refrained from responding, prompting Wei Xiao to inquire, "Who did you encounter when you left the house today? And to whom is this embroidered handkerchief dedicated?" He snatched the handkerchief with a solitary leaf embroidered on it from Wei Yuan's hand and scrutinized it closely. One corner of the handkerchief seemed to bear a name, yet the characters were indecipherable. Chapter 13. The Lantern Festival, seizing the opportunity while Wei Xiao was distracted. Wei Yuan swiftly reclaimed the handkerchief. "Brother, I have just forgiven you," she declared. Wei Xiao, oblivious to the delicate intricacies of his sister's thoughts, was nonetheless willing to indulge her. He leaped from the window and affectionately remarked, "All right, it is getting late. You should rest." With that, he turned and departed. Wei Yuan cast a glance in the direction her brother had gone, gently closing the window. She picked up the handkerchief and examined it intently. After a considerable pause, she called out, "Jean Yu, come and see what I have embroidered." Upon hearing this, Jean Yu put down her task and hurried over. Leaning forward to inspect the handkerchief in her lady's hands, her brow furrowed and relaxed in turns. Finally, after a long moment, she hesitantly suggested, "My lady, perhaps you should rest early?" Wei Yuan's expression fell at once. She flung the handkerchief aside and paced to the bedside, lying down resolutely. Why is needlework so difficult? As Wei Xiao passed through the front hall, he encountered his father, who was admiring the moon. He approached and spoke. "Father?" Prince Yu raised his hand, signaling his son to sit. He inquired, "Did Linger eat the cloud cake?" She did. She was truly famished. Remembering his sister's voracious appetite, Wei Xiao felt a mix of pity and amusement. "Father, why didn't you personally deliver it to her?" he asked in confusion. Prince Yu gazed at the luminous moon overhead, feeling a twinge of sentiment. Over the years, Wei Yuan had been raised in the south of the river, seldom by his and the princess's side. Observing his daughter blossom into a graceful young lady filled him with both joy and a sense of debt towards her. He sipped the cool tea and slowly remarked, "This girl is grown up now. If I do not establish some proper guidelines, I worry she may face grievances once she becomes a wife." Wei Xiao, however, believed his father's concerns to be somewhat excessive. After all, she was a royal princess. What harm could come to her, even if she disregarded the rules? Besides, she had him, her elder brother, to protect her. "Father, do not worry. Linger, that little rascal, would be content if she doesn't bully others." Prince Yu did not offer an opinion on this matter and casually asked, "Shower, have you noticed anything unusual about her lately? Does she seem troubled?" Was his father attempting to extract information from him again? There indeed had been some oddities, but he had only just managed to placate that little tyrant and dared not provoke her ire again. He quickly shook his head. "I do not know, father." Prince Yu, receiving no useful information, did not press further, deciding that this matter required discussion with the princess. 3 days later, the Lantern Festival arrived. Wei Yuan arose early, determined to prepare thoroughly. The warm steam enveloped the air as Jin Yu scattered flower petals into the bathing tub. "My lady, the Lantern Festival does not commence until evening." "Why rise so early?" she remarked, stifling a yawn. Wei Yuan lifted a petal to her nose and inhaled deeply. "You wouldn't understand," she remarked. "My grandmother once said that the scent-infused bath must steep for a sufficient duration to ensure the fragrance lingers. Hurry, add more petals." Jin Yu, with a resigned sigh, poured the entire basket of freshly picked petals into the bath. Wei Yuan luxuriated in the tub, her thoughts soaring far beyond the earthly realm. Yet amidst her anticipation, a tinge of worry emerged. Su Chongming had not confirmed their meeting for today. The Lantern Festival was a grand occasion in the capital. On the day of the festival, men and women alike would gather to release lanterns, each seeking a wish for love. During her time in Jiangnan, Wei Yuan had heard tales of the grandeur of the Lantern Festival in the capital, and having finally arrived at this moment, she could not afford to miss it. Moreover, she had made prior arrangements and could not risk disappointing anyone. As dusk approached, she arrived at the princess's courtyard, needing to consult her mother before leaving the estate. The Princess of Yu was well aware of her daughter's love for festivities and offered no objections. Even if she had tried to intervene, it would have been futile. Undoubtedly, the girl would have caused a commotion to secure her exit. Freed from the need to sneak out, Wei Yuan felt utterly at ease. The streets would surely be teeming with people, and she should have dressed modestly. However, in anticipation of meeting Su Chongming, she donned the pleated skirt lovingly crafted by her mother. The pink, gauzy fabric accentuated her graceful form, bestowing upon her an air of elegance that was quite unlike her usual whimsical self. The pair meandered aimlessly through the bustling streets. Suddenly, Jin Yu inquired, "Princess, you did not specify a meeting place with the young marquis the other day. How shall we find him amidst this throng?" Jin Yu's reminder jolted Wei Yuan from her reverie. In her flustered state that day, she had indeed forgotten to mention the agreed-upon location. She surveyed the vast sea of faces, a hint of despair creeping in. Whether they would meet tonight was now left to fate. At the Anqing Marquis' residence, Su Chongming remained secluded in his study, showing no inclination to venture out. Meanwhile, Su Qing, who thrived on social gatherings, was determined not to miss this annual Lantern Festival. Yet, he understood his master's preference for solitude, which meant he might have to attend alone. He entered the study to replace the old silver candles with new ones and quietly requested, "Young Marquis, Is the Lantern Festival today? I wish to ask for your permission to join the festivities. Su Chongning abruptly shut the book he was reading and rose to his feet. The Lantern Festival? He inquired. Startled by his master's sudden movement, Su Qing nodded dumbly. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Before he could finish, Su Chongning had already exited the study. Su Qing stood frozen, bewildered. His master was behaving unusually today. Could he have been possessed by a spirit? By the time they left the Anqing residence, night had fully enveloped the sky. Su Chongning strode forward, with Su Qing trailing behind, his feet nearly ablaze from the effort to keep pace. He dared not suggest slowing down and instead hurried after him. The streets of the capital were a spectacle of radiant lanterns, each one exquisitely crafted, turning the thoroughfare into a vibrant tapestry of light and color. As the crowd surged around him, Su Chongning searched for that familiar figure, but alas, he could not spot her amidst the throng. After a considerable passage of time, Su Chongning brought Su Qing to a tavern, deliberately choosing a seat by the window on the second floor. This location not only facilitated the enjoyment of the lanterns, but also allowed for a clear view of the pedestrians traversing the streets. Upon noticing the familiar patrons, the innkeeper hurried over, exclaiming, "Young lord, what would you like today? We have just released a new osmanthus wine. Would you care to sample it?" The delicate osmanthus wine perfectly complemented the festive ambience of the Lantern Festival. Su Chongning, intrigued, replied, "Yes, please." The innkeeper, elated, swiftly descended the staircase. At that moment, a graceful and elegant woman ascended the stairs. Upon catching sight of Su Chongning, her face lit up with a smile, and she gently spoke, "Young Lord Su, what a delightful coincidence." Chapter 14. 3. Enjoy the lanterns. Su Chongning looked up to see Princess Yunhe. He rose and bowed respectfully, addressing her in a calm tone. "I pay my respects to the princess." Princess Yunhe quickly stepped forward to intervene, saying, "There is no need for formalities today, young lord. Let us treat this occasion as a meeting of friends." Su Chongning had always held Princess Yunhe in high regard during his time in the palace, and had scarcely exchanged more than 10 words with her on any given day. Thus, the notion of friendship felt somewhat out of place. However, given that a princess had proclaimed it, he felt it inappropriate to argue and relinquish the seat of honor. Princess Yunhe surveyed the surroundings. Though the tavern was modest, it possessed a unique charm. She casually remarked, "It appears that you are a frequent visitor to this establishment." "Young lord, the ambience is quite pleasant." With that, she took a seat. "Is this the osmanthus wine?" Princess Yunhe inquired, catching a whiff of the delicate aroma. "Indeed, it is the tavern's latest brew. Would you care to try it, princess?" Su Chongning inquired in a measured tone. Princess Yunhe nodded and poured herself a cup. She then nudged the wine jug in Su Chongning's direction. The fragrance of the wine wafted around them, and her cheeks flushed slightly, perhaps intoxicated by the atmosphere rather than the wine itself. She took a small sip, savoring its smooth texture, amused that the young lord was indeed knowledgeable about wine. Reflecting on her years spent in the confines of the palace, where her esteemed status had afforded her few opportunities to meet intriguing individuals, she felt a certain monotony in her life. Since encountering Su Chongning, however, her existence seemed to have gained a semblance of vitality. The more she learned about him, the more captivated she became. Upon hearing that he had rebuffed her father's tests, she felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing that she must strive for his attention herself. Su Chongning, unfamiliar with Princess Yunhe, found himself at a loss for conversation. Moreover, his mind was preoccupied with searching for someone, his gaze continually scanning the throngs below. Noticing his distraction, Princess Yunhe inquired, "What occupies your thoughts, young lord?" "Nothing of consequence, merely searching for someone," he replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Princess Yunhe's expression shifted slightly as she pressed, "Might I inquire who it is you seek?" "A companion with whom I am to enjoy the lanterns." Su Chongning replied coolly. The mention of his appointment caused Princess Yunhe to become wary. If the individual he awaited was a man, there would be no cause for concern. But if it were a woman? Just then, a familiar voice echoed from below. "Innkeeper, are there any vacant tables?" The innkeeper, with a smile, responded, "My apologies, miss. The establishment is fully occupied. What shall we do?" Wei Yuan felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She had heard her brother speak highly of this tavern's renowned steamed goose, and it appeared that she would not have the pleasure of tasting it today. Just as she turned to leave, Su Qing's voice resonated from upstairs. "Princess, please wait." Wei Yuan looked up to see Su Qing's somewhat silly smile, and her heart leaped with joy. At last, she would savor the bamboo shoot steamed goose and meet the person she longed to see. Wei Yuan dashed up the stairs, but halted in her tracks upon catching sight of Princess Yunhe. The princess was unfamiliar with Wei Yuan, having only heard tales of the wild girl from the Yu Wang mansion. Seeing her in person, she indeed lived up to the reputation. Behind her, Jin Yu recognized Princess Yunhe as well and subtly tugged at Wei Yuan's sleeve. Wei Yuan regained her composure and bowed. Su Changning noticed Wei Yuan's sudden shyness and said, "Princess, please take a seat." Wei Yuan slowly settled at one end of the table, as an unusual tension began to permeate the atmosphere. As the three fell silent, a waiter brought forth the long-awaited bamboo shoot steamed goose, its aroma wafting through the air, and surprisingly, the discomfort Wei Yuan felt was alleviated by the exquisite dish. Unfortunately, with Princess Yunhe across from her, she had to remain composed. Su Changning broke the standoff, saying, "This bamboo shoot steamed goose is the signature dish here. You two should try it." Wei Yuan struggled to resist the urge to grab her chopsticks until a maid stepped forward to arrange the dishes for Princess Yunhe, prompting Wei Yuan to slowly pick up her chopsticks. Before she could steady her grip, Jin Yu suddenly stepped forward and placed a piece of goose meat onto Wei Yuan's plate, exclaiming, "Princess, please enjoy." Afterward, she stepped back proudly, straightening her back toward Princess Yunhe's maid. Even the princess required assistance while dining. Surely, her own princess deserved the same respect. Wei Yuan felt embarrassed. Jin Yu was acting in her best interest, yet her boldness had drawn attention. Princess Yunhe took a delicate bite and remarked to Su Changning, "The dish you recommended truly lives up to its reputation, comparable to those from the imperial kitchen. I'm glad you enjoy it." Su Changning responded politely. Wei Yuan observed the two engaging in conversation, feeling rather left out. She cast a glance at Princess Yunhe and murmured, holding it the whole time, "Doesn't it tire you?" "What did you say, Sister Yuan?" Princess Yunhe inquired. Wei Yuan replied, "Ah, I said nothing." With that, she began to serve herself. Su Changning poured half a cup of osmanthus wine next to Wei Yuan and gently said, "You have a low tolerance for alcohol, so drink less." Although his voice was soft, Princess Yunhe heard him clearly. Their relationship was indeed unusual. Once the meal concluded, the day had grown late. Wei Yuan wished to accompany Su Changning to release lanterns, but found herself waiting for Princess Yunhe to depart. She tentatively suggested, "Princess, the palace is heavily guarded. Won't your uncle worry about you being out so late?" Though displeased internally, Princess Yunhe maintained her gentle smile. "Sister Yuan, you worry too much. I have already informed my father." Wei Yuan, feeling exasperated, rolled her eyes. Did the princess truly not understand? Or was she pretending not to? Despite her obvious hints, the princess showed no inclination to leave. Neither of them wanted to depart. Reluctantly, the three set off together to the banks of the Weishui River. There, many people gathered, holding lanterns. It was said that on the Lantern Festival, one could make a wish and set the lanterns afloat, allowing the deity of love to hear their desires. Wei Yuan picked up a brush, pondered for a moment, and finally set her thoughts to paper. Su Changning had already completed his writing. Upon noticing Wei Yuan's furrowed brow, he intended to approach her for inquiry. However, Wei Yuan misunderstood his intentions and quickly tucked the paper into her bosom. How could her awkwardly scrawled handwriting be seen by the one she cherished? Su Changning was taken aback and chuckled. Is the princess facing difficulties with writing? Not at all. I had a teacher instructing me before. Wei Yuan retorted, her cheeks puffed with indignation. Indeed, there had been teachers, but one had fled in anger. Another had received a bruising, and yet another had been so frightened that he never dared to set foot in the royal residence again. Chapter 15. The young marquis delivers medicine. Princess Yunhe released the lanterns into the Wehe River, clasping her hands together to make a wish. When she turned around, she spotted Su Changning standing beside Wei Yuan, gazing intently at her. Wei Yuan placed the written paper in the center of the lantern, and Su Changming accompanied her to the riverbank. The two released their lanterns into the water almost simultaneously, coincidentally making their wishes. Behind them, Jinyu observed this scene, feeling a sense of beauty in the moment, and she couldn't help but laugh. Su Qing, puzzled, poked Jinyu's arm with her finger. "Why are you poking me?" Jinyu snapped, turning to glare at Su Qing. "What are you so happy about? It's eerie at night. Are you possessed?" Jinyu frowned and retaliated with a light slap on Su Qing's arm. "You're the one who's possessed. I just think the young marquis and our princess are truly well-matched." Su Qing rubbed her arm and gazed towards the riverbank. When it came to compatibility, Princess Yunhe was undeniably a better match, with her beauty and grace. Who could resist a woman of such poise? The Anyang princess could also be considered a beauty, but her temperament might not be so easily tolerated, even by her own suitor. The lanterns gradually drifted away, while Wei Yuan clutched something in her palm, intending to reveal it after Princess Yunhe departed. Yet, to her surprise, Princess Yunhe showed no intention of leaving the palace. In that case, she might as well pretend the princess didn't exist. After a moment of hesitation, Wei Yuan directly extended the pouch in her hand towards Su Changning, her face filled with hopeful anticipation. "Su Changning, this is a gift for the Lantern Festival for me. I embroidered it over several days, so please don't dismiss it." This was the first gift Su Changning had ever received from a girl, and he was momentarily taken aback. Noticing his lack of response, Wei Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment. Surely, he wouldn't accept it? Just as she was about to retract her hand, Su Changning took the pouch from her grasp. "Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. This goose embroidery is quite unique." Upon hearing Su Changning's words, Wei Yuan blushed and clarified. "This is a wild goose." Su Changning replied. Princess Yunhe, witnessing their interaction, gracefully approached. She glanced at the handkerchief in Su Changning's hand and remarked, "Sister Yuan's embroidery resembles a rather plump chicken." Wei Yuan, mercilessly teased by Princess Yunhe, felt a mix of anger and frustration. Was her embroidery truly that poor? Having poured her effort into the creation, the series of misunderstandings left Wei Yuan feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I shall take my leave," she declared, turning to depart. Jinyu quickly caught up. "Your Highness, if you leave like this, won't you be granting the young marquis and Princess Yunhe an opportunity for solitude?" Her words struck a chord, causing Wei Yuan to halt. However, if she were to turn back now, it would only heighten her embarrassment. How could she maintain her dignity in Chengdu thereafter? Contemplating this, she chose to continue her departure. After walking a short distance, she hid behind a tree, then quietly retraced her steps to follow Su Changning and Princess Yunhe. Jinyu whispered, "Princess, aren't we concerned about our reputation? Why are we stealthily trailing them?" "Hush!" Wei Yuan motioned for Jinyu to lower her voice. "What does reputation matter? If Su Changning were to be taken away by Princess Yunhe, it would be I who would truly lose face." They followed discreetly until Princess Yunhe returned to the palace. And then they trailed Su Changning back to the Anqing Marquis' residence. Watching Su Changning enter through the gates, Wei Yuan let out a sigh of relief. But soon her heart was filled with regret. It was all Princess Yunhe's fault. She had disrupted all of her plans. In frustration, Wei Yuan kicked a stone far away and turned to Jinyu, saying, "Let us depart." Just as they turned to leave, Su Changning stepped out again, calling, "Princess." "Wait a moment." Wei Yuan turned abruptly, finding Su Changning smiling gently at her, a delicate porcelain vial in hand. "This medicine is quite effective for wound recovery. Do give it a try, Princess." Wei Yuan was momentarily stunned, feeling a surprising warmth in Su Changning's tone. How unreal. She clutched her sleeve tightly, hesitating to accept the vial, fearful that he would notice the countless needle marks on her hands. But in the end, he had seen them. Noticing her prolonged silence, Jinyu stepped forward to take the vial, saying, "Thank you, young marquis." Once Wei Yuan regained her composure, she softly remarked, "That sounds rather unfamiliar, Su Changning. You may call me Linger." Upon uttering these words, Wei Yuan felt no shame. She believed that Su Changning's willingness to meet with her indicated he did not dislike her. If he did not harbor ill feelings, then their relationship could indeed progress further. Jinyu gently tugged at Wei Yuan's sleeve, whispering, "Princess, maintain your decorum." Wei Yuan realized her previous words may have crossed a line, lacking in propriety. She looked up at Su Chongning, searching for any hint of a reaction on his face. Su Chongning smiled and nodded. All right. Wei Yuan's heart blossomed with joy, and she turned to Jinyu, eager to leave. How curious it was to feel so bashful. After taking a few steps, she paused, turning her back to Su Chongning and asking, Su Chongning, you understand the meaning of the wild goose, do you not? Su Chongning nodded once more. Jinyu exclaimed with excitement. Princess, he nodded. Wei Yuan beamed, pulling Jinyu along as they hurried away. The wild goose symbolizes fidelity. When one departs, the other never lives alone. Su Chongning glanced at the pouch in his palm, still unable to discern any sign of a wild goose. Nevertheless, if she claimed it was a wild goose, then so be it. At the residence of the Duke, after bathing, Jinyu carefully applied medicine to her mistress's hands, which had become severely swollen. Princess, truly, you ought to be more careful. You are not skilled in needlework. You could have simply sent something within your capabilities. Wei Yuan gently blew on her wounded hands, dismissing the concern. The book on embroidery states that a pouch is a token of love. While I excel at carving wooden swords, if I were to gift one, he might think I wish to become sworn brothers. Jinyu chuckled, exasperated at her mistress's antics. After Princess Yunhe returned to the palace, she tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. The scene of Su Chongning gazing at Wei Yuan lingered in her mind, and she could distinctly sense the difference in that gaze. The maid, Xiao Tao, approached upon hearing the noise. Your Highness, are you unwell? Would you like me to summon the imperial physician? Xiao Tao, have you noticed that the young marquis has been particularly different towards Princess Anyang today? Xiao Tao, still young and somewhat naive about matters of the heart, thought to herself that, given the princess's status, it should be easy for her to obtain what she desired. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, You are a princess of noble birth. No matter how the young marquis chooses, he would never select a girl who only causes trouble. Rest assured, the princess of Anyang cannot possibly compare to you. Upon hearing Xiao Tao's words, the heart of Princess Yunhe felt somewhat relieved. Yet she understood that feelings are not governed by social status. As a legitimate princess, she now found herself competing with a common girl, and the thought of potentially losing was unbearable. To avoid any further complications, she resolved to seek her mother's assistance. The next morning, Princess Yunhe hurried to Changle Palace, where the palace maids were attending to the Empress's grooming. Mother, Yinner needs your help, she exclaimed, disregarding protocol in her urgency. The Empress glanced at her daughter through the bronze mirror and remarked, Why are you so impetuous? Didn't I teach you to remain calm in times of trouble to avoid losing your composure? Realizing her hastiness, Princess Yunhe approached slowly, taking a jade comb from a maid's hand to gently style her mother's hair. Noticing her daughter's discontent, the Empress inquired, What has you so flustered? Princess Yunhe hesitated, unsure of how to express her feelings. The Empress, sensing her daughter's turmoil, surmised, could it be related to the young master of the Anqing Marquis? A faint blush crept onto Princess Yunhe's face as she timidly nodded and confessed, Mother, I am aware of my status and understand that a woman should maintain her dignity. Yet since I encountered the young Marquis, Su, my heart has no room for any other man. The Empress casually picked up a hairpin and inserted it into her hairdo. Your mother understands your sentiments, but this matter cannot be rushed. The Marquis of Anqing is an outsider, and if you, as a legitimate princess, were to marry into his family, it would cause chaos. Upon hearing her mother's words, Princess Yunhe realized that both her parents were primarily concerned with state affairs, showing little regard for her feelings as their daughter. Disappointment filled her heart, but she understood that, as both a princess and a daughter, it was her duty to alleviate her parents' burdens. The Empress recognized her daughter's frustration and took her hand in a comforting gesture. Yinner, you are still young. Your mother wishes to keep you by her side for a few more years. Mother, if you keep me here any longer, the young Marquis will be taken by that girl Linger, she replied, turning to sit on the couch, anxiously twisting her handkerchief. Are you saying that Linger also harbors feelings for the young master of Anqing? The Empress asked. Yes. The Empress now understood why her daughter had suddenly lost her usual composure. It appeared that a rival had emerged. Such matters are futile in haste. It ultimately depends on whether there is mutual interest. Could it be that they both harbor feelings for each other? The queen pondered for a considerable time before inquiring. Princess Yunhe recalled the intimate moments they shared the previous day, feeling a sense of frustration. Yet, to rely solely on her own conjectures seemed rather presumptuous. She nodded and then shook her head. I am not certain, but that girl Linger always clings to him. Over time, it is possible that the young marquis might develop feelings as well. Upon hearing her daughter's words, the queen appeared rather relaxed, chuckling. My dear child, how could you be so confused at this moment? You two can certainly meet frequently, can't you? Princess Yunhe contemplated her mother's words, suddenly enlightened. The young marquis is the commander of the Imperial Guards, spending most of his time in the palace. If I wish to see him, it would be as easy as pie. Realizing this, she abruptly stood up, and in her excitement, she did not forget to express her gratitude to the queen. Thank you, mother, for your guidance. I now know what to do. Linger shall wait for her defeat. With that, she left the Chonglu Palace with a light step, heading straight for the Taihe Hall. In the residence of Prince Yu, Wei Yuan was leaning over the table, amusing herself with a turtle in front of her. A sudden sneeze almost toppled the turtle over. Jin Yu quickly closed the window and expressed concern. Miss, have you caught a draft? The winds have been quite strong lately. You must take care of your health. Not at all. I suspect someone is missing me, Wei Yuan replied, her little face beaming with pride. Without needing to think deeply, Jin Yu knew whom her young mistress was referring to. Since returning from the Lantern Festival, Wei Yuan had been acting strangely. Whenever she felt a twitch in her eyelid, she would claim someone was thinking of her. Upon seeing a fallen flower, she would interpret it as a good omen. Her demeanor had grown even more cheerful than before. Wei Yuan contemplated that a day had passed since the Lantern Festival. If she were to visit Su Chongning again, what excuse should she concoct? Just as she was furrowing her brows in distress, a servant of Wei Xiao came to report. Miss, the general wishes to go out for some fresh air and has sent me to ask if you would like to accompany him. Upon hearing that her brother was going out for leisure and wanted her to join, Wei Yuan's heart surged with excitement. She could finally leave the residence openly. Of course. She was delighted. Absolutely, I shall go. With that, she dashed into her inner chamber to change her attire. Wei Yuan met her brother at the entrance of the residence, accompanied by Jin Yu. I knew you would come, Wei Xiao said cheerfully as he took a few steps toward his sister. Wei Yuan mischievously smiled, noticing the carriage behind her brother, along with 2 additional horses. Brother, why do we need 2 horses when we have a carriage? Today, I shall take you to an interesting place, Wei Xiao replied, feigning mystery. Half an hour later, the carriage came to a halt in front of a military camp, not far from the palace. This was the barracks of the Imperial Guards, where under normal circumstances, no one was permitted to enter except for the guards. Wei Yuan was perplexed about what could possibly be entertaining in this military camp. Brother, you wouldn't be trying to set me up, would you? What nonsense. You're my dear sister. Come, you'll understand once we go inside. With that, Wei Xiao strode into the camp, and without hesitation, Wei Yuan followed closely behind. The moment she stepped into the military camp, she comprehended what her brother meant by an interesting place. The camp was remarkably spacious, with soldiers on the eastern side engaged in synchronized drills. These are the Emperor's Royal Guards, and their training is undoubtedly rigorous. On the other side, however, a spectacle unfolds. The training grounds, the equestrian arena, everything one could wish for is present. Wei Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, the crown prince approached from behind them. Why have you brought this girl here? Wei Xiao turned and bowed respectfully. Your Highness. Wei Yuan followed her brother's lead, performing a courteous bow as well, prompting the crown prince to wave his hand dismissively. Wei Xiao explained, this girl spends all her time at home causing trouble. I thought it best to bring her out to broaden her horizons. Indeed, it is time for her to gain some experience, the crown prince replied with a smile. The trio made their way to the grand military tent, where Su Chongning stood with his back to the entrance, studying the city's defense plans. Upon recognizing the familiar silhouette, Wei Yuan's heart leapt with joy. Perhaps sensing the footsteps, Su Chongning turned to look. Today, he appeared markedly different from usual. Clad in dark armor with a golden spider silk belt cinched at his waist, his black hair simply tied back, exuding an air of resolute strength. It was Wei Yuan's first time witnessing Su Chongning in armor, and despite the lengthy pleasantries exchanged among the three, she remained in a daze. Su Chongning gently inquired, "Princess, why do you not come inside?" Beside them, Wei Xiao felt a pang of confusion. How did he recognize his sister? Chapter 17. The archery range startles the Princess. Wei Yuan's heart soared as she gradually entered the tent, sitting beside her brother on the left, while Su Chongning took a seat to the Crown Prince's right. The Crown Prince raised his teacup and took a sip, finding the aroma of the tea refreshing. "The tea here is truly exceptional. It must be quite precious," he remarked. "Your Highness flatters me. This tea is a gift from the Emperor. I have been reluctant to waste it," Su Chongning replied respectfully. Wei Yuan, unfamiliar with the intricacies of tea, was merely aware of her thirst. She lifted her cup and took a hearty gulp, only to realize the tea was scalding. Unable to spit it out, she endured the pain and swallowed. Noticing her discomfort, Su Chongning commanded, "Someone, bring the princess a bowl of chilled sour plum soup." In a military camp where men predominated, there were few delicacies, and this sour plum soup had been specially prepared by the marquis's wife to cool her son in the heat. After giving the order, Su Chongning casually returned to listening to the conversation between the Crown Prince and Wei Xiao, while Wei Yuan felt touched by his attentiveness. After some idle chatter, they prepared to head to the training grounds. The Crown Prince often practiced with Su Chongning, for as the heir to the throne, he must be adept in both governance and martial prowess. Both are essential. Although Wei Yuan had harbored an interest in martial arts since childhood, today was evidently a male-dominated arena, and she could only watch from the sidelines. The Crown Prince and Su Chongning had both trained under the same master, and their skills were evenly matched, making it difficult to discern a victor. When it came time for Wei Xiao to spar with Su Chongning, Wei Yuan's worries began to mount. In her youth, she frequently accompanied her brother in training. His strikes were swift and fierce, earning praise even from their master. What if he were to injure Su Chongning in his fervor? Restless, Wei Yuan clenched her hands tightly, her gaze fixed intently on the two combatants. Wei Xiao, mistaking her concern for his own well-being, declared proudly, "Linger, do not worry. He cannot hurt me." With that, he launched a punch towards Su Chongning's face, who deftly stepped back and evaded the blow. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, each countering the other's moves, neither able to gain the upper hand. After several dozen rounds, both parties had exhausted considerable energy. Wei Yuan anxiously urged, "You both are formidable. Perhaps it would be wise to cease this competition?" Upon hearing Wei Yuan's words, Su Chongning initially intended to relent, but Wei Xiao interjected. "I have long heard of the young marquis's exceptional martial prowess. It would indeed be a pity not to determine a victor today. Wouldn't you agree?" Naturally, Su Chongning felt compelled to honor the esteemed general's request, and without hesitation, he resumed the duel, which escalated in intensity compared to their previous exchanges. Wei Yuan, anxious, noted her brother's disregard for her counsel. She contemplated seeking the Crown Prince's assistance in persuading them to stop, only to find him thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle. Suddenly, Su Chongning, momentarily distracted, was struck on the arm by Wei Xiao, causing him to stagger and fall. Wei Yuan rushed forward, concern etched on her face. "Su Chongning, are you all right?" She attempted to help him up. As Su Chongning regained his footing, he noticed Wei Xiao glaring at them with a stormy expression. "Linger, come here. I have not struck him with lethal intent. He is unharmed." Su Chongning gently withdrew his arm and reassured her softly, "Do not worry. I am fine." Hearing his words, Wei Yuan scrutinized his expression once more before slowly returning to her brother's side. The Crown Prince approached, applauding, "Marvelous! You two have truly opened my eyes. It has been ages since I have witnessed such a riveting contest." He then turned to Wei Xiao and added, "However, Linger's performance is quite impressive as well." The Crown Prince's playful remarks led Wei Xiao to ponder the nature of their relationship, casting a scrutinizing glance at his sister. Wei Yuan, feeling guilty, lowered her head as if she had committed an indiscretion. At that moment, a graceful figure approached from afar. "Crown Prince, are you engaged in a martial contest?" Princess Yunhe, clad in riding attire, exuded elegance and composure, as if she had prepared for this moment. She gracefully approached the group, smiling at Wei Yuan. Sister Yuan is here too. Wei Yuan instinctively performed her greeting, her heart brimming with vigilance. The princess's appearance could only signify one intent. She was here for Su Chongning, and caution was warranted. The crown prince, sensing an odd tension in the air, suggested, "Let us proceed to the archery range." The three of them were to compete in archery. Wei Yuan's interest peaked. During her time in Jiangnan, she had trained briefly under her grandfather, who was an exceptional archer, capable of hitting targets from 100 paces. Although she had only grasped the basics, it was sufficient for her needs. Stepping forward, Wei Yuan declared, "Linger wishes to join." "Oh, Linger can shoot arrows?" The crown prince expressed his surprise. Wei Xiao explained, "This girl learned some skills in Jiangnan, but since returning to the capital, our father has forbidden her from engaging with such dangerous activities." The crown prince laughed. "What does it matter? Today, you shall have your fill." With the crown prince's permission, Wei Yuan beamed with joy, rushing to select a bow and fiddling with it, glancing over at Su Chongning and the others as they continued their contest. Princess Yunhe, unable to shoot, could not participate. She focused intently on Su Chongning, and after several rounds, the three paused to rest. Princess Yunhe immediately jogged over, offering Su Chongning a handkerchief. "Young marquis, wipe your sweat. The possessions of a princess are precious and must not be sullied by a mere minister." Su Chongning's refusal was unmistakable. Yunhe, the princess, felt a sense of frustration. She had already set aside her noble identity and sought ways to draw closer. Yet her advances were met with indifference. Nevertheless, she was not one to easily concede defeat. She pressed a handkerchief into Su Chongning's palm before turning and running away. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Wei Yuan, who was visibly displeased as she fiddled with her bow and arrows. At that moment, the crown prince spoke. "It is your turn." Wei Yuan, her fingertips turning pale, drew back the bowstring, but at the instant the arrow was released, her arm slightly veered off course. The arrow flew true, striking the princess's hairpin with precision. The three onlookers were momentarily stunned, forgetting to react. "Oh!" Yunhe, the princess, suddenly burst into tears, clearly startled. She pointed an accusatory finger at Wei Yuan, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Wei Xiao stepped forward, frowning as he admonished his sister. "Linger, did you not see the princess over there? How could you be so careless?" Wei Yuan wore a face of bewilderment, but silently retorted, "Of course I saw her. I merely intended to startle her. She is a princess, and without absolute certainty, I would be risking my head." After a considerable time, Yunhe ceased her sobbing and, still sniffling, pointed at Wei Yuan. "Crown Prince brother, she did that on purpose." In such a situation, the crown prince found it difficult to ascertain who was at fault and was momentarily at a loss for words. Observing the discomfort of those present, Wei Yuan stepped forward. "Your Highness, please forgive us." Linger did not act with malice. "I beg you to overlook this incident." She bowed respectfully to Princess Yunhe. For Yunhe, this was a considerable affront to her dignity, and she was not inclined to let it pass. Enraged, she seized a bow and arrow and aimed it at Wei Yuan. "If you wish for my forgiveness, then take an arrow from me." Chapter 18. The young marquis teaches horse riding. At this moment, it was Wei Yuan who felt panic. She was all too aware of her own archery skills and would not have loosed an arrow without utmost confidence. Yet, Yunhe's struggle to even handle the bow revealed her inexperience. The more Wei Yuan contemplated, the more fearful she became, retreating behind her brother, exposing only her head. "Your Highness, if you release that arrow, my head will surely roll." Seeing her cower only fueled Yunhe's ire. The crown prince, noticing her agitation, quickly interjected. "Yunhe, Linger has already apologized. Let's not dwell on this and forgive her this once." Hearing the crown prince's words only intensified Yunhe's anger. Even he was not on her side. She circumvented Wei Xiao, directing her bow at Wei Yuan. Su Chongning stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Wei Yuan. "Your Highness, please quell your anger." The young lady did not act intentionally. Yunhe was incensed at the sight of the three protecting Wei Yuan. What was it about her that warranted such loyalty? With her eyes slightly reddened, she forcefully threw her bow to the ground, yanked the arrow from her hair, and turned to leave, disregarding the disarray of her hairdo. As she departed in a somewhat disheveled manner, Wei Yuan felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet, upon witnessing the comical state of the princess's hair, she nearly broke into laughter, managing to suppress it, though her shoulders trembled slightly. Wei Xiao glanced at his sister and cleared his throat. The crown prince observed the group and felt a hint of awkwardness in the atmosphere. He remarked, "Enough of this. It is merely playful banter among the young ladies. Let us not allow it to dampen our spirits." The three then proceeded to the horse grounds, where Wei Xiao instructed his servants to bring forth 2 magnificent steeds. "Your Highness, these are the famed blood-sweating horses presented as tribute from the kingdom of Nanyuan. It is said that they can travel 1,000 miles in a single day. Would you care to try one?" As the crown prince approached for a closer inspection, he discerned that these horses were indeed unlike any ordinary steeds. Their coats were adorned with a deep crimson mane, and their eyes revealed an untamed spirit. The crown prince felt a surge of excitement and chose one of the horses. Swiftly mounting its back, "Giddy up!" the horse galloped out of the grounds, racing away with fervor. Wei Yuan watched in fascination. She had never realized that riding could be so majestic. She turned to Wei Xiao with a charming smile and said, "Brother, I too wish to learn to ride." Upon hearing this, Wei Xiao surveyed the other horses in the yard. Each one towered in stature, and he doubted that his petite sister could manage such a beast. He declined, saying, "What need has a little girl to ride? If you were to fall and injure yourself, how could I explain it to our parents?" Wei Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment. It was her brother who had invited her for a respite, yet now he was restricting her at every turn. It was quite tiresome. Noticing her disheartened expression, Su Chongming interjected, "Your Highness, I happen to have a gentler pony that you might like to try." "Really? Oh, let's go," Wei Yuan exclaimed with delight. The 2 girls wandered away, leaving Wei Xiao frowning at their retreating figures. He thought to himself how inconsiderate Su Chongming was, taking all the credit for being the good one. The pony Su Chongming mentioned was housed at the far end of the stable. Wei Yuan picked some grass and fed it to the pony, which eagerly accepted the offering, allowing her to pet it without flinching. Su Chongming led the pony out and handed the reins to Wei Yuan, saying, "Linga, why not give it a try?" At the sound of this affectionate name, Wei Yuan's heart skipped a beat, momentarily rendering her speechless. Su Chongming maintained a gentle smile, and as Wei Yuan regained her composure, she stepped onto the stirrup and mounted the pony. Initially apprehensive, she felt reassured when Su Chongming firmly held the reins. "Fear not, I shall not let go," Su Chongming assured her, and with that, Wei Yuan felt completely at ease. She affectionately stroked the pony's head and whispered, "Dear pony, my safety rests entirely upon you." Su Chongming chuckled, her lips curling into a playful smile. "Do you truly entrust your well-being to a pony, Your Highness?" Wei Yuan did not respond, but instead let out a soft giggle. Su Chongming guided the pony gently around the arena. After several laps, Wei Yuan grew bolder and began to ride independently. Su Chongming stood nearby, attentively watching over her safety. Wei Xiao, increasingly suspicious, approached Su Chongming and queried, "Might I inquire when you and Linger became acquainted?" The tone of his questioning made Su Chongming feel somewhat uneasy, and he replied hastily, "I met the princess not long ago, outside the city." Wei Xiao nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. He had ascertained that there was something significant between his sister and Su Chongming. He pondered whether he should reveal this to their parents. As dusk settled, the siblings hastily returned to the royal palace, where dinner was already prepared. After a day filled with frolic, Wei Yuan felt both exhausted and famished. Unfortunately, her father had not yet returned, leaving her unable to partake in a meal. She hurried into the kitchen and took a plate of pastries, intending to satisfy her hunger momentarily. However, just as she stepped out of the kitchen, she encountered Consort One. "Oh, has the princess starved herself?" Consort One often delighted in picking at her flaws, her words laced with barbs. Yet, as her father's consort, Wei Yuan felt compelled to show her a modicum of respect. Nevertheless, with her stomach empty, her spirits were not particularly high. "Must I be scrutinized by the likes of you for indulging in my own family as pastries?" Consort Wan, with downcast eyes and a faint smile, replied, "It appears there has been a misunderstanding, Your Highness. I merely expressed concern for your well-being." Concern? She had no need for it. If this woman could refrain from whispering sweet nothings in her father's ear, she would be eternally grateful. Thank you for your concern. But there are many who care for Langer. Perhaps you should direct your attentions towards my father instead. Though vexed internally, Consort One maintained a pleasant demeanor. Glancing at the pastries Wei Yuan clutched, she remarked, I shall not impose further, but the princess ought to be mindful of her demeanor, lest others mock the decorum of the Yu Wang residence. And do remember to temper your behavior. We Wunti want the palace to be emptied of its treasures. With that, she gracefully departed. Wei Yuan pursed her lips and swiftly stuffed a pastry into her mouth. At the Anqing marquis, Su Changning returned home and entered his study. He withdrew a note from his sleeve, its handwriting crooked and uneven. The note had been stealthily given to him by Wei Yuan as he left the military camp. The 16th of June marked the birthday of the Yu Wang Fei. It was well known among the citizens of the capital that the Wang Ye and Wang Fei, having married young, shared a deep affection, and on this day each year, he would accompany her to Qingshu Temple to pray for blessings. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Su Changning realized that since it was the Wang Fei's birthday, he ought to bring a gift if he were to attend the celebration. Just as he pondered what would be suitable, his mother, Lady Gu, entered the room. Why haven't you joined us for dinner? Are you unwell? Seeing his mother, Su Changning quickly rose to assist her to a nearby soft couch. I apologize for causing you concern, mother. I simply have little appetite. Reassured by her son's well-being, Lady Gu gazed at him and said candidly, you are not a child anymore. I have selected some noble young ladies for you. Tomorrow, you shall peruse their portraits and choose one that pleases you. Chapter 19. Selecting a birthday gift, Su Changning was taken aback that his mother sought him for such a matter. He held no interest in the portraits of noble young ladies. His thoughts were solely occupied with the impending visit to Qingshu Temple. Mother, I am not yet ready to contemplate marriage, he replied sincerely. Lady Gu did not wish to pressure her son, yet this matter entailed many complications, and as a mother, she felt quite burdened. Moreover, the emperor had hinted that delaying this issue could lead to unforeseen complications. Observing her son's resolute expression, she tentatively inquired, could it be that you already have someone in mind? Su Changning was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Gu's mother discerned her son's embarrassment and continued, Ninger, you have always been a source of comfort since childhood. The matter of marriage is not to be trifled with. If you have concerns, you must feel free to confide in your parents. While her words bore wisdom, the thought of her husband kept her from broaching the subject directly. Gu understood her son's temperament well. If he was reluctant to speak, no amount of probing would yield results. After her departure, Su Changning pondered what gift he should present to the Princess of Yu for her birthday. Early the next morning, he left the residence. Su Qing, driving the carriage, stifled several yawns. Young master, is there an urgent matter that requires us to venture out so early? Su Changning, having settled into the carriage, casually replied, nothing of significance. Merely a leisurely outing to procure a birthday gift. A birthday gift? Su Qing inquired, puzzled, for the birthdays of both the young master and his wife were still distant, and the birthdays of the young miss and young master had already passed. Who, then, was his master preparing for? Su Changning offered no explanation, and Su Qing had no choice but to suppress his curiosity. At the painting and calligraphy shop, an elderly gentleman in his 70s was diligently polishing a scroll. It was said that he had managed this establishment for over 50 years. Though aged, he remained vigorous, his gaze sharp as a hawk. Su Changning was a frequent visitor here, as the Duchess had a fondness for ancient paintings. He often engaged in discussions about art with the old man, and over time, they had developed a camaraderie that transcended their age difference. On this particular day, Su Changning arrived rather early, and the shop was devoid of customers. Upon entering, the elder greeted him with a smile. Young master, what brings you here so early? Su Changning, always respectful, nodded slightly and replied, Changbo, I have heard that you have recently acquired a scroll titled For Immortals Bestowing Longevity. Changbo chuckled heartily. You are quite well informed, young master. Come with me. He twisted an incense burner on the bookshelf, revealing a hidden door in the wall, and the two entered in succession. Inside was a veritable treasure trove. Ancient paintings, porcelain, a myriad of exquisite items, many of which were inherited masterpieces from Changbo's ancestors. This inner sanctum was generally not open to the public. Yet Su Changning was an exception. This painting has not been in my possession for even a month, and yet you are already aware of it, Changbo remarked as he retrieved the artwork from a box and handed it to Su Changning. Unrolling the scroll, Su Changning immediately recognized it as an authentic piece, for he had complete trust in Changbo's discerning eye, honed over 50 years. A few days ago, I heard that this painting had come into circulation in Chengdu, so it must have found its way to you, Su Changning noted. Changbo, stroking his beard with a hint of pride, responded, "Are you acquiring this painting as a gift for a birthday celebration?" To my knowledge, no one in the Duke's household has a birthday coming up. Changbo had often seen Su Changning procure gifts for various birthdays in the past, making him aware of the significant dates within the Duke's family. Su Changning smiled, but remained silent, and Changbo understood. With age comes wisdom, and the thoughts of the young were often transparent. Without further inquiry, he sold the painting to Su Changning at a reasonable price. On the way back, Su Qing hesitated several times, clearly wanting to speak. "If you have something to say, do so," Su Changning encouraged. Seeing through his master's thoughts, Su Qing smiled and asked, "Young master, for whom are you preparing this birthday gift?" Su Changning carefully admired the calligraphy and paintings, slowly speaking. "The princess consort of you." Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. The Anqing marquis and the Yu Wangfu had little interaction. Why would this young marquis prepare a birthday gift for the princess consort? Suddenly, she thought of Princess Anyang. The sole connection between her master and the royal residence was indeed this Princess Anyang. Could it be that the young marquis? Young marquis, you cannot possibly have feelings for Princess Anyang, can you? Su Qing asked cautiously. It was improper to pry into her master's personal affairs. Yet Su Changning had never regarded her as a mere servant. He was indifferent to her curiosity, merely feeling it unnecessary to discuss matters of affection with someone who lacked understanding of romantic feelings. Noticing her master remained silent, Su Qing continued, "Young marquis, Princess Anyang is indeed remarkable, but isn't Princess Yunhe also interested in you? The princess possesses a noble status and is well educated. Wouldn't marrying a princess be more beneficial for you?" Upon hearing Su Qing's somewhat absurd remarks, Su Changning rebuked, "Do not speak nonsense. No matter the circumstances, I would never sacrifice my marital happiness for the sake of family honor. One must choose a partner they truly cherish." Realizing her blunder, Su Qing fell silent and drove the carriage. Outside the marquis, a palace attendant approached, saying, "Young marquis, His Highness the Crown Prince requests your presence at the Eastern Palace." The messenger, a trusted aide of the Crown Prince named Wang Chong, appeared somewhat flustered, as if there was an urgent matter at hand. Su Changning instructed Su Qing to put away the paintings and followed Wang Chong to the Eastern Palace. At that moment, within the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince was in a furious rage in his study. Books and papers lay strewn across the floor, and several palace attendants knelt in silence, not daring to breathe. After bowing, Su Changning stepped forward and inquired, "Your Highness, what has transpired?" The Crown Prince stood by the window, the faint light illuminating half of his face, revealing no trace of emotion. After a long pause, he spoke coldly, "If Father Emperor does not favor me, why must he make me the Crown Prince?" Su Changning was aware of the intricacies of royal affairs, yet often feigned ignorance to protect his family. He recalled their first encounter during the Crown Prince's childhood, coinciding with the passing of the Crown Prince's mother, Consort Zhao. The early loss of his mother rendered the Crown Prince extremely sensitive. And following years of the Empress bearing no offspring, the Emperor entrusted the Crown Prince's upbringing to her. All along, the Crown Prince had been diligent, never allowing himself a moment of complacency. As the heir to the throne, he was under constant scrutiny, and he could not afford to make a single misstep, as he did not wish to disappoint his father. Su Changning picked up a book that had fallen at his feet and gently placed it on the table. "Your Highness, you are the heir apparent, destined to inherit the throne." The Crown Prince gave a bitter smile, turning to look at Su Changning. "Inherit the throne? Changning, do you know what Father Emperor said today?" Su Changning was puzzled. "Father Emperor declared that I am unfit for such great responsibility." Such words were undoubtedly the most devastating blow to the proud crown prince. As a subject, he ought not to meddle in royal matters. As a friend, he could only offer words of comfort. Your Highness, do not take it to heart. The emperor's words were merely spoken in anger. Your status as the heir apparent is an unalterable fact. Upon hearing Su Chongning's words, the crown prince approached the desk and retrieved a brocade box from a hidden compartment. Inside the box lay a white handkerchief, inscribed with blood-red characters. Trembling, the crown prince unfolded the handkerchief. My mother was never in favor of my becoming the crown prince. Perhaps she foresaw the trials I would face. Su Chongning remarked, the Empress Dowager surely wished for your Highness to live more freely. However, to bear the weight of this realm, one must surrender many things. How can one speak of freedom? Since the day he entered the Eastern Palace, the crown prince had prepared himself to sacrifice everything. Today was merely a moment of pent-up emotions, a brief venting of frustrations. After confiding in Su Chongning, he felt considerably lighter. He returned the brocade box to its place, a smile gracing his face once more. Today, I have embarrassed myself before you, Chongning. Witnessing the crown prince's renewed vigor, Su Chongning felt her spirits lift as well. The servants, having received permission, swiftly tidied up the disarray. On the 16th of June, the atmosphere at the residence of Prince Yu was jubilant. Prince Yu had instructed the servants early in the morning to adorn the estate. The Princess Yu delighted in merriment, leaving the servants no room for negligence. Wei Yuan began her preparations at dawn. For her, this day was not only her mother's birthday, but also the day she would reunite with Su Chongning. Petals filled basket after basket, and Wei Yuan soaked in the bath for a full hour, allowing the fragrance to permeate the room before she began dressing. She hurried to the main hall, where both Prince Yu and Princess Yu were present, along with the detestable consort Wan. She bowed gracefully to the principal seat before rushing to her mother's side. After a twirl, she asked, Mother, do I smell good? Indeed, the moment you arrived, I caught your delightful scent, Princess Yu praised with a smile. However, Prince Yu cleared his throat, gently reminding Linga, do you know what day it is today? Upon hearing her father's words, Wei Yuan beamed and knelt properly before Princess Yu. Linger wishes her mother longevity like the moon, brilliance like the sun, and a life as enduring as the southern mountain, steadfast as the pines and cypresses. This recitation brought joy to Princess Yu, who noted that her daughter typically shunned books. It seemed Linger had put considerable effort into this birthday greeting. She beckoned Wei Yuan closer, admiring the graceful young girl before her, and sighed, My Linger has grown up. I too have aged. You are not old, Mother. You will forever be the most beautiful woman in Xingdu, Wei Yuan replied, playfully tapping her mother's forehead. You always know how to flatter. The warmth of maternal affection enveloped them. Prince Yu interjected, The hour grows late. We must set off for Qingshu Temple. Today, there are military affairs to attend to, and Wei Xiao will likely return home only by evening. Therefore, it shall be only Wei Yuan accompanying us to the temple. Qingshu Temple is situated atop Tianmu Mountain, 50 miles outside Chengdu, and is usually bustling with worshippers. Today was no exception. Prince Yu wished to avoid causing any inconvenience to the temple due to his affairs, so he chose a secluded path for his family to ascend the mountain. The temple's abbot, Master Xuanqi, had devoted over 40 years to this sanctuary, having taken vows in his youth and had been a long-time friend of Prince Yu. In years past, on this day, the enigmatic Taoist would prepare early to welcome the esteemed Lord Yu and his family, and today was no exception. The majestic Tianmu mountain rose steeply, enveloped by verdant woods. Mists billowed between the clouds, and waterfalls cascaded between the peaks, exuding a grandeur and magnificence. After a journey of an hour, the group reached the summit, where the Taoist had long awaited at the back mountain gate. Your Highness, Your Excellency, how have you been? The Taoist greeted warmly. After exchanging pleasantries, he noticed a somewhat familiar young girl beside the Lady Yu. Who is this? He inquired. This is my daughter, Wei Yuan. It was you, Taoist, who bestowed her childhood name, replied Lord Yu. The Taoist observed Wei Yuan closely, noting her resemblance to her younger self. How time had passed, and the young lady had grown so much. Wei Yuan gazed at the Taoist, perceiving an ethereal aura about him, distinctly unlike that of ordinary mortals. She respectfully curtsied, embodying the grace of a refined lady. Once Lord Yu and the lady had offered incense in the main hall, they accompanied the Taoist to the rear courtyard to reminisce. With some leisure time, Wei Yuan decided to wander about, hoping to wait for Su Chongning. The mountain air was refreshingly crisp, and as she stood before the hall, stretching her limbs, the warm sun's rays enveloped her, lulling her into a sense of drowsiness. Jin Yu leaned against a nearby post, rubbing her sore legs. "My lady, are you not fatigued? I feel as though my legs might give way. You, my dear girl, have grown accustomed to idleness. If you practiced martial arts with me more often, you would surely strengthen your physique," Wei Yuan replied, stepping onto the stairs and slowly making her way down mountain. Jin Yu, with no choice but to follow at a leisurely pace, cautioned, "My lady, we must not stray too far. The Lord will be looking for you soon." After walking a short distance, they faintly heard the sound of a child crying from within the woods. Wei Yuan halted, straining to locate the source of the sound. "Jin Yu, do you hear a child crying?" Upon being questioned, Jin Yu thought she too perceived a faint cry. However, the sudden sound in the depths of the forest felt unsettling. The more she pondered, the more frightened she became, cold sweat trickling down her brow. Paler than before, she clutched Wei Yuan's sleeve, trembling as she said, "My lady, perhaps we should leave quickly. I am quite frightened." Hearing her quivering voice, Wei Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety as well, though she was braver than Jin Yu. What is there to fear? It is broad daylight. Surely no monster will come to devour you. At the mention of monsters, Jin Yu grew even more anxious, gripping Wei Yuan's garment tightly, barely daring to breathe. Wei Yuan, skeptical of ghostly tales, declared, "Today, I shall see what sort of monster might reside within this Qingshu temple." With that, she strode boldly into the woods. And though Jin Yu was terrified, she could not allow her mistress to venture alone. With a resolute heart, she followed closely behind. After traversing a narrow path for some time, their surroundings suddenly opened up. It turned out that the forest concealed a wondrous secret. By the mountain stream stood a cool pavilion, its plaque inscribed with the words Huilan Pavilion. As Wei Yuan approached, she discovered a young Taoist boy seated within, whose lamentations were indeed the source of the cries they had heard. Wei Yuan playfully patted Jin Yu's arm, teasing, "See, this is the monster that frightened you." Chapter 21. Encounter with a hornet in the temple. Wei Yuan stepped forward, observing the young Taoist boy with his face buried in his arms, weeping profusely. "Little master, why do you weep?" Upon hearing the inquiry, the young Taoist boy did not lift his head, but after a brief pause, he sniffled. "You may go. I am fine." It was a lesson imparted by her grandfather since childhood that one should lend a hand in the face of injustice. Should she turn and walk away now, it would be a betrayal of his teachings. Wei Yuan sat beside the young Taoist, lifting her skirt, and began to engage him in conversation. "You seem quite young. Why do you always cover your face? Are you afraid that your appearance might frighten others?" Upon hearing the remark about his looks, the young Taoist boy became indignant and raised his voice. "I am not ugly. When my master took me in, he said I had a fair countenance and a strong affinity for the Tao." A chuckle escaped Wei Yuan's lips, for though the boy was prone to tears, he spoke of himself with unabashed pride, surpassing even her own self-commendation. She was quite curious to behold the so-called handsome visage that possessed such a connection to the Tao. Encouragingly, she continued, "If you always hide your face, how will anyone see your fair features?" The young Taoist murmured, "In due time, those destined to see will behold me." "Not now." "Why not now?" Wei Yuan inquired further, her curiosity piqued. Seizing the moment while the boy was distracted, she swiftly pulled aside his arm, revealing his face completely. While it was difficult to discern any striking beauty, the two prominent welts on his cheeks were quite conspicuous, rendering his round face rather comical. The boy's expression shifted to one of irritation, leaving Wei Yuan momentarily at a loss for how to respond. In her fluster, she released his arm and hastily adjusted his sleeve to cover him once more. The young Taoist turned, using his sleeve to shield his face, and Wei Yuan leaned closer, softly asking, "What is this?" "I was stung by a wasp. What is there to make a fuss about?" he replied solemnly. If being stung by a wasp was of no great concern, then why the tears? Is it not merely a wasp sting? Just apply some medicine when you return. Why do you cry? Upon hearing Wei Yuan's words, the boy grew a bit anxious, momentarily forgetting to shield his face, and turned to say, I climb the mountain each day to gather herbs for my master. Every time I pass that tree, I get stung. My face has not healed in quite some time. Ah, so this young Taoist was tormented daily by the wasp, feeling powerless to seek revenge, which explained his sorrow. A sense of justice surged within Wei Yuan. How could she not assist in the face of such injustice, especially toward a child? She rose abruptly, rolling up her sleeves. Come, I shall help you eradicate that wasp nest. The young Taoist looked up at Wei Yuan with a hint of skepticism in his eyes, disbelief written across his face. Jin Yu stepped forward to caution, Your Highness, we are in the Taoist temple, and today is the birthday of the princess. If trouble arises, it's merely a small wasp. What trouble could it possibly cause? Besides, isn't helping others considered a virtuous deed? With that, she took the young Taoist by the hand and strode purposefully into the woods, leaving Jin Yu with no choice but to follow hastily. After walking a short distance, they paused beneath a large tree, where the young Taoist pointed to a dark patch above, casting a doubtful glance at Wei Yuan. The mistrust in his gaze was unmistakable. Yet how could she allow herself to be underestimated by a child? Recalling similar events from her time at her grandmother's house, Wei Yuan felt a surge of confidence. Wasn't it simply a matter of driving away the wasps with fire? Jin Yu, go fetch a torch. Ah, Your Highness, is that wise? Jin Yu expressed her concern upon hearing Wei Yuan's intention to use fire. Noting Jin Yu's hesitance, Wei Yuan urged, Hurry up, have you stopped listening to your princess? With a sigh, Jin Yu obediently set off to find a torch, understanding her duty as the princess's maid. Wei Yuan carefully monitored the location of the wasp nest until Jin Yu returned with the torch. The young Taoist observed Wei Yuan pacing beneath the tree, increasingly convinced that she was being overly audacious. If it's impossible, then don't overreach. Impossible? Wei Yuan glanced back at the young Taoist, suddenly struck with an idea. You too, step back and be cautious not to get hurt. The young Taoist complied, moving a few steps back, but Jin Yu refused to leave. Your Highness, what are you planning? Perhaps we should seek assistance. Fear not, I am confident in my abilities. Quickly hide. As Jin Yu and the young Taoist concealed themselves behind the tree, Wei Yuan took several steps back, swung her arm vigorously, and hurled the torch toward the wasp nest. With a resounding bang, the dark mass fell, and Wei Yuan turned to the two hiding behind the tree, beaming with pride. However, Jin Yu and the young Taoist could not share in her amusement. They gaped in horror as a cloud of black mist began to rise ominously behind Wei Yuan. Jin Yu trembled and pointed behind her. Unfazed, Wei Yuan furrowed her brows in confusion. Jin Yu urged anxiously, Your Highness, run. Slowly turning around, Wei Yuan was met by the oncoming swarm of black mist. Ah, help! She cried, sprinting away. Seeing her mistress in peril, Jin Yu bravely stepped forward, shielding Wei Yuan with her own body, eyes squeezed shut. Strangely, the wasp chose to bypass Jin Yu, relentlessly pursuing Wei Yuan. Stunned for a moment, Jin Yu quickly resumed, shielding Wei Yuan's face. The two dashed away from the wasps, with the young Taoist following closely behind. Despite their efforts to protect themselves, Wei Yuan could not escape the wasp sting. As both ladies grew weary, Jin Yu urged Wei Yuan to flee, insisting she would stay back. I refuse to abandon you. We shall face this together, Wei Yuan declared. Your Highness, this is no time for sentiment. Those wasps seem to have a grudge against you. Jin Yu exclaimed helplessly. Just then, the young Taoist approached, holding the torch. You two go ahead. I will handle them. Wei Yuan hesitated, unwilling to leave the young Taoist alone. Jin Yu, desperate, pushed Wei Yuan forward. You must go. The wasps target you specifically. I will assist the young Taoist. In a moment of urgency, Wei Yuan dashed down the hill, only to collide into a sturdy embrace. Dazed, she stumbled backward, caught by a pair of steady hands. Startled, she looked up to see Su Chongning gazing at her. A look of confusion etched on his face. Su Chongning glanced behind them, seeing nothing amiss. What is happening? He questioned, perplexed. Wei Yuan was about to respond when she felt something amiss with her face. Raising her hand to touch it, she discovered that it seemed devoid of sensation. Panic surged within her as she exclaimed, "It's over. My face is ruined." Chapter 22. Applying the medicine at the foot of the mountain, Su Chongning observed Wei Yuan's face, now swollen and red, and a suspicion arose in his mind. With concern, he asked, "How did you get stung by a wasp for no reason?" Wei Yuan dared not lift her gaze, burying her face low. "It's too late for words now. What am I to do about my face? There will be an ugly princess in the capital." As she spoke, tears welled up and trickled down her cheeks. At that moment, Jin Yu had mysteriously disappeared. And considering the toxicity of the wasp sting, Su Chongning hastily led Wei Yuan down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain stood a modest clinic, where only an elderly doctor was present. Upon their arrival, he was seen laboriously drying herbs in the courtyard. Su Chongning quickly stepped forward to assist him, and the doctor, sizing him up, remarked, "A perceptive young man. What seems to be the trouble?" "You misunderstand. It is this young lady who's been stung by a wasp. Could you please take a look?" Su Chongning replied courteously. The doctor turned to glance behind him, noticing Wei Yuan standing at the entrance with her head bowed, as if she had committed a grave error, silent and forlorn. He spread out the herbs in his hands, then led Wei Yuan inside, inquiring, "Is it serious?" "Nothing too grave. Please come inside," he added, slowly making his way into the room. The air inside was thick with the scent of medicinal herbs. The walls were lined with rows of antiquated cabinets, devoid of any other furnishings. The cabinets, adorned with faded patterns, bore the marks of time. Despite his age, the doctor handled the herbs with unwavering precision, swiftly preparing a concoction. He stated matter-of-factly, "I'm quite busy. I have no time to grind it for you. You can do it yourself." With that, he pushed the herbs towards Su Chongning. Not one to refuse, Su Chongning took the herbs outside to grind them. He dared not delay, as Wei Yuan's face remained swollen and must have been extremely uncomfortable. The elderly doctor cast a curious glance at Wei Yuan and inquired, "Is he your husband?" "The young lady has good taste. Judging by your attire, you must be of noble status, yet you are willing to toil. Quite rare indeed." At the doctor's words, a faint blush crept onto Wei Yuan's numb face. The term husband stirred something within her, but she managed to retain her composure. Gently shaking her head, she denied, "He is not my husband." The doctor appeared unconvinced, yet he refrained from pressing further. Watching the industrious figure of Su Chongning, Wei Yuan quietly fetched a chair from somewhere and sat down, her gaze fixed intently upon him. This scene resembled that of many ordinary couples, though their meals were simple. Their bond was strong, accompanying each other through the ebb and flow of life. Wei Yuan found herself envisioning a future with Su Chongning, growing old together while their children established their own families, leaving just the two of them. Despite their hair turning white, Su Chongning would still dote on her, accompanying her to the market to buy candy and indulging her every wish at the temple fairs. Lost in such thoughts, Wei Yuan disregarded her swollen face and secretly smiled. This moment was fortuitously observed by the elderly doctor, who paused to scrutinize her, muttering to himself, still in denial, "You're smiling like a blooming flower." Under the guidance of the elderly doctor, Su Chongning finally prepared the herbal remedy. He brought the concoction before Wei Yuan, only to realize that applying it to her might be somewhat inappropriate. However, Wei Yuan seemed unfazed. She gazed incredulously at the dark potion before her, finding it hard to believe that this would be any less unsightly than her swollen face. "Is this medicine truly effective?" she inquired cautiously, before Su Chongning could respond. The elderly doctor interjected, his voice booming, "Humph. There are no other apothecaries within a 10-mile radius. You must place your trust in me." Noticing the two hesitating, he urged, "Stop dawdling. Hurry and apply the medicine. It's not as though we are strangers." Su Chongning, feeling reassured, smiled at the doctor's words. He was indeed correct. With no one else around, there was no need for unnecessary hesitation. In the grand scheme of things, the urgency of the situation outweighed any concerns about propriety. Wei Yuan leaned forward, saying, "It's all right. I trust you. Go ahead." At her words, Su Chongning chuckled softly. He delicately applied the ointment to her face, being exceedingly cautious not to cause her any discomfort. Although the remedy was unappealing in appearance, its efficacy was remarkable. As soon as the ointment touched her skin, Wei Yuan felt a soothing coolness wash over her, a testament to the elderly doctor's skill. Once the application was complete, Wei Yuan's face was entirely smeared with the dark remedy, leaving only her bright, expressive eyes visible, creating a somewhat comical sight. The elderly doctor approached for a closer look, shaking his head with a playful remark, "Oh, you're even darker than this old man." Wei Yuan, too shy to gaze at her reflection, silently prayed for a swift recovery. Meanwhile, within the Qingsu temple, Prince Yu and Daoist Xuanqi were engrossed in a lively discussion when Jin Yu rushed outside, panting heavily. The princess, noticing Jin Yu's distress, quickly stepped out of the room. "What is the matter? Where's Linger?" "Your Highness," the princess was stung by a wasp and ran off in a panic. Jin Yu replied urgently, "What? Then hurry and send someone to find her." The princess hastily made her way outside, instructing the attendants accompanying her to descend the mountain in search of her daughter. Hearing the commotion, the two men inside also emerged. A young acolyte dashed towards them, exclaiming, "Master, I have caused a calamity." "Qing Yin, what on earth happened?" "I encountered a young lady who, in her attempt to assist me, was chased down the mountain by a wasp and has since vanished." Before Qing Yin could finish, Prince Yu had already deduced that the young lady he spoke of must be his beloved daughter. He followed closely behind his wife as they descended the mountain. The disappearance of the princess was indeed a grave matter, prompting Daoist Xuanqi to dispatch the remaining personnel within the temple to aid in the search. Just as the group was nearing the mountain gate, Wei Yuan emerged, her face darkened by the ointment, accompanied by Su Chongning. The princess hurried forward, examining her daughter from head to toe before finally focusing on her face. "How did your face become so dark?" Wei Yuan, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "Mother, I'm fine. I've applied the medicine, and I will recover shortly. You child, the moment I cannot see you, you get into trouble. The terrain of Tianmu Mountain is perilous. What would I do if anything were to happen to you?" Her tone held a hint of reproach, yet her face was filled with concern. Prince Yu stepped forward, noticing Su Chongning standing nearby. After Su Chongning saluted the two, he comforted them, saying, "Rest assured, Your Highness and Princess. The young lady has seen the doctor, and there is no serious issue. The young lord had also come today to pay respects." Lord Yu had not heard of any association between his daughter and the Anqing marquis, and seeing the two standing closely together aroused his suspicions. Su Chongning stepped forward, presenting a painting, and explained, "I heard that today marks the birthday of the esteemed princess, so I prepared a gift, hoping that Your Highness and Princess will graciously accept it." Heard? That must have come from his own daughter. Lord Yu's expression darkened. This child was always too trusting of outsiders and would inevitably be deceived one day. Chapter 23. Confession to Father. Lord Yu was somewhat displeased, but Lady Yu, being more understanding, signaled to the servant behind her, who took the gift from Su Chongning's hands. "Thank you, young lord, for your generosity," Lady Yu expressed politely. Lord Yu had much to discuss with Master Xuanqi, but after this encounter, it was time to return home. Noticing his daughter lingering by Su Chongning's side, seemingly unwilling to part, Lord Yu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. "We should return home now. I do not wish to intrude upon the young lord's leisure," he called out. "Linger, come here." Seeing her father's stern face, Wei Yuan protested. "Father, Su Chongning specially came to deliver a gift to Mother. Why are you acting this way?" "Oh, what do you mean by acting?" Lord Yu retorted, displeased. He believed he had been quite amiable, faced with a young man eyeing his daughter. He felt it was only right to take action. Su Chongning, feeling somewhat helpless, realized that Lord Yu did not seem to favor him. Nevertheless, he had prepared himself for such a reception. In the court, the Anqing marquis and Lord Yu had a history of discord. The marquis, of an outsider lineage, had earned his title through military merit, while Lord Yu aspired to a life of leisure, leading to mutual disdain. The atmosphere turned awkward, prompting Wei Yuan to rush to her mother and plead, "Mother, please take father home first. I still have matters to discuss with Su Chongning. I cannot allow this. You, an unmarried young lady, cannot remain alone with a stranger." Before Lady Yu could respond, Lord Yu interjected vehemently. Lady Yu, unconcerned with courtly matters, had heard many rumors about Su Chongning. Despite inheriting his family's glory, he was diligent and talented, already a commander of the imperial guards at a young age. Deeply trusted by the emperor, if her daughter genuinely liked him, she would not oppose it. Your Highness, there are maids and servants present. They are not alone. Lady Yu gently advised. Lord Yu looked incredulously at his wife. She truly had no fear of their daughter being led astray by a cunning young man. Master Xuanqi approached, casting a benevolent smile at Su Chongning. Turning to Lord Yu, he said, Your Highness, let things unfold naturally. It is best not to force matters. After a long silence, Lord Yu sighed and solemnly instructed, Your mother and I will wait for you at the mountain gate. With that, he bid farewell to Master Xuanqi and departed with Lady Yu from Qingshu Temple. Wei Yuan then joined Su Chongning in a nearby pavilion. Wei Yuan felt disheartened. She had hoped to spend a delightful day with Su Chongning, but it seemed she had ruined the opportunity. Would Su Chongning think poorly of her for always causing trouble? Seeing Wei Yuan in low spirits, Su Chongning expressed concern. Linger, does your face hurt? Wei Yuan shook her head. Then what is troubling you? After a moment of silence, Wei Yuan hesitantly asked, Su Chongning, would you marry a woman of unpleasing appearance? One who not only lacks beauty, but also brings misfortune? Observing Wei Yuan's dejected demeanor, the smile that had graced Su Chongning's lips faded instantly. He replied with utmost seriousness, All people are drawn to beauty. I am no exception. Hearing this, Wei Yuan's heart plummeted to despair. Did this mean she would never have a chance? She cursed her own heedlessness. Just as she succumbed to sorrow, Su Chongning continued, However, if it were the one I cherished, I would not care for her appearance. As long as she is herself, that is enough. Wei Yuan's head shot up, her gaze fixed on Su Chongning. Could the one he cherished be herself? How could she ascertain if she truly held that place in his heart? Noticing her conflicted expression, Su Chongning offered a gentle smile, reassuring her that Linger's face would remain unscathed and she would not grow less beautiful. Wei Yuan felt as though she might drown in the warmth of his smile, momentarily forgetting the question she had intended to ask. The day is drawing to a close. We must not keep the prince and princess waiting, Su Chongning reminded her. Wei Yuan glanced toward the horizon, where the sky had indeed darkened. The two hurried down the mountain, and after bidding farewell to Prince Yu and the princess, Su Chongning departed in the carriage of the marquis's residence. Seated opposite her father, Wei Yuan felt a sense of guilt, rendering her unusually quiet. Prince Yu appeared to hesitate, sighing repeatedly. The princess, suppressing her amusement, inquired, My lord, why do you sigh so? It is not good. I am not well. Prince Yu's inner turmoil seemed poised to erupt at any moment. Observing her husband's demeanor, the princess found him to be more childlike than their daughter, and she cast a knowing glance at Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan thought, Why does mother always communicate with her eyes? What does she mean? If I misunderstand again, it would only exacerbate the situation. The princess, seeing her daughter's perplexed expression and her lack of action, sent her another look, this time more exaggerated. Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow at her mother, as if finally grasping something. She cleared her throat and, with unwavering conviction, declared to her father, Daughter has set her sights on Su Chongning. You need not fret over my marriage any longer. Oddly enough, expressing her feelings lightened her heart considerably, and she felt a swell of pride. What a troublesome child! Prince Yu exclaimed, nearly leaping from the carriage. My lady, listen to this. Are such words fitting for a daughter? Among so many talented young men in Chengdu, why must it be him from the Anqing marquis's house? The princess was momentarily at a loss for words. She felt a deep sense of guilt for her daughter's lack of understanding, realizing she had failed in her responsibilities as a parent. Wei Yuan, standing her ground, replied, Father, I believe that in all of Chengdu, only Su Chongning is truly suited for me. You. Prince Yu was at a loss for words. His hand pressed against his chest in disbelief. Noticing her father's displeasure, Wei Yuan slowly moved closer to him, resting her small cheek against his arm. And with a tone reminiscent of her childhood, she coaxed, Father, have you not always wished for my happiness? Now that your daughter has found her happiness, why are you still discontent? Lord Yu was rendered speechless. How could he explain to his daughter that the Duke of Anqing was always opposing him in the court? If a marriage alliance were to be formed with the Duke of Anqing, It was clear the other party would not consent. He feared his daughter would suffer grievances. The thought that Su Chongming had the audacity to approach his daughter without the consent of both parents reignited the anger he had just managed to suppress. He pushed aside Wei Yuan's head, brushing off the herbal residue clinging to his arm, feigning disdain. The three traveled in silence, and after half an hour, the carriage finally halted before the gates of the Yuangfu. Wei Xiao approached the carriage, intending to assist his sister down, only to be startled by the expression on her face. Before he could inquire about the reason, he saw his father striding into the estate with a grim countenance. Wei Xiao assumed his father was upset with him for returning late and missing their mother's birthday celebration. He cast an innocent and apologetic glance towards his mother. Lady Yu shook her head in resignation. It has nothing to do with you, just go inside. With that, she walked slowly into the residence. Wei Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and playfully patted his sister, asking inappropriately, "Have you gotten into trouble again?" Wei Yuan's face darkened further. She shot her brother a glare and ascended the steps in silence. Wei Xiao was bewildered. Whom have I offended today? Chapter 24. Lord Yu prevents his daughter upon returning home. Lord Yu did not question his daughter further. Instead, he retreated into the princess's chamber, burdened with thoughts and sighs. Lady Yu instructed the kitchen to prepare bird's nest soup, but Lord Yu had no appetite. "Your Highness, please eat something," Lady Yu gently urged, placing the soup before him. Lord Yu glanced at it without taking any, lamenting, "How can the princess indulge Linger today? Such an important matter as marriage cannot be left to a mere young girl to decide." Lady Yu understood her husband well. He did not disdain the Duke of Anqing's household, but rather, as a father, he felt discomfort at the sudden emergence of a suitor for his grown daughter. She set the soup down and sat beside him, stating with conviction, "In my view, that young lord from the Su family is indeed a worthy match. You witnessed today how courteous he was, his temperament amiable, and he holds the emperor's favor. What more could you possibly wish for? Has the princess lost her senses? The Duke of Anqing is an inflexible old fool, and Linger is so free-spirited. Won't she be constrained if she marries into that family?" Lord Yu retorted, leaping up from his chair in protest. Lady Yu fell into contemplation. Her daughter had always been accustomed to freedom, and if she were to be bound by rules, she would surely be unhappy. Yet, she realized that regardless of the family she entered, she would face similar challenges. Thus, it would be better to allow her daughter to choose the one she loves. She lifted her gaze to the silent Lord Yu and stated firmly, "As long as the two children share mutual feelings, I will not stand in their way. I hope Linger marries one with whom she is truly in love. The rest, the palace will support her." Lord Yu remained silent. He too wished for his daughter's happiness, yet an involuntary wave of worry and reluctance surged within him. The thought of not being able to see his daughter every day caused his eyes to well up with tears. After a long pause, he feigned annoyance and declared, "In any case, I will not easily give my consent. The temperament of Su Chongming remains a mystery to me." The princess consort of the royal prince smiled gently, aware that this individual still harbored some uncertainties. She offered the bird's nest delicacy once more to the royal prince, suggesting he not worry about the children and instead partake in some nourishment. Wei Yuan, overwhelmed with frustration, retreated to her chamber, allowing Jinyu to cleanse her face and reapply the medicinal ointment. Wei Xiao stood outside the window, and upon catching a glimpse of his sister, he couldn't help but chuckle. Wei Yuan, already in a state of disarray, found her brother mocking her at such a critical moment infuriating. She pointed toward the window and commanded, "Jinyu, close the window." "Oh, I shall stop laughing, I promise," Wei Xiao quickly pleaded, handing several porcelain vials through the window. "These medicines are for you. Do not forget to apply them. Be cautious, or you might end up with a pockmarked face." Wei Yuan cast a skeptical glance at him, questioning the efficacy of the remedies brought by her brother, who had spent most of his time in the military. Perceiving her disbelief, Wei Xiao quickly clarified, "The frontier is harsh and plagued by biting insects. These medicines were specially concocted by skilled healers I consulted in the countryside. Do you still doubt your brother? Jinyu, take them away," Wei Yuan instructed. Once Jinyu had accepted the vials, Wei Xiao leaned closer, ensuring no one was within earshot, and quietly inquired, "Sister, Do you truly have feelings for Su Chongning? Wei Yuan had no intention of concealing her feelings, especially now that their father was aware. It was impossible to hide the truth. Besides, she had always acted with integrity, without anything to conceal. She nodded, openly admitting her affection. Are you aware that the Marquis of Anqing does not maintain a cordial relationship with our father? Wei Xiao probed cautiously. Wei Yuan was not privy to such matters of state, and she believed their father, being a man of integrity, would not have any adversaries. Father is such a good man. Any disagreements they have are merely trivial. In time, they will naturally resolve, she asserted confidently. Wei Xiao understood that their father would not sacrifice his daughter's happiness for the sake of appearances, though he worried that she might feel constrained should she marry into the marquisate. He refrained from further comments and smiled at Wei Yuan, saying, Su Chongning seems admirable. If you truly like him, I shall support you. Upon hearing her brother's words, Wei Yuan's eyes sparkled with hope. She had assumed he had come to act as their father's intermediary, but it turned out he was on her side. Now, she had another ally. As long as their father and the Marquis of Anqing could coexist amicably in the future, all obstacles would dissipate. She rushed to the window, exclaiming, Brother, you are truly wonderful. I shall endeavor not to anger you in the future. Wei Xiao playfully tapped her on the head, amused by how easily she was pleased with a little kindness. The following day at court, as the ministers gathered in the Taya Hall, the royal prince, having comforted himself throughout the night, found all his resolve collapsing in the moment he laid eyes on the Marquis of Anqing, replaced by indignation. Observing the Marquis surrounded by several officials, all wearing expressions of flattery, the royal prince disdainfully turned his face away. Though out of sight, his heart remained troubled, and he pretended to stroll casually behind the group. A minister remarked, A tiger's son will not be a dog. The young lord is strikingly reminiscent of his father, having already secured a favored position by the emperor at such a tender age. How can one not feel envious? Another minister concurred, indeed, who among the youthful talents of this prosperous city could possibly rival the young lord? Hearing these words, Prince Yu found them rather grating. He could not help but snort coldly. Indeed, he pales in comparison, being so cunning at such a young age. The surrounding ministers ceased their flattery, their expressions becoming somewhat awkward. Duke Anqing furrowed his brow, displeased, unsure of what had come over Prince Yu today. Another minister, with a forced smile, added, General Wei is commendable as well, young and accomplished, having achieved significant military feats. This is all due to your excellent guidance, my lord. The praise for his son filled Prince Yu with delight, though his outward demeanor remained modest. Internally, he felt proud of his son, who had safeguarded countless citizens of Wei. In stark contrast to Duke Anqing's son, who had never even set foot on the battlefield. What could he possibly compare? Duke Anqing, concealing his displeasure, agreed. Prince Yu indeed excels in raising his children. It is said that all within the military hold General Wei in high regard. Having such a commander is a blessing for our great Wei and its people. Prince Yu was taken aback by Duke Anqing's unexpected praise for his son. Was this old fellow not usually so aloof? Today, he seemed transformed, smiling broadly. Casting a sidelong glance at Duke Anqing, he said in a low voice, You flatter me. Duke Anqing, I wonder if you would still be smiling if you learned that your son was entangled with my daughter? Chapter 25. Su Chongning confesses his heart in the Duke Anqing's residence. Su Chongning followed his usual custom of greeting his mother. Lady Gu was overjoyed and summoned servants to bring forth some paintings. Chongning, these are the portraits of noble ladies from the capital that I mentioned previously. Take a close look. Do any of them please you? Initially thinking his mother was merely speaking casually, Su Chongning was taken aback to find her serious. As the servants unfurled the paintings before him, he did not cast even a glance. Noticing her son's dismal mood, Lady Gu inquired, What troubles you? Do you have something on your mind? Su Chongning had intended to wait until matters settled before confiding in his mother, but now he felt compelled to express his feelings. After careful consideration, he slowly replied, Thank you for your concern, but I cannot choose. Oh, and why is that? Lady Gu asked, puzzled. I already have someone I admire. Su Chongning stated candidly, without a hint of concealment. Upon hearing this, Lady Gu maintained her composure. She had anticipated this outcome, as today was largely a test. That reassures me. But I wonder which young lady has captured your heart? Princess Anyang of the Prince Yu's residence, he disclosed. Prince Yu's residence? Lady Gu's expression turned grave as she bowed her head in contemplation. At that moment, Duke Anqing's voice resonated from outside. What about Prince Yu's residence? Seeing his father return, Su Changning rose to greet him. Lady Gu stood to assist her husband in changing out of his official robes, casually remarking, "Oh, it's nothing. Just a discussion with Changning about some matters, mentioned in passing." Duke Anqing glanced around the room and noticed several portraits of young ladies, quickly realizing the situation. His wife had previously mentioned selecting suitable marriage candidates for their son. It appeared this was indeed the reason for today's conversation. He took his seat, sipping tea with an air of indifference, and asked, "Have you found a candidate?" Su Changning faced his father with an air of calmness. Gu Shi intended to intervene, but Su Changning preemptively declared, "I wish to wed Princess Anyang." Splutter. The tea in Duke Anqing's mouth was inadvertently expelled. Gu Shi hurried to assist him in wiping the water from his garments. "Did I mishear?" Duke Anqing questioned his wife. Gu Shi remained silent, while Su Changning reaffirmed, "Father, you heard correctly. I have my heart set on Princess Anyang. Wei Yuan." Duke Anqing furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling the peculiar demeanor of Prince Yu during today's court session, his cryptic words insinuating that he was already aware of this matter. One could only imagine how that old fellow must be mocking him in his heart. Seeing Duke Anqing on the verge of anger, Gu Shi hastily reassured him, "My lord, Changning has come of age and harbors his own aspirations. In truth, the house of Prince Yu is not entirely without merit, nor is it commendable. As a royal, he idles away his days and shows little dedication to state affairs. Our Su family's ancestors would never consent to such a union." Before Gu Shi could finish, Duke Anqing retorted in indignation. Su Changning understood that their ancestors had built their military honors with their very flesh and blood, and the glory of today flowed from the blood of their forebears. His father had always instilled in him the importance of not squandering time, to serve the nation and its people diligently. Although Prince Yu yearned to live as a leisurely noble, he had faithfully served by the emperor's side since the ascension, without any significant blunders. Moreover, he had raised such an exceptional son as Wei Xiao. Stepping forward respectfully, Su Changning said, "Father, while Prince Yu may not eclipse your remarkable achievements, he has been a devoted subject, and I am enamored with Princess Anyang. Her father's character is of little concern to me." Duke Anqing slowly seated himself, fearing that his ire might lead him to act rashly. He gazed at his usually humble and obedient son, left speechless. Gu Shi, anxious about the escalating tension between father and son, interjected, "Changning, why don't you step outside for a moment? I have matters to discuss with your father." Understanding his mother's intent, Su Changning bowed respectfully before turning to leave. Persuading his father would not be an easy task. He would have to attend to his duties first. In the Taya Hall, the emperor had been reviewing memorials in the inner chamber throughout the day, with palace attendants waiting outside, Su Changning among them. Princess Yunha had come to seek her father, but unexpectedly spotted Su Changning at the entrance to the inner hall. This was her first encounter with him since that day at the horse racing grounds when she had left in anger. She had since stealthily visited Taiha Hall in search of his familiar figure, and had even attempted to discreetly inquire about him from her father, but each time returned disappointed. Today, however, fate had granted her this unexpected meeting. Princess Yunha approached, waving her hand to halt the palace attendants from bowing to her, and gracefully made her way to Su Changning. "Young lord, I wish to speak with you. Might it be convenient?" Su Changning was reluctant to entangle himself further with Princess Yunha, knowing that acquiescing to her request would likely lead to misunderstandings. He respectfully declined, stating, "I am currently on duty and cannot leave. I hope the princess can understand." Having anticipated his refusal, Princess Yunha was not displeased. Casting a glance at Taiha Hall, she continued, "What is it? Do you now dare not even speak with me? Should my father inquire, I shall provide him with an explanation." Su Changning furrowed his brows. If he continued to linger, rumors about him and the princess would surely spread like wildfire. Princess Yunha gracefully approached the imperial bridge beside the eastern side of Taiha Hall, and Su Changning followed at a distance. "Princess, do you have any commands?" She inquired. What is it about Sister Yuan that has you so protective of her? Princess Yunhe boldly posed the question that had plagued her for quite some time. Su Chongning was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such directness from her. What was so special about Wei Yuan? He could not articulate it. Merely seeing her brought him joy and ease. Her every frown and smile, her every gesture, tugged at his heartstrings. Even her mischief struck him as charming and playful. I am at a loss as to how to respond to your inquiry. Your Highness, he confessed, feeling that further elaboration would be futile. Princess Yunhe, with a hint of self-mockery, remarked, how absurd. Here I am, deliberately lowering my status to win your favor, while you refuse to even spare me a glance. And now, I find myself outdone by a mischievous girl. Su Chongning had no words to counter her. He had never pursued Princess Yunhe, and he could not comprehend why she had developed feelings for him. Yet matters of the heart are often uncontrollable. Having recognized his own sentiments, he resolved not to indulge Princess Yunhe in any illusions. You, a noble princess, are destined for a worthy match. While I am already devoted to another, I shall never waver in my affections. Seeing Su Chongning's resolute expression, Princess Yunhe was momentarily stunned. Such a man is a rarity in this world. Indeed, she had not misjudged him. As for promises of unwavering loyalty, the unpredictability of life renders such assurances uncertain. Chapter 26. Wei Yuan follows to the brothel. A fortnight had passed, and Wei Yuan's complexion had fully recovered, leaving no trace of her prior ailment. Although the medicine provided by her brother was quite precious, Wei Yuan felt that the salve applied by Su Chongning was far more effective. Jinyu rushed in with a new outfit in her arms, exclaiming, Princess, the madam noticed you have been cooped up in the manor for days. So she prepared new clothes for you and asked me to accompany you on an outing. Wei Yuan swiftly leaped from her bed, trying on the garments. Her mother's creations were indeed beautiful. Oh, Princess, there's no need to try them on. You will look splendid regardless. Jinyu generously praised her. After a thorough grooming, Wei Yuan strode out of the manor with Jinyu, feeling a release from the pent-up frustrations of the past few days, though the sudden freedom felt somewhat foreign to her. The two wandered aimlessly, and after such a long absence, they noticed an abundance of new stalls lining the streets. The sky was clear and bright, and the faces of the townsfolk beamed with joy. Madame Song, selling persimmons, handed one to Wei Yuan with familiarity, saying, Princess, it has been quite some time. My persimmons are ripe now. Do try one. Gratefully, Wei Yuan accepted the fruit, savoring the sweet juice that made her squint in delight. Taking advantage of Madame Song's distraction, Jinyu quickly tossed a few copper coins and hurried away. Uncle Li, hawking cosmetics, called out, Princess, we have just received new rouge and powder. Do take some. Wei Yuan waved her hand with a smile, for most of the local vendors were engaged in modest trades, struggling to make ends meet. Moreover, this area had once been plagued by bullies who harassed them, extorting money for so-called territorial fees. Not long ago, she had implored her brother to send someone to deal with those bullies, and now life had improved somewhat for everyone. She could not take advantage of the impoverished citizens. In her leisure time, Wei Yuan would stroll around here, observing the diligent efforts of the people, and she felt that all her endeavors were indeed worthwhile. After leaving the market, Wei Yuan still found herself uncertain about where to go. Jinyu reminded her, Your Highness, shouldn't we return to the manor? It seems the princess only permitted us to be out for half a day. It's still early. Shall we indulge in some bamboo shoots and steamed goose? Wei Yuan proposed. It had been since the Lantern Festival since she last enjoyed it, and after finally managing to leave the manor today, she was eager to satisfy her craving. Jinyu, equally fond of delicacies, nodded enthusiastically in agreement. With a newfound goal, the two quickly headed towards the tavern, only to spot a familiar figure at the street corner in the distance. Wei Yuan halted, squinting as she inquired, Jinyu, does that person not resemble Su Chongning? Jinyu rubbed her eyes and gazed ahead. Your Highness, it's not just a resemblance. That is indeed the young marquis. With this confirmation, Wei Yuan seized Jinyu's hand. What a stroke of luck. Let us hasten after him. The two hurriedly pursued him. Su Chongning appeared flustered, seemingly anxious about being seen. Even Jinyu sensed something amiss. The usually composed young marquis was acting out of character today. She cast a worried glance at her mistress, only to find Wei Yuan's brow furrowed in concern. With a mix of curiosity and apprehension, Wei Yuan followed at a distance until Su Chongning entered a brothel. Jin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to her mistress. "This must be quite a blow to you, Your Highness. Do you think we could be mistaken?" Though Wei Yuan was reluctant to believe that Su Chongning could frequent such establishments, it was indeed what she had witnessed with her own eyes. She could not doubt her own vision. Outside the brothel, courtesans swayed their waists, alluringly beckoning passing patrons. Su Chongning's demeanor upon entering suggested he was no stranger to this place. Wei Yuan's heart sank as she looked up at the sign, the glaring words "Drunken Cloud Pavilion" piercing her consciousness. This was the largest brothel in the capital. Jin Yu, feeling indignant, muttered, "Your Highness, the young marquis has truly gone inside." Wei Yuan remained silent for a long moment, causing Jin Yu to think her mistress was too heartbroken to speak. Just as she was about to offer some words of comfort, she observed Wei Yuan seemingly resolute, preparing to enter the brothel. "Your Highness, shall we really go in like this?" Jin Yu pointed out their apparel. The two were dressed as women, and brothels did not permit females to enter. Wei Yuan glanced around and suddenly spotted a tailor shop not far off. She dragged Jin Yu into the shop, where Jin Yu stood transfixed by the array of garments for both men and women. Which should they choose? Suddenly, a piece of clothing fell from above, landing atop her head. "Hurry, change quickly. We are out of time," Wei Yuan urged. Jin Yu tore off the garment and swiftly changed in the back room. Wei Yuan, possessing striking features, could not merely don male attire. Thus, the two resorted to their clever ruse and both affixed false beards to their faces. The two walked confidently towards the Drunken Cloud Pavilion, only to find themselves surrounded by a group of exquisitely dressed women, their attire flamboyant and alluring. "Oh, where did this charming young man come from? He is quite handsome, and that beard suits him well," one exclaimed, reaching out to tug at Wei Yuan's beard, to which he hastily dodged. "Look at that physique. He must frequent this place often." Wei Yuan intended to seek assistance from Jin Yu, but to his dismay, Jin Yu was in an even worse predicament, being held by two women and utterly defenseless. In a moment of desperation, Wei Yuan produced several silver ingots and offered them, which were snatched away in an instant. Lowering his voice, he said, "Now that you have taken the silver, do not obstruct my path inside." The women, understanding the situation, cheerfully dispersed. With no more hindrance, Wei Yuan and Jin Yu successfully entered the building. Inside the grand hall of the brothel, a stage was erected, adorned with red drapes that cascaded down to the floor, faintly revealing a dancing courtesan in the center. Below the stage, countless patrons were engaged in revelry, the air thick with the scent of wine. As Wei Yuan navigated through the unsteady crowd, he persistently searched for Su Chongning, yet found no trace of him. Reluctantly, the two ascended to the second floor, where a series of private rooms awaited, each door firmly shut. It was Jin Yu's first visit to such a place, and she felt a surge of anxiety. How were they to locate someone? Surely, they could not simply barge in. What if they encountered something inappropriate? As they pondered their predicament, a figure flitted past in the corner, strikingly similar to Su Chongning. Wei Yuan hurried after the shadow, witnessing the figure enter a room at the far end. The lighting was dim, and she could not be certain if it was indeed Su Chongning. However, they had come this far. There was no reason to turn back. Just as she was about to push the door open, Jin Yu seized her arm. "Your Highness, are you truly going in? What if? What if what?" Wei Yuan asked, perplexed. Jin Yu did not respond, instead lowering her head in embarrassment. Seemingly understanding the implications, Wei Yuan exhaled deeply, then gently pushed the door open. Jin Yu covered her face with her hands, unable to look. Peering through the crack of the door, Wei Yuan found nothing inside. Had she truly misjudged? She glanced at Jin Yu and instructed, "You go over there and keep watch. Alert me if anything happens." Reluctantly, Jin Yu left, her apprehensions lingering. Once assured of her solitude, Wei Yuan stepped inside. Chapter 27. The princess's harassed. The room was simply and modestly furnished, with a square bed draped in fine fabric and a pile of silk quilts nearby. In the center stood a round table, upon which rested a cup of steaming tea, the vapor rising gently. This scene resembled a woman Yuan's private chamber more than a place of revelry. The room was small and unobtrusive, revealing no sign of life. Wei Yuan felt a pang of disappointment. Had she truly mistaken the identity of the person she had seen? Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Wei Yuan turned alertly, only to find a stunningly beautiful woman standing behind her, with willow-like brows and captivating, autumn-like eyes. Dressed in red, she exuded an enchanting allure. She approached gracefully, her figure swaying like a willow in the breeze, her waist as slender and supple as that of a water snake. The dark tresses cascading over her shoulders danced with her movements, leaving an indelible impression on all who beheld her. Wei Yuan stood frozen in place, gazing intently at the newcomer, momentarily forgetting to react. The woman casually surveyed Wei Yuan, a fleeting glimmer of cunning flashing across her face. She stepped closer, brushing a handkerchief against Wei Yuan's cheek. The sudden waft of fragrance jolted Wei Yuan back to reality. She stumbled back a few steps, warily scanning her surroundings, contemplating an escape from this place. Noticing her reaction, the woman spoke softly. "Oh, this young gentleman possesses the audacity to intrude upon my chamber, yet lacks the courage to meet my gaze." It was true that trespassing into another's quarters was improper. Yet how could Wei Yuan withstand the allure of such a beguiling figure? She blinked, feigning composure, and replied, "It was indeed improper of me to invade your space. But I was merely searching for someone and accidentally stumbled in. I shall take my leave now." With that, she turned to exit. The woman, quick to react, seized Wei Yuan's arm and whispered in her ear, "Searching for someone? Surely, you must mean to find me?" The delicate breath brushed against Wei Yuan's ear, causing her to shiver with discomfort. She instinctively raised a hand to her ear, distancing herself from the woman. Irritated, Wei Yuan retorted, "I do not know you. Why would I be looking for you?" The woman chuckled, unperturbed. "Pray, do enlighten me as to what brings you to this den of pleasures in search of me." Her tone was laden with innuendo. Wei Yuan was well aware that the women here were notoriously bold. It was unexpected for this one to be so shameless. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, alternating between crimson and pale as she struggled to find a response. Wei Yuan had never anticipated that someone of her experience would find herself so thoroughly flustered in a mere brothel. As her mind raced, she seized an opportunity and darted towards the exit, but the woman, swift as a shadow, tugged at Wei Yuan's sleeve, flinging her onto the couch. The impact caused Wei Yuan to wince in pain, and she lifted the quilt to toss at the woman, who deftly evaded it. Before Wei Yuan could react, her hands were pinned down by the woman. At this moment, the woman's demeanor shifted, losing some of its allure, replaced instead by a glint of disdain. In the realm of the world, how can one simply come and go as they please? Wei Yuan exerted all her strength to break free, but the more she struggled, the tighter the woman's grip became. This adversary was no mere damsel. She possessed considerable skill. In desperation, Wei Yuan threatened, "I care not for your world's rules. My guard waits just outside. Should I call for her, you will regret your actions." The woman dismissed the threat with ease, freeing a hand to tear away a small tuft of hair from the corner of Wei Yuan's mouth, causing her to grimace in pain. "Who are you? And what is your purpose here?" the woman demanded, her expression turning fierce. It was then that Wei Yuan realized the formidable nature of the woman before her. How could one with such prowess be found in a brothel? A sense of fear began to creep in, and seizing a moment of distraction, Wei Yuan cried out, "Jinyu, save me." As the sound emerged, it was swiftly muffled by the woman's hand. Jinyu did not hear Wei Yuan's cry, but Su Chongning, hidden in the secret chamber, faintly recognized the familiar voice. He quickly stepped out to see Wei Yuan struggling on the couch. "Yao, cease this at once." Upon hearing Su Chongning's command, Yao released her grip on Wei Yuan, stepping aside to stand respectfully, awaiting her fate. Wei Yuan's delicate face flushed crimson, and Su Chongning approached to assist her, concern etched on his features. "Are you all right?" As the figure before her gradually came into focus, it dawned on Wei Yuan that Su Chongning was indeed in a brothel. In that fleeting moment, her heart felt as though it shattered. She had just uttered the name of that woman. Had they shared something? She dared not ponder further, and was at a loss on how to confront Su Chongning, merely bowing her head in silence. Su Chongning, believing that Yu Yao's earlier actions had inadvertently harmed her, appeared exceedingly anxious. Ling, are you injured? No, I did not harm her, Yu Yao quickly retorted, eager to distance herself from the incident. Observing Yu Yao's composed demeanor before Su Chongning, all of Wei Yuan's sorrow transformed into anger. With all her strength, she pushed Su Chongning away and fled. Su Chongning rose and turned his gaze toward Yu Yao, who, aware of her culpability, feigned ignorance. He did not chastise her, instead hastily pursuing Wei Yuan. Jinyu, witnessing the princess and the young marquis emerging from the room one after the other, was left in disbelief. Curiously, she approached and discovered another woman still inside. The situation was indeed perplexing. Once the three had departed, Yu Yao leisurely seated herself to savor tea. Suddenly, the door to the secret chamber creaked open, and a man sauntered out, taking a seat across from her. Since you recognize that woman as Princess Anyang, why did you choose to toy with her? I have heard many tales about Princess Anyang since her return to Chengdu. I was simply curious about what sort of woman she truly is. Having seen her today, it is indeed intriguing, Yu Yao replied languidly. The man chuckled softly. After all this time, you still delight in teasing others. As Yu Yao beheld his handsome visage, warmth flooded her heart. She poured a cup of tea and placed it before him. You must have not tasted the tea from Wei Kingdom in ages. Do try it. I saved this especially for you. The man, holding a folding fan, pushed the teacup forward and stood, saying, I shall forego the tea. Its fragrance lingers too sweetly, evoking memories that are better left unremembered. With that, he gracefully turned to leave. Yu Yao fixated on the steam curling from the cup, ethereal yet tangible, a wave of melancholy washing over her. Suddenly, she called out to his retreating figure, He Ming, when shall we meet again? He paused, his feet feeling as heavy as mountains. Perhaps turning back had become a luxury. After a moment, he replied, Naturally, when the time is right, until his silhouette vanished completely. Yu Yao remained rooted in place, sorrow filling her eyes. When she finally stepped through that door again, she would once more be the enchanting mistress of the brothel. Chapter 28. Su Chongning patiently explains, after Wei Yuan dashed out of the Drunken Cloud Pavilion, she hurried westward until she paused by a riverbank outside the city. Su Chongning followed closely, arriving at the riverbank to find Wei Yuan crouched down, her face etched with frustration. He approached her, intent on verifying whether she was injured. However, Wei Yuan turned her body away, unwilling to acknowledge him. I merely wish to know if Yu Yao has truly harmed you. He spoke gently, as if soothing a child. Hearing him call another's name with such familiarity ignited Wei Yuan's anger, prompting her to hurl the stone in her hand into the river. Pouting, she retorted, Your Yu Yao has not harmed me. Even if she had, this princess would forgive her for the sake of the young lord. With that, she turned her face away, sulking. At this moment, Su Chongning grasped the situation entirely. Her anger stemmed from Yu Yao, suggesting that she indeed cared deeply. A subtle smile graced Su Chongning's lips, seemingly in high spirits. As long as you are unharmed, that is sufficient. Just a few brief words, with no further explanation. Wei Yuan gazed at him incredulously, exclaiming in exasperation, Let us assume I misjudged you and placed my trust in the wrong person. How can you not comprehend why I am upset? Noting Wei Yuan's genuine anger, Su Chongning ceased to tease her deliberately. His eyes narrowed, the warmth of his smile radiating from his depths as he spoke softly. Ling, I am indeed acquainted with Yu Yao, but it is not as you might assume. Then why? Wei Yuan yearned to inquire about the nature of Su Chongning's acquaintance with a courtesan, yet she hesitated to voice it directly. The mere thought of Yu Yao's earlier flirtatious demeanor reignited her ire. Su Chongning gazed at the riverbank and gently explained, Yu Yao is, in fact, the proprietor of the Drunken Cloud Pavilion. She simply delights in teasing others. That establishment is not an ordinary brothel, Linger. My visit there was for a matter of great importance. A matter of importance? Surely it pertained to court affairs, a subject that held no interest for Wei Yuan. She merely sought to learn everything about Yu Yao. And how did you come to know Yu Yao? 7 years ago, I accompanied my father to the Jingshan County for disaster relief and encountered a starving little girl. That girl was Yao. Su Chongming reflected on the past, recounting the events to Wei Yuan in detail. At that time, Yu Yao's entire family had perished in the calamity, leaving her all alone. Seeing her on the brink of starvation, Su Chongming had given her a bun, unaware that she would wait day and night at the government office to express her gratitude to her benefactor. Finally, after a week, she met Su Chongming, who advised her not to dwell on it. Yet, she insisted on following him to leave. Her motives were twofold: to repay her debt of gratitude and to seek a place of refuge. For in such a cruel society, how could a lone girl survive? After walking more than 10 kilometers in sandals that exposed her toes, Su Chongming was moved, and thus she accompanied him to the capital. Upon hearing Su Chongming's narrative, Wei Yuan could hardly fathom that the enchanting woman she had just encountered harbored such a harrowing past. Nevertheless, she still felt disquieted. Observing the shift in Wei Yuan's expression to one of tranquility, Su Chongming continued, "Linger, Yao has always been working for me. She is merely my subordinate. Wei Yuan is a person of genuine character. She does not harbor disdain for women of the brothel, for throughout history, many have displayed unwavering loyalty to their country and people. Some illustrated tales even extol their stories, which Wei Yuan cherishes dearly." Su Chongming has elucidated the matter clearly, and the anger in Wei Yuan's heart has dissipated like mist. With this understanding, the young princess decided to let bygones be bygones. Turning away from the riverbank, Su Chongming cautioned her, "Linger, your garment is torn. How will you return home in such a state?" Upon hearing this, Wei Yuan glanced down to find her hem in tatters, undoubtedly the result of a recent mishap. She muttered indignantly, "That tailor deceived me, claiming their fabric was durable. What brazen falsehood! How embarrassing this is before Su Chongming." Su Chongming stepped closer, suggesting, "Let us go to my place to change your clothes before heading back." "Your place? The Anqing marquis residence?" Wei Yuan stood frozen, anxiously clutching the edge of her garment, her feet refusing to budge. Noticing her hesitation, Su Chongming turned to reassure her. "I am referring to my private villa." Upon hearing this, Wei Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to catch up, feeling a twinge of bashfulness at the thought of going to Su Chongming's abode. His villa, situated in the outskirts, was a gift from the emperor, and Su Chongming seldom visited. As they arrived at the entrance, Su Qing rushed out to greet them. "Young Marquis, you and he." Suddenly remembering the need for discretion, he cast a furtive glance at Wei Yuan, who was quietly keeping her silence. Su Chongming had no intention of concealing anything from Wei Yuan. The complexities of court affairs entangled many, and he merely wished for her thoughts to remain untainted by such burdens. "Let's go inside," he urged. The villa's interior was exquisitely charming, with deep courtyards and graceful bamboo groves. Passing through the outer flower hall, they reached a three-sided corridor, with the main house at the end of the stone path. Su Chongming first led Wei Yuan to a bedroom in the back courtyard, then instructed a servant to fetch a set of women's attire. Curiously, Wei Yuan questioned how there could be women's clothing in the villa. Rather than explaining, Su Chongming encouraged her to change quickly. Though puzzled, Wei Yuan entered and silently donned the garments, surprised to find them fitting her perfectly, as if tailored specifically for her. When she emerged, Su Chongming was genuinely astonished. The light pink silk dress floated like a wisp of gossamer. The pale blue ribbon at her waist danced with the breeze, and her complexion mirrored the beauty of blooming peach blossoms. Regaining his composure, Su Chongming praised, "Indeed, it suits you splendidly. What are you being coy about?" Wei Yuan inquired softly as she approached him. "There is a seamstress 5 kilometers outside the city, renowned for her extraordinary skills. Her creations are known as heavenly garments." Su Chongming explained slowly. Observing her attire, which was indeed exceptional, Wei Yuan pondered how Su Chongming could possibly know her measurements. "How did you know it would fit me so well?" she asked. Su Chongming replied with a light smile, "Perhaps you were destined to wear this garment." Wei Yuan, skeptical of such notions of fate, simply felt a joy in her heart, as if basking in the warmth of spring. In the corner, the begonia flowers were swept up by the wind, their petals delicately landing on Wei Yuan's hair, enhancing her beauty to a breathtaking degree. Chapter 29. The punishment of reciting verses. By the time Wei Yuan departed from the garden, dusk had descended. She shared a carriage with Su Chongning, and even when the carriage halted before the Duke's residence, she showed no inclination to disembark. "Linner, it is time to return. It is late, and the Duke and Duchess will surely be worried," Su Chongning urged. Encounters with Su Chongning were often rare, and each meeting seemed to spark a series of peculiar mishaps, making parting all the more difficult in this moment. "Do you truly wish for me to leave so hastily?" Wei Yuan murmured. How could he desire her departure? It was merely the current circumstances that rendered their association inappropriate. Her reputation was of paramount importance. Su Chongning reassured her, "Whenever you wish to meet, I shall be there." Although she knew this was merely a means of comforting herself, Su Chongning served under the emperor's uncle and could hardly come and go as she pleased. Nonetheless, a sense of joy blossomed within her. "Go on back," Su Chongning urged. Wei Yuan gracefully leapt from the carriage and hurried towards the Duke's residence. Inside the main courtyard, the Duke sat silently, while the Duchess gazed anxiously towards the entrance. Jin Yu knelt in the center of the yard, her head lowered and motionless. Upon witnessing this scene, Wei Yuan instinctively sensed trouble brewing. She slowed her pace, contemplating how to navigate the situation. The Duchess stepped forward, and upon observing that her daughter appeared unscathed, she reproached. "Linner, where have you been? Do you wish to worry your father and mother to death?" Hearing her mother's inquiry, Wei Yuan realized her parents were likely unaware of the day's events. Her expression relaxed as she approached her father, saying, "Father, why are you sitting here? The wind has picked up outside. You must take care of your health." The Duke's countenance darkened as he inquired where she had been. Wei Yuan stiffened, yet feigned nonchalance as she replied, "Father, I have not gone anywhere. There was a temple fair in the South Market, and I simply went to enjoy the festivities. There were so many people there today." Still lying. The Duke's reprimand startled Wei Yuan, and she glanced up at his stern face, blinking in surprise. The Duchess quickly interjected, "Your Grace, please do not let your anger affect your health. Let us hear what Linner has to say." Suppressing his fury, the Duke commanded in a low voice, "Speak the truth. Where exactly did you go? I do not wish to hear lies." A battle raged within Wei Yuan's mind as she grappled with uncertainty about whether her father was aware of her visit to the brothel. Should she remain stubborn, or— "Father, I truly went nowhere special. I was merely wandering about. Let us go inside quickly." Her words were nothing but deceit. A royal princess, disguised as she was, had ventured to a brothel. Such audacity was intolerable. The Duke seethed with anger, contemplating whether he would have struck a son in such a situation. It dawned on Wei Yuan that her father was indeed aware of the matter. She suddenly turned to Jin Yu, whose panic was evident as her head lowered further. "What is the meaning of this? You dare to betray the princess?" she exclaimed. "Just wait until I punish you." "You are hardly in a position to punish anyone," the Duke retorted, pointing at Wei Yuan with a voice full of ire. Wei Yuan knew she was in the wrong. She had no business frequenting such places. Yet she had disguised herself so well that no one should have known. Observing his daughter's expression, Prince Yu understood that she remained unaware of her misstep. He slowly settled into his chair, raising a hand to soothe his chest, attempting to steady his breath. "You aspire to aid the common folk and uphold justice. I would not mind if you pilfered from the treasury, but what of the brothel? How could a young maiden like you venture into such a place?" His tone revealed both resignation and disappointment. Wei Yuan realized that her father was genuinely angry this time, although she often found herself in trouble. He had never displayed such an expression during reprimands or punishments before. A surge of fear gripped her. Her greatest dread was causing her parents sorrow. She stepped forward and knelt down. "Father, I acknowledge my error. If it pleases you, punish me by withholding dinner or even strike me a few blows. Please do not remain angry." With that, she resolutely extended her left hand, awaiting the reprimand. Prince Yu's heart softened as he turned his face aside. He had never resorted to hitting or scolding his children, especially not his beautiful daughter. Each time she displayed such a pitiful demeanor, he found himself at a loss. Wei Yuan, well versed in her father's weaknesses, discerned his softened heart. She inched closer, resting her delicate face against his leg, cooing, "Father, I could truly understand my mistake. Please do not be angry. It pains me to see you distressed. Soothing others was Wei Yuan's forte, and as her sweet voice reached him, Prince Yu felt that his leniency in parenting had contributed to her current disposition. He gently patted her head, weary, and said, I cannot manage you. Let your mother take charge. With that, he rose and departed. As he handed this troublesome situation to the princess, she was left to deal with the burden. Wei Yuan, seeing her father leave, obediently moved to her mother's feet, extending her left hand again. Mother, perhaps you could punish Linger in place of father. The princess sighed, gazing at the daughter she had nurtured for 10 months. How could she bear to chastise her? Yet, Wei Yuan likely sensed that her mother would not impose a harsh punishment, which emboldened her to confess her wrongs so readily. After a prolonged silence, Wei Yuan cautiously glanced up at her mother's expression, detecting no anger. Given her mother's historically gentle temperament, she hoped to escape unscathed today. The princess, pondering an effective method of discipline, recognized that punishment must carry some weight. Otherwise, her daughter might find herself in similar predicaments in the future. After much contemplation, she recalled that her daughter dreaded reciting lessons. With a gentle tone, she remarked, You, with your delicate skin, how could I bear to strike you? Wei Yuan's heart leapt with joy, and her delight was evident. As she realized she would not be punished physically, she stood up and dusted off her clothing, careful not to soil the garment gifted by Su Chong'ing. The princess knew her daughter had never truly repented, and before Wei Yuan could revel in her relief, she continued, Then your punishment shall be to memorize in Sunan and Ze within 7 days. Should you fail, I shall not let you off easily. This decree struck Wei Yuan like a bolt from the blue. It would be better for her to endure some physical pain, as wounds heal within a few days, whereas the hardships of studying are akin to a lifelong nightmare. She approached her mother and pleaded, Mother, if you are unwilling to strike my palms, a blow to my backside would suffice. I rather enjoy a bit of corporeal punishment. It would be gratifying for you and relieving for me, a perfect compromise. Wouldn't it? The princess of Yu had long since discerned her daughter's subtle intentions and deliberately remarked, How about you also recite the 4 books and 5 classics while you're at it? All right, just make me memorize in Sunan and Ze, Wei Yuan quickly interjected, eager to prevent her mother from suggesting more. If she did not intervene, it seemed she would be required to memorize the entire collection from her father's library. Observing her daughter's expression, the princess of Yu found it amusing, though she maintained a serious facade. After the princess departed, only the disheartened Wei Yuan and the remorseful Jin Yu remained in the courtyard. Chapter 30. Wei Zhao's beloved Wei Yuan approached Jin Yu in feigned anger, saying, You chatterbox, how dare you betray me? Jin Yu appeared on the verge of tears, responding, My lady, I was merely concerned for your safety, suspecting that there might be some trickery at the brothel, which is why I thought to seek the prince's help. Wei Yuan was well aware of Jin Yu's loyalty. Had she not been worried about her, she would never have spoken a word. Wei Yuan crouched before Jin Yu, observing her face contorted with worry, and remarked with amusement, Are your legs numb? Jin Yu initially nodded, then quickly shook her head. I am at fault and do not dare to rise. Do you wish to atone? I do. Jin Yu replied straightforwardly. Wei Yuan pondered seriously and said, Then I shall grant you the opportunity to redeem yourself. You will supervise me until I have memorized in Sunan and Ze. What do you say? Jin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, as if grappling with an incredulous notion. Her mistress struggled to stay awake when faced with books, and the idea of memorizing was a daunting challenge. Even reading a few pages was a considerable feat. Noticing Jin Yu's hesitation, Wei Yuan inquired, What is the matter? Are you unwilling? Jin Yu frowned deeply, and after much deliberation, she finally said, My lady, perhaps I should just stay kneeling. Once back in her chamber, Wei Yuan sank into a chair, battling drowsiness while Jin Yu read aloud to her, believing that if her lady did not wish to read, then listening would suffice. In time, she would surely remember. However, after an hour, Wei Yuan had absorbed not a single word and nearly toppled from her stool. Jin Yu, at a loss for what to do, urged, My lady, if you do not devise a plan, how will you explain this to the princess? Wei Yuan tapped her forehead, still drowsy, and murmured, Jin Yu, Who is so idle as to write such books? It's all just a tedious collection of lofty principles. How much better it would be to look at illustrated volumes. Jean Yu silently retorted that illustrated books were indeed pleasing, but lacked the substance to teach the principles of life. My lady, the princess is using this punishment to encourage you to study and improve your character. Perhaps if you delve into it, you will naturally come to understand. Jean Yu stood beside her, fervently persuading, for if her lady did not learn, she would surely share in the repercussions. Wei Yuan did not consider her disposition to be flawed. She acted with chivalry, championing justice, a trait celebrated in tales of gallant heroes. With a swift motion, she snatched the book from Jean Yu's hands and slammed it onto the table. I am utterly exhausted today. I must see if my brother has returned. If you wish to read, then do so on your own. With that, Wei Yuan dashed out, ignoring Jean Yu's calls behind her. Wei Zhao's chamber lay to the east, separated from Wei Yuan's by a garden. As she hurried through the garden, she spotted a solitary figure sitting by the pond. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed her brother. But why was he so still by the water's edge? A sense of foreboding washed over her. She tiptoed closer to him and noticed he was holding a tattered hairband. Lost in thought, "Brother, you aren't contemplating something dire, are you?" Wei Yuan exclaimed suddenly. Startled, Wei Xiao nearly stumbled into the pond. Regaining his composure, he reproached, "Why do you tread so silently, you little imp? You nearly frightened me to death." Wei Yuan settled beside him, her expression one of discontent. "You appear so troubled." I thought. Though her words trailed off, Wei Xiao discerned her implication. He had grown accustomed to her peculiar thoughts. He pinched her cheek and gestured toward the pond. "Do you think this pond could drown someone?" Indeed, it could not. The water barely reached the waist. Wei Yuan chuckled sheepishly, realizing she had forgotten in her haste. Her gaze fell upon the hairband, which, upon closer inspection, revealed itself to be a man's. Could it be? A flurry of odd notions surged through her mind. No wonder her brother had remained unattached all these years. No matter how their mother urged him, he remained resolute in his dedication to the country. No wonder he spent all his time in the barracks, seldom returning home. In disbelief, Wei Yuan looked at her brother, recalling the stories she had read in novels. She never imagined her brother would be entangled in such a tale. She had envisioned a learned and gracious sister-in-law, perhaps even a chubby little nephew. Her eyes reflected curiosity, doubt, and a hint of regret. Wei Xiao, puzzled by her scrutiny, inquired, "Linger, why do you gaze at me so?" "Brother, it's really nothing." Regardless of what her parents think, Linger will always stand by your side. Her declaration of loyalty only deepened Wei Zhao's confusion. What could their parents possibly oppose? Who is he? Wei Xiao finally grasped that his sister referred to the hairband in his hand. Lost in contemplation, he replied after a long pause, "She's a general from Beima." "What?" Wei Yuan exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. She glanced around and crouched down to whisper, "Brother, you." "Well, never mind that. But how is she from the enemy nation?" Wei Xiao was well aware of her origins, yet he had never entertained the thought of a future with her. Merely a fleeting encounter, perhaps never to be repeated. Some individuals may find themselves resigned to mere nostalgia. Wei Yin pouted. It is not merely nostalgia, as such sentiments are hardly tolerated by the world, and she herself can scarcely endure it. However, after the exhausting study, it is quite pleasant to listen to a story to alleviate her weariness. Though her brother cannot be by her side, perhaps voicing the tale would bring him some solace. She leaned in, her expression earnest. "Brother, could you recount how you two first met?" Wei Xiao had always shared no secrets with his sister, and while she loved to stir trouble, she consistently managed to consider matters from his perspective, so sharing this with her would pose no issue. "At that time, I had just arrived at the border, where the northern desert had already captured 2 cities of the Wei Kingdom, all through her efforts. When Wei Xiao first reached the border, the army had been engaged in prolonged warfare, and morale was at an all-time low. He busied himself with reorganizing the troops while training the soldiers. Soon, the border began to revive, but this tranquil existence was short-lived. One night, as everyone relaxed their vigilance, a sudden fire broke out in the granary. Most rushed to extinguish the flames, leaving only a few to guard the camp. Taking advantage of this, the northern desert's forces infiltrated the barracks. In a flurry of confusion, Wei Xiao donned his armor and rushed to confront the enemy. He noticed the commander was someone he had never encountered before, illuminated by the flickering flames of the darkness, revealing a face both exquisite and profound. His curiosity piqued. He engaged in fierce combat with the opponent, who deliberately lured him out of the camp until they reached a labyrinth of poplar trees. The two exchanged blows amidst the trees, and despite his superior skill, Wei Xiao found his sword poised perilously close to his adversary's cheek. In that fleeting moment, he hesitated. His sword grazed her hair, and her hairpin fell away, cascading her long hair about her. It was only upon clearer view that he realized he was battling a woman. This woman was strikingly different from the ladies of the Wei Kingdom he had encountered. Her fierce demeanor and the ruthless precision of her strikes spoke volumes. Upon recognizing her features, Wei Xiao smirked in mockery. Is there no one left in the northern desert? Have you resorted to sending a woman to launch a surprise attack at this hour? Chapter 31. An invitation to the flower viewing gala. The woman, perceiving the condescension in his words, retorted with indignation. What of being a woman? Any woman from the northern desert could decimate your Wei army without leaving a trace. Such audacity! Wei Xiao laughed heartily. My dear lady, do not boast so grandly. Had I not shown restraint, do you truly believe you would still be standing here conversing with me? Though somewhat flustered by his words, the young woman remained defiant. You could slay me now. The victor claims the spoils, and I would accept my fate. As Wei Xiao gazed into her resolute eyes, a flicker of admiration blossomed within him. Without much contemplation, he casually replied, You may depart, but remember, a man of the Wei Kingdom would never stoop to quarrel with a woman. The young woman paused, clearly taken aback by his unexpected mercy. Once she regained her composure, Wei Xiao had already taken several steps away. Suddenly, as if recalling something vital, she hurried after him, calling out, Do not go that way. It leads to quicksand, and you shall meet your demise. Wei Xiao turned back, suddenly realizing she had drawn him out to ensnare him, understanding that even if he were to slay her, he would not escape this poplar grove alive. He changed direction and took a few steps, glancing back at her with a gaze laden with complexity. Thank you. The girl called out to Wei Xiao's retreating figure. I owe you nothing. When we meet again on the battlefield, I shall show no mercy. Wei Xiao did not halt his pace nor turn around. A subtle smile played on his lips as he vanished into the night. The memory abruptly ceased, yet Wei Xiao's expression remained intriguingly profound. Wei Yuan felt a pang of sympathy for her brother. Had she been a woman, it might have blossomed into a beautiful romance, but alas, it seemed her brother would have to endure the torment of longing for some time to come. Noticing her brother's deep contemplation, Wei Xiao raised his hand and waved it before his sister's eyes. Is it truly that moving? Why are you on the verge of tears? Suddenly, Wei Yuan embraced her brother's arm, leaning against him gently. Brother, I had no idea you were suffering so. Rest assured, even if the whole world misunderstands you, Linger will always stand by your side. Although Wei Yuan's words were profoundly touching, Wei Xiao found them somewhat peculiar. After all, he had merely developed feelings for a woman. Why should he be cast aside by the world? He shook his head in self-mockery, his gaze drifting toward the dwindling koi in the lake. Early the next morning, Wei Yuan was roused by Jin Yu, who insisted she memorize her lessons. If the young lady could grasp the lessons quickly, perhaps the prince and princess could find some solace. Wei Yuan, still half asleep, felt a surge of irritation. Jin Yu, perhaps it would be better if father gave me a beating instead. Jin Yu supported the nearly collapsing Wei Yuan, urging, My lady, if you do not learn soon, we shall not be able to leave the manor. And how will you meet the young marquis? Upon hearing the words young marquis, Wei Yuan instantly perked up, snatching the book and poring over it earnestly. At noon, a messenger from the palace arrived, announcing that Princess Yunhe would host a flower viewing banquet in the imperial garden in 3 days, extending a special invitation to the young princess. Wei Yuan held little interest in such gatherings. Had it been a martial arts competition, she would have been eager to participate. Upon learning of this, the princess consort, aware that her daughter was ill-suited for such an occasion, nonetheless recognized the importance of the invitation from the princess and saw no reason to decline. Although Wei Yuan resolved to attend the banquet at her mother's urging, she soon encountered a dilemma. Jin Yu, looking anxious, remarked, My lady, you may not be aware, but despite its name, the flower viewing banquet has little to do with flowers. It is, in fact, a contest of talents among the noble ladies of the capital, and each invited young lady must prepare a showcase of her finest skill. Talent? Wei Yuan racked her brain, struggling to comprehend why women were expected to possess talents and be proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She had never engaged with such pursuits and had always found joy in her own way. Yet, she could not disregard the princess's invitation. After pondering for several hours, Wei Yuan began to polish her sword, recalling the techniques her grandfather had taught her. As Jin Yu stepped into the room, she found Wei Yuan caressing her sword, murmuring incantations. "My lady, what are you doing?" Wei Yuan replied calmly, "I am, of course, preparing for the performance at the flower viewing banquet. I bet no one else will be dancing with the sword." Jin Yu was at a loss for how to respond. Naturally, no one would perform swordplay at a flower viewing banquet. What noble lady would showcase her martial skills at such an event? It could easily lead to being mistaken for an assassin. She hesitated and said, "Your Highness, how could one perform swordplay at the flower banquet? Moreover, weapons are not allowed in the palace." Wei Yuan had forgotten all about it. "If I do not bring this sword, I cannot wield any other. If I accidentally harm those noble ladies, it would be my fault." Jin Yu laughed heartily, unable to contain herself, thinking perhaps her princess could indeed commit such an act. "Your Highness, what I mean is that you simply cannot dance with the sword. But what shall we do if I cannot perform anything else?" Wei Yuan mumbled. Jin Yu pondered seriously for a moment and replied, "Your Highness, there are 3 days left. You could easily learn a dance. As long as you manage to get through it, it will suffice." Jin Yu's words illuminated Wei Yuan's mind. After all, dancing merely required some hand and foot movements. With her daily training in martial arts, she could surely master it in a day. However, the next dilemma was whom to seek guidance from. Wei Yuan's gaze suddenly darted towards Jin Yu, who immediately stood up and waved her hands, saying, "Your Highness, please do not put me in a difficult position. If I were to dance, I would only end up tying myself in knots." Jin Yu also felt incapable. What then? Just as she was contemplating this, a graceful figure glided past Wei Yuan's sight. Such a form, such charm, surely the dance would be breathtaking. Seizing the moment while her parents were away, Wei Yuan once again dragged Jin Yu out of the residence, and soon they found themselves standing before the entrance of Ziyun Pavilion. Jin Yu gazed at the 3 characters, her spirit momentarily escaping her. "Your Highness, why have we returned here? Haven't you yet memorized your lines?" Wei Yuan paid no heed to the lines. She only knew that being belittled during the flower festival would be her undoing. Which was more important, memorizing lines or preserving her dignity? Wei Yuan retorted. For Jin Yu, of course, memorizing lines was paramount. If her princess acted recklessly, she too would face punishment. Yet if her princess were to be unhappy, it would pain her as well. Since they had arrived at the threshold, they might as well take a bold step forward. At worst, they would return and kneel for a day. Jin Yu took a deep breath. "Your Highness, I shall accompany you into the fray." Wei Yuan looked at Jin Yu's exaggerated demeanor, finding it somewhat endearing. "Fear not. This princess shall not let you come to harm." With that, the two strode confidently towards the entrance, but before they could step inside, they were abruptly halted. "Have you two taken a wrong turn? Open your eyes and see what this place is." Chapter 32. The difficulty of learning to dance. Wei Yuan raised her eyes and, with utmost seriousness, declared, "Ziyun Pavilion. This young lady can read." The doorman, thinking the girl a bit simple-minded, loudly explained, "Miss, this is a brothel. Women are not permitted inside." "What of it? You conduct business here, yet you look down upon women?" Wei Yuan retorted, stepping forward to argue. The man, having encountered various individuals, found this peculiar lady quite unlike any he had met before. "We do not cater to women. Please leave." He attempted to usher Wei Yuan and Jin Yu away. Just then, Yu Yao returned and, witnessing the scene, interjected, "Ada, be respectful." Upon hearing the call from the man of the esteemed family, Ada obediently retreated inside. Yu Yao remained adorned in her crimson attire, though today she exhibited a touch less allure. She approached Wei Yuan and, with a delicate parting of her scarlet lips, inquired, What brings the princess to my drunken cloud pavilion? The young marquis is absent today. Wei Yuan, unperturbed by her teasing, as she was in need of assistance, gaze at Yu Yao with clear, earnest eyes. Miss Yu Yao, might you be willing to teach me a dance? Yu Yao appeared to hear the most amusing jest, her face betraying an expression of barely concealed mirth. Princess, surely you jest? Wei Yuan, believing that her reputation had reached the brothel and that Yu Yao doubted her ability to learn the dance, felt no offense despite being mocked. Today, she sought a favor, and thus, she maintained an air of graciousness. Yu Yao smiled softly, reminiscent of blooming spring flowers. Please come inside. With that, she gracefully swayed her waist and entered, prompting Wei Yuan and Jin Yu to hastily follow. The courtyard behind the brothel was a stark contrast to the bustling front, serene and tranquil, with a gentle stream meandering and fish darting about, resembling a hidden paradise within the city as clamor. Yu Yao led them to a pavilion where a refreshing breeze wafted, carrying the faint fragrance of blossoms. She instructed a servant to prepare tea. Please, princess, this way. As Wei Yuan admired the surrounding scenery, she was greeted by the invigorating aroma of tea upon nearing the pavilion. Although she lacked expertise in tea, she discerned that it was of exceptional quality. Yu Yao poured a cup and placed it before Wei Yuan. Do give it a try, princess. While it may not rival the offerings of the Yu Wang residence, the leaves are indeed of superior grade. Reflecting on the times her parents savored tea, Wei Yuan mimicked their actions and took a sip, the delightful flavor lingering in her mouth, affirming it was indeed exquisite tea. Observing Wei Yuan's relaxed demeanor, devoid of the hostility she had previously displayed, Yu Yao surmised that the young marquis had revealed her true identity. This realization eased her heart, for the young marquis was a benefactor, and she must not cause him any trouble. Caught up in the delightful tea, Wei Yuan nearly forgot her purpose. Miss Yu Yao, I have come today to seek your guidance on mastering a dance within 3 days. Yu Yao hesitated, knowing that mastering a dance typically required at least a month for any visible improvement. Accomplishing it within 3 days was utterly unattainable. 3 days? That is indeed rather rushed. Rest assured, should you be willing to teach, I will ensure that your efforts are duly rewarded. Wei Yuan presumed Yu Yao's hesitation stemmed from a lack of incentive. Yu Yao, aware of her misunderstanding, shook her head with a gentle laugh. What do you take me for, princess? You are the beloved of the young marquis. I shall certainly do my utmost. Her candid words, emerging from Yu Yao's lips, seemed to express a commonplace sentiment, yet they ignited a flush upon Wei Yuan's cheeks. Her gaze becoming evasive, Yu Yao rose and glanced into the distance, slowly articulating. From what I know of you, princess, it seems you are not well versed in musical rhythm. Am I mistaken? Feeling a wave of embarrassment, Wei Yuan lowered her head, realizing her reputation had indeed reached the brothel. She nodded slightly. Since childhood, I have found myself drowsy at the sound of music, ultimately giving up on learning altogether. A lack of understanding of rhythm and an aversion to dance posed a dilemma for Yu Yao. With such a foundation, teaching in 3 days or even 3 years might prove impossible. She stood there, her brow furrowed with concern. Inspired by a sudden thought, Wei Yuan stepped forward and said, although I am not well versed in musical rhythms, my master taught me sword dancing in my youth. However, that girl Jinyu remarked that performing sword dance at the flower appreciation banquet would be too vulgar. Oh, the princess can dance with a sword? Yu Yao's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. Puzzled by her reaction, Wei Yuan listened as Yu Yao continued. What if we combine the rhythm of music with sword dance, substituting the sword with a silk ribbon? What are your thoughts, your highness? Having never utilized a silk ribbon before, Wei Yuan felt compelled to give it a try. She resolutely replied, then let us attempt it. Yu Yao helped Wei Yuan select an exquisite silk ribbon and brought forth an ancient zither, playing a melody titled Chasing Clouds and Flowing Water. The music flowed gracefully, sometimes lilting, at other times exuberant, as if the entire courtyard had come to life. However, the silk ribbon was vastly different from a sword, and Wei Yuan struggled to dance gracefully, causing Jinyu to fret from the sidelines. Yu Yao patiently reminded her, Your Highness, your hands must be gentle. Do not force the ribbon. Allow it to move with your body. Wei Yuan nodded, standing tall and serious, ready to succeed this time. As the music began and figures danced, she followed Yu Yao's guidance, finding her rhythm. The silk ribbon in her hands seemed to gain wings, her delicate form twirling as flowers danced alongside her skirts. Jinyu was captivated, witnessing a mesmerizing side of her princess that she had never seen before. This version of Wei Yuan was enough to move anyone's heart. As the music intensified, Wei Yuan suddenly found herself fatigued, the ribbon wrapped tightly around her legs, causing her to topple to the ground. Jinyu, still smiling, rushed to help Wei Yuan up, hastily unwrapping the ribbon. Yu Yao set aside the zither and hurried over, expressing her concern. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Wei Yuan tossed the ribbon aside, panting and drenched in sweat. "I'm fine. I can go again. Perhaps it will be best to stop. There is no shame in it. You are a wonderful person. Your Highness. It is others who fail to understand you," Jinyu said, a hint of sympathy in her voice, wanting to persuade Wei Yuan to give up. Since childhood, Wei Yuan had never been one to easily surrender in the face of adversity. Otherwise, she would not have remained steadfastly by Su Chongning's side, supporting herself with Jinyu. She stood up. "It's all right. I have made significant progress, haven't I, Miss Yu Yao?" Yu Yao smiled gently, her expression filled with admiration, encouragement, and appreciation. In that moment, she truly understood why the young marquis cared for her so deeply. A woman who seemed to lack skills, possessed a heart of innocence that not everyone could claim, capable of touching the world around her, as if everything was worth it. Yu Yao, having encountered many people, felt fortunate to know someone like Wei Yuan, as if her life had gained newfound vitality. She softly remarked, "Your Highness, please call me Yu Yao from now on." Chapter 33. The appointment for the flower appreciation banquet. Wei Yuan looked up at Yu Yao, the meaning of which was unmistakable. She truly considered her a friend. In truth, since the day Su Chongning had spoken of Yu Yao's tumultuous fate, Wei Yuan had harbored deep respect for this woman and was naturally willing to befriend her. Wei Yuan smiled knowingly at her, then resumed practicing her dance until the sky darkened. Jinyu approached and gently reminded her, "Your Highness, it is getting late. The prince and princess will likely return to the manor soon." Stopping in her tracks, Wei Yuan realized she had become so engrossed that she momentarily lost track of time. She hastily thrust the silk ribbon into Yu Yao's hands, saying, "Yu Yao, I shall come to find you again tomorrow. I must return to the manor first." Before Yu Yao could respond, the two figures had already vanished into the courtyard, leaving only a worried voice behind. "You girl, why did you not say so sooner? If father and mother discover this, I shall surely be made to study the 4 books and 5 classics again." "I did not wish to disturb you," replied the maidservant. Yu Yao glanced down at the silk ribbon in her hand and couldn't help but shake her head and chuckle. She found herself envying the princess, envying her carefree spirit. Fortunately, when Wei Yuan and Jin Yu returned to the manor, Lord Yu and the princess had not yet arrived. The two of them carefully avoided the servants and stealthily slipped back to the bedroom, pretending as though nothing had happened. When the princess came to see Wei Yuan, she found her daughter engrossed in her studies, and a sense of comfort washed over her at seeing her child so mature. Jin Yu, upon noticing the princess standing at the door, immediately bowed. The princess then walked in. "Linger, it is late. Do not continue reading lest you strain your eyes." However, the daughter wished to please her mother and father, and thus felt compelled to work diligently. Wei Yuan exhibited no trace of deceit in her words. Jin Yu couldn't help but admire her mistress. How could the princess speak such untruths with such sincerity? Had she not understood the full context, she might have been easily deceived. The princess, feeling a pang of love for her daughter, took the book from her hands and placed it on the table, leading her daughter to his side. "Come look, today I have selected some beautiful fabrics for you to make lovely garments for the flower viewing banquet." A maid stood nearby, holding a plethora of fabrics, and Wei Yuan approached, eagerly sifting through them. These were all exquisite materials, and since she favored pink, she chose a piece of pink rain silk. This fabric, when fashioned into clothing, exuded both nobility and understated elegance. "Mother, let it be this one. I trust your judgment," she declared. The princess instructed the servants to withdraw and lovingly guided Wei Yuan to a nearby couch. "Before you were born, I long for a beautiful daughter, often imagining dressing and grooming her, watching her grow up and marry. Now my wish has been fulfilled. A mother's affection had always been Wei Yuan's source of confidence, allowing her to recklessly venture into mischief and live with a freedom unparalleled by other royal families, all of which could be attributed to her mother's indulgence. Leaning affectionately against her mother's shoulder, Wei Yuan sweetly declared, "I do not wish to marry. I want to stay by mother and father's side forever." Such words were merely flattery, and the princess could not help but discern their insincerity. "Oh, is that so? What then of the young lord from the Anqing marquis?" Upon hearing her mother mention Su Chongning, Wei Yuan straightened up, wanting to say something but unsure of how to articulate it. In recent days, although her father had not brought up the matter again, Wei Yuan understood that changing his mind would not be an easy feat. As Wei Yuan gazed at her mother with gentle eyes, she tentatively inquired, "Mother, is father still angry?" The princess of Yu sighed softly, offering comfort to her daughter. "Your father merely misses you. Fret not. I shall persuade him with care." Reassured by her mother's words, Wei Yuan felt her worries dissipate considerably. As long as her affection for Su Chongning remained steadfast, brighter days were surely on the horizon. In the past few days, Wei Yuan had diligently practiced dancing with Yu Yao. Though she often found herself entangled in silks, her perseverance allowed her to perform a dance, albeit with some difficulty. The flower viewing banquet was set to take place in the imperial garden, and Wei Yuan was no stranger to the palace. She felt a thrill as she boarded the carriage. Upon arriving at the palace, it was customary to enter through a side gate, as only the emperor and select dignitaries were permitted to use the main entrance. Wei Yuan's carriage glided through the side entrance, where several other carriages had already arrived, likely bearing the young ladies of the capital attending the banquet. Seeing Wei Yuan's relaxed demeanor, Jinyu expressed concern, "Princess, there are many attendees today, and we have not made exhaustive preparations. What if something goes awry?" "Nonsense. Why worry about what has not yet occurred? That would be no way to live." Wei Yuan reassured her. While it was impossible to claim she felt no anxiety, she had learned from a young age to confront challenges as they came. Overthinking would only lead to exhaustion. As they conversed, the carriage approached a palace where elegant young ladies alighted, some gathering in familiar clusters to exchange pleasantries. Having just returned to the capital, Wei Yuan was not well acquainted with many, but she paid them little heed, instead absorbing the beauty of her surroundings. When the attendants summoned the young ladies to the flower viewing event in the imperial garden, a hush fell over the group, who maintained their decorum throughout the journey. Wei Yuan, at ease, admired the blossoms and played with the butterflies, occasionally whispering to Jinyu, who remained vigilant, reminding her of proper etiquette. Behind them, the so-called cultured young ladies scoffed at Wei Yuan's behavior, questioning why the princess had invited a rustic girl to the banquet. Clearly, she was raised in the countryside, lacking any sense of decorum. The flower viewing event was hosted in a palace by the Imperial River. The attendees arrived by small boats to the riverbank, where a dazzling array of flowers bloomed. Vivid clusters of blossoms, resplendent and flawless, adorned the landscape, while butterflies fluttered gracefully, alighting among the petals. The palace's enchanting scenery was otherworldly, akin to the fabled abode of celestial beings. Leaning down to inhale the fragrance of a nearby peony, Wei Yuan inadvertently dislodged a few petals. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing voice cut through the air. "How can you be so inconsiderate? These flowers were specially prepared by the princess for admiration, and you have carelessly ruined them." Wei Yuan found the accusation to be an overreaction and an unwarranted intrusion, retorting, "How can you presume that I intended to damage it? I witnessed it with my own eyes. This is the palace, and we cannot allow an ignorant girl like you to act with such impunity." The woman's voice was piercingly high, grating on Wei Yuan's ears, reminiscent of a crowing rooster. Chapter 34. The Turmoil of the Flower Viewing Banquet. Wei Yuan stepped forward, deliberately elevating her voice. "Do you not realize this is the imperial palace? Why shout so loudly?" The woman was rendered speechless, suddenly aware of her earlier indiscretion. Wei Yuan did not recognize her as belonging to any notable family. After all, The esteemed princess of Anyang had never truly feared anyone. Just as the two were locked in a standoff, a eunuch announced loudly, "The princess has arrived." The crowd parted respectfully, bowing as Princess Yunha entered, her face radiating delight. Approaching, she smiled and said, "Everyone, please do not be too formal today. Consider this a gathering among friends to enjoy tea and admire flowers. Feel free to relax." Despite the princess's words, no one dared to loosen their demeanor. After all, there were rules to uphold within the palace, and a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Noticing the lingering tension, the princess added, "I have prepared some refreshments for everyone. Please take your seats." As soon as the princess's words fell, Wei Yuan gracefully walked in the hall, only to be overtaken by the very woman she had quarreled with, who quickly sat in the front, casting a smug glance back at Wei Yuan, almost in provocation. Wei Yuan clenched her fists, imagining that had they not been in the palace, the woman would be on her knees, bruised and begging for mercy. Ignoring the blatant provocation, she turned and seated herself at the side. Soon, everyone settled in leisurely, and the palace attendants began presenting exquisite delicacies before them. Wei Yuan noticed that no one dared to touch the food. She too remained still, until the princess took her seat, prompting the others to tentatively sample the offerings. "Yuan, do these refreshments suit your taste?" Princess Yunha suddenly inquired before Wei Yuan could swallow. Unable to respond, Wei Yuan merely nodded. Upon hearing the princess refer to Wei Yuan, the woman across the table instantly understood that she was the recently returned princess of Anyang, the wild girl competing for the affections of the young marquis. It was astonishing that a mere wild girl, just back in the capital, would dare to stir trouble in the presence of the princess. What could the status of a mere princess be compared to that of the imperial princess? After exchanging a few casual remarks with the others, Princess Yunha led everyone outside to admire the flowers, with the woman closely following her, displaying an alarming familiarity. Curiously, Wei Yuan leaned in and whispered to Jinyu, "Which family does that meddlesome woman belong to?" Jinyu glanced at her and replied softly, "That is Miss Mo Bingqing, the second daughter of General Mo, the defender of the nation." Wei Yuan had indeed heard of General Mo, a man known for his valor and integrity, and who happened to be her brother's superior. However, how could someone of such esteemed character raise a daughter as sycophantic as Mo Bingqing? Wei Yuan found it beneath her to engage with such a person. She only wished to enjoy the flower viewing banquet and return home swiftly. Alas, some individuals seemed intent on provoking her. Suddenly, Mo Bingqing turned around and said, "I have heard that the Princess of Anyang spent her early years in the south. How fortunate that we have many renowned flowers from Jiangnan here. Perhaps the princess could enlighten us about them, allowing us, the modest young ladies of the capital, to broaden our horizons." "Who do you think you are, calling me sister?" Wei Yuan silently cursed, though her expression remained amiable. She gracefully walked into the midst of the crowd, her smile radiating brightness. "Very well. Since my dear sisters wish to hear, I shall share a tale." With a casual gesture, she plucked a flower and began to narrate. "This blossom is known as the Yulon magnolia, its fragrance enchanting, yet it possesses a stimulating effect on the human body, leading to a loss of appetite if inhaled for too long. And this flower, called the poppy, is highly toxic. A mere taste of its fruit will render you immobile in no time." As she spoke, Wei Yuan deliberately moved closer to Mo Bingqing, her expression exaggerated for effect. She then approached a cluster of flowers, her demeanor feigning uncertainty. "Oh, what is this?" The crowd followed her gaze, eagerly awaiting her explanation. She continued with an air of mystery, "This must be the poinsettia, a remarkable flower indeed." Mo Bingqing, somewhat skeptical, interjected, "Isn't it just a flower? What makes it so extraordinary?" Wei Yuan, observing her doubtful expression, swiftly approached her, speaking earnestly. "Miss Mo, your limited excursions outside the boudoir have left you unaware of its perils. The sap within the stems and leaves can cause the skin to itch and redden, eventually leading to decay and ultimately a most grievous fate." Upon hearing this, those gathered around Wei Yuan instinctively took a step back, as if confronted with something terrifying. Mo Bingqing felt a chill run through her limbs, her legs growing weak. Those privileged individuals sheltered behind high walls were oblivious to the dangers outside. Yet, Wei Yuan was not merely trying to frighten them. These flowers were typically harmless, meant only for admiration. Having spent her childhood alongside her grandfather, she had learned much that was previously unknown to her, and today she had the chance to showcase her knowledge. Mo Bingqing began to retreat slowly. "Do not alarm us with your exaggerated tales. I do not believe you." Wei Yuan did not rebut her. Her intent had never been to gain her belief, merely to instill a sense of fear, and it appeared to be effective. The atmosphere of the flower banquet shifted into something eerie, causing everyone to feel a prickling unease, hesitant to approach the flowers. Princess Yunhe, sensing the tension, led the guests to the front of the hall to take their seats, arranging for musicians to entertain them with song and dance. The ambience seemed to return to its earlier charm. Throughout the gathering, Mo Bingqing cast dissatisfied glances at Wei Yuan, convinced that her recent remarks had been a deliberate provocation. She was determined that if she could assert herself before the princess, she would gain more favor in the future. An idea began to form in her mind. "Your Highness, at every flower banquet, the young ladies are expected to showcase their talents. Since today marks Miss Anyang's debut at the flower feast, why not let her set an example for everyone?" Wei Yuan exchanged a glance with Jinyu, realizing that no amount of caution could guard against the scheming of others. But she was willing to indulge them. "Since Miss Mo has suggested it, I shall not be shy," she declared as she took the silk ribbon from Jinyu and moved to the center. Yet, Mo Bingqing suddenly interjected, "Your Highness, I felt an immediate affinity with Miss Anyang upon our first meeting. I dare to ask if I may join her in this dance." "What say you, Your Highness?" Wei Yuan frowned in exasperation. What connection could there be? Was it a cursed bond? This individual resembles an adhesive plaster, impossible to shake off. Should she inadvertently sustain an injury, there will be tears and lamentations. Both Yunhe and the princess discerned Mo Bingqing's intentions, and she, of course, would not refuse her request. "Since Miss Mo is so inclined, I grant you permission." As the music began, the two gracefully commenced their dance. Initially, each occupied their respective side, but midway through, Mo Bingqing suddenly advanced directly towards Wei Yuan, with the railing of the royal river at her side. The intent of this individual was clear, and Wei Yuan recognized it instantly. However, she chose to disregard the situation. After all, they were in the imperial palace, and avoiding unnecessary trouble was prudent. Chapter 35. Self-rescue from drowning. Wei Yuan had been evading Mo Bingqing, yet Mo Bingqing relentlessly pursued her, cornering her at the edge of the river's railing. Jinyu also recognized Mo Bingqing's ill intentions, her hands clenched tightly, palms slick with cold sweat. The princess, too, was aware of Mo Bingqing's motives. She contemplated intervening, but then considered that this could serve as a lesson for Wei Yuan, preventing her continued arrogance and rudeness. The music grew increasingly intense, and the movements of Wei Yuan and Mo Bingqing quickened, resembling a fierce altercation rather than a graceful exchange of skills. Suddenly, Mo Bingqing seemingly pushed Wei Yuan with casual intent, causing her to lose her balance and nearly fall. Fortunately, her martial prowess allowed her to steady herself just in time. Seeing Mo Bingqing's unapologetic and provocative demeanor, Wei Yuan softly warned, "Miss Mo, should you continue to provoke me, do not blame me for my lack of civility." Unfazed by Wei Yuan's threat, Mo Bingqing was solely focused on pleasing Princess Yunhe. "As long as the princess is pleased, what does it matter if I offend a county princess? Why must the county princess be so petty? I am merely engaging in a friendly exchange of dance with her. How can she threaten me?" Montak Bingqing boldly proclaimed. At this moment, Wei Yuan realized that reasoning with someone so insincere was futile. She took a step back, attempting to distance herself. Yet, Mo Bingqing interpreted this as fear and continued her advance. Suddenly, Wei Yuan flung a silk ribbon towards Mo Bingqing, ensnaring her tightly, rendering her unable to move. With a forceful tug, the ribbon tightened further, transforming Mo Bingqing into a figure reminiscent of a dumpling ready for boiling. Princess Yunhe, alarmed by the unfolding events, slammed her hand on the table and shouted, "Wei Yuan, how dare you? What are you trying to do?" Despite Mo Bingqing initiating the provocation. Princess Yunhe distorted the facts, obscuring right from wrong. Wei Yuan had not anticipated anyone would advocate for her. Thus, she resolved to handle the matter herself. In a moment of distraction, Mo Bingqing suddenly charged forward, and Wei Yuan, unable to evade in time, was pulled into the river by Mo Bingqing. With a resounding splash, the tranquility of the water was shattered, leaving the onlookers on the shore momentarily paralyzed with shock, forgetting to react. Jin Yu rushed to the riverbank, her anxiety palpable. County Princess, are you all right? No matter how loudly Jin Yu called, only Mo Bingqing's desperate struggles were visible in the water. With no sign of Wei Yuan, tears streamed down Jin Yu's cheeks, her sorrow overwhelming her to the point of silence. She turned to the princess and shouted, "Your Highness, despite your disdain for the county princess, you must save her." The first encounter of Yun and the princess with such a scene left them utterly petrified, frozen in place. She pointed at a nearby young eunuch, urging, "Quick, quick, save her." The young eunuch took off running, shouting as he went, "Someone has fallen into the water in the imperial garden. Hurry to rescue her." A crowd gathered along the riverbank, helpless and frantic, their anxious shouts creating an atmosphere of panic. Su Chongning, passing through the imperial garden with the imperial guards, heard the eunuch's cries and rushed towards the garden. What came into view was Jin Yu, sobbing uncontrollably at the railing of the river, while a group of eunuchs desperately tried to rescue Mo Bingqing. He quickly approached Jin Yu, his voice filled with urgency. "Is it Ling'er who has fallen in?" Jin Yu turned abruptly, her voice trembling with anxiety. "Lord, the princess is missing." Her words came out haltingly, betraying her distress. Su Chongning gazed into the water. Aside from the splashes created by Mo Bingqing's struggles, there was nothing else to be seen. Without a moment's hesitation, he prepared to leap into the river. At that moment, a splash erupted, and Wei Yuan suddenly emerged from the water. Her hair, once neatly styled, had come undone, cascading over the surface like a dark veil. The pink gauze clung to her form, and her delicate face, glistening with droplets, appeared pitiful. Wei Yuan, thinking she had been underwater for too long and was hallucinating, wondered how Su Chongning had ended up here. Regardless of the reality, seeing him brought her joy. She beamed at Su Chongning, swimming quickly towards him and clinging to the bank, finally realizing that the figure before her was no mere figment of her imagination. Meanwhile, Jin Yu's cries grew even louder. "Princess, why are you playing tricks on me? You nearly scare me to death." Wei Yuan playfully interrupted. All right, if you keep crying like that, I might just think I can't get back up." Observing her nonchalant demeanor, Su Chongning gently tapped Wei Yuan on the head. "Who taught you to tease like this? Do you have any idea how worried we were for you?" Wei Yuan's dark eyes sparkled as she beckoned Su Chongning closer. While he instructed the palace servants to fetch a clean outer robe, he obediently crouched down. In a faint whisper, Wei Yuan asked, "Just how worried were you for me?" With that, she fixed her gaze on Su Chongning, her heart steady, causing his ears to flush with warmth as he hesitated to respond. Just then, the palace servants arrived with a clean robe, and Su Chongning extended his hand, saying, "I'll help you up." With a gentle tug on her arm, he assisted Wei Yuan back onto the shore and swiftly draped the outer robe around her. As she steadied herself, she noticed Mo Bingqing nearby, wrapped in a robe, softly weeping. Wei Yuan felt no sympathy for her, recognizing that her predicament was of her own making. Chilled from her immersion in the water, Wei Yuan involuntarily shivered. Although Mo Bingqing had instigated the situation, she was aware that her actions had ruined Princess Yunhe's flower viewing event, and the people here would not look kindly upon her. Approaching Princess Yunhe, Wei Yuan bowed slightly. "Princess, Ling'er is unwell today and has returned to the residence." Princess Yunhe, sensing the gravity of the situation, dared not insist on retaining her and was at a loss for words, although she had intended to let Mo Bingqing trouble Wei Yuan as a lesson. She never anticipated such a serious outcome, and a feeling of guilt began to wash over her. Jin Yu supported Wei Yuan as they turned to leave. Su Chongning also bowed to Princess Yunhe, saying, "I shall take my leave as well." The stranger's cold gaze left Princess Yunhe somewhat flustered. She had more to say to Su Chongning, Yet he turned away without a hint of mercy. Upon exiting the imperial garden, they found themselves on the long, chilly palace path. Wei Yuan, folding her arms, attempted to warm herself. "Liner, wait a moment." Su Chongning gasped, catching up to her. Wei Yuan halted, and Su Chongning reached her side. "I shall escort you back to your residence. Are you not on duty today? What if the emperor seeks you out?" Wei Yuan pondered, realizing that Su Chongning must have been on official business in the palace, and abandoning his post could result in punishment from the emperor. At that moment, Su Chongning cared little for the potential reprimand. His only concern was ensuring Wei Yuan's safe return. Chapter 36. Illness strikes like a mountain. The carriage sped through the streets of Chengdu, with Jinyu wisely sitting outside with the driver, granting Wei Yuan and Su Chongning a moment of solitude. Yet the driver, lacking subtlety, glanced at Jinyu and remarked, "It is quite hot. Why do you not sit inside?" Jinyu replied earnestly, "I relish basking in the sun. It is too stifling within the carriage." The driver muttered, "At this rate, you'll turn into withered bark." Ignoring his words, Jinyu gazed up at the scorching sun, silently reminding herself, "My lady, you must remember my kindness. I've gone to great lengths for you." While the two outside wore frowns of discomfort, the two inside the carriage were at ease. "Are you still cold?" Su Chongning inquired with concern. "Not at all," Wei Yuan replied with a gentle shake of her head. How could she feel cold with Su Chongning accompanying her? Her heart felt ablaze. She occasionally stole glances at him, only to find his brow furrowed in contemplation. Being unable to hide her feelings, Wei Yuan scrutinized Su Chongning and tentatively asked, "Su Chongning, are you upset?" With a soft sigh, he turned to her and said, "Do you have any idea how perilous today has been? If you, it won't happen," Wei Yuan declared confidently. Noticing Su Chongning's continued gaze, she beamed with pride. "I have grown up by the river. My grandfather taught me to hold my breath underwater for long periods. I often went fishing in the river." As her voice trailed off, she abruptly fell silent, regretting her loose lips. Cursing her own tongue, she cast a furtive glance at Su Chongning, hoping he would not think she was inept. "Why have you stopped speaking?" Su Chongning teased. Wei Yuan, avoiding his gaze, chuckled foolishly. "It was my grandfather who fished. I waited on the shore." Su Chongning had already discerned Wei Yuan's proficiency in swimming when they were by the river earlier. There were rumors that the old general possessed unmatched underwater skills. It seemed those whispers were indeed true. Yet he had not anticipated that the general would impart such knowledge to Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan's spirited nature often led her to reckless antics. What if something went awry? This thought deepened Su Chongning's worries. Anything can give rise to unexpected events. "Do you know how deep that river is?" Su Chongning said earnestly. At that moment, Wei Yuan did not think much of it. It was merely that Mo Bingqing was pressing her hard, and she had no choice but to resort to such measures. Mo Bingqing, relying on her status as a princess, had intended to teach her a lesson, but considering that General Mo was a good man, she decided to let it go. Little did she know that Mo Bingqing harbored malicious intent against her, and thus she could only frighten her thoroughly. Su Chongning, serving in the same court as General Mo, was well aware of his character. Alas, the upright and magnanimous General Mo had a daughter who was domineering and malicious. Su Chongning recognized that, given Wei Yuan's temperament, she had already made significant concessions today. He gently reminded her, "Do not show off your abilities. Your fright may have scared my precious Jin Yu's soul away." Wei Yuan naturally discerned the concern in Su Chongning's words, and a hint of secret delight crept onto her cheeks. It was all Jin Yu's fault for being overly dramatic and not understanding her mistress at all. She would never engage in such a foolish act that would lead to both loss and defeat. Outside the carriage, Jin Yu heard this clearly and, feeling a bit apprehensive, said, "Princess, please let me know in advance about your future actions. If it gets any later, I might just jump out to accompany you in death." Wei Yuan pouted in dissatisfaction, not considering herself in the wrong. The thought of Mo Bingqing's terrified crying made her chuckle involuntarily. Su Chongning, puzzled by her sudden laughter, looked at Wei Yuan with curiosity. Noticing his gaze, Wei Yuan obediently stifled her smile and sat up straight. The carriage swayed gently and eventually arrived outside the Prince of Yu's residence. Su Chongning was the first to jump down, and assisted Wei Yuan in alighting. Make sure to drink some ginger soup upon your return. Be cautious not to catch a chill, he advised. Before Wei Yuan could respond, Jin Yu eagerly chimed in. Rest assured, young marquis, I will ensure she does. Su Chongning nodded gently and continued to Wei Yuan. Do not dwell on today's events. It is best not to let them anger you. Wei Yuan had not given it a second thought. Dealing with the little daughter of a mere general was child's play for her. However, Su Chongning's sudden verbosity indicated his concern for her, and that was what truly delighted her. Let's return. Su Chongning wanted to offer more advice, but, recalling that Wei Yuan was in wet clothes, he urged her to hurry home. Wei Yuan removed her outer robe and handed it to Su Chongning, saying, This is a man's clothing. I fear my father may inquire about it, so please take it back. After all, the Prince of Yu and the Marquis of Anqing were still in a state of Cold War, and she could not afford to anger her father further. Su Chongning accepted the robe and only turned to leave after watching Wei Yuan, supported by Jin Yu, enter the palace. Though he had told Wei Yuan not to take today's events to heart, he himself could not help but be concerned. Upon returning to her courtyard, Wei Yuan was urged by Jin Yu to take a hot bath and drink 2 large bowls of ginger soup. When the Princess of Yu learned that her daughter had returned home in wet clothes, she inquired about the reason. Wei Yuan, fearing her mother would worry, did not tell the whole truth, merely stating that she had accidentally slipped and dampened her hem. The Princess of Yu, still uneasy, had a physician prepare a prescription for any potential needs. However, unbeknownst to them, in the latter half of the night, Wei Yuan began to feel feverish and fell into a deep unconsciousness. The servants of the Yu Wang mansion were bustling about, having toiled through the night, while the Yu Wang Fei vigilantly kept watch by her daughter's bedside. Jin Yu, were you not to attend the flower viewing banquet at the palace today? How could the princess have fallen into the water for no apparent reason, and why is she so gravely ill? Jin Yu replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. Miss Mo, the second daughter of General Mo, deliberately made things difficult for the princess. They had a quarrel, and both fell into the river. I do not know how the princess has become so unwell. The Yu Wang Fei looked at her daughter with a pained heart, regretting having urged her to attend that banquet. Such gatherings were never to her daughter's liking. Her temperament clashed with the refined ladies of the capital, making her an easy target. She discreetly wiped away her tears, murmuring, Linger, it is I who have caused you this distress. Your Highness, Miss Mo targeted our young lady out of spite for the princess. Jin Yu gritted her teeth and revealed the truth. The Yu Wang Fei looked at her in confusion as Jin Yu continued. Princess Yunhe has taken a fancy to the young marquis. Yet the young marquis treats the princess quite differently. To curry favor with the princess, Miss Mo deliberately targeted the princess during the lotus banquet. What? Yu Wang abruptly entered, having overheard Jin Yu's words. Was it truly for that scoundrel Su Chongning that his daughter had to suffer so? Suppressing his rising anger, he approached the Wang Fei and reassured her, Do not worry, my lady. The doctor has stated that Ling has merely caught a chill and will improve after taking her medicine. The Yu Wang Fei nodded, holding the handkerchief as she continued to wipe the beads of sweat from her daughter's forehead. Chapter 37. The back gate of the Wang mansion awaits the rabbit as anticipated. After a night of unconsciousness, Wei Yuan showed signs of improvement the following day, regaining some awareness, though her body remained frail. She even managed to have a bit of breakfast, which delighted the Yu Wang Fei. After a night of exhausting commotion, everyone was utterly fatigued. Jin Yu urged the Wang Fei to rest, assuring her that she would keep vigil over the princess. In the afternoon, after taking her medicine, Wei Yuan, feeling weak, expressed her desire to have some pastries from the North Street. Jin Yu, having attended to the other servants' needs, dashed out of the mansion, heading straight for the pastry shop on North Street. The distance from the Wang mansion and North Street was considerable, and ever since Wei Yuan returned to Chengdu and had tasted those pastries, she had yearned for them almost daily. Remembering the sweet flavor now aroused her appetite further. Jin Yu, feeling sympathy for her mistress, resolved to procure the desired treats for her, regardless of the distance. She hurried along, when suddenly she was nearly knocked over by a rushing figure. Clutching her chest, she exclaimed, Are you blind in broad daylight? What the hurry is all about? Jin Yu? The reprimand died on her lips as she looked up to find the person who had collided with her was none other than Su Qing. Recognizing him, her anger dissipated considerably. What was the rush for? She inquired. Su Qing did not respond directly, but instead countered, "What are you in such a hurry for? My lady is ill and wishes to have pastries from that shop on North Street. If I delay, they may sell out. How can I not be anxious?" Jinyu explained. Upon hearing that Wei Yuan was unwell, Su Qing thought that his own master might not yet be aware and hastened to return to inform the young marquis. "For now, I shall take my leave and return to the residence," he declared as he swiftly departed. Alas, Jinyu initially intended for Su Qing to inform the young marquis of this matter, believing that perhaps upon seeing him, the princess and Yang would recover. However, to her surprise, Su Qing fled with a speed surpassing that of a monkey. Jinyu, in her displeasure, muttered a curse under her breath. Truly useless, running so swiftly. With that, she continued her hurried pace toward North Street. In a state of panic, Su Qing dashed back to the residence and plunged into the study, where Su Chongning was leisurely perusing a book. He casually inquired, "What has you in such a flurry?" Gasping for breath, Su Qing struggled to articulate, "Why, young marquis? According to Miss Jinyu, the princess in Yang has fallen ill, and it seems rather serious. Ling heir is unwell. Was she not in good health just the other day?" The book in Su Chongning's hands fell with a thud as he leapt to his feet, startling Su Qing. Hearing Su Chongning's words, Su Qing was left even more bewildered. That day, "Young marquis, does this mean you are aware of the princess's illness?" Su Chongning did not respond, but instead commanded, "I have matters to attend to outside the residence." Before Su Qing could react, he had already strode far ahead. "Wait, young marquis, do take care," she called, hastening to catch up. Yet, as she followed, Su Qing found herself regretting her decision. Her young marquis had seemingly lost his bearings. As he directly approached the Duke of Yu's residence, even more perplexing was that instead of entering through the front gate, he insisted on having the carriage linger at the back. "Young marquis, since we are here to pay our respects to the Duke, why not enter through the front and have the servants announce us? If we linger any longer, the refreshments will surely go cold," Su Qing remarked, gesturing with her hands, one holding fresh candied fruits and the other a fragrant cloud cake. "Who said I am here to visit the Duke of Yu?" Su Tung Ningripriet. Realization dawned on Su Qing as she exclaimed, "Ah, you are here to see the princess in Yang? But there is no need to be so secretive about it." Su Qing could not comprehend that due to his relationship with Ling heir, every time the Duke of Yu encountered him, his gaze was filled with ire. If he were to enter openly, he was uncertain whether he would even be granted an audience with the one he wished to see. "You do not understand. Check if anyone is coming out. If you do not explain, of course, I will not comprehend," Su Qing mumbled as she leapt down from the carriage, taking her position at the back door, waiting like a hunter for her prey. As sunset approached, Wei Yuan was finally able to rise from her bed. Yet her heart was in turmoil, as though something was about to transpire. Seated at the table, she addressed Jinyu, saying, "Jinyu, my heart is so unsettled. Is something amiss at the residence?" Jinyu, spreading fresh bedding on the bed, reassured her, "Princess, it is merely that your body has yet to fully recover. Do not indulge in unfounded thoughts. The royal residence is well, and both the prince and princess are in good health. You need not worry." Despite Jin Yu's comforting words, Wei Yuan remained unconvinced, sensing an inexplicable pull to ponder deeper matters, one beyond her control. "Jinyu, please help me go outside and take a look. I feel as if something is occurring beyond the gates." Jinyu, always eager to oblige, set aside her tasks and rushed to the front gate, only to find it empty. After a moment's thought, she hurried to the back door. As she opened the door, Su Qing, leaning against it, stumbled into the courtyard with a thud. Jinyu could not help but exclaim, "The princess truly possesses a remarkable intuition." She sensed this. Su Qing, having taken quite a tumble, finally regained some clarity. He struggled to rise to his feet and remarked, "Jinyu, as a young lady, could you not be a bit gentler? Sleeping at someone's doorstep and then turning the tables on me." Jinyu, not one to indulge him, slapped his arm sharply, retorting, "And you have the audacity to complain? Who told you to sleep in front of the prince's residence without so much as a greeting?" Su Qing pointed to the carriage beside them, stating, "It's not just me. My young lord is here as well. Jin Yu suddenly understood. The princess and the young lord shared a deep connection. She approached the carriage and inquired respectfully, "Young lord, may I assist you with something?" Upon hearing her voice, Su Chongning felt a surge of joy and lifted the carriage curtain, asking, "I heard your princess has fallen ill. How is she faring now?" "Rest assured, young lord. The princess is much improved. She even had lunch at noon," Jin Yu replied with due respect. Su Chongning turned to present her with some cloud cakes and candied fruits, saying, "Linger has a penchant for sweets, but now that she is unwell and must take bitter medicine, she may not appreciate it." Jin Yu felt a swell of emotion. The young lord had waited outside for a considerable time, simply to bring treats for the princess. Had she not emerged today, they might have waited indefinitely. She accepted the offerings with gratitude and was about to depart when Su Chongning called out, "Wait a moment." He then produced a letter from his sleeve and handed it to Jin Yu, saying, "Please deliver this letter to your princess." Jin Yu nodded, taking the letter and preparing to enter, but was halted by Wei Yuan, who appeared at the back door draped in a fragrant apricot-patterned cloak, asking, "Jin Yu, what has happened? Why have you been gone for so long?" Wei Yuan's complexion was somewhat pale, and her gaze, drifting past Jin Yu, landed on the familiar carriage. Chapter 38. The prince finally relents as Su Qing was about to board the carriage. He spotted Wei Yuan and exclaimed, "Young lord, it's the princess." Hearing this, Su Chongning abruptly threw aside the curtain and leaped down from the carriage. He strode toward Wei Yuan, noting with concern that she had lost some weight and appeared considerably weaker after just one day. Wei Yuan met his gaze with a gentle smile, as if to reassure him that she was fine and need not worry excessively. "What are you doing out here when you're unwell?" Su Chongning chided softly, his eyes filled with tenderness. Although he had already inquired with Jin Yu, he wished to hear her affirm it herself. "I'm fine. I can come out of the house," she replied. The physician had advised against her venturing out today, yet how could she remain inside when Su Chongning was present? Su Chongning thought that as long as he could catch a glimpse of her and ascertain her well-being, it would suffice. He cautioned her, "You must go inside quickly. Be careful not to catch a chill." Despite her reluctance, standing at the door was inconvenient, and she nodded cheerfully, preparing to leave. However, her expression suddenly changed. Su Chongning, preoccupied with Wei Yuan, failed to notice someone approaching from behind. Seeing her suddenly grow serious, he assumed he had misspoken and offended her. Jin Yu, sensing the tension, dared not make a sound, discreetly signaling to Su Chongning, but lacking any understanding of her intent, he remained perplexed, his gaze fixed in confusion on Wei Yuan's face. Suddenly, he realized that Wei Yuan was looking at him with an unusual expression, glancing past him. Su Chongning instinctively turned to look, directly meeting the frostbitten visage of Prince Yu. For a moment, Su Chongning stood frozen in place, his entire being exuding the embarrassment of being caught off guard. The prince's face was ashen, having failed to guard against an intrusion at his own doorstep. It was no wonder that the ministers praised the young lord of the Unruly marquis for his courage and wisdom. After all, he dared to approach the prince's residence to woo his daughter. Regaining his composure, Su Chongning performed the customary greeting, "May Prince Yu be well." "Well, not at all." Prince Yu scoffed, his voice laced with icy disdain, which upon closer inspection was somewhat terrifying. Wei Yuan, fearing her father would direct his ire at Su Chongning, stepped closer to him despite her frail condition. However, she stumbled, and, as Su Chongning instinctively reached out to assist her, he was met with a glare from Prince Yu that made him retract his hand. Disappointed, Su Chongning withdrew, only to witness the prince gazing affectionately at his daughter. You have yet to recover from your illness. How can you recklessly venture out? Nothing is more important than your health." This statement was clearly directed at Su Chongning, prompting Wei Yuan to cast him a furtive glance before softly addressing her father. "Father, I am already well. I only wish the best for you, Linger. Remember, it is only your father and mother and your brother who truly care for you. As for others..." Prince Yu's gaze turned discontentedly towards Su Chongning. Su Chongning swallowed the retort. "I too can genuinely care for her," and respectfully replied, "Your Highness, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave and visit again when time permits." He feared that if they lingered any longer, Wei Yuan might catch a chill. "Wait, Prince Yu suddenly interrupted Su Changning's departure. Wei Yuan, fearing her father would truly create difficulties for her beloved, grasped his sleeve, pleading, "Father, I wish to return. Let's go inside." Prince Yu, fully aware of his daughter's intentions to protect Su Changning, perceived that the girl had genuinely developed feelings. "Is today not a suitable time?" he inquired, his tone heavy and expression awkward. Both Su Changning and Wei Yuan looked at Prince Yu, convinced they had misheard him. The prince cast a disdainful glance at Su Changning, having previously held him in higher regard, now realizing he could not even comprehend such a simple implication. Striding past Su Changning with an air of dissatisfaction, he declared, "What sort of behavior is this, to arrive at the doorstep and not enter? If outsiders were to witness this, they might think that the Yu Prince's residence is unwelcoming." With that, he flicked his sleeve and strode inside, leaving Wei Yuan beaming at Su Changning. Coming quickly. The significance of this invitation was unmistakable, although Prince Yu's expression was not particularly welcoming. One must always take the first step. Su Changning clasped his clammy palms and followed him inside. The atmosphere in the hall was frigid, with Prince Yu seated regally, continuously sipping tea, while Su Changning remained motionless, unsure of how to break the silence. Wei Yuan's gaze flitted back and forth between the two, sensing an odd tension in the scene. As the cup of tea was drained, a servant hurriedly entered to refill the prince's cup. Wei Yuan quietly reminded, "Father, are you very thirsty?" At her inquiry, the prince's face flushed slightly, and he replied with utmost seriousness, "The midday meal was somewhat too salty. It seems the cook ought to be replaced." Wei Yuan lowered her head to stifle her laughter. Prince Yu set down his teacup and inquired, "I have not seen Duke Anqing during the recent morning court sessions. I have heard that he has been unwell. How does he fare now?" "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. My father is well and will soon return to morning court," Su Changning replied respectfully. Prince Yu was not particularly concerned about Duke Anqing. Rather, he found himself at a loss for words, and the atmosphere once again grew tense, observing the profound awkwardness on both their faces. He felt it was unwise to speak further at that moment. She had intended to converse privately with Su Changning, but her father showed no inclination to leave. After a lengthy silence, Prince Yu finally spoke again, this time addressing Wei Yuan. "Linger, you may return to your chamber. I have matters to discuss with the young duke." Wei Yuan hesitated, but ultimately acquiesced to her father's wishes. She cast a glance at Su Changning, silently conveying her hope that he would not take offense at whatever her father might say. Watching Wei Yuan depart, Su Changning felt a surge of anxiety and took the initiative to speak. "Your Highness, do you have something to say to me? From now on, I shall call you Changning," the prince declared. The use of a given name indicated a recognition of kinship from elder to junior, and Su Changning felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, before he could savor his delight, Prince Yu continued, "I have only one daughter, and her suitor must endure the rigorous trial set forth by both myself and the princess. Otherwise, I would prefer to keep her by my side for eternity." Su Changning could not fully comprehend the sentiments of father, but he was willing to face any trials for Wei Yuan's sake. His unwavering sincerity would withstand any storm, and he believed Wei Yuan shared the same resolve. "Rest assured, Your Highness, what I have committed to will not waver throughout this life. My loyalty is steadfast." Su Changning rose and bowed deeply to Prince Yu, his gaze resolute. Imagining the scene of his daughter's marriage, Prince Yu was suddenly overcome with a touch of bittersweet emotion. In a solemn tone, he conceded, for Linger's sake, "I shall tentatively place my trust in you." A gentle breeze swept through the doorway, lifting the hem of a skirt that peeked through the entrance. Prince Yu, feeling exasperated, remarked, "What are you hiding for?" Gumin, Chapter 39. A prolonged discussion in the prince's residence upon hearing her father call her. Wei Yuan cautiously peeked her head inside to assess the situation, then tiptoed into the room. Prince Yu, somewhat displeased, asked in a low voice, "Did I not instruct you to return to your chamber? What sort of behavior is it to eavesdrop from outside?" Wei Yuan was naturally concerned that her father might trouble Su Changning in her absence, but expressing this directly might only incite her father's ire. She concocted a more palatable justification, saying, "Father, I thought it might be discourteous for me to retreat to my room while the young duke visits for the first time. Noticing the pallor on his daughter's face, Prince Yu softened his stance and refrained from further rebuke. Very well. Your mother stayed awake all night to care for you, and I must see to her now. You two may converse in my absence. Prince Yu observed the way his daughter gazed at Su Chongning, and it troubled him. He preferred they remain apart. As he reached the door, he suddenly halted and turned to Jinyu with a serious expression. Jinyu, take good care of the princess and do not wander off. Jinyu nodded. To her, the prince's orders were akin to imperial edicts. It was clear that he meant for her to keep an eye on the princess and the young duke, as if anyone could misinterpret his intention. After Prince Yu departed, the atmosphere in the room lightened considerably. Su Chongning glanced at Wei Yuan's thin cloak and remarked that, having recently recovered from serious illness, she ought to dress more warmly. He felt that her attire was somewhat inadequate. Wei Yuan gathered her cloak around her and nodded obediently. Do you still recall the medical clinic at the foot of Tianmu Mountain? The foot of Tianmu Mountain? Is that not where my face was injured and treated by the elderly physician? Wei Yuan replied, her memory rekindled. Indeed, the old physician's skills were remarkable, and the medicine took effect swiftly. She continued thoughtfully. I had the occasion to visit him again. He is not a resident of Shangjing. He merely happened upon Tianmu Mountain during his travels and was captivated by its beauty, thus choosing to linger there, Su Chongning recounted slowly. Wei Yuan was surprised to learn that the old physician was such a free-spirited individual. She only recalled his somewhat eccentric temperament. But in such a sparsely populated area as Tianmu Mountain, how can he practice his exceptional medical skills? Wei Yuan inquired, puzzled. This prompted Su Chongning to reminisce about his visit, where the old physician had only asked him what ailed him. Upon learning that it was merely a social call, the physician had attempted to send him away, clearly stating that his clinic was not a tea house and would not entertain anyone. Fortunately, after Su Chongning insisted, the physician allowed him entry. Their conversation, which began as a mere exchange of pleasantries, blossomed into a profound friendship. The old physician, possessing remarkable medical expertise, was not swayed by monetary gain, but was solely dedicated to healing others. How many can truly achieve such a noble calling? Aside from his medical prowess, the elder had a profound understanding of people and circumstances. Su Chongning pondered for a moment and said, the old gentleman mentioned that when two individuals meet, it is a matter of fate. If there is mutual affection, it will endure. He believed that his bond with Linger would surely withstand the test of time. At that moment, Wei Yuan grasped the essence of the term fate. Even though the clinic was nestled in the depths of the mountains, she had effortlessly found it. This was indeed what one might call destiny. So, it seems I share a connection with the old physician. He is quite an intriguing character. Once I have fully recovered, I shall personally pay him a visit, Wei Yuan declared, her eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. Su Chongning replied, you may find it difficult to meet him. Perplexed, Wei Yuan inquired further, and Su Chongning continued, the old gentleman mentioned that he has already savored the scenery of Tianmu Mountain to his satisfaction. He is likely no longer in Shangjing. A man of such free spirit would not be confined to a single place due to a fleeting moment of sentiment. It is probable that he has returned to his previous life, yearning for the freedom he once cherished. Wei Yuan expressed a regret. That is indeed a pity. But since we are fated to meet, I am certain we shall cross paths again in the future. Su Chongning nodded in agreement, admiring her unwavering optimism. After exchanging a few more words, Su Chongning took his leave, offering many reminders, despite the fact that the physician had already conveyed similar sentiments. When Prince Yu visited the princess, she had just awakened. He assisted her in sitting up and inquired with concern, do you feel somewhat better? Forgive your highness for worrying. After a brief rest, I find that my head aches less, the princess replied softly as she propped herself up. A maidservant draped a garment over the princess's shoulders and served tea to Prince Yu. Princess Yu adjusted the stray strands of hair at her temples and said, my lord, I have been resting for a while now, yet I remain unaware of how Linger is faring. Would you accompany me to check on her? The prince replied awkwardly. There is no need for you to go, my lady. At this moment, that girl is likely so joyous that she has forgotten her illness. Princess Yu looked at her husband in confusion. She could not comprehend how their daughter, who was unwell, could experience any joy that would alleviate her suffering. The prince took a sip of tea, expressing his dissatisfaction as he spoke. The Marquis of Anqing has sent someone, and Ling Er is currently conversing with that person in the main hall. The thought of the wolf cub attempting to court his daughter reignited the displeasure he had tried to suppress. Princess Yu, well aware of her husband's temperament, understood that the only person from the Marquis of Anqing's household who could provoke such discontent in him was none other than the Marquis himself, or perhaps his son. However, she was somewhat surprised that her lord had permitted young Marquis Su to enter their residence. Are you saying that the young Marquis is presently within the estate? The prince, lowering his head, remained silent, regretting his previous leniency. It was indeed a challenge for him as a father, not wanting to allow Su Chongning to gain entry while also wishing not to thwart his daughter's affections. Matters of the heart seemed to weigh even heavier than those of the court. My lord, I observe that young Marquis Su has genuine feelings for Ling Er. Even though the Marquis of Anqing can be rather blunt, he is ultimately a loyal and kind-hearted individual, and this should not hinder the interaction between the younger generation. Princess Yu gently urged. The prince was aware of the Marquis's decent character, yet he constantly found himself in opposition to him in court. Whenever there was even a slight disturbance, it resulted in conflict, and the Marquis's temperament was not just straightforward, it was downright reckless. What does it matter that his ancestors achieved military merit? His son, Wei Xiao, is currently basking in glory as well. I have no intention of holding a grudge against him, but I simply cannot abide by the Marquis's lack of decorum. He never spares anyone's dignity, which leaves people in uncomfortable positions. However, his son is indeed far superior to him, the prince remarked with a slight frown, his expression revealing his discontent. Finally hearing praise for Su Chongning from the prince, Princess Yu felt a tinge of surprise. My lord, have you finally recognized the merits of that child? She asked with a gentle smile, curious about her husband's change of heart regarding allowing Su Chongning into their home. With a tone of pride, the prince replied, What led Ling Er to fall into the river? If I continued to keep Su Chongning at bay, would I not be playing into the hands of others? Moreover, I have faith in my daughter's discernment. He could not assist in dismantling the bond between his daughter and Su Chongning. Thus, he had no choice but to relent. Chapter 40. Worrying for her brother Princess Yu suddenly realized that while she appeared to be the mother who cherished her daughter dearly, it was actually the prince, as a father, who indulged their daughter even more. As long as their daughter was happy, he would be willing to compromise. My lord, when Ling Er eventually has her own children, she will come to understand your heartfelt intentions. The prince took Princess Yu's hand, his eyes slightly reddening as he said, Once both our children are married, it will be just the two of us left. At this moment, Princess Yu was reminded of her son's marriage prospects. Ling Er, as the younger sister, had already found someone she admired. How was it that her elder brother, Xiao, had yet to show any signs of progress? Perhaps he had indeed found someone, but was simply unwilling to speak of it? After the evening meal, Wei Xiao had yet to return home. Recently, he had been residing in the military camp due to the training of new recruits, and had not set foot in the household for several days. Princess Yu stood at the door, anxiously gazing outward, but her son's figure remained absent. Eventually, she felt compelled to visit Wei Yuan's chamber. Wei Yuan had just taken her medicine, her little face scrunched up in distaste. Upon seeing this, Princess Yu immediately placed a candied fruit into her daughter's mouth, asking, Is it not bitter now? Wei Yuan, in a playful tone, replied, But mother's candied fruits are sweeter. Princess Yu gently touched Wei Yuan's forehead, noticing it was no longer warm. It seems Ling Er is truly on the mend. Wei Yuan nodded, feeling much improved, despite having suffered a serious illness. Today she had encountered Su Chongning, and to her astonishment, her father had agreed to the matter. The illness, it seemed, was worth enduring. Yet, she pondered why her mother had come at such a late hour. Surely, it was not merely to check on her recovery. Mother, do you have something to discuss with Ling Er? Princess Yu patted her daughter's small hand, recognizing her daughter's perceptiveness. Since her daughter had broached the subject, she might as well inquire further. Ling Er, you often accompany your brother. Have you noticed if he has taken a liking to anyone? A sudden pang of alarm struck Wei Yuan. Had her mother also sensed something amiss with her brother? She felt the pressure mounting and her thoughts were sluggish. struggling to concoct a response. Finally, she tentatively asked, "Mother, are you considering selecting a consort for brother?" The princess admitted, "I have entertained that thought. But look at your brother. He spends all his time in the military camp and hardly returns home. I wish to consult him, but he is elusive." Relieved that her mother's inquiry was merely casual and not indicative of any deeper concern regarding her brother, Wei Yuan's thoughts turned anxious. What if their mother insisted on a marriage? That would surely complicate matters for the girl involved. While worrying about her brother's potential reluctance, Wei Yuan also feared that if their mother were to learn the truth, it would undoubtedly be overwhelming for her. After all, her brother was the sole heir, and the future prosperity of the Yu Wangfu depended on him. "Mother, brother is simply devoted to the nation. That is commendable." Wei Yuan endeavored to soothe Princess Yu. "Surely, he must marry eventually? You are looking forward to becoming a grandmother, after all." As she spoke, Princess Yu's face lit up with eager anticipation. Inwardly, Wei Yuan felt a wave of anxiety. It seemed that her brother would not allow their mother to become a grandmother, and she herself would miss out on having a nephew. She affectionately linked her arm through her mother's, dramatically assuring her, "Mother, please do not worry. Brother surely has his own thoughts on the matter, and you must not be angry with him." Princess Yu, perplexed, replied, "I was merely seeking information to make a decision. Why would I be angry?" She gently pushed Wei Yuan's head aside. "What nonsense are you speaking? How could I be angry with your brother over this? Regardless, I shall send word to the military camp tomorrow, asking Shower to return and speak with him directly." With that, Princess Yu entrusted Jinyu to keep a close watch over Wei Yuan that night as she departed. Wei Yuan clasped her hands together in prayer, hoping fervently that her mother would remain oblivious to the matter, for if she found out, the Yu Wangfu would surely be thrown into chaos. Jinyu noticed the princess's mysterious demeanor and leaned in to inquire, "Princess, what are you speaking of? What chaos is afoot?" Nothing, do rest quickly." Wei Yuan feigned indifference, curling up beneath the covers. Jinyu extinguished the candle, plunging the room into complete darkness. Wei Yuan tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. Usually so full of ideas, her mind was now utterly blank. Finally, as dawn broke, during breakfast, Wei Xiao unexpectedly returned home. Upon entering, Wei Yuan was momentarily stunned upon seeing her brother, forgetting to react. Wei Xiao had just learned of his sister's illness and hurried back early in the morning, not expecting her to wear such a look upon his arrival. Has she lost her wits? Does she not even recognize her brother? Wei Xiao teased with a smile. Wei Yuan snapped back to reality, shooting her brother a glance, relieved that nothing untoward had occurred. She obediently sat down to eat her breakfast, yet her gaze involuntarily drifted toward her brother. Wei Xiao sensed something amiss. As he lifted his gaze, Wei Yuan hastily averted her eyes, seemingly fearful of making direct eye contact. After multiple exchanges of glances, he could no longer restrain himself and addressed the princess. "Mother, is Ling really fully recovered? Perhaps we should consult the palace physician for a thorough examination." "You silly child, your sister is lively and well. How could she still be unwell?" The princess assumed Wei Xiao was merely teasing Wei Yuan. Nonetheless, Wei Xiao remained unconvinced, unable to articulate what felt off. Halfway through breakfast, the princess suddenly spoke. "Shower, your father and I have discussed your marriage. We initially thought to seek the emperor's blessing, but I believe it is essential to consider your thoughts on the matter. If you have a lady in mind, your father and I would wholeheartedly support it." Wei Yuan glanced at her brother's expression, and indeed, the smile had vanished from Wei Xiao's face. He had someone in mind. However, their relationship could not simply be resolved by parental arrangements. Yet, if he were to marry any woman without genuine feelings, it would be unfair to her and to himself. Wei Xiao delicately declined, saying, "Mother, with the northern troops recently retreating and unrest in the southern territories, the central plains are unstable. I am currently not inclined to consider marriage. You must be loyal and serve your country. I fully support your ambitions, but marriage does not hinder your service to the nation." The princess attempted to persuade her son further. Wei Yuan felt helpless to alleviate the tension. This secret weighed heavily on her heart. Wei Xiao continued to respond gently. "I appreciate your concern, mother, but at present, my mind is not on such matters. I hope for your understanding. Mother, brother is still young. There is no rush for marriage, Wei Yuan interjected, observing their mother's displeased expression. The princess looked at her daughter's innocent face, pondering how she could claim he was too young, while the girl already had someone in her heart. If her son did not require her worry, how delightful that would be. Chapter 41. Mo Bingqing weeping bitterly. The rear hall of Taihe Palace is where the emperor convenes with his ministers. At this moment, the main door was tightly shut. Su Chongning approached, thinking something might have occurred inside, and beckoned a nearby young eunuch, asking, "Why is the door closed today?" The young eunuch rushed over, bowing and nodding as he replied, "Young lord, General Mo is currently in the inner chamber discussing matters with His Majesty." Upon hearing General Mo's name, Su Chongning was suddenly reminded of the scene when Wei Yuan fell into the water. Although the mistakes of children should not be blamed on their parents, there's an old saying that a father's failure to teach is a fault of the father. Fortunately, nothing irreversible occurred that day. Otherwise, everyone would bear the blame. Noticing Su Chongning lost in thought, the young eunuch inquired, "Young lord, do you wish to see His Majesty? I can report your presence immediately." "No need. I shall wait here for the general," Su Chongning replied. The young eunuch, upon hearing Su Chongning's words, silently retreated to the door to continue his watch. Su Chongning stood patiently to the side, awaiting General Mo's emergence. The young eunuch occasionally glanced at him, sensing something peculiar about the young lord today. After several hours, the door to the rear hall finally swung open, and General Mo stepped out, instantly spotting Su Chongning standing at the entrance. If one were to ask whom General Mo admired most in the court, it would undoubtedly be Duke Onqing. To be precise, General Mo held respect for anyone who served the nation. He approached steadily, asking, "Commander Su, are you here at this hour to address His Majesty?" Su Chongning turned at the sound of his voice and replied, "I am here to wait for the general." General Montag Pazit recognized that the two had not interacted much in the court and was curious as to why Commander Su would wait for him today. "I see. May I inquire what business you have with me?" Su Chongning, though not of equal rank to General Mo, found the general to be a man who cherished talent. He greatly admired outstanding juniors like Su Chongning. For Su Chongning, General Mo was not only a commendable general, but also a kind-hearted elder. Yet there were matters he felt compelled to address. "General, your dedication to the nation and its people has earned you the trust of His Majesty and the love of the people. However, it would be a grave loss if such remarkable contributions were to be tarnished by trivial matters." Su Chongning's words were somewhat indirect, leaving General Mo confused. He pondered carefully, but could not discern the issue at hand. "Forgive my ignorance. Could you clarify, Commander Su? Forgive my frankness, but Miss Mo's actions have been rather indiscreet. If anything were to happen to Princess Anyang, it would be irreparable," Su Chongning stated. General Mo lowered his gaze in contemplation and tentatively probed. "My daughter entered the palace that day to attend Princess Yunhe's flower-viewing banquet. I'm unaware of why she returned in such a state." It seemed that Miss Mo was keenly aware of her missteps and dared not disclose the matter to her father, leaving General Mo completely in the dark regarding the incident. Su Chongning refrained from criticizing the general's daughter, merely stating, "That day, one could say Miss Mo was fortunate as no grave error occurred. Otherwise, the entire general's residence would likely face repercussions." Upon hearing this, General Mo's expression darkened instantly as he recalled how his daughter had returned home in a daze, insisting there was nothing amiss despite his inquiries. It now appeared that there must be some hidden truth behind it all. With this, Su Chongning had expressed his concerns, and General Mo felt it inappropriate to press further. He hurried back to the general's residence and summoned the maid, Xiao Cui, to the front hall for questioning. "Xiao Cui, on that day when you and the second miss entered the palace for the flower-viewing banquet, how did the young lady come to fall into the imperial river?" Upon hearing the prince mention the past, Xiao Cui felt a wave of unease wash over her. Stammering, she replied, in response to the general, "The second miss accidentally slipped and fell into the river." "Dare you lie?" General Mo slammed his palm on the table, causing the teacups to tremble. Xiao Cui fell to her knees with a thud, her body trembling in fear. I do not dare to lie. As a servant, Both the young lady and the general were her superiors. She could not afford to offend either. In this moment, she could only hope for the young lady to appear and save her. General Mo regarded the quivering Xiao Chui and pressed on. If you confess the truth, I shall not hold you accountable. But if you continue to deceive, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. After much contemplation, Xiao Chui still dared not speak. For offending the general would only earn her a beating, while incurring the ire of the second miss would bring upon her a myriad of torturous methods of retribution. Trembling, she replied, General, I speak nothing but the truth. You servants are truly lawless, full of deceit. It is your indulgence that has led the second miss to act recklessly, without considering the consequences. General Mo suddenly stood, his face darkened with fury. Father, who has angered you? Just then, Mo Bingqing entered. Noticing her father's furious demeanor and Xiao Chui, who was bent low to the ground, a sense of foreboding flickered in Mo Bingqing's heart. Feigning ignorance, she approached and glanced at Xiao Chui, then turned to her father and said, Father, did Xiao Chui do something wrong? Please calm down. I shall take her back and teach her a lesson. Stop right there. General Mo's voice boomed, halting his daughter's actions. What exactly transpired at the flower viewing banquet? His questioning was blunt. Mo Bingqing's heart quaked. She feared her father might discern something amiss. Quickly, she smiled and replied, Father, are you jesting with your daughter? What could I have possibly done? It was merely a gathering with my sisters to admire the flowers and watch the dances. Umph. A habitual liar, still unrepentant. General Mo reprimanded, his expression grim. Mo Bingqing understood the consequences of her father's anger and obediently knelt, defending herself. It was not entirely my fault that day. Princess Anyang was rude and disrespectful, disregarding the princess. I simply could not bear to witness such behavior and sought to speak up for her. Upon hearing this, General Mo's anger intensified. Princess Anyang is royalty. Even if she lacks decorum, it is not for you, the daughter of a minister, to reprimand her. How could my daughter be so foolish? Regardless of her status, she is still of royal blood. How could you provoke her? Now even Su Chongning knows that the young ladies of my general's household act recklessly and without prudence. General Mo lamented in disappointment. At the mention of Su Chongning's name, Mo Bingqing sprang to her feet. Princess Anyang, lacking discretion, privately entices the young marquis. Originally, the young marquis was to be the prince consort, a sheltered woman. She knew little of court affairs, only what lay upon the surface. Whether Su Chongning could truly become the prince consort depended on the emperor's will, and the princess's desires were not the most crucial factor. Chapter 42. A visit of apology. General Mo, weary of reprimanding his daughter, realized that these lessons might not penetrate her stubbornness. If this incident failed to impress upon her the gravity of her actions, she could very well cause calamities in the future. Striding purposefully towards Mo Bingqing, he seized her arm and began to pull her along. Startled by her father's sudden maneuver, she instinctively recoiled. Father, where are you taking me? Without loosening his grip, General Mo replied, We are going to the Prince of Yu's residence to apologize to Princess Anyang. The mere mention of the Prince of Yu's residence made Mo Bingqing instantly discontent. The thought of bowing to Princess Anyang was utterly unacceptable to her. Xiao Cui, having overheard her mistress's cries, knelt at the general's feet, pleading on her behalf. However, the more she begged, the more resolute General Mo became in teaching his daughter a lesson. Such unbridled arrogance would only bring her harm and endanger the reputation of the general's household. If you do not go to the Prince of Yu's residence to offer your apologies today, do not expect to call me father any longer. Mo Bingqing understood her father's disposition too well. Today, he was determined to strip her of her dignity. Desperately, she pleaded, Father, I cannot go. I beseech you. The thought of facing Wei Yuan to confess her faults was mortifying. At that moment, Madame Song happened to pass by and overheard her daughter's desperate exclamations. Alarmed, she hurried to the front hall, only to find a chaotic scene, her daughter in tears, as if she had suffered an immense injustice. Madame Song rushed to embrace her daughter, her heart aching. My dear, what has prompted such treatment from your father? What wrong has she committed? The general's fondness for Mo Bingxing was well known throughout the household, and he had previously turned a blind eye, believing that his daughter would not cause any significant trouble. It now appeared that he had gravely misjudged the situation. General Mo gazed at his wife, his voice grave. She has deliberately targeted Princess Anyang, even dragging her into the river. If anything were to happen to that princess, your daughter would be guilty of a heinous crime against the royal family. Madame Song gasped in shock, turning to her daughter, unable to fathom that her obedient child could commit such an act. Perhaps the intensity of the general's gaze spurred Mo Bingxing into action. Fearing her mother would not support her, she clung to Madame Song's arm, sobbing uncontrollably. "Mother, it was not intentional. The princess meant to frighten me. It has nothing to do with me. Stop your defiance," General Mo bellowed, pointing an accusing finger at Mo Bingxing. Madame Song, recognizing the severity of her daughter's transgression, still struggled to bear her daughter's tears. "My dear, if she acknowledges her wrongdoing, can we not let this matter rest?" General Mo looked at his wife in disbelief, incredulous at her intent to indulge their daughter further. He forcefully shook off Madame Song's grip on his arm, his voice laced with fury. "If anyone dares to obstruct this, they are opposing me, and I shall show no mercy." Madame Song revered her husband, yet felt trepidation in his presence, especially when he was truly enraged. She dared not speak further. With all hope extinguished, Mo Bingxing resigned herself to her father's will, reluctantly allowing him to lead her to the Prince of Yu's residence. At this moment, within the esteemed residence of the Duke of Yu, Wei Yuan was regaling her parents with the latest rumors circulating in the streets, eliciting laughter from the Duchess of Yu, while the Duke wore a smile on his face. Suddenly, a servant rushed in to report, "My lord, General Mo has come to pay a visit and is currently waiting outside." The Duke was momentarily puzzled, as there was little rapport between their families, wondering what prompted General Mo's visit. "Please invite General Mo in," he instructed. A moment later, General Mo entered with Mo Bingxing in tow. After exchanging pleasantries, Wei Yuan noticed that Mo Bingxing continued to regard her with unfriendly eyes. She mused internally. "It seems the last encounter by the river was insufficient. She dares to provoke me again." Just as the Duke commanded the servants to serve tea, General Mo articulated his purpose. "Your Highness, I have come to offer my apologies on behalf of my daughter to Princess Anyang." With that, he cupped his fists in a gesture of respect towards Wei Yuan. General Mo's unexpected bow of apology took Wei Yuan by surprise. She quickly rose, momentarily at a loss for words. She held great respect for General Mo, especially as he was her elder, and could not bear the thought of him apologizing to her. "General Mo, what is the meaning of this?" The Duke, aware of General Mo's intentions, feigned ignorance. "My daughter has behaved rudely and harmed the princess. It is my failure in upbringing, and I cannot absolve myself of the responsibility." General Mo spoke with sincerity. Mo Bingxing, hiding behind her father, felt her eyes welling with tears, astonished that her father would come to apologize on her behalf. The Duke felt a surge of anger. Had anything happened to his daughter, he would never forgive it. Even though his daughter stood unharmed before him, he was reluctant to let the matter rest easily. Before he could voice his thoughts, Wei Yuan boldly approached General Mo, stating, "General Mo, you are a great hero, and I hold you in high esteem. However, one must bear the consequences of their actions. Hiding behind an elder is unbecoming." Her words were directed at Mo Bingxing. If one dares to act, they should also have the courage to face the repercussions. She would not allow her father to take the blame for her actions. Mo Bingxing bristled at the challenge, but, constrained within the Duke's residence, could only swallow her indignation. Gradually, she stepped forward, saying, "Princess Anyang, I acknowledge my wrongdoing from the last incident and hope you can forgive me." Her tone was reluctant, sounding more like a provocation than an apology. A smirk flickered across Wei Yuan's face as she retorted, "Miss Mo, I am not one to easily overlook grievances. Should there be further provocations, I shall not hold back." "Yuan," the Duchess of Yu gently admonished. While she felt deep sympathy for her daughter, she understood the need for decorum, especially since General Mo had come to apologize. If they continued to be aggressive, the Duke's residence would surely be the subject of gossip. Wei Yuan stuck out her tongue playfully and took a step back. Though Mo Bingqing felt unjustly treated, she dared not speak further and retreated behind her father, sulking. The Duke calmed himself and remarked, General Mo, I hold you in high regard for your unwavering dedication to your country and people. However, you must place greater emphasis on the education of your children. You are right, my lord. I shall ensure to discipline my children sternly in the future to prevent such occurrences, General Mo replied. The Duke felt it was not his place to decide on his daughter's forgiveness. That choice rested solely with her. Yuan, you must choose how to proceed, he said. Wei Yuan's thoughts weighed heavily on her mind as she raised her gaze towards Mo Bingqing and said, to conspire against a royal princess is a grievous offense. However, seeing your sincere attitude in admitting your mistakes, I shall grant you a punishment of 10 strokes. Upon hearing this, Mo Bingqing grew anxious and stepped forward, exclaiming, Princess, do not take advantage of me. Oh, you are agitated. If I were to truly take advantage of you, it would be 50 strokes, not merely 10. Wei Yuan replied with a serious expression. Mo Bingqing considered the consequences of receiving such punishment, envisioning the pain and bloodshed that would ensue. She instinctively tugged at her father's sleeve. Chapter 43. Forgiveness for Mo Bingqing. General Mo, unable to bear the thought of his daughter's suffering, reasoned that since they had come to offer their apologies, there was no justification for retracting their words. Observing his daughter's frail frame, he calmly stated, Your Highness, since I have come to your esteemed residence to confess my daughter's wrongdoing, I harbor no intent to evade responsibility. However, my daughter is delicate and may not withstand the punishment. I am willing to accept her punishment in her stead, and I hope your Highness will grant this request. Mo Bingqing remained silent, hiding behind her father, her head bowed in shame. Wei Yuan could not help but look down upon her lack of resolve. If she had erred, she would never allow her father to bear the shame. She would face the consequences herself rather than let him suffer in her place. However, as Mo Bingqing continued to remain silent and her father prepared to kneel for punishment, Wei Yuan interjected, Wait, General Mo. At her words, the attention of several individuals turned towards Wei Yuan. In truth, she had long since ceased to care about the matter. And since Mo Bingqing had been quite frightened that day, they were somewhat even. Let us consider this matter settled. Miss Mo has already been startled by the incident in the water. As long as she does not provoke trouble again in the future, I shall not pursue this matter further. Wei Yuan spoke gently. Mo Bingqing was taken aback by Wei Yuan's unexpected leniency. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and shame. General Montag, however, was pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated that the Princess Anyang would be so magnanimous and discerning. He could not help but recall Wei Zhao's valor in battle. It seemed that the siblings shared certain admirable traits. Truly, Prince Yu had an exceptional way of teaching, unlike his own. Prince Yu approached General Mo and said, Since Ling will not pursue the matter, I shall refrain from further comment. It is vital that you return home and properly guide your daughter. General Mo expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. I appreciate the compassion of the princess. I shall certainly strive to educate my daughter and ensure that she does not repeat the same mistakes. Then he brought his daughter forward and scolded her in a hushed tone. Why aren't you thanking His Highness and the princess? Reluctantly, Mo Bingqing stepped forward, her voice barely above a whisper. Thank you, Your Highness, Princess, for your mercy. General Mo felt a mix of frustration and helplessness at his daughter's behavior. She was evasive at such a critical moment. He lamented that his life had been marred by her actions. He turned his gaze to Wei Yuan, who was poised, gracious, and respectful, truly a person to be admired. If only his daughter possessed such qualities as Princess Anyang, he would feel at ease. After bidding farewell at the Prince Yu's residence, General Mo and Mo Bingqing returned home in silence, both of them lost in thought. He hoped that this incident would serve as a catalyst for his daughter's genuine growth. Within the Prince Yu's residence, Wei Yuan watched the retreating figure of General Mo, feeling a pang of sorrow. Prince Yu approached and remarked, Father is unaware of how magnanimous his daughter truly is. Father, I am not magnanimous. I merely empathize with a father's heart, she replied. Wei Yuan, lost in thought, responded, Oh, so Linger truly feels for her parents? The Prince of Yu smiled broadly. Wei Yuan turned to embrace the prince's arm, playfully saying, Of course. My daughter would never let her father and mother suffer. The Prince of Yu smiled at the princess, remarking, "It's not that they suffer, but they certainly have their share of worries." Time flowed like water, and a heavy snowfall blanketed the entire Chengdu. On the barren branches, a magpie chirped merrily, singing its solitary tune, evoking a sense of melancholy. Jin Yu entered, holding a steaming bundle, wincing from the heat. "Princess, the sweet potatoes are ready. You must try them while they're still warm." Wei Yuan had long craved this taste, and upon seeing Jin Yu, seemed to catch a whiff of the roasted sweet potatoes, unable to contain her eagerness. "Hurry, place them down." Jin Yu set the sweet potatoes on the table, rubbing her reddened hands before unwrapping the package. "Princess, my culinary skills have greatly improved. Look how perfect the skins are." Wei Yuan leaned in to sniff and inquired, "Were they discovered?" "No, only Granny Li from the kitchen knows. She has been in the royal household for many years and cares for you dearly. She wants to speak of it," Jin Yu confidently replied. As she endured the heat, Jin Yu broke open a sweet potato and offered it to Wei Yuan. "Princess, do try it. The ones sold by Granny Wang are exceptionally sweet. This batch was set aside especially for you." Wei Yuan eagerly accepted, disregarding the heat. Taking a small bite, the sweetness burst in her mouth, warming her body instantly. Granny Wang is so thoughtful. These sweet potatoes are delightful. However, they are poor folks. We mustn't take their kindness for granted, Wei Yuan advised. Jin Yu smiled in response. "Rest assured, Princess, I discreetly placed some silver in the basket for Granny Wang to find upon her return." Hearing this, Wei Yuan focused on savoring her sweet potato. Suddenly, a wave of sadness washed over her. "Jin Yu, do you think the weather in Jiangnan is as chilly as in Chengdu now? What is winter like in Jiangnan?" Jin Yu had never ventured beyond Chengdu and was unaware of the world outside, but she could perceive the shift in the princess's mood. After swallowing her bite of sweet potato, she gazed at the restless Wei Yuan. "You must be missing the old general, aren't you?" Wei Yuan nodded, her thoughts drifting back to her carefree childhood. Before arriving in Jiangnan, her mother often spoke of her grandparents, who were stern and unyielding, particularly towards their children. Wei Yuan harbored a subtle worry that she might not last a single day under their strictness. However, to her surprise, her grandparents were only harsh with her mother and uncle, while they indulged her to the point of spoiling. Wei Yuan was free-spirited, catching fish in the river during summer and hunting in the mountains during winter. After teaching her basic survival skills, her grandfather often let her run amok. Back then, she often roasted sweet potatoes with several children her age at the foot of the mountain. On one occasion, they nearly set the hill ablaze and were captured by the authorities. However, they were released later due to her grandfather's reputation. Nonetheless, her grandfather, being a man of integrity, compensated the authorities with several taels of silver to settle the matter. Wei Yuan wept throughout the night, not out of guilt for her misdeeds, but rather in lamentation over the precious silver that had slipped through her fingers, silver that could have purchased a bounty of delectable sweet potatoes. "Princess, Princess," Jin Yu's voice called, pulling Wei Yuan back from her reverie. She took another bite of the sweet potato, murmuring softly, "I wonder when I shall return to visit my grandparents. When spring arrives and the weather warms, I shall accompany you back to Jiangnan." Jin Yu comforted her casually. At that moment, a figure appeared outside the window, followed by a gentle rapping on the glass. "Your Highness, there's a child outside who is crying and wishes to see you." "A child?" Wei Yuan looked quizzically at Jin Yu, who immediately replied, "Your Highness, I shall go and see what is the matter." Chapter 44. A rescue for the destitute. Jin Yu, accompanied by a servant, approached the entrance and beheld a small boy crouched at the feet of a stone lion. His hair was disheveled, his face a shade of blue from the cold, and his shoes were tattered, with several toes curling in discomfort. Upon spotting Jin Yu, he rushed over, kneeling without hesitation. "Sister Jin Yu, please help me, I beg you." Jin Yu then recognized the child as the grandson of the vegetable vendor, Old Wang, named Xiao Wu. When she had seen him during the summer, he had been a cleanly dressed, polite young lad, but now he appeared more ragged than the beggars on the street. Jin Yu bent down to help him up, wiping away his tears and urging him to speak slowly about his troubles. With great effort to suppress his sobs, Xiao Wu recounted, "Thanks to the princess's help, We were able to reclaim our stall at the market, but this autumn, a group of bullies suddenly appeared, seizing our stall and taking our vegetables. We had little to offer, and when my grandmother could not pay them, they beat her. Jean, you recalled that old Wang had recently visited the manor to deliver sweet potatoes, yet she had sensed something amiss without knowing the cause. Now it became clear. She instructed a young servant to take Xiao Wu inside for some hot tea to warm him, while she hurried back to Wei Yuan's chamber to report the situation truthfully. Just as Wei Yuan was about to swallow a mouthful of sweet potato, she nearly choked. After taking a sip of tea to steady herself, she exclaimed, "Those scoundrels! Not even sparing an elderly woman. The market is a place designated by the government for the common people. Who do they think they are to bully the citizens right under the emperor's nose? Today, I shall confront these ruffians." As Wei Yuan prepared to storm out, Jin Yu quickly interjected, "Your Highness, we know nothing of these individuals. Besides, to act so boldly in the imperial city suggests they are not to be trifled with." After a moment of contemplation, Wei Yuan conceded that Jin Yu's reasoning was sound. They were indeed outmatched. Should the adversaries be numerous, they could find themselves in perilous circumstances. Stealing a token again was out of the question, especially since her father's token had been secured in a chest since the last time she had taken it. Jin Yu observed Wei Yuan's troubled expression and suggested, "Your Highness, perhaps we should follow Xiao Wu back to see old Wang and inquire about these people's backgrounds." Wei Yuan nodded in agreement, swiftly donning a warm cloak, and accompanied by Jin Yu and Xiao Wu, made her way to Granny Wang's home. Granny Wang was a woman of misfortune. She had but one son, who perished on the battlefield years ago while serving in the military. Her daughter-in-law, overwhelmed by sorrow, succumbed to a lingering illness after a year of suffering, leaving behind a pair of grieving souls who subsisted on 2 acres of meager farmland. Their life, stripped bare, became exceedingly arduous during the frigid winter months. Upon entering the dwelling, Wei Yuan was struck by the absence of a burning coal fire, the chill penetrating deeply, causing her to shudder. There on the sole wooden bed lay Granny Wang, pale and motionless, her eyes tightly shut. A tattered quilt, riddled with patches, offered little warmth as she lay in silence. Approaching the bedside, Wei Yuan leaned in gently and called softly, "Granny, Granny." Granny Wang, barely aware, struggled to open her eyes, and at last beheld a lively face before her. Still foggy in her mind, it took her a moment to recognize the figure standing at her side. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" she murmured, extending a trembling hand in an attempt to grasp Wei Yuan's arm. Wei Yuan clasped Granny Wang's hand firmly and settled herself at the edge of the bed, her voice tender as she inquired, "Granny, how are you feeling?" At these words, tears welled in Granny Wang's eyes, her murky tears falling heavily onto the worn pillow beside her. "Your Highness, I am not worth mourning. It is my grandson I cannot bear to leave. This child has suffered so much. He will have to live alone from now on." Xiao Wu, small and frail, trembled at her side, and upon hearing these words, fell at his knees by the bed, weeping uncontrollably. Wei Yuan turned to Jin Yu and instructed, "Go fetch a doctor and also buy some coal and blankets." Jin Yu promptly exited the house, while Granny Wang clutched Wei Yuan's hand tightly. "Your Highness, please do not spend any more on an old woman like me. Granny, you will be just fine. The sweet potatoes you grow are so delicious. I wish to enjoy them for many more years to come." Wei Yuan reassured her with a gentle smile. Granny Wang's eyes were reddened. She had sensed her end was near in recent days. Knowing that the princess cherished her sweet potatoes, she had mustered the last of her strength to bring the remaining harvest to the prince's residence, hoping to deliver one last offering to the noblewoman who had helped her family. A sense of guilt washed over Wei Yuan as she reflected on her own past neglect. Had she visited Granny Wang sooner, she might have noticed her distress earlier. Jin Yu soon returned, hastily bringing the doctor along. Wei Yuan rose and stepped aside, allowing the doctor to approach the bed. "Doctor, please examine Granny Wang thoroughly." Xiao Wu stood nearby, his previously worried eyes now glimmering with a flicker of hope as the doctor entered. The doctor checked Granny Wang's pulse and inquired about her condition before swiftly penning a prescription. Approaching the doctor, Wei Yuan peered at the scrawl of unfamiliar characters and asked, "Doctor, what ailment afflicts Granny Wang?" The doctor replied while continuing to write, The elderly lady has sustained an injury that has gone untreated for days. Recently, the cold weather has led to a worsening of her condition due to a chill. With a few doses of medicine and some time for recovery, she should regain her strength. A wave of relief washed over Wei Yuan as she approached Granny Wang's bedside with a beaming smile. "Granny, did you hear that? The doctor says you will be all right. It seems you will still be sending me those delicious sweet potatoes." Old Granny Wang nodded with a smile, but soon her thoughts turned to the uncertainties of her future. With her stall usurped and her land rendered unfit for cultivation, her source of income had vanished. Moreover, she would still need to purchase medicine, which only added to her woes. "Your Highness, it seems I shall no longer be able to deliver sweet potatoes to you. My stall is gone, and I cannot keep my land," she lamented, her voice tinged with sorrow. Wei Yuan had arranged for Jin Yu to accompany a physician to procure medicine, while she sat by the bedside, conversing with Granny Wang. "Granny, do you know who has taken over your stall?" Granny Wang pondered for a moment, then replied, "I am not certain, but I have heard that it is the son of an official family, a person of considerable influence in the court, certainly not someone we common folk can contend with." The son of an official family? The commoners may not dare to confront him, but she certainly would. For Wei Yuan was determined to rectify the misdeeds of such decadent science. "Granny, please heed the doctor's advice and focus on your recovery. I shall handle the other matters." Though Granny Wang was aware of Wei Yuan's noble status, she still worried about the trouble it might bring her. Chapter 45. Borrowing silver from brother having resolved Granny Wang's predicament, Wei Yuan felt a weight lift from her shoulders. As long as Granny Wang was well, little Wu would not become an orphan. Just as she and Jin Yu were about to depart, little Wu hurried after them, tugging at Wei Yuan's sleeve, hesitating to speak. "Your Highness," his timid voice trailed off. Wei Yuan crouched down, gently inquiring, "Little Wu, have you encountered any difficulties? Granny says we have troubled you enough, and we shouldn't add to your worries." But little Wu lowered his head, his voice growing softer. "But what?" After a long pause, he finally spoke. "It's not just me and Granny. Many families at the market have had their stalls taken. Everyone is struggling to make ends meet, and I fear we may not survive this winter. Many of my little friends are going hungry, and I cannot help them." Suppressing her rising anger, Wei Yuan found the actions of those bullies utterly despicable for preying upon the impoverished. She gently patted little Wu's head and reassured him, "Take good care of Granny. I will take care of the rest." With that, she departed from Granny Wang's home alongside Jin Yu. Granny Wang resided in the impoverished district of Chengdu, where the inhabitants were those who toiled tirelessly yet still struggled to survive. Their sole means of livelihood was the stalls at the small market. As Wei Yuan walked through the streets, witnessing the plight of the people, she grasped the true meaning of the phrase "the road is lined with frozen bones." In the bitter cold, she saw women clad in tattered clothes tightly clutching their infants, elderly individuals huddled in corners gnawing on stale buns, and the sickly barely clinging to life. The conditions of these people were even worse than those of the disaster victims she had encountered outside the city. Wei Yuan hastily exited the street, and after a long while, her earlier feelings of sorrow began to subside. "Jin Yu, I wish for the people here to no longer go hungry and to live well, although it is essential to hold those villains accountable. Ensuring the survival of these citizens is of utmost urgency." Jin Yu expressed her concern. "Your Highness, addressing the needs of these people will require a significant amount of silver. Where shall we procure such funds?" Wei Yuan did not typically favor ornate hairpins adorned with jewels, and at present, she possessed few items that could be exchanged for silver. With her brow furrowed in concern, she found herself at a loss. Suddenly, Jin Yu proposed an idea. "Why don't we seek assistance from the young marquis? He is a compassionate person and is unlikely to turn a blind eye to our plight." Wei Yuan realized that it had been quite some time since she last saw Su Chongning. She had heard that he and the crown prince had been assigned urgent duties by the emperor, leaving him exceedingly busy. She did not wish to burden him any further. As she contemplated her options, she recalled another individual she could approach, the military camp. Wei Xiao was currently engaged in a discussion concerning the military situation at the border with several vice-generals. Recent stirrings in the northern desert suggested a potential resurgence, necessitating vigilance. A soldier reported to him, "General, The princess is outside the camp and wishes to see you on urgent business. Upon learning that his sister had arrived, Wei Xiao instructed the vice-generals to handle the current matters and hurried outside the camp. Seeing his sister standing in the snow, he expressed concern. "What brings you all the way out here? Do our parents know?" "Brother, I am no longer a child. I can leave the estate without needing their supervision," Wei Yuan retorted, displeased. Noting the situation, Wei Xiao discerned that she had sneaked out. "This is not a place for leisure. You must return home at once." Before he could utter more, Wei Yuan urgently interjected, "Brother, you cannot be ungrateful. I have spoken highly of you before Mother, and even concealed a significant matter." "Spoken highly?" Wei Xiao was puzzled. He had never caused their parents undue worry, so there was no need for his mischievous sister to defend him. Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow, believing that knowing her brother's secret granted her leverage over him for life. Finding her expression amusing, Wei Xiao asked, "What is so important that you traveled this far to find me?" It was indeed quite cold outside, and Wei Yuan felt the chill creeping in her feet. She reminded him, "Brother, it is not convenient to talk here. May we go inside?" Although women were not permitted to enter military camps freely, her brother's unwillingness to see her suffer led Wei Xiao to hesitate only briefly before escorting her back to his tent. Once inside, Wei Yuan felt warmth envelop her. Wei Xiao added some charcoal to the fire and handed her a cup of hot tea. She settled onto a side couch, sipping the tea in small increments. Though the bedding in the camp was somewhat hard and uncomfortable, it was a far better option than standing outside. "Now can we speak? What trouble have you gotten into this time?" Wei Xiao inquired. Wei Yuan gazed at her brother expectantly. "Brother, do you have any silver?" "Jinyu, take the princess back to the estate," Wei Xiao replied without a moment's hesitation, fully aware that her request for silver would lead to trouble. In a state of urgency, Wei Yuan rose and pleaded, "Brother, I need the silver for something important. I promise I won't cause any trouble, truly. You must believe me." "Cause no trouble?" Wei Xiao countered, recalling a recent incident when she requested 10 taels of silver, claiming it was for jewelry, only for her to use it to purchase a counterfeit to replace the broken lotus-patterned porcelain vase, which ultimately led to both of them facing punishment. Wei Yuan offered an awkward smile. Shattering the porcelain vase was not her intention. Moreover, it was her father's favorite vase, and she had devised a clever ruse solely out of concern for his health. Little did she know that her deception would be discovered at once, resulting in both her and her brother being punished by kneeling. With continued pleas, Wei Yuan implored, "Brother, this time it is not about deceiving anyone with counterfeit goods. I am determined to perform a deed of great virtue." Wei Xiao, feeling helpless, acknowledged that no matter how virtuous the cause, his pockets were completely empty. His meager salary had long been depleted by his sister's charming ways. After rummaging through his belongings, he managed to find a few pieces of silver. Just as he was about to extend his hand, Wei Yuan snatched it away, as if fearing he would change his mind if he hesitated. With a resigned sigh, Wei Xiao said, "This is all the silver I possess, but do not accuse me of not assisting you. However, what do you intend to do with this money? You must enlighten me to some extent." Wei Yuan hesitated, wishing to solve her own problems without relying too heavily on her brother. She tucked the silver into her sleeve and replied with a smile, "Thank you for your generosity, dear brother, but you are preoccupied with military affairs. I shall refrain from burdening you with these trivial matters. You have your duties." With that, she pulled Jinyu and dashed out of the tent, their figures quickly disappearing beyond the camp's confines. "Oh, do not get into trouble," Wei Xiao called after them, his voice filled with concern, yet he received no response. Frustrated, he slapped his forehead. He was always so easily deceived by this little girl. He would need to investigate this matter further to find peace of mind. Chapter 46. The old trick revisited upon leaving the military camp. The two hurried towards the impoverished district. Jin Yu expressed her concern, "Your Highness, we only have this small amount of silver. It may not even suffice for a single meal for so many people." Wei Yuan halted, fixing her gaze on Jin Yu as a thought materialized in her mind. It seemed they would have to take this step after all. Surely, the princess does not intend to sell herself for money. The pair redirected their path back to the royal residence. Upon entering the gate, the guards on either side called out loudly, "Your Highness, lower your voices." Wei Yuan quickly admonished. She had urgent matters to attend to and could not afford to attract attention. As you command, Your Highness, the guards responded in unison. Wei Yuan anxiously scanned her surroundings, relieved to find that there were few people about. Likely no one had noticed her return. The duo deliberately evaded the household staff and made their way to the storeroom. Located in the southwest corner of the estate, the storeroom was typically visited only by the steward and the overseer, with other servants prohibited from approaching. The heavy lock on the storeroom door stood as a formidable barrier between Wei Yuan and the silver. Should she attempt to break it, the commotion would surely alert the entire household staff to her thievery. Unable to force the lock, she realized they must leave for now. Wei Yuan glanced in another direction. Given that concubine Wan was now vigilant against her, it would be unwise to act there. It appeared the only option left was to seek a bit of silver from her father. The main courtyard was relatively deserted that day, allowing Wei Yuan to stealthily slip into her father's study. Most of her father's valuables were kept there, but alas, Wei Yuan was not well versed in recognizing their worth. The paintings and various trinkets seemed too cumbersome to carry out of the estate, prompting her to continue her search. At last, she discovered an assortment of jade ornaments and gold hairpins nestled within a delicately carved sandalwood box. Without a second thought, she hastily stowed the treasures into her cloak and slipped quietly out. Just as she closed the door, an unexpected voice called out from behind her, "My lady, you have returned." Startled and feeling guilty, Wei Yuan almost jumped. She slowly turned around, forcing a smile as she feigned calmness. "Ah, it is you, Steward Wang. Is there something you need?" Steward Wang, with a benevolent smile, explained, "The Empress has been unwell of late. The Prince and Princess have gone to the palace to attend to her. They specifically instructed you to remain at home should you return." "Understood," Wei Yuan replied, her words merely a formality as she tightened her cloak and swiftly made her way toward the estate's exit. Steward Wang observed her with a hint of confusion. Something about her demeanor today seemed peculiar, though he could not pinpoint what it was. "Ah, the burdens of old age make one overly concerned," he muttered to himself as he departed. As Wei Yuan walked, she cast furtive glances around, fearful of being discovered for having returned to the Wang residence. The moment her foot crossed the threshold, the guard at the entrance called out loudly again, "My lady, oh dear, there is no need for such formalities upon encountering me," Wei Yuan retorted, clutching her nearly slipping valuables in annoyance. The new guards her father had recruited certainly had loud voices. "Yes, my lady," the guards responded in unison, their volume even more pronounced. Once outside the Wang estate, she met up with Jin Yu, and together they made their way to the market. The jewelry's exquisite quality was evident, yet in her urgency for funds, Wei Yuan sold them at a bargain. "My lady, these are fine pieces. Selling them for such a pittance is quite a loss," Jin Yu lamented. Wei Yuan, shaking the coins in her pouch, replied with excitement, "This will adequately address my immediate needs. However, we must devise a plan to deal with those bullies. Otherwise, this money will not last long." The duo purchased several coal basins and staple goods, and due to their bulk, the shopkeeper kindly assisted in delivering the items to the impoverished district. Wei Yuan distributed these essentials to families with young children and the elderly. For those with ill members, she set aside some coins for emergencies. With the immediate threat of hunger alleviated, Wei Yuan and Jin Yu stealthily made their way to the marketplace, eager to uncover the origins of the ruffians. The market, once vibrant, now lay desolate and barren, a stark reminder of recent plundering. As they traversed the wreckage, Wei Yuan's simmering anger became almost unbearable. How much injustice must the impoverished endure? Suddenly, from a nearby dilapidated house, they overheard a clear conversation. Pulling Jin Yu aside, they crept closer to the dwelling. Through a shattered window, they saw two men seated at a table, casually enjoying food and drink. "Brother, do you think young Master Su will face any consequences for leaving us here?" the younger man asked, his tone tinged with concern. The other, tearing into a chicken leg, scoffed, "With your timid nature, what could you possibly accomplish? Who is young Master Su? He is of royal blood. In this prosperous city, who would dare act against him? However, dear brother, my heart is constantly in turmoil. It would be wise for us to exercise caution." The man swiftly tore off a piece of meat and stuffed it in his mouth, grumbling, "Let us focus on eating properly instead of uttering such despondent words." Listening to their conversation, Wei Yuan was certain that the person behind all this was surnamed Su, and he was a member of the royal family. Despite her efforts, she could not recall anyone by that name, so she turned to Jin Yu. Jin Yu also shook her head, although she had spent considerable time in Chengdu. She had never heard of this individual. It seemed that in order to meet this Master Su, they would need to deal with the two men in the room. If Master Su truly was of royal blood, he likely had others backing him. They could not act impulsively. A long-term strategy was necessary. Upon returning to Granny Wang's residence, Jin Yu expressed her concerns, saying, "Your Highness, we are but two feeble individuals. We may not even be able to subdue these two, let alone the elusive Master Su. Perhaps we should inform the general and let him handle them." Wei Yuan had just pilfered items from her home. If she were to tell her brother, what if he discovered her deceit? She resolutely denied, "No, we cannot tell brother." Reflecting on their earlier conversation, she noted that one was timid as a mouse, while the other was recklessly bold. They should not be difficult to manage. As night fell, the two women, accompanied by Xiao Wu, arrived at the marketplace. Wei Yuan instructed Xiao Wu to hide, while she and Jin Yu quietly approached the house where the two men were staying. Inside, the sound of snoring was thunderous. The two were deep in slumber. Jin Yu nodded at Wei Yuan, who deftly concealed herself. Jin Yu knocked heavily on the door and pressed her ear against it, listening for any response. Receiving none, she knocked again, and finally, a voice from within cursed. "Who is it? Why are you knocking at this late hour?" One annoyance. Upon hearing the word ghost, the man nearby became considerably more alert, wrapping himself in his blanket and stammering, "Brother, could there really be a ghost?" "Nonsense," replied the other man. "This marketplace is deserted. Even ghosts would not bother to come here." As Jin Yu sensed that the two were still somewhat dazed, she knocked again, calling out, "Is anyone there? Open the door." "Brother, there really is a ghost, a female ghost." The young man quivered from within the blanket. His words caused the other man to feel a twinge of panic. After all, who would come at such a late hour, especially a woman? Chapter 47. The princess flees in an attempt to mask his own unease. The man growled. "Who is outside? Stop playing tricks and disturbing my dreams." Jin Yu feigned urgency, saying, "Good sir, my son has gone missing. Have you seen an 8-year-old boy? Your son being lost is of no concern to me. Just leave." The man seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, then cursed impatiently. Jin Yu signaled to Xiao Wu, who understood and called out loudly, "Mother, I am here." He ran towards Jin Yu as he shouted. Suddenly, a woman in red appeared, seizing Xiao Wu and biting into his neck. After struggling for a few moments, Xiao Wu fell silent. Jin Yu stood at the door, letting out a piercing cry. "Release my child! Help!" The two brothers within the confines of the room remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside, only hearing the piercing screams of women and children. They exchanged a furtive glance and cautiously opened the door to peer outside. There, they beheld a woman clad in red, her back turned towards them, her head bowed as if gnawing on something, emitting intermittent, sorrowful whimpers. A chill ran down their spines, and the hairs on their necks stood on end. They dare not breathe, their eyes fixed intently on that unsettling scene. Suddenly, the woman in red cast aside what she had been holding, revealing that she had been feasting upon two individuals, a woman and a child. At that moment, the two lay lifeless on the ground, their eyes wide open, crimson blood trickling from their lips. The younger man collapsed with a thud, poised to scream, but the other quickly clasped his hand over his mouth, terrified that even the faintest sound might rouse that which was neither human nor ghostly. The more one fears, the closer the terror draws. At that instant, the woman in red slowly turned her head towards them. Her eyes were darkened, her lips a shade of purple, and streaks of blood marred her cheeks. The moonlight filtered through the pallid clouds, casting eerie shadows, and as the wind stirred, her long, ebony hair swept across her face as she murmured in a deep, haunting voice, "I'm so hungry, so very hungry." The two men inside trembled uncontrollably, their legs weak and unsteady. They were merely hired hands, not inclined to stake their lives in this macabre affair. The older man seized the younger, and they stumbled out into the night, fleeing for their lives. The woman in red called after them, "I have caught you. You cannot escape." They dare not look back, eyes tightly shut as they dash forward, soon vanishing into the darkness, their cries echoing in the night. "Ah, help. There's a ghost." Once assured that the two had fled, Wei Yuan addressed the prostrate figure on the ground. "Rise, they have already departed." Jinyu and Xiao Wu sprang to their feet at her words. They could not linger, lest the servants succumb to the cold. As she rubbed Xiao Wu's frostbitten hands, she was astonished at how easily those two had fled in terror. Wei Yuan mused that if her subordinates were so cowardly, then that young Master Su was likely not much more formidable, and she felt confident in driving them all away. "Tomorrow, we shall return to the marketplace," she proclaimed with pride and assurance. Upon hearing Wei Yuan's words, Xiao Wu was filled with delight. "We can set up our stall again and no longer worry about going hungry." At dawn the next day, Wei Yuan directed everyone to return to the marketplace. Although their previous goods had been destroyed, spirits remained high. They were grateful to the princess for allowing them to continue their livelihoods. Amidst the bustling crowd, even the elderly matriarch emerged despite her frail condition. As the marketplace swelled with patrons, everyone instinctively laid down their tasks, kneeling in unison before Wei Yuan. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, expressed heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Princess, for restoring our marketplace. Otherwise, we would not know how to survive this winter." "Yes, indeed. The princess is a truly benevolent soul." The crowd echoed in agreement. Wei Yuan stepped forward to assist the elder, urging, "This place rightfully belongs to the people. Please rise." "Princess, you have repeatedly saved us from peril. If it weren't for your intervention, we might have faced dire consequences last time." The elderly man's tears flowed freely, overwhelmed by emotion. In the past, Wei Yuan had helped everyone drive away the bullies, and now she had once again aided them in reclaiming the market. She was a benevolent savior in their time of distress. Observing the crowd's tearful expressions, Wei Yuan felt somewhat at a loss. Now that everyone had returned to their normal lives, she felt a sense of relief. After leaving the marketplace, the two made their way directly to the Duke's residence. Wei Yuan felt an immense sense of gratitude. Fortunately, her father and mother were preoccupied with attending to the ailing, leaving them little time to monitor her whereabouts. Otherwise, her recent late returns would surely have resulted in punishment. The two of them joyfully navigated through the streets, with Jinyu holding freshly purchased treats in her hands when suddenly, a group of individuals emerged, blocking their path. The newcomers exuded a menacing aura, wielding clubs that indicated their ill intentions. Wei Yuan discreetly tugged at Jinyu's sleeve, whispering, "Jinyu, this is it." Jinyu, trembling with fear, replied in a quivering voice, "Your Highness, please do not speak such despairing words. I am terrified." Wei Yuan assessed their surroundings and noted that the only escape route was a narrow alley behind them, the destination of which was uncertain. From behind, two figures emerged, those brothers who had been so frightened by Wei Yuan the previous night. Wei Yuan and Jinyu instinctively lowered their heads to conceal themselves. But the brothers had already recognized them. "Why are you no longer pretending today? Weren't you eager to bite? Come on, come bite me." Realizing their ruse had been uncovered, Wei Yuan felt there was little left to hide. "You have usurped the market and oppressed the common people. What punishment do you deserve?" The older man laughed heartily. "Usurp? Even if I have, what can you do about it? I advise you to mind your own business if you wish to live long." Wei Yuan clenched her fists at his smug demeanor. "Under the emperor's reign, you commit violence. This is an affront to the law." Unfazed, he scoffed. "The law? That is meant for you commoners. Our master has significant connections. Even if the emperor were to come, he would have to speak on our behalf." The esteemed emperor, whom they so casually disparaged, was transformed into a foolish tyrant in their mouths, inciting Wei Yuan's growing anger. Jinyu could no longer contain her indignation and exclaimed, "Your Highness, shall we confront them?" Wei Yuan glanced at Jinyu and nodded without hesitation. Elated, Jinyu looked at their adversaries, contemplating how to engage them, when suddenly, her mistress shouted, "Jinyu, run!" With that, Wei Yuan dashed away. Jinyu hesitated for a moment, then tossed aside her treats and followed suit. The assailants, taken aback by this unexpected maneuver, stood frozen. What are you waiting for? Hurry and chase them. If you fail to capture those two, you'll have to face young Master Su. Wei Yuan led Jin Yu through the alley, running in circles until they finally emerged back onto the street. Jin Yu was breathless, gasping for air. Your Highness, I can hardly go on. Can we take a break? They were still some distance from the Duke's residence, and as long as they remained on the street, they risked being caught. Jin Yu, hold on. We will rest once we reach the Duke's residence. What? Is this a jest? Your Highness, I truly feel I may collapse. Jin Yu ran alongside Wei Yuan, gasping for breath, as despair began to envelop her. Just when the two believed they were beyond hope, a carriage suddenly emerged at the end of the road. Wei Yuan, sensing a glimmer of hope, waved frantically at the carriage. Alas, the horse galloped with unrelenting speed, showing no signs of slowing down, hurtling towards them. Wei Yuan thought, must this joy be in vain? Inside the carriage, Su Qing turned to the occupants and said, Little Marquis, Miss, it seems two individuals by the roadside are attempting to halt our carriage. With Sheng'er suffering from a persistent fever, Su Ruoyi was eager to return home to care for her son. Observing his sister's anxious heart, Su Chongning calmly remarked, There is no need to pay them any mind today. Su Ruoyi cast a grateful glance at her brother, well aware of his generally kind nature. Yet today, due to her predicament, he was compelled to deviate from his usual principles. As the carriage drew nearer, Su Qing finally discerned the figures attempting to stop them. Little Marquis, is Princess Anyang. Stop. Without hesitation, Su Chongning instructed Su Qing to bring the carriage to a halt, deftly alighting from it. Wei Yuan was taken aback and overjoyed, never expecting to encounter Su Chongning in such a place. Before Su Chongning could inquire, Wei Yuan had already swung a leg over the carriage. Su Chongning, someone is pursuing me. May I borrow your carriage to seek refuge? Chapter 48. The first encounter with Su Ruoyi before Su Chongning could respond. Wei Yuan had already pulled Jin Yu onto the carriage, and upon lifting the curtain, the three exchanged bewildered glances. Wei Yuan did not recognize Su Ruoyi, but she saw a woman seated in Su Chongning's carriage, feeling momentarily caught in indecision. Just as she pondered her next move, Su Chongning's voice reached her. Linga, this is my sister Ruoyi. Although Su Ruoyi did not recognize the young woman before her, having just heard Su Qing refer to her as Princess Anyang, and with her brother addressing her by her given name, she sensed an unusual bond between them. Your Highness, please come in and take a seat, she said gently. The carriage was spacious, and with the four of them seated, it did not feel cramped. Su Qing hopped onto the carriage, urging the horse onward, and by the time their pursuers caught up, the carriage had vanished from sight. Thinking of his sister's pressing matters, Su Chongning instructed Su Qing to head to the Pei residence. This was the first time Wei Yuan encountered Su Chongning's family, and under such circumstances, she felt uncertain about how to interact, fidgeting with her fingers in silence. Your Highness, what brings you here? Su Ruoyi inquired, a hint of curiosity evident in her voice. A princess braving the icy wilderness to stop another's carriage? Wei Yuan looked up, forcing a sheepish smile, unsure of how to respond. How could she admit to being chased through the streets? Jin Yu quickly discerned her distress and interjected, My lady wishes to explore, but unfortunately lost her way. Jin Yu, not particularly skilled in deception, was aware that this excuse was rather ludicrous. Su Ruoyi regarded the two with a skeptical expression, yet ultimately smiled gently, her eyes devoid of disdain or rejection. With her sister present, Su Chongning refrained from directly questioning Wei Yuan. However, observing her demeanor and actions, he had already surmised that she was in a predicament once more. As Su Chongning inadvertently cast a glance towards Wei Yuan, it was unmistakably captured by Su Ruoyi, who discerned her brother's evident concern for the princess. She deliberately inquired, Might the princess be an acquaintance of my brother? Wei Yuan, flustered, glanced anxiously at Su Chongning, who, recognizing her discomfort, replied, I have known the princess for quite some time. Su Chongning had no intention of concealing anything, especially from her own family. Su Ruoyi interpreted the unspoken emotions in her brother's gaze and chose to remain silent. Having a sister-in-law sooner rather than later would indeed be beneficial, especially considering that the Yu Wang residence and the Anqing Marquisate were well matched. It was rare for her brother to develop feelings for a woman, and perhaps this would lead to a fortuitous union. At last, the carriage came to a halt. Su Qing respectfully announced, "Miss, we have arrived at the Pei residence." Su Ruoi exchanged meaningful glances with the two before bidding them farewell and returning home. Although she had not conversed much with Wei Yuan today, she found herself rather fond of the girl. If she were to become her sister-in-law, that wouldn't be a displeasing prospect at all. The carriage then turned towards the Yu Wang residence. In the absence of Su Ruoi, Wei Yuan felt considerably more at ease. She discreetly stretched her sore arms, adopting an air of nonchalance. "Linga, you seemed quite flustered earlier. What troubles you?" In the presence of Su Chongning, there was little she could not disclose. Wei Yuan, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "A band of ruffians has seized the marketplace where Granny Wang resides, inflicting harm upon the innocent. If it weren't for Xiao Wu coming to my aid, I would remain oblivious to how those common folk could sustain themselves." Su Chongning had heard whispers of Wei Yuan's prior efforts to reclaim the marketplace for the citizens, and she was astonished to learn that such an incident had recurred. Such blatant disregard for the law and the humiliation of the populace. "Do you have any idea who is behind this?" Su Chongning expressed her profound disdain for those who abuse the common people. Wei Yuan shook her head. "I am not entirely certain. I only overheard them refer to their benefactor as young Master Su, claiming he is of royal lineage." Young Master Su? Su Chongning pondered the notable families in the capital and realized that only the cousin of Consort Shui bore that surname. This individual, accustomed to leveraging his cousin's esteemed status, often stirred up trouble and was known for his lack of merit. He was certainly capable of oppressing the common folk. Although Wei Yuan had returned to the capital and accompanied the Empress Dowager, she was not well acquainted with the Emperor's consorts. "Who is Consort Shui?" "I have frequented the palace and have not heard of her. You have returned to the capital not long ago, so it is natural that you are unaware. Consort Shui's ancestors once quelled disturbances in the northwest, supporting the founding emperor in his endeavors. The Shui family remains in high esteem, with her father serving as the grand tutor, and she enjoys the emperor's favor immensely," Su Chongning elucidated. "Favor?" Wei Yuan, somewhat perplexed, queried. "If the emperor holds Consort Shui in such high regard, why does he never mention her or allow her to appear at any events? It is said that Consort Shui herself prefers solitude, and thus the emperor respects her wishes. She is free to forego attending any functions if she so desires. Is this not a sign of favor?" Su Chongning countered with a smile. "Even within royal confines, one is not entirely free. Even the empress cannot live as she wishes. For Consort Shui to receive such exceptional privilege is indeed a significant mark of favor. Thus, everything falls into place. Young Master Su, emboldened by the favor of concubine Shui, has been brazenly exploiting his position, believing that with powerful allies behind him, no one would dare to challenge him. However, the law applies equally to princes and commoners, and he is not exempt. Yet, it seems that bringing him to justice may not be a simple task." Wei Yuan anxiously inquired. "Today he sent someone to capture me, and they're likely to go to the market to drive away Granny Wang and the others. What must I do to apprehend this young Master Su and hold him accountable?" Su Chongning pondered for a moment and replied, "Capturing him is indeed no easy feat. But there may be one person who can resolve this." "Who is it?" Wei Yuan's eyes sparkled with hope. "His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince." Wei Yuan suddenly understood. The Crown Prince is the heir apparent, known for his benevolence and dedication to the welfare of the people. If they sought his assistance, he would undoubtedly discern the truth and restore justice for the common folk. However, the Eastern Palace is not a place where a young girl can wander freely. Wei Yuan hesitated. "How can I possibly meet my elder brother, the Crown Prince?" In recent days, Su Chongning had been visiting the Eastern Palace daily to discuss matters with the Crown Prince, and he could escort Wei Yuan inside. "I will go to the Eastern Palace tomorrow at noon. You may disguise yourself as my attendant and accompany me." Wei Yuan was concerned that this might implicate Su Chongning, but it seemed this was their only option. She nodded in agreement, though she was unaware that chaos had erupted at the Duke of Yu's residence at that very moment. Within the main hall of the Duke's residence, the Duchess of Yu had red-rimmed eyes, while the Duke glared with a pale countenance, reprimanding the kneeling servants. "The estate is not vast, yet you are unaware of what has gone missing. What use do I have for you?" The servants trembled in fear, not daring to utter a word. The estate was heavily guarded. How could a thief have entered? Everyone knew full well that the princess had pilfered from the treasury on more than one occasion, yet no one dared to voice it. Concubine 1 stepped forward to support the duke, her voice gentle with concern. "My lord, the estate is well guarded, and nothing has ever been lost before. What has happened now?" Her implication was evident, and the duke cast her a displeased glance, prompting Concubine 1 to wisely fall silent. What does Anwan mean by that? Wei Yuan strode into the room. Concubine 1 had not anticipated that her insinuations would be overheard by the girl. It means nothing, merely concern for the duke. The duke regarded his daughter with growing suspicion. Your mother's dowry, which she kept in the study, has gone missing. Wei Yuan gasped, realizing that it was the betrothal gifts given to her mother by her maternal grandmother. No wonder her mother rarely displayed such exquisite jewelry. This was indeed a serious predicament. However, Wei Yuan thought that returning would simply mean admitting her fault. Even without her confession, her father and mother would surely uncover the truth. She stepped forward and knelt. "Father, mother, those items were indeed taken by me." The Duchess's suspicions were confirmed. She had never been angry with her daughter before, but today she felt that the child was becoming increasingly reckless. "Do you understand that those were the betrothal gifts from your grandmother? Your mother intended to prepare a dowry for you when you marry. Where are those items now?" The Duchess interrogated. Wei Yuan took a deep breath and quietly replied, "They were sold." "What did you say? Linger, what are you trying to do?" The Duchess rose abruptly, visibly agitated. "My dear mother, Linger has exchanged silver to save a person. Please do not be angry. Consider it as an early dowry for your daughter." The Prince of Yu stepped forward to support the princess, glaring at his daughter. "Linger, as a young lady, why do you spend your days mingling in the marketplace? Constantly seeking to aid the common folk? Is this your responsibility? What do you think the government and the court are for?" Wei Yuan, with reddened eyes, retorted, "If the government and the court truly cared, there would be no suffering among the common people." Chapter 49. Stealthily entering the palace, the Prince of Yu trembled as he pointed at his daughter. "Do you hear yourself? Are you attempting to rebel? Are you suggesting that a mere girl like you possesses more capability than the government and the court?" Wei Yuan had indeed come to that conclusion. The authorities handle numerous significant matters daily, and it is easy for them to overlook minor issues that the likes of herself, who mingled among the populace, could truly understand. Seeing the defiance on his daughter's face, the prince felt a sense of helplessness. Although the princess was angry with their daughter, she did not wish to witness this confrontation between father and daughter. "My lord, perhaps we should let this matter go. Ultimately, it will all belong to her. So let us consider it as an early preparation for her dowry." The Prince of Yu cast a deep glance at his daughter before escorting the princess away. This was the first time Wei Yuan had made a mistake without facing punishment, which should have been a source of joy, yet she felt a pang of sadness. Her mother had left in sorrow, and her father's gaze made her feel quite ungrateful. Jin Yu stepped forward to support her lady, who murmured softly, "I have truly caused trouble this time. Mother and father must be very disappointed in me." Her voice trembled with a threat of tears. The next day, Wei Yuan donned the attire of a servant and planned to wait outside the residence for Su Chongning. To her surprise, as soon as she stepped out, she spotted Su Chongning's carriage. He must have been waiting here for quite some time. Elated, Wei Yuan leaped onto the carriage, which set off towards the palace. The palace was heavily guarded. To enter the Yongning Hall where the crown prince resided, one had to endure multiple inquiries. Fortunately, Su Chongning had long served in the palace, and most of the guards were familiar with him, allowing them a swift passage. At that moment, the crown prince sat by the window, savoring tea, while a light snow blanketed the ground. He had stopped the palace servants from cleaning it that morning. Since it is a gift from heaven, let it melt naturally. He mused, and such beauty should linger a while longer. Upon entering, Su Chongning beheld the crown prince clad in a dark blue silk and brocade cloak, absorbed in the snowfall. "Your Highness." The crown prince turned at the sound, beckoning, "Chongning, come see. The scenery in the courtyard today is truly exquisite." Su Chongning thought of Wei Yuan, who stood alone at the entrance, and felt that now was not the time for appreciating the snow. "Your Highness, I have matters to report." Seeing Su Chongning's serious demeanor, the crown prince understood there was something urgent at hand. He poured a cup of hot tea for Su Chongning and said, "No rush, take your time," as he pushed the teacup a few inches forward. Su Chongning glanced at it, but did not sit. Instead, he stated, "Your Highness, I am guilty. Today, I took someone into the palace without permission. Please punish me." "Your Highness." The Crown Prince suddenly realized why he found the individual in question peculiar today. It was due to her involvement in illicit activities. "Pray tell, who is this person worthy of such a considerable risk that you would clandestinely bring her into the palace?" Before Su Chongning could respond, the young Wei Yuan burst in, having faintly caught wind of the word conviction. "Crown Prince brother, it was Linger who pressured Su Chongning to bring me into the palace. He is not to blame." The Crown Prince scrutinized the small attendant before him, recognizing her as the young Wei Yuan. He cast a meaningful glance at Su Chongning before shifting his focus back to Wei Yuan and inquired, "First, elucidate why you sneaked into the palace to seek me." "Crown Prince brother, if someone in Qingdu is bullying the populace, taking advantage of their power, would you intervene?" Wei Yuan stepped forward, her voice tinged with agitation. "Oh, such a situation exists?" The Crown Prince replied, intrigued. "Then do tell, who is this tyrant?" Wei Yuan exclaimed without hesitation, "It is none other than Master Su, the cousin of concubine Shui." Upon hearing concubine Shui's name, the Crown Prince's hand holding the tea noticeably paused, and his eyes flickered, yet he remained silent. "Crown Prince brother, please do not linger over your tea. The common folk are awaiting justice," Wei Yuan urged, a hint of urgency in her tone. Su Chongning, well acquainted with the Crown Prince, understood that his calm demeanor was a mere reflection of his contemplation regarding the complexities and the most prudent approach to remedy the situation, rather than an indication of indifference. Lady Su Chongning gently shook her head, signaling for Wei Yuan to refrain from further elaboration. Although reluctant, Wei Yuan pouted and stood aside. The Crown Prince resumed his seat, inviting both young women to join him. "Come, sit with me and savor my new tea." Wei Yuan cast a glance at Su Chongning before obediently seating herself nearby. Outside, the snowflakes descended like willow catkins, blanketing the world in a serene, white fade. Taking a sip of tea without discernment, Wei Yuan discreetly observed the expressions of the two. To her surprise, both remained composed, as if genuinely absorbed in the tea and the scenery, lacking an appreciation for fine tea or the beauty of the snowy landscape. She was acutely aware that the frigid weather following the snow would leave the homeless to endure hunger and hardship once more. Noticing Wei Yuan's impatient demeanor, the Crown Prince could not help but chuckle. "Chongning, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Upon hearing his query, Su Chongning set down her teacup and replied thoughtfully, "Your Highness, I believe this issue involves numerous parties and may be quite challenging to resolve. The law applies equally to nobles and commoners alike. Master Su is merely a relative by marriage, and can we truly take action against him?" Wei Yuan sprang to her feet, indignant. "How can that be?" The Crown Prince shook his head, recognizing her impetuousness. "You must temper your spirit, my dear. Chongning implies that we must deliberate thoughtfully." Realizing she had misconstrued Su Chongning's intent, Wei Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment and retook her seat. Seeing Wei Yuan's agitation subside, Su Chongning continued, "It is likely that the common folk, feeling helpless, have allowed themselves to be bullied, and the authorities are tacitly condoning this behavior. It appears that we must rely on your Highness to take action. If the officials are unable to intervene, it suggests a deliberate complicity, and turning a blind eye to the suffering of the people is not in keeping with your character. You will undoubtedly pursue the matter to its conclusion. Since this matter pertains to the esteemed consort Shui, I feel compelled to inquire about my father's intentions. Lingya, do not fret, simply await news at the residence." The Crown Prince consoled Wei Yuan, anxious that she might act impulsively and exacerbate the situation. Wei Yuan, unable to bear the weight, asked, "May Linger visit the Emperor?" "Princess, one cannot enter the palace without a summons," Su Chongning reminded her. In her haste, she had forgotten the palace's protocols. After all, she had entered clandestinely and could only await the Crown Prince's message. As they departed the East Palace, the snow fell more heavily. Wei Yuan extended her hand out of the carriage window, allowing the delicate snowflakes to settle in her palm, where they melted almost instantly, leaving only faint dampness. Noticing her silence and the weight of her thoughts, Su Chongning inquired with concern, "Linger, are you worried about Lady Wang and the others?" Wei Yuan nodded and then shook her head. Su Chongning, puzzled, looked at her expectantly, waiting for her to elaborate. "I am indeed concerned for Lady Wang and the others. But there is another matter that troubles me even more," Wei Yuan replied, retracting her hand, her expression one of despondency. Chapter 50. The Villains of Kidnapping. Su Chongning probed. "What is it? Might you share with me? I shall assist you." After a prolonged hesitation, Wei Yuan slowly articulated her inner turmoil. "To aid Lady Wang and her companions, I sold my mother's dowry. Though my mother did not scold me, I can sense her unhappiness. And my father, he seems disappointed in me." "Do you recall where those items were sold?" Su Chongning inquired. "At the largest pawn shop in the western part of the city. My mother said that dowry was meant for me in the future. Yet I have unwittingly sold her loving intentions." Wei Yuan lamented, tears glistening in her eyes. Her actions were not born from a sense of entitlement, due to her parents' affection. Rather, she could not bear to witness the suffering of the common people. Though she had read few sacred texts, the principles of humanity were imparted to her by her grandfather, and she believed wholeheartedly in his wisdom. Su Chongning understood that Wei Yuan was engulfed in guilt. Otherwise, given her nature, she would have reveled in her good deeds, exuding an air of proud satisfaction. "Linger, do not worry. The prince and princess will surely comprehend your actions," Su Chongning gently reassured her. Wei Yuan's face was drawn with sorrow, her spirits at an all-time low. She merely wished for her mother to be happy and for her father to take pride in her. Yet, time and again, her desires seemed to be thwarted. Unbeknownst to her, the carriage had reached the gates of the Yuwangfu. After waiting anxiously outside for a considerable time, Jinyu rushed over upon seeing the marquis's carriage. "Princess, you have finally returned. I was beside myself with worry," she exclaimed, extending her hand to assist Wei Yuan down from the carriage. Wei Yuan turned back to the occupants of the carriage and said, "I have returned to the residence. You may go now." Su Chongning smiled softly, nodding her head. "Linger, rest well, and await my news." Wei Yuan forced a smile, responding, "All right," as she watched Su Chongning's carriage recede into the distance. She gazed intently at the gates of the Wangfu, never before feeling such pressure upon returning home. She feared encountering her mother's sorrowful visage and worried that her father might never again call her Linger with a smile. 3 days later, Su Chongning sent Su Qing to the Wangfu with a message. The crown prince had informed the emperor of the situation, and that young master Su had returned the market to the common people, pledging not to disturb them again. Thus, the matter was deemed resolved. Wei Yuan, upon hearing this, slammed the table in frustration. How could that scoundrel, who had injured someone, get off so easily? Jinyu advised, "Your Highness, the outcome is already quite favorable." "No, this is clearly a signal from the favored consort Shui. That Su fellow is merely pretending to be conciliatory. What about the person he harmed? What about the stalls he destroyed? It seems that justice must be sought by this princess herself." Jinyu believed that reclaiming the market was sufficient. Provoking further conflict would only lead to more trouble. "Your Highness, how do we seek justice now?" Wei Yuan pondered for a moment and instructed, "Jinyu, gather a few guards and accompany me out of the residence." "Ah, we need to bring guards along?" Jinyu questioned. "Indeed, if anyone inquires, just say they are here to ensure my safety," Wei Yuan cautioned. Despite her doubts, Jinyu complied obediently. Soon, the two of them, accompanied by 4 or 5 guards, exited the Wangfu. After young master Su returned the market to the people, the 2 guards stationed there became redundant. They wandered aimlessly, and the younger man casually asked, "Brother, do you really think young master Su is back down?" The older man slapped him, nearly knocking the sweet potato from his hand. "Can you use your brain? Is this what backing down looks like? If it weren't for that royal decree, do you think young master Su would concede so easily?" The younger man nodded, realizing his brother was indeed correct. As he took a large bite of the sweet potato, and before he could chew, darkness enveloped them, and they were seized from behind, thrown into sacks. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves bound to a post with coarse ropes. The younger man, filled with terror, glanced at his brother to see if he was still alive. Brother, are you all right? Keep your voice down. I'm not dead yet. The older man strained his neck, struggling to see his surroundings. Wasn't this the very house they had previously inhabited? Who had brought them here? Just as they speculated, the door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang, sending dust swirling through the air. A beam of light flooded the room as Wei Yuan strode in confidently. The older man had intended to curse, but upon seeing 5 or 6 people follow Wei Yuan, he could only close his mouth in frustration. Jin Yu brought a stool for Wei Yuan, who sat down and fixed a penetrating gaze upon the two men, instilling a sense of unease. Finally, the older man could no longer contain himself and lamented, "Miss, just who are you, and what do you intend to do?" Wei Yuan stood and approached them, asking, "What are your names?" The older man quickly replied, "Chunada." The younger man chimed in, "Chun Heir." Their names sounded rather peculiar, and Wei Yuan narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "Are you trying to deceive me? I am not lying. He is my real brother, no doubt about it." Chunada promptly explained it. Wei Yuan scrutinized Chunada and then Chun Heir. The stark difference in their appearances led her to suspect that she was being deceived once more. "If you do not come clean, I shall sever your tongue," Wei Yuan declared, brandishing a gleaming knife before them. Chun Heir was on the verge of tears. "Brother, I do not wish to die. I have yet to marry." Chunada shot his younger brother a scornful glance, lamenting his lack of fortitude. After all, he too had not wed. He ought to preserve a modicum of dignity as a man, instead of weeping like a child. "It is not my fault that I appear aged," Chun Heir protested. Wei Yuan scrutinized the two once more, and this time she detected a semblance of resemblance, reluctantly convincing herself of their claim. With a pitiful gaze, Chun Heir pleaded, "We are merely hired hands, serving others for a meager livelihood. This matter has nothing to do with us." Wei Yuan sheathed her knife and took a seat on a nearby stool. "So, you are asserting that you were not present when young Master Su committed his nefarious deeds?" Chun Heir nodded vigorously, eager to absolve himself. Chunada sighed, "We are but impoverished citizens. Although we know of young Master Su's misdeeds, we are powerless against him. He has formidable backing, and extinguishing our lives would be as trivial as crushing an ant." Wei Yuan was astonished that, within this grand city, there existed individuals who could flout the law with such impunity. She was determined to uncover the extent of young Master Su's influence. "Since you two had no intention of wrongdoing, I shall grant you an opportunity for redemption." Both brothers nodded fervently, fearful of inciting her wrath. Wei Yuan inquired, "Do you know where young Master Su resides?" Chunada and Chun Heir exchanged glances, weighing the power dynamics between the formidable woman before them and young Master Su. They feared that a misstep could lead to their untimely demise. Seeing their hesitation, Wei Yuan threatened, "If you are unwilling to speak, what use is your tongue? Guards, sever their tongues." The guards, responding to her command, advanced. Chun Heir trembled uncontrollably, pleading for mercy. "Please, spare us. I will speak." Chunada him composed, casting a disapproving look at his brother, choosing silence. Noticing Chun Heir's capitulation, Wei Yuan asked, "Then tell me, where does young Master Su frequently appear? Should you deceive me, your tongue shall meet the same fate." Chun Heir nodded repeatedly. "Young Master Su often visits the Yuchen tea house in the southern part of the city to enjoy music and tea. That is all I know." "A tea house? Music? Was young Master Su's taste so peculiar? Did he even understand it?" Wei Yuan pondered that the two would not dare to mislead her. For she could bind them once, she could do so again. Seeing her uncertainty, Chun Heir feared for his tongue's safety and implored, "I speak only the truth. I would not dare to lie. Please have mercy and release my brother and me." Since they had neither harmed anyone nor withheld information regarding young Master Su's whereabouts, Wei Yuan resolved to honor her word. She gestured for the guards to untie the two men. Chunada hastily removed the ropes and assisted his brother in discarding the bindings. Tentatively, they inched toward the doorway, and, upon realizing that no one was there to obstruct their departure, they were about to leave when Wei Yuan's voice rang out, "Leave that second one behind." Since he had never encountered young Master Su, It was only prudent to have someone guide her. Ada cast a pained glance at his brother, hesitated for a moment, and then fled. Jinyu, observing the somewhat comical Ada, inquired, "Your Highness, are you truly going to let him go? Are you not concerned he might go to young Master Su to report us?" They had already betrayed young Master Su. If he were to report them, would it not be akin to a lamb entering the tiger's den? He was not so foolish. Moreover, was there not still one of them in their grasp? Wei Yuan replied confidently. Jinyu suddenly perceived her mistress's cleverness. She was indeed both brave and resourceful. With admiration shining in her eyes, she asked, "Your Highness, what shall we do next?" Wei Yuan gazed pensively out the door and declared, "Naturally, we shall make young Master Su pay dearly. I refuse to swallow this grievance in silence." Within a Yuchun tea house, every seat was occupied. A number of musicians were performing melodious tunes on the stage, their music flowing like a gentle stream throughout the hall. At the center of the audience sat young Master Su, reclining in a haphazard manner. As the music concluded, he did not even turn his head, but merely extended his hand, prompting his attendant to place a silver ingot delicately in his palm. Without hesitation, young Master Su tossed the ingot onto the stage, commanding, "Continue playing." The musicians exchanged glances, while the manager hurried onto the stage, bowing respectfully and saying, "Young Master Su, this piece has already been played 5 times. The musicians deserve a respite." Young Master Su lifted his gaze to regard the apologetic manager and tossed another ingot at him, which clinked to the ground. With disdain, he remarked, "Is this enough to play another piece?" All eyes turned toward the interaction between young Master Su and the manager, none daring to interject. The manager found himself in a predicament. He could not exclusively cater to young Master Su, yet the amount of silver offered was excessively generous. As he glanced at the shining coins, he was about to acquiesce. At that moment, a servant from the Su residence burst in, rushing to young Master Su's side and whispering, "Young Master, your father has arrived at the city gate and will be returning home shortly." Upon hearing this, young Master Su felt a jolt of fear. If his father arrived home to find him absent, the whip would surely find its mark. He abruptly stood and instructed his attendants, "Let us hurry back home." Just as Wei Yuan and her companions reached the street corner, they spotted a man accompanied by several attendants hastily exiting the tea house. Heir, upon seeing the man, quickly ducked behind his guards. Wei Yuan understood immediately that this was young Master Su. She noticed Jinyu wearing a jade bracelet on her arm and conceived a clever plan. "Jinyu, may I borrow the bracelet on your wrist?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jinyu removed the bracelet and handed it to Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan looked at Jinyu in astonishment and asked tentatively, "How much is this worth?" 10 copper coins can buy 3, Jinyu replied softly. Wei Yuan suddenly comprehended why the girl had been so willing. With such a low price, how could she feel any regret? "Upon our return, I shall reward you handsomely," Wei Yuan promised as she adorned herself with Jinyu's bracelet and approached young Master Su. Young Master Su was so preoccupied with thoughts of his father's return that he inadvertently collided with someone. Ouch! Wei Yuan fell onto the ground. Young Master Su erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Who dares to bump into this young master?" When Wei Yuan looked up, Su noticed that she was a stunning young lady, and his ire dissipated instantly. No longer fearful of his father's riding whip, he leered and said, "Oh, did I hurt you? Come, let me help you up." He bent down to assist Wei Yuan, leaning in so close that his unsavory visage was almost upon her. In a swift motion, Wei Yuan raised her arm and struck him, causing him to stagger back in surprise. Stunned and covering his face, Su gaped at Wei Yuan, his shock swiftly transforming into fury. "You little wench, how dare you hit me? Are you tired of living?" As he rolled up his sleeves to retaliate, Jinyu appeared with guards at Wei Yuan's side. "How dare you? Do you not open your eyes and see who stands before you?" she said, helping Wei Yuan to her feet. Young Master Su was not a fool. He realized that anyone accompanied by guards could not be an ordinary person. Tentatively, he inquired, "Pray tell, to which household do you belong?" He stepped back cautiously. Jinyu, observing his cowardice, scoffed, "My master is none other than the legitimate daughter of Dukyu, the Princess of Anyang, bestowed by the Emperor." Su was taken aback. While he had never met the Princess of Anyang, he certainly knew who Dukyu was, a royal prince. a true member of the imperial family. Oh, so, it is the Princess of Anyang. My apologies for not recognizing such nobility. I did not mean to offend. He quickly changed his tone. Wei Yuan thought young master Su might be someone of importance. But it soon became apparent that he was merely a coward who bullied the weak. She smirked and said, "This princess is magnanimous and will not hold it against you. However, you have shattered my bracelet. Do you not think you should compensate me?" She extended her hand, revealing the broken jade bracelet in several pieces. Though Su was somewhat dim-witted, he was not entirely foolish. Judging by the quality of the bracelet, it was not a particularly valuable item. "Your Highness, this bracelet is broken. What does that have to do with me? I have already apologized for my clumsiness," he argued. Wei Yuan, uninterested in his excuses, insisted on her objective of extracting compensation. "If you had not bumped into me, this bracelet would not be in pieces. This was a coming-of-age gift from my grandfather, and it is said to be a royal bestowal." She exchanged a knowing glance with Jinyu, who quickly chimed in, "Indeed, this bracelet is a royal gift. And if the emperor were to learn of its damage..." As Wei Yuan and Jinyu played off each other, young Master Su began to waver, questioning whether he had misjudged the bracelet's worth. It was perplexing to him why a royal princess would persistently pursue him. However, if a monetary resolution could appease the matter, it would not be insurmountable. He asked, "I am willing to compensate the princess. May I inquire as to the value of this bracelet?" Before Wei Yuan could respond, Jinyu dramatically declared, "This is an invaluable treasure, a royal gift beyond the measure of mere currency." Su looked at Wei Yuan, seeking clarification. What does the princess suggest? Since he has already inquired, Wei Yuan decided to be forthright. With a solemn demeanor, she declared, "A gift from the emperor is unparalleled. However, given your commendable attitude in acknowledging your mistake, I shall accept a sum of 1,000 taels of silver." 1,000 taels? Young Master Su was left utterly astounded. His mouth agape. Why did the Princess of Anyang not resort to thievery? This was clearly an act of extortion in broad daylight. Young Master Su furrowed his brow, grappling with the predicament. Observing his discomfort, Wei Yuan provocatively added, "If this is too burdensome for you, then let it be. Should the emperor inquire, I shall simply tell the truth. At worst, it would end with a swift execution." With her words striking fear into him, young Master Su felt a chill creep down his spine. He instinctively touched his neck, thinking that to preserve his head, what were a mere 1,000 taels? He resolved to acquiesce. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "If the princess can overlook this matter, then 1,000 taels it shall be." Wei Yuan was taken aback by his unexpected compliance. It seemed the Su family was indeed affluent. Nonetheless, wary of being deceived, she emphasized, "I demand to see the 1,000 taels of silver immediately." Young Master Su, aware that his father was soon to return home, realized that further entanglement with the princess was unwise. "Very well, I shall heed the princess's wishes." He then instructed his servant, "Return to the estate and fetch 1,000 taels of silver for the Princess of Anyang," stating that it is urgently needed. The servant complied promptly and departed post-haste. Indeed, the Su family was not lacking in silver, bolstered by the favor of a noble consort, with members both in the court and in commerce. Though 1,000 taels was no trifling sum, who could deny the indulgence of Madame Su toward her son? Before long, the servant returned, carrying a wooden box. "Young master, there are only 100 taels of silver here. The remainder is in banknotes provided by your mother." Young Master Su glanced sorrowfully at the box, waved his hand, and said, "Give it to the Princess of Anyang." Wei Yuan directed Jinyu to take the box, checking its contents to ensure it was sufficient. Young Master Su, though dissatisfied, dared not show his displeasure. Despite losing money, he was compelled to maintain a smile as he addressed Wei Yuan. "Princess, you have received your silver. May I take my leave now? Were it not for the silver, who would willingly endure the presence of a troublesome fool?" Go on, go on." Wei Yuan beamed as she observed the box in Jinyu's arms. With this silver, not only could Wang Ape and the others return to the market, but they could also repair their dwelling. Young Master Su performed a formal bow to bid farewell, but as he turned, his expression hardened with disdain. He touched the spot where he had just been struck. What was the Princess of Anyang to him? This 1,000 taels would not be so easily obtained, especially not after that slap. As young Master Su distanced himself, Chun heir stealthily emerged from the shadows. Princess? You are the princess? Then what about me? Wei Yuan, observing Chun heir's timid demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy for the two. Since they had not committed any wrongdoing, she decided to let bygones be bygones. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, "This does not concern you anymore. You may leave." Chun heir, having received clemency, was filled with joy, a smile gracing his face as he prepared to depart. "Wait!" Wei Yuan suddenly called out to him. The smile on Chun heir's face vanished in an instant. Fearing that Wei Yuan had regretted her decision to spare him, he turned back, his expression clouded with despair as he awaited his fate. However, Wei Yuan simply said, "Give him 5 taels of silver." Without hesitation, Jin Yu took the silver and handed it over. At the moment Chun heir received the silver, tears glimmered in his eyes. He had not expected the lofty Princess Anyang to possess such kindness. Grateful, Chun heir cast a glance at Wei Yuan, then suddenly knelt and bowed his head before hastily departing. With the silver in hand, Wei Yuan returned to Granny Wang's home in high spirits. She distributed some silver among the common folk and had the accompanying guards assist in repairing the roof of Granny Wang's house. The children, aware that they now had money and would not go hungry this year, surrounded Wei Yuan, chattering their thanks. Wei Yuan felt a deep resonance. The needs of the common people were indeed quite simple. As long as they were fed and clothed, free from hunger, they considered it a tremendous blessing. Sensing someone watching her, Wei Yuan turned to meet the smiling eyes of Su Chongning. She was surprised that he had found his way here. She trotted over and asked, "What brings you here?" "I came after finishing matters at the palace, hoping to see if I could lend a hand," Su Chongning replied, appearing somewhat weary, yet unable to suppress his happiness for Wei Yuan's circumstances. Wei Yuan shook her head. "Granny Wang and the others can return to their previous lives. With my elder brother, the prince, intervening, I believe that young Master Su will think twice before causing trouble here again." Although young Master Su had not faced any substantial punishment, now that the prince was involved, even the most audacious individuals would likely refrain from repeating their misdeeds. Su Chongning nodded, recognizing Wei Yuan's wisdom, thus feeling no need to elaborate further. Observing that matters here were nearly resolved, he inquired, "Shall we go for some bamboo shoots and steamed goose?" The mention of food made Wei Yuan's stomach rumble. She had been craving it for quite some time. "Yes. It has been ages since I last enjoyed bamboo shoots and steamed goose. I can barely remember the taste." Upon arriving at the tavern, a table brimming with dishes awaited them, evidently prepared in advance by Su Chongning. Curiously, Wei Yuan asked, "How did you know you would see me today?" Su Chongning placed some goose meat in Wei Yuan's bowl. "If one wishes to meet, how could it be impossible?" Wei Yuan tasted the goose, finding it just as tender and delicious as before. After swallowing, she realized the implication of Su Chongning's words, her cheeks flushing slightly. It turned out he had wished to see her as well. As the lanterns outside illuminated the scene, people strolled along the banks of the Wei River. Reflecting on a lantern festival, both felt a shared sentiment. Sitting here once more, while they remained unchanged, their hearts had journeyed through myriad emotions. It seemed as if everything was just beginning. No longer holding back in Su Chongning's presence, Wei Yuan quickly devoured half a goose. Once she appeared satisfied, Su Chongning offered her a cup of hot tea. Rich meats can be heavy. Some clear tea will be more comforting. After filling their bellies, Su Chongning placed an intricately carved sandalwood box on the table. Chapter 53. Rescuing the brothers. Wei Yuan was all too familiar with that box. It contained her mother's dowry. Did it not? Surprised and delighted, she looked at Su Chongning with a hint of confusion. Su Chongning opened the box, revealing exquisite jewelry and hairpins within. Upon closer inspection, she noticed something was missing. Wei Yuan took the box and casually flipped through it, discovering that all the items she had previously sold were inside. "Su Chongning, from where did you acquire these?" she inquired. "That day, seeing you in low spirits, I intended to visit that pawn shop in hopes of redeeming these jewels. But I never expected them to still be here," Su Chongning gently explained, after escorting Wei Yuan back to her residence. He had hurried to the largest pawn shop in the west of the city. The pawnbroker had recognized the exceptional quality of the items from the wooden box and chose not to sell them hastily, hoping instead to secure a better price later. To his surprise, someone soon came forward, specifically requesting those ornaments. This occurrence further confirmed their value, prompting the pawnbroker to propose an exorbitant price. Su Changning negotiated for quite some time before finally acquiring the items. Wei Yuan held the box tightly to her chest, her eyes brimming with gratitude. I believe my mother will be overjoyed to see these. Thank you, Su Changning. Su Changning smiled softly, lowering his gaze. There is no need for thanks between us. He could not bear to see a frown on Wei Yuan's face, nor did he wish for her to feel disheartened. He simply desired for her to remain her spirited and carefree self. They exchanged a smile, while the gentle moonlight slipped through the window, as if whispering vows of eternal devotion. Still caught in her previous emotions, Wei Yuan was interrupted by the sudden arrival of two unexpected guests. Chun Ada rushed in with his brother, kneeling before Wei Yuan with a thud. Su Changning sprang up, intending to intervene, but the waiter hurried over to apologize. Young lord, princess, these two insist on seeing you, and I truly could not stop them. Upon recognizing the brothers, Wei Yuan did not scold them and instead dismissed the waiter. What brings you here? Quickly, get up. She could overlook their previous intrusion, yet she wondered why they had returned. With a loud thump, Chin Ada bowed his head heavily. Heir returned and told us that you are the princess of Anyang, the legendary heroine who punishes the wicked and rewards the good. You've generously offered us silver, and from now on, we wish to follow you, always at your command. Hearing this, Wei Yuan found the implication strange, as it sounded somewhat akin to recruiting bandits. She hesitated before replying, but I cannot possibly take you with me everywhere. Moreover, the Wang residence does not permit outsiders to enter freely. Seeing her reluctance to refuse, Chen Heir looked despondent. Princess, to be frank, young Master Su is furious after being humiliated by you and has threatened to kill us. We have nowhere else to turn but to seek refuge with you. Otherwise, our lives may be in peril. Realizing that young Master Su intended to harm them, Wei Yuan understood that the brothers were not inherently wicked. It would indeed be tragic if they lost their lives over this. Yet, she found herself unable to provide them shelter. She initially considered seeking help from Su Changning, but then thought again. The Anqing marquis' residence would likely be as unwelcoming as the Yu Wang residence, unwilling to take in two individuals of uncertain origin. Observing her predicament, Su Changning advised, Ling, young Master Su will likely not let them off easily. The immediate concern is not merely finding them a place of refuge, but rather devising a long-term plan for their safety, as one can evade danger for a time, but not indefinitely. Upon hearing Su Changning's words, Wei Yuan suddenly grasped the truth. As long as they remained in Chengdu, they could not escape the persecution of that vile Su. Who knew what further mischief that despicable man might concoct? Moreover, they could not hide away for a lifetime. Su Changning, as the commander of the Imperial Guards, held a position that demanded rigorous selection and stringent criteria. Yet, Wei Zha's military camp recruited a substantial number of new soldiers each year. Surely, it would be a simple matter to smuggle in two individuals. No matter how influential young Master Su might be, could he extend his reach into the military? With a plan in mind, Wei Yuan visited Wei Zha's military camp the following day. Wei Zha, who had been seated and enjoying tea, quickly rose and stepped back upon seeing his sister approach. I truly have no silver left, he exclaimed. If you continue to extort me, I shall have to sell this armor right off my back. Suppressing a laugh, Wei Yuan shot her brother an incredulous glance. How could I be so unambitious as to visit you solely for silver? She was, after all, not short of funds. Wei Zha, smiling yet skeptical, replied, Speak. What scheme do you have in mind to employ your brother this time? He resumed his seat, pouring tea for himself, exuding a nonchalant demeanor akin to that of a wine connoisseur. Wei Yuan eagerly stepped forward to massage her brother's shoulders. Brother, may I enlist two individuals into your military camp? Startled, Wei Zha sputtered the tea he had just sipped, instinctively distancing himself from Wei Yuan, his expression turning wary. I knew your visit would not bode well. What is it? Have you grown disenchanted with the common folk and now seek to infiltrate my military? Not at all, brother. Please sit and allow me to explain, she urged, pulling him back into his chair. Wei Yuan settled onto a nearby couch and recounted the events in meticulous detail, including her escapade of pilfering dowries, frightening people, and extorting money. What? You have engaged in such outrageous activities? Wei Jia exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. No wonder his sister had spared no coins that day. It was all for this very purpose. Observing her brother's intense reaction, Wei Yuan attempted to calm him. Brother, do not be so agitated. I have resolved the other matters. Today, I wish to discuss the enlistment of these two brothers. Wei Jia shook his head in resignation. His sister was indeed audacious, undertaking such serious matters without consulting him, and even going so far as to unwittingly sell their mother's dowry. Do her parents know of this? Wei Yuan hesitantly nodded, unable to meet her brother's gaze. Wei Jia felt utterly helpless regarding his sister's recklessness. He pressed on. I have not returned home in days, and you secretly sold our mother's dowry. She must be heartbroken. Rest assured, Su Chongning has already repurchased the dowry. Wei Yuan blurted out before swiftly closing her mouth. How had she let that slip in her eagerness? Wei Jia clearly heard her words, and upon seeing his sister's smug expression, it became evident that Su Chongning's complicity was indeed central to this entire affair. With someone backing her, she no longer sought his assistance. With a hint of jest, he remarked, My sister seems to be on the verge of being whisked away. How can I possibly rest easy? Chapter 54. Time flows gently. Wei Yin understood her brother's teasing, and a hint of shyness washed over her. She urged, Brother, perhaps you should first assess those two brothers before making a decision. Wei Xiao, worn down by his sister's persistence, reluctantly accompanied her to the military camp. As they approached the entrance, Chun Ada and Chun Heir rushed forward, kneeling in unison. They implored, General Wei, we beseech you to take us in, to grant us a chance at life. Wei Xiao exchanged glances with Wei Yin, helplessly commanding, Speak. He scrutinized the two brothers for a moment before inquiring. How old are you? Chun Ada hastily replied, I am 25, and my younger brother has just turned 20. A flicker of hope ignited within him. The fact that the general asked for their ages suggested a possibility. After a moment's contemplation, Wei Xiao remarked, Your ages are indeed appropriate. Yet entry into the military camp is not granted to just anyone. This is not a time when the court is recruiting soldiers. Seeing her brother hesitate, Wei Yin felt anxious for the two brothers. She had done all she could and could not press her brother further. Chen Heir stepped forward urgently, saying, General Wei, both you and the princess are truly virtuous individuals. I do not ask for much. If it is difficult, then let only my brother stay. I can depart. Chen Heir was solely concerned for his brother, believing that one of them must survive. When her father passed, he had urged them to support one another and ensure the continuation of the Chun family line. His own life mattered little. As long as his brother lived, the bloodline would endure. Chun Ada, hearing his brother's words, grew anxious. What are you saying? You are still young. If anyone should remain, it should be you. He turned to Wei Xiao, his eyes filled with desperation. General Wei, if it truly comes to a choice, please ensure that heir is granted chance. He is still young and has suffered greatly by my side. If he can have a morsel to eat, I would die without regrets. Wei Yin looked at her brother, knowing he wished to help them, but the military had its own rules, and as a commander, he could not casually violate them. Brother, Wei Yin felt a pang of sympathy. Wei Xiao, being a tender-hearted individual himself, was deeply moved by their brotherly bond, reminiscent of his own relationship with Wei Yin. Despite their quarrels, they genuinely wished the best for one another. After much deliberation, he finally devised a compromise. Very well, you two shall accompany me as my attendants. However, you must train daily in swordsmanship and archery alongside the other soldiers. Should you pass the assessments when the court recruits soldiers in the spring, you may become official soldiers. How does that sound? The two brothers exchanged excited glances, then knelt once more, bowing deeply to Wei Xiao and his sister. Thank you, General Wei. Thank you, Princess. Wei Xiao replied calmly. A man's knees should not touch the ground so easily. Seeing that they had a glimmer of hope, Wei Yin felt joy for them. After Wei Xiao instructed his subordinates to arrange accommodations and provisions for the brothers, he returned to the tent. Wei Yin rose to bid farewell, saying, "Brother, Linger has been out for quite some time. I shall return home now." She turned to leave. "Wait." Wei Yin halted, perplexed, glancing back at her brother. Wei Xiao quickly donned a cloak, declaring, "Today the camp is unoccupied. I shall accompany you home to visit our parents." As the siblings returned to the prince's residence, the sky had already turned somewhat dim, for winter days are always fleeting. The princess, observing Wei Xiao and Wei Yuan returning together, reproached, "Have you been pestering your brother again?" Wei Yuan, hesitant to speak, silently turned to her brother, and Wei Xiao instantly understood that his sister was prompting him to clarify. "Mother is overthinking. Linger simply went to see her son," he replied. The princess nodded at his words, smiling as she beckoned the siblings to sit at the table. At that moment, the prince strode in with great vigor. Upon entering, he casually handed his cloak to a servant and rubbed his cold, reddened hands, saying, "Indeed, no one knows a child better than their mother. Your mother has instructed the kitchen to prepare your favorite braised pigeon today, which is why you have returned." Wei Yuan feigned discontent, exclaiming, "Mother only makes delicious food for brother. Why not for me?" The prince glanced at his jealous daughter and chuckled. "Your brother spends every day in the barracks, surviving on plain fare. As for you, haven't you been frequenting every tavern in the city?" Embarrassed by her father's playful teasing, Wei Yuan lowered her head. Having not dined together for quite some time, the hall was filled with laughter and joy. Servants began to bring in the evening meal, and soon the table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes. With worries set aside, Wei Yuan's appetite was excellent. As her father and brother occasionally discussed state affairs while their mother continually served her food. After dinner, Wei Yuan instructed Jinyu to bring forth a sandalwood box. Upon seeing it, the princess suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "What is this?" Wei Yuan received the box and presented it to her mother, speaking softly, "Mother, I was too reckless before. I promise I will never cause you distress again. But did you not sell it?" The princess inquired, puzzled. Wei Yuan hesitated, struggling to find the right words to explain. Noticing his sister's discomfort, Wei Xiao intervened. "Mother, please don't ask. You'll only make the girl cry." At this, the princess became even more bewildered. She grasped her daughter's hand with concern, asking, "Linga, you haven't gotten into trouble again, have you?" Wei Yuan felt a deep sense of frustration. Why did her mother always think she was prone to mischief? With a pitiful expression, she replied, "Mother, I swear I have not caused any trouble. These items were redeemed for me by Su Chongning." As she spoke, her voice grew softer, yet it was still clear enough for the prince to comprehend. The princess turned to gauge the prince's reaction, but he feigned ignorance, secretly feeling a degree of satisfaction towards Su Chongning. The princess did not take the box but smiled and said, "These items were always meant for you. When I married into Xingdu, your grandmother had many reservations. Little did we expect that I would finally come to understand." Wei Yuan was perplexed. She was not yet married. Furthermore, if she were to marry, it would be into the Anqing marquis, merely a few streets away, allowing her to visit her parents at any time. Observing her daughter's bright eyes, the princess continued, "Since it was that child Chongning who retrieved these for you, they shall henceforth belong to you, and I shall no longer inquire." Taken aback by her mother's sudden declaration, Wei Yuan was at a loss for how to respond. Wei Xiao approached casually, asking, "Why are you in such a daze?" The meaning of daughter signifies that whoever is destined to be your future husband, once reclaimed, belongs to you. Brother, Wei Yuan, feeling both shy and indignant, blushed, her cheeks puffed in annoyance, and pretended to chase after her brother to strike him. Wei Xiao nimbly dodged and swiftly made his escape. The prince and princess of Yu watched their playful children in the courtyard, their hearts filled with joy. Chapter 55. A short stay in the palace in recent days. The Empress Dowager's health had improved somewhat. Upon returning from the palace, the Princess of Yu conveyed that the Empress Dowager wished for Wei Yuan to come and stay in the palace for a while. The Empress Dowager had always been fond of Wei Yuan, and being confined in the depths of the palace, she felt increasingly lonely and troubled, especially as her health had been poor lately. Wei Yuan, clever and adept at comforting others, was naturally missed by her. Early the next morning, the palace sent someone to fetch Wei Yuan. Jinyu, still somewhat uneasy, busied herself packing while chattering. "Princess, why not take me along to the palace? What if the palace maids do not understand your commands? Do not worry. The palace staff are diligent and attentive. There will be no issues. For these few days, you should remain at the mansion and help me care for Mother," Wei Yuan replied, gently toying with a pearl hairpin. Reluctantly, Jean Yu saw Wei Yuan off to the carriage heading to the palace. As she watched the carriage gradually fade from view, a sense of concern lingered for her beloved princess, for in Jean Yu's heart, she felt she understood Wei Yuan better than anyone. Upon entering the palace, the carriage made its way directly to Yongchun Palace. Wei Yuan wasted no time, nimbly disembarking, as palace maids had been awaiting her arrival to assist with her belongings. In the Empress Dowager's chamber, through the heavy curtains, a maid announced, "Princess Anyang has arrived. Let the girl in quickly, it is freezing." As soon as the maid's words fell, the Empress Dowager's kind voice wafted through the windows, reaching Wei Yuan's ears. The maid lifted the heavy curtain, and Wei Yuan entered the inner hall, where the Empress Dowager was engaged in light-hearted conversation with Princess Yunhe. Wei Yuan was surprised to find Princess Yunhe at Yongchun Palace, as they had not met since the flower appreciation gathering. Upon seeing Princess Yunhe, Wei Yuan's expression slightly shifted, yet she obediently approached to pay her respects. A nearby maid took Wei Yuan's cloak and stepped back. The Empress Dowager, delighted to see Wei Yuan after a long absence, beckoned, "Linger, come sit. Have some hot tea to warm yourself." The Empress Dowager instructed the maid to serve Wei Yuan a cup of hot tea and place some pastries before her. Seated below Princess Yunhe, Wei Yuan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. "With both of you lively girls here to amuse me, the palace feels so much more vibrant today," the Empress Dowager remarked with a smile. Wei Yuan smiled sweetly, while Princess Yunhe graciously responded, "If it brings you joy, grandmother, then Yunhe shall visit Yongchun Palace daily to keep you entertained. However, I must say, I believe Wei Yuan encounters far more novel experiences than I do in this secluded palace." Princess Yunhe's sudden mention of Wei Yuan caught her off guard, but she quickly composed herself, allowing a charming smile to grace her lips. "You jest, Princess. I have merely heard many amusing tales during my childhood in Jiangnan." Observing the two young maidens, both as lovely as flowers, the Empress Dowager felt a sense of rejuvenation herself. She turned to Princess Yunhe and said, "You always have a way of making people laugh, yet I rarely see you around. How do you manage to keep me entertained?" As the Empress Dowager conversed with Princess Yunhe, Wei Yuan refrained from interjecting, maintaining a gentle smile while quietly seated to the side, exhibiting meticulous decorum. Typically, she would not be so restrained, but the presence of Princess Yunhe made her feel somewhat awkward. The charcoal brazier in the room blazed warmly, crackling with a clear sound, enveloping Wei Yuan in a comforting warmth. The emperor, dutiful and filial, ensured that the Empress Dowager's palace was equipped with every necessity, all of the finest quality. Each visit to the Yongchun Palace left Wei Yuan with a profound sense of warmth, particularly delighting in the exquisite pastries. Noticing that Wei Yuan had warmed up, the Empress Dowager remarked, "I have been quite unwell lately, and it has been rather tedious. I often recall the amusing tales that Linger shared with me. I wonder if she has any new stories to entertain me with today." In recent days, Wei Yuan had been preoccupied with addressing the concerns of the populace, leaving her no time to peruse any illustrated books, let alone accumulate amusing anecdotes. However, she knew that directly admitting her lack of stories would disappoint the Empress Dowager and provide fodder for Princess Yunhe's amusement. An idea struck her. Recalling the incident with that young Master Su from some time ago, she thought that if she could obscure the identities of those involved, it could become a tale of another's experience. With a gentle tone, Wei Yuan replied, "I do have an amusing tale, though I wonder if it piques your interest." "Your Highness? Oh, I knew you were an imaginative girl, full of delightful stories. Pray, share it with me," the Empress Dowager urged eagerly, clearly yearning for entertainment. Wei Yuan animatedly recounted her story under the guise of another experience. Laughter echoed throughout the Yongchun Palace, stirring the magpies outside, who alighted on the barren branches, chirping a couple of notes before soaring over the high palace walls. In the Yaohua Palace, concubine Shui reclined on her couch, resting while a maid knelt beside her, holding aloft a platter of fresh pastries. Concubine Shui, with rosy fingers, delicately sampled a piece of cake. At that moment, a court eunuch entered, kneeling before her. "Your Highness, young Master Su requests an audience," he announced. Concubine Shui opened her half-closed eyes and casually tossed the remaining piece of cake into the maid's platter, slowly sitting up. "Admit him," she commanded. After the eunuch departed, young Master Su soon entered, bowing respectfully to Concubine Shui. With a gentle demeanor, she gestured for him to rise and offered him a seat. The perceptive maid promptly served a fine tea, newly bestowed by the emperor. Recognizing her cousin's troubled expression, Concubine Shui dismissed the other attendants, leaving only her personal maid, Pinger. "Speak, what brings you to the palace today?" Faced with Concubine Shui's inquiry, young Master Su felt a wave of grievance wash over him, the burning sensation on his face still fresh. He exaggeratedly lamented, "Dear cousin, you must stand up for me. Someone not only assaulted me, but also swindled me out of 1,000 taels of silver." "Oh, such a thing has occurred?" Concubine Shui replied, puzzled. Her cousin was never one to be easily trifled with. Who could possibly take such advantage of him? With a mournful expression, young Master Su pressed on. "I speak only the truth. The one who deceived me is none other than the Princess Anyang of the Yuangfu." Concubine Shui straightened abruptly, contemplating the name. "Princess Anyang? How did you come to provoke her?" Upon hearing the inquiry from the noble consort Shui, young Master Su became increasingly restless. The incident at the marketplace had been a rash decision on his part, and it had ultimately drawn the attention of the crown prince. Had it not been for consort Shui sending a messenger with a warning, he might not be sitting here unscathed. Young Master Su stammered, "It is merely due to the matter concerning the marketplace." Consort Shui's hand, which held the teacup, visibly paused. She glanced at her cousin, seated below, and suddenly hurled the cup to the ground with great force. Chapter 56. Young Master Su lodges a complaint. The teacup shattered into countless pieces, the splattered liquid still exuding warmth. Young Master Su, trembling, dare not speak further as he sat there. Consort Shui, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "I have already sent you word to temper your actions. Yet you have continued in your obstinacy. If you wish to put your head on the line, do not involve me." Seeing the genuine fury in Consort Shui's eyes, young Master Su immediately knelt on the ground. "Your Highness, please forgive me. After your reminder that day, I returned the marketplace to the commoners. I do not understand why Princess Anyang continues to pursue me relentlessly." Upon hearing this, Consort Shui slowly reclined on the soft couch. The favor bestowed upon Prince Yu by the emperor was profound. Even after many years of her own favor, she remained lesser in the emperor's eyes than he. However, if she allowed Princess Anyang to bully her cousin without consequence, it would reflect poorly on her position as a consort, jeopardizing her standing within the palace. Young Master Su bowed his head low, and after a prolonged silence without a response from Consort Shui, he summoned the courage to speak. "I did not wish to trouble you, dear sister. I could endure this grievance. Yet Princess Anyang, knowing I am your cousin, shows me no respect at all, which is a clear affront to your stature." Consort Shui had heard such complaints often and chose not to engage further. She was all too aware of her cousin's character. Raised by her aunt, she could not turn a blind eye to any grievances faced by her aunt's only son, for it would certainly provoke her aunt's ire. "You may return for now. I shall devise a plan," she instructed. Young Master Su believed she was merely dismissing him and wished to elaborate further. Yet he feared incurring her wrath. After all, she had a fierce temperament and had often disciplined him in their youth, which instilled a sense of fear in him. Suppressing his frustration, young Master Su quietly withdrew. The maidservant Pinger promptly summoned other servants to clean up the shards of the broken cup. Thinking of the day's events, Pinger respectfully remarked, "Your Highness, I have heard that Princess Anyang has come to the palace today to visit the Empress Dowager. She is likely still in the Empress Dowager's quarters." Astute as she was, Consort Shui recognized Pinger's implication and shot her a glare, as if reproaching her for being overly talkative. Even if Princess Anyang were to visit her palace, what could she do? After all, she was the daughter of a prince. Moreover, given that Princess Anyang was in the Empress Dowager's chambers, how could she afford to offend the Empress Dowager? The more consort Shui contemplated the matter, the more her indignation grew. After a long pause, she finally said, I should pay a visit to the Empress Dowager as well. Pingya, realizing that her words had resonated with the consort, quickly stepped forward to assist her, accompanying her out of the sleeping quarters. Within the halls of Yongchun Palace, the air was filled with unceasing laughter and joyous chatter. Wei Yuan spoke with vivid expression, captivating even Princess Yunhe, while the Empress Dowager wiped away tears of mirth from the corners of her eyes. The princess, doubled over with laughter, urged, do continue what happened in the end. In the end, the heroine delivered a resounding slap that left the villain's face swollen, and she even earned 1,000 taels of silver. Wei Yuan stated with a sense of pride. The princess, pointing at Wei Yuan and stifling her giggles, exclaimed, isn't that just blatant extortion? Suddenly, Wei Yuan's laughter faded. The princess had a point, though it sounded less appealing when voiced by others. Before she could formulate a retort, Princess Yunhe added, however, he has committed numerous misdeeds, so this could be seen as an act of divine justice. A smile crept into Wei Yuan's heart, realizing that Princess Yunhe possessed a spirit that abhorred evil. Just as she prepared to continue her tale, a eunuch called out, the noble consort has arrived. The noble consort? There was only one in the palace. That being Consort Shui, and Wei Yuan inwardly rolled her eyes. Indeed, it was a case of misfortune meeting enmity. In her previous story, she had portrayed Consort Shui as a gossiping villainess. Consort Shui gracefully entered the hall, her smile humble yet radiant. Greeting, may the Empress Dowager enjoy good health. Her demeanor was regal and poised, and Wei Yuan finally comprehended why her uncle held her in such high regard. After the customary exchanges of respect, Consort Shui turned to Wei Yuan and inquired, are you the esteemed Princess Anyang? With a hint of unease, Wei Yuan replied reluctantly, I am well, Consort Shui. A flicker of disdain crossed Consort Shui's eyes. After all, what was a mere girl like her to cause any trouble for her cousin? Accepting a cup of steaming tea from a servant, Consort Shui looked at the Empress Dowager with feigned concern. I heard you were unwell a few days ago, so I had my family procure some nourishing medicinal herbs for you, hoping for your swift recovery. With that, she gestured for Ping'er to present the gifts. The herbs within the jade box were clearly of exceptional quality. Such rare items were likely seldom seen, even within the palace. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. The Empress Dowager replied coolly as the servants accepted the medicinal herbs. It is my duty to honor the Empress Dowager. Your health brings joy to His Majesty. Consort Shui spoke with calculated precision, feigning deep concern for the Empress Dowager, all the while neglecting to visit during her illness, even claiming to be unwell herself, fearing that her ailment might be passed on. While Wei Yuan may not have grasped the intricacies of courtly manners, Princess Yunhe was astutely aware. During the Empress Dowager's illness, it was primarily the Empress, as the primary consort, who tended to her, balancing the affairs of the harem while also supporting the emperor in managing relations between the court and the inner palace. Despite the empress's diligent care, the emperor's favored consort remained Consort Shui, which left Princess Yunhe feeling discontented and naturally disinclined towards her. Their encounters were few and far between, often limited to mere pleasantries. In truth, she preferred to avoid entanglements with this woman and even felt a certain aversion towards her, especially since her delightful story had just been interrupted. At that moment, Wei Yuan felt somewhat restrained. After all, she had recently struck Consort Shui's cousin and extorted silver from him. She silently prayed for Consort Shui to take her leave swiftly. Yet, contrary to expectations, the favored Consort Shui, while conversing amiably with the Empress Dowager, unexpectedly diverted the topic to herself. Just moments ago, I overheard laughter emanating from within the palace. Could there be something amusing afoot? The Empress Dowager, upon mentioning entertainment, became animated. You are unaware, my dear. That Linger possesses a wealth of amusing tales. Regrettably, you arrived too late. She had just regaled us with a delightful story. Oh, is that so? I had no idea that Princess Anyang was so talented. Consort Shui's gaze fixed intently upon her, causing Wei Yuan to clench her hands tightly. Was that remark meant to mock her? With a gentle smile, Wei Yuan replied, Consort Shui, you flatter me. It was merely some trivial anecdotes meant to amuse the Empress Dowager. Observing Wei Yuan's poised demeanor, Consort Shui noted the stark contrast between her and the wild, reckless girl who had previously caused such a ruckus. It seemed prudent for her to gain a deeper understanding of this Princess Anyang. Empress Dowager, I have been troubled of late, unable to find rest at night. The imperial physician advised me to seek out joyful stories. Since Princess Anyang possesses such a talent, I dare to request a day-s companionship with her to introduce her to my Yao Hua Palace, Consort Shui said with a radiant smile. Though her words startled Wei Yuan, with the matter laid bare, the Empress Dowager found it difficult to refuse, considering the affection she held for her son. Chapter 57. Feigning illness in the palace. Wei Yuan's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. The Empress Dowager had neither outright consented nor declined, indicating that her hopes of relying on the Empress Dowager were futile. In critical moments, her own performance would be paramount. Just as Consort Shui was about to seek Wei Yuan's opinion, Wei Yuan suddenly clutched her chest, feigning great discomfort. The Empress Dowager was initially taken aback and immediately expressed concern. Is Linger unwell? Wei Yuan furrowed her brow and waved her hand dismissively. Do not worry, Empress Dowager. I have merely been feeling slightly anxious lately. A brief respite will suffice, but I fear I can no longer visit the consort's Yaohua Palace. Consort Shui regarded Wei Yuan with evident displeasure, thinking, wasn't she quite formidable? How could she not muster the courage to visit Yaohua Palace? She absently stroked the exquisite jade bracelet on her wrist and remarked, we must not delay. It will be best to summon the imperial physician to examine you. Her feigned concern was, in fact, a test. Upon hearing that a physician would be summoned, Wei Yuan felt a surge of panic. Such a ruse would likely not deceive the palace physician. She immediately interjected, there is no need for that. I simply experienced a fleeting discomfort, an old ailment that has already been treated. A bit of rest will suffice. How can a common physician be compared to a palace physician? The princess is still young. Her health must be taken seriously. Consort Shui pressed, her demeanor unyielding and seemingly compassionate. Wei Yuan was filled with dread, inwardly lamenting her plight. How was Consort Shui like the persistent Lord Su, akin to a stubborn plaster that clings, intent on finding fault? Could she possibly be aware of her previous misdeeds against Lord Su? If that were the case, visiting Yaohua Palace would be unwise. Who knew what malicious schemes this woman might devise against her? Just as Wei Yuan sought another excuse to evade the situation, the Empress Dowager commanded, summon the imperial physician from the Tai hospital at once to examine the princess thoroughly. We must not overlook any lingering illness. This was disastrous. Wei Yuan lowered her head, tightly closing her eyes, fervently praying for a favorable outcome. As Princess Yunhe observed Wei Yuan's subtle expressions, a light chuckle escaped her lips, for she suspected that the girl was grappling with inner turmoil at that very moment. Grandmother, the common physicians possess a wealth of experience, and they may not necessarily be inferior to the court's imperial doctors. Since Sister Yuan has already consulted a physician, she must be in no serious danger. Perhaps she simply dreads the bitter concoction of medicinal soup, Princess Yunhe remarked suddenly. Wei Yuan shot her gaze upward, only to find Princess Yunhe looking at her with a significant expression. Had the princess perhaps taken an inappropriate remedy today? The Empress Dowager pondered over Princess Yunhe's words and found them to hold merit. The girl must indeed be well. Otherwise, how could Prince Yu and his wife remain so composed? In light of this, let's escort the princess to rest. With the Empress Dowager's decree, the consort could not persist any further. Instantly, Wei Yuan's heart blossomed with joy, though she dared not display it overtly. She performed a curtsy and took her leave, maintaining a sickly demeanor. Upon returning to her private chamber, Wei Yuan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, Mama Li, who was beside the Empress Dowager, softly announced from outside the door, Princess, the Empress Dowager has instructed me to bring you some food. Wei Yuan eagerly leapt on her bed, tossed aside the brocade quilt, and nestled in before slowly calling out, Mama Li, please come in. Mama Li entered, placing the food on the table before approaching Wei Yuan's bedside. Noticing her rosy complexion and decent vitality, she inquired with concern, Do you feel better now, Princess? Much improved, Wei Yuan replied in a hushed tone, feigning a touch of weakness. That is good to hear. The Empress Dowager has specifically instructed the palace attendants to care for you diligently. If you require anything, do not hesitate to call. A eunuch is stationed outside, Mama Li gently advised. Wei Yuan flashed a sweet smile at Mama Li, saying, Please extend my gratitude to the Empress Dowager. Once Linger recovers, I shall pay my respects to her. Mama Li, charmed by Wei Yuan's obedient demeanor, responded, Do rest well. Princess, I shall take my leave now. As the door closed behind her, Wei Yuan abruptly sat up in bed, disdainfully tossing the brocade quilt aside. For the warmth of the charcoal fire was nearly suffocating her. Catching sight of the pastries on the table, Wei Yuan quickly jumped out of bed and hurried to the table, taking a bite of one of the treats. The variety and exquisite flavors provided by the Empress Dowager were delightful, and after such lengthy conversation, she found herself quite hungry. Just as she indulged in the pastries, footsteps and the respectful greetings of eunuchs resonated from outside. Greetings, princess. Wei Yuan held her breath, straining to hear the voices beyond her chamber. How is Princess Anyang faring? This was Princess Yunha's inquiry. The princess has remained in her chamber since returning. She is likely fast asleep by now, came the respectful reply from the eunuch. I shall go in and check on Sister Yuan. The princess's intentions were clear, and the eunuch could not impede her. Yet, Wei Yuan felt a surge of panic as she glanced around, hastily returning to her bed. Just as she leapt onto the bed and lay down, Princess Yunha pushed the door open and entered. She walked slowly to the table, and within the room, all was silent save for the crackling of the charcoal brazier. She leaned closer to the bed to observe Wei Yuan's back, then shifted her gaze back to the table where a half-eaten pastry in a porcelain dish captured her attention. Indeed, as she had surmised, despite being unwell, her appetite remained quite robust. Wei Yuan, lying on her side, quietly opened her eyes, her ears attuned to the sounds within the room. What on earth was the princess doing? Why was she still lingering? Princess Yunha stifled a laugh. She knew this girl was quite cunning and was probably not asleep at all. She stepped briskly to the side of Wei Yuan's bed, her gaze fixed on the figure lying there. Upon hearing the approaching footsteps, Wei Yuan promptly closed her eyes. Suddenly, Princess Yunha spoke up, Rise. Do not feign slumber in my presence. Wei Yuan, however, refused to heed her words, remaining utterly still. Princess Yunha threatened, If that is the case, I shall go inform the Empress Dowager that Princess Anyang has succumbed to an eternal sleep, and it would be wise to summon the imperial physician. As she feigned to leave, Wei Yuan hastily called out, Do not go. She then sprang from the bed and, seeing Princess Yunha smiling at her, maintained a serious demeanor. I was indeed enjoying a good sleep and was unaware of your arrival. Forgive me, Your Highness. May I inquire what brings you to seek me? Princess Yunha ignored her, turning to sit on a nearby stool, her gaze directed at Wei Yuan. It is said you are quite the whimsical one. Today you have certainly opened my eyes. You even dare to offend Consort Shui? Wei Yuan pretended not to understand, turning her face away. This is my first encounter with Consort Shui. How could I offend her? Truly, she was as stubborn as a duck with its beak closed. Princess Yunha recalled Consort Shui's earlier intimidation within the Empress Dowager's palace. She was not so easily deceived. It was indeed puzzling how this girl had managed to offend Consort Shui. You truly are obstinate, since you refuse to speak. I shall have no choice but to report to the Empress Dowager and summon a physician for you. Princess Yunha threatened once more. Princess Yunha had firmly grasped this lever against Wei Yuan. Though Wei Yuan was displeased, she dared not retort. She exclaimed in frustration, Must I tell you everything? Chapter 58. Voluntary admission. Princess Yunha turned to Wei Yuan, her eyes filled with anticipation. Wei Yuan took a deep breath and, after a moment, slowly began to speak. The amusing tale I shared with the Empress Dowager earlier was, in fact, my doing. What? You mean to say that it was you who helped the common folk reclaim the market and punish the wicked? Princess Yunha exclaimed in astonishment. Wei Yuan nodded. Yet Princess Yunha was even more perplexed. Doing good by punishing evil was commendable, but what did this have to do with Consort Shui? What connection does this have with Consort Shui? Having already spoken, there was little difference between saying one thing or two, Wei Yuan boldly stated. The nefarious individual in question is none other than Consort Shue's cousin, young Master Su. Princess Yunhe was utterly taken aback. She had not anticipated that the girl's deeds outside the palace were so remarkable. Finally witnessing Consort Shue in a predicament, she felt a secret joy, realizing that Consort Shue must be quite vexed. Otherwise, she would not have clung so tightly to Wei Yuan in front of the Empress Dowager. Noticing the delight on Princess Yunhe's face, Wei Yuan curiously asked, "Your Highness, could it be that you have a past grievance with Consort Shue? Given your delight in her misfortune?" "Not at all," Princess Yunhe replied, quickly suppressing her smile. How could she allow this girl to uncover her hidden thoughts so easily? Wei Yuan is not foolish. During her time in the Empress Dowager's palace, Princess Yunhe was clearly speaking on her behalf. Had it not been for her discord with concubine Shue, she likely would not have found herself in opposition to her. As Princess Yunhe reflected upon the tale Wei Yuan had shared with her, it was not merely an amusing anecdote. She felt a deep-seated envy. Despite both being of royal blood, Wei Yuan enjoyed a far greater degree of freedom. In contrast, she had been bound by the constraints of decorum since childhood. Were it not for their mutual affection for the same individual, she might have forged a close sisterly bond with Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan smiled. Choosing not to expose her thoughts, the exchanges between intelligent individuals are often best left unspoken, as mutual understanding suffices. Upon returning to the palace, concubine Shue angrily cast her cloak into the hands of the palace attendants. Noticing the concubine's foul mood, Pinger promptly dismissed the other servants. Princess Yunhe often opposes me. Yet today she showed no regard for my dignity before the Empress Dowager. Concubine Shue fumed as she reclined on a soft couch. Pinger gently advised, "Your Highness, do not let your spirits dampen. Regardless of Princess Yunhe's opposition, it cannot alter the fact that the Emperor holds you in the highest esteem." This sentiment brought some comfort to concubine Shue, as she recognized that Yunhe's antagonism stemmed from the Emperor's increased favoritism towards herself, which inadvertently cast the Empress aside. But what did it matter? The Empress's lack of favor could only be attributed to her own inadequacies. After all, the princess was merely a young girl. How much influence could she possibly wield? If only I... Concubine Shue abruptly halted her thoughts, a look of sorrow crossing her face. Pingya, who had served concubine Shue since her entry into the palace, knew that despite the concubine's favored status, her greatest heartache remained her childlessness. The emperor already had a limited number of heirs, and with so few consorts in the palace, even though the empress had only one daughter, the crown prince was raised under her care. As the empress, she would inevitably be respected as Empress Dowager by whoever ascended the throne. And what myself? Without my own offspring, I would be destined to endure endless nights within those red-tiled walls. Pinger reassured her, "Your Highness, there is no need for excessive worry. The elder lady recently procured a remedy, and I have instructed the kitchen to prepare it. I believe good news will soon follow." At the mere mention of a remedy, concubine Shue felt a churn in her stomach. She had consumed countless batches of that dark, bitter concoction, yet to no avail. Despite its ineffectiveness, she had dutifully partaken time and again. Pinger's words lightened concubine Shue's heart considerably. Leaning back on the couch, she remarked, "The Empress Dowager has always held me in disdain, solely due to my lack of a son. Now, even a mere princess dares to oppress me." Concubine Shue had long been troubled by the incident involving young Master Su. Yet she could hardly seek revenge against a royal princess. Furthermore, that individual had been summoned to the palace by the Empress Dowager herself. She could not afford to offend her. Pinger knelt beside concubine Shue and gently massaged her legs. "Your Highness, there is ample time ahead. Why rush? I have heard that the Lord of Anyang intends to stay in the palace for a while." Though this was left unspoken, concubine Shue understood it clearly. As long as the Lord of Anyang remained in the palace, it was unlikely she would be without opportunities to rectify matters. Concubine Shue cast a grateful glance at Pinger, recognizing her cleverness and the many troubles she had alleviated for her over the years. She gazed at her hands and instructed, "Send an unfamiliar person to keep watch over Yongchun Palace. Report to me immediately if there is any unusual activity." "Yes, I shall attend to it at once," replied the maid. After Pinger departed, A hint of malice flickered in Shui Guifei's eyes. Those who dared to oppose her would undoubtedly pay a price. During her time in the palace, Wei Yuan found herself living in relative ease. She dined with the Empress Dowager, sharing amusing anecdotes. Though the Dowager seemed particularly fond of the Buddhist hall. Just days ago, every time the Dowager went to recite scriptures, Wei Yuan was compelled to accompany her. Unbeknownst to them, as soon as the scriptures were opened, her head would throb, and she longed to faint from sheer tedium. It appeared the Dowager had noticed Wei Yuan's reluctance to frequent the hall, for she soon ceased to summon her. Sometimes, the Dowager would spend an entire afternoon there, leaving Wei Yuan to wander to the Wenyuan Pavilion to peruse paintings. The young eunuchs there recognized her and did not hinder her, sometimes even placing the painting books within her reach. The Winter Palace possessed a unique beauty. The red bricks and green tiles melded seamlessly with the blanket of white snow, rendering the entire palace solemn and majestic. Cradling a hot water bottle in her arms, Wei Yuan treaded through the snow, the crunching beneath her feet akin to a melodious tune. Perhaps lost in her reverie, she remained oblivious to the presence of someone following in her footsteps. The sunlight glistening upon the snow. Being in the snow for too long could chill one's feet. Suddenly, a voice from behind filled Wei Yuan with delight. She spun around to find Su Chongning standing there, draped in a dark brocade, cloak lined with fur, as if he had descended from the heavens. Wei Yuan trotted over to him, realizing she had unwittingly wandered near Taihe Palace, which explained their unexpected meeting. Without uttering a word, Su Chongning took the hot water bottle from her hands and offered her his own. Wei Yuan accepted with a smile, finding it considerably warmer than hers. "Aren't you on duty today? I just saw you leave Taihe Palace," she inquired. Su Chongning replied with a smile, "I just finished my duties." A spark of inspiration ignited in Wei Yuan's eyes. "Su Chongning, would you accompany me to a place?" Chapter 59. Frolicking in the plum garden, Su Chongning nodded with a gentle smile, not questioning her destination, and followed her to a secluded corner of the imperial city, an area evidently long neglected and desolate. Before them lay a garden, with an old plaque hanging above, its inscription of Jingmei Garden barely discernible. Su Chongning had never heard of such a garden within the palace, and he inquired with curiosity, "What is this place?" "This morning, I overheard palace servants mention a garden in the southwest corner of the palace where rare green plums can be found," Wei Yuan replied, pushing open the dilapidated gate, which was not locked. The gate creaked open, emitting an ancient and muffled sound. Inside, the snow nearly reached their ankles. As soon as Wei Yuan stepped in, she felt a damp chill rise from beneath her feet, the snow seeping into her boots. Su Chongning quietly followed behind. The garden was exceedingly spacious. As soon as they entered, a fragrant breeze enveloped them, and the deeper they ventured, the more the scent invigorated their senses. The crunch of their boots on the snow created a delightful sound, and soon, two distinct sets of footprints appeared on the pristine white ground. The garden was adorned with flourishing red plum blossoms, their vibrant petals and yellow stamens glistening, with flecks of white snow still resting upon them, enhancing their captivating beauty. Observing the garden, Su Chongning remarked casually, "The red plum blossoms are quite common. However, the green plums are indeed a rarity in Chengdu." Wei Yuan tiptoed to pull down a branch, savoring the enchanting fragrance of the plums. In Jiangnan, during winter, one could witness the green plums in full bloom. Yet, the frigid climate of Chengdu is not conducive to their growth. This tranquil plum garden seemed to have been neglected for quite some time. Su Chongning scanned the surroundings. After all, the palace had many rules, and since he had never heard of this garden, it was prudent to remain vigilant. Wei Yuan, however, appeared indifferent, glancing into the distance, but seeing no sign of the green plums. Had she perhaps misheard? Unbeknownst to them, they wandered through the plum grove and came upon an open path, leading to a dilapidated palace at its end. The crimson doors and windows were in a state of disrepair, yet remnants of its former grandeur could still be discerned. Wei Yuan peered through a crack in the door, only to find an impenetrable darkness within. The lock was rusted, and dust blanketed the area. Su Chongning cautioned, "This palace bears no plaque. It has likely been abandoned for many years. We should leave this place quickly." Wei Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment at not finding the green plums, but nodded in agreement to depart. Just as they turned to leave, a shadow suddenly lunged at their feet. Instinctively, Su Chongming shielded Wei Yuan behind him. However, upon closer inspection, he stiffened in shock. Before them stood a cat with eyes gleaming green, seemingly startled, baring its teeth and arching its back for bristling. Wei Yuan noticed Su Chongming was intently focused on the cat, sensing his tension as his grip on her hand grew damp with sweat. She tugged at his sleeve, and he instinctively took a step back, an action that only further incited the ire of the black cat. With all its strength gathered in its hind legs, it leaped towards them. In a split second, Wei Yuan raised her foot and kicked the cat to the ground. The creature scrambled up, letting out a few startled yowls before retreating in disarray. Su Chongming wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, offering Wei Yuan a faint smile, attempting to appear nonchalant. Yet how could Wei Yuan let this extraordinary opportunity slip by? The renowned young marquis of Chengdu, a favored figure before the emperor, the esteemed commander of the imperial guard, was frightened by a meerkat. Her eyes sparkled with mirth as she fixed her gaze on Su Chongming, her laughter nearly spilling forth. He turned his head away. Unable to meet her gaze, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Unable to contain herself, Wei Yuan finally teased, "Su Chongming, you are actually afraid of cats?" Su Chongming cleared his throat and replied solemnly, "That creature is rather fierce. Are you not afraid, Linga?" "How could I be afraid?" she retorted. If it were not for her recent intervention, Su Chongming might currently be running around the courtyard, evading that ominous black cat. Naturally, he harbored no fear. Although the cat had appeared quite fierce, it was merely defending its territory from intruders. Wei Yuan explained with a suppressed laugh. Su Chongming felt that this topic was rather embarrassing, so he turned and walked into the plum grove. Intrigued, Wei Yuan was not about to let him escape easily and trotted after him, inquiring, "Su Chongming, why are you afraid of cats? Have you been afraid of them since childhood, or have you encountered something that instilled such fear in you?" Despite her relentless chatter, Su Chongming quickened his pace, refusing to respond. Suddenly, she scooped up some snow, molded it into a snowball, and hurled it at his back. The impact caused Su Chongming to halt momentarily, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He then formed a small snowball of his own and threw it back at Wei Yuan, who could not evade in time, resulting in the snowball landing squarely on her cloak. In the tranquility of the plum garden, they engaged in playful banter, their fluttering garments scattering petals like whispers. The black cat, alerted by the commotion, stealthily climbed the palace wall, peering curiously over the edge. Ultimately, the playful skirmish concluded with Wei Yuan tumbling into the snow, prompting Su Chongming to pause and, after a moment of hesitation, extend his hand towards her. Gazing at his long, elegant hand, her heart raced, and she lowered her gaze. Gently placing her hand in his palm, he swiftly pulled her up, concern lacing his voice. "Did you hurt yourself?" "No," Wei Yuan replied, brushing the snow off her clothes. They had been outside for quite a while, and Wei Yuan mused that the Empress Dowager had likely finished her recitations by now. "I must return to Yongchun Palace. Otherwise, the Empress Dowager will come looking for me," she said, fixing her gaze on Su Chongming. He would not be on duty the following day, making it unlikely for him to see her again, although he felt a twinge of reluctance. He reminded himself that she would only be residing in the palace for a few days before departing. Su Chongming scolded himself internally for becoming so attached. As Wei Yuan walked ahead, her shoes and stockings thoroughly soaked, she wished to hurry back and change into dry clothes. However, just as they approached the entrance, they were intercepted. Concubine Shui and her attendant Pinger, accompanied by a group of eunuchs, stood outside the garden, their faces brimming with smug satisfaction. Wei Yuan paused momentarily, then quickly donned a smile. "What a coincidence! Are you here to admire the plum blossoms, Your Highness? I must return to accompany the Empress Dowager, so I will take my leave." Just as she attempted to depart, Concubine Shui raised her hand to block her path, sneering. "I was wondering who dared to frolic so freely in this secluded palace. It turns out to be Princess Anyang and Commander Su." Chapter 60. Concubine Shui's Quandary in the Palace. It was strictly forbidden for men and women to grow too close. and even eunuchs and maidservants were not allowed to form personal friendships. Thus, Wei Yuan's encounter with Su Chongning was already a violation of protocol, and it had fortuitously been witnessed by concubine Xue's spies. She had been seeking an opportunity to penalize Wei Yuan, and now it had presented itself. Su Chongning stepped forward, shielding Wei Yuan behind him. "Your Highness, I merely encountered the princess by chance. She is unfamiliar with the palace, and I feared she might become lost and encounter danger, which is why I insisted on accompanying her." Upon hearing Su Chongning take all the blame upon himself, Wei Yuan, unable to contain her urgency, interjected, "Your Highness, it was I who summoned Commander Su to Mei Yuan. He bears no responsibility." Shui Guifei observed the two as they endeavored to absolve one another, realizing their relationship must be quite intricate. If this matter escalated, it would be intriguing to witness their resolution. "I have been entrusted by His Majesty to assist in the affairs of the 6 palaces. The Empress Dowager is unwell, and it would be inappropriate for me to disturb her. Hence, I must report to Her Majesty the Empress. Should the princess and Commander Su be entirely innocent, I trust the Empress will make a judicious decision. After all, one is the daughter of a prince, and the other the son of a marquis. It would be foolish to offend both houses if I were to impose punishment. However, if the evidence is irrefutable, the Empress will have no choice but to act according to palace regulations." Wei Yuan understood well that Shui Guifei was evidently targeting her. Otherwise, how could it be that she happened upon the scene so fortuitously? "Your Highness, I am willing to present my case before Her Majesty the Empress," Wei Yuan asserted with conviction, for they had committed no transgressions against palace decorum, and there was nothing for her to fear. Wei Yuan's impulsive nature might lead her into trouble. Within the halls of Chang'e Palace, the Empress, seated in the upper chamber, inquired, "Why does the Guifei hasten to seek my audience?" Shui Guifei stepped forward and offered a respectful bow, stating, "In response to Your Majesty." The attendants passing through Jingmiyuan reported hearing laughter and playful banter between a man and a woman within the garden. The palace maids assumed it was an indiscreet servant girl engaging in a clandestine meeting with a guard, and thus reported to me at Yaohua Palace. When I arrived at Jingmiyuan, I was astonished to discover that the individuals were none other than Princess Anyang and Commander Su. "Is this truly the case?" the Empress queried. "I will not dare to speak frivolously. As I am tasked with assisting in the affairs of the 6 palaces, I cannot afford to be negligent. Commander Su is a person of significance to His Majesty. I find myself ill-equipped to deal with this matter without first seeking Your Majesty's guidance." The Empress, naturally, would not hastily condemn another, for as the central figure of the palace, she must handle all affairs with propriety, lest someone seize upon a flaw. The Empress summoned Su Chongning and Wei Yuan to the palace, where Wei Yuan respectfully bowed to Her Majesty. The Empress appeared benevolent, her demeanor contrasting sharply with the haughty air of Shui Guifei. Wei Yuan was confident that the Empress would approach the situation with fairness. "What transpired here?" the Empress inquired. Su Chongning recounted the events truthfully, asserting that their visit to Jingmiyuan was entirely unintentional, and they had engaged in no inappropriate conduct. The Empress had previously heard from Princess Yunhe of the close bond between Su Chongning and Wei Yuan. While their mutual affection as 2 unmarried individuals was not inherently wrong, the setting of the palace magnified the significance of their actions. The Empress furrowed her brow. Given their unique statuses, Shui Guifei, who clearly possessed authority over palace affairs, was now deferring to her, indicating a desire to avoid offending anyone by passing this delicate issue to her. Perhaps this was merely a fleeting moment of youthful exuberance that had gotten out of hand, warranting no excessive concern. Shui Guifei discerned the Empress's reluctance to intervene, yet recognized that if she let this opportunity slip away, future repercussions could be dire. She rose and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, I bear no grievance." But other palace attendants were present, and they certainly heard everything. "You may summon them for questioning. Since the esteemed concubine has spoken thus, let us summon the palace maid." The Empress, feeling helpless, acquiesced to concubine Shui's request. The maid, Chen, was brought in, and as she entered, she fell to her knees before the Empress. Surrounded by individuals of high status, She knew that if she did not comply with the concubine's wishes, she would surely face dire consequences. The empress inquired in a stern tone, "What did you see and hear in the Jingmei garden? Speak the truth without fear." Trembling, Qing'er replied in a quavering voice, "Your Majesty, I observed the county princess and Lord Su entering the garden together, engaged in light-hearted conversation, appearing quite intimate. Subsequently, there were sounds of laughter. The atmosphere was suggestive, and feeling alarmed, I reported to the esteemed concubine. Beyond that, I am unaware of what transpired." Though her words were ambiguous, they undeniably insinuated against Wei Yuan and Su Chongning. The empress, perceptive as always, recognized the implications. If one palace maid's testimony could so easily tarnish another's reputation, it would be utterly unjust. While I am acquainted with the county princess, I have never behaved inappropriately. She is a lady of noble standing, deserving of respect and protection from such slander. Su Chongming ardently defended Wei Yuan. He was indifferent to his own reputation, but he could not allow anyone to besmirch the name of someone he cherished. The empress found herself at a loss, caught between their arguments. Concubine Shui, sensing her hesitation, interjected, "It has been rumored that at the flower-viewing banquet hosted by Princess Yunhe, the county princess fell into the water, and Lord Su, in a fit of worry, disregarded the crowd to save her. Is this also a fabrication?" While there was truth to Su Chongning's concern for Wei Yuan, he had consistently maintained decorum in public. He calmly stated, "Your Majesty and esteemed concubine, as the commander of the Imperial Guard, it is my duty to ensure the safety of all within the palace. Should anyone face peril, I cannot stand idly by." Concubine Shui scoffed, her eyes filled with scorn. "You protect her so fiercely, yet still attempt to feign innocence? Tell me, Commander Su, is it also part of your duty to engage in clandestine meetings with the county princess within the palace?" Her tone was aggressive and relentless. Wei Yuan's face flushed with indignation. Was this all merely revenge for her inept cousin? Why not confront her directly instead of orchestrating this charade? She stepped forward boldly, and Su Chongning, too late to intervene, watched. Kneeling before the empress, Wei Yuan declared emphatically, "Your Majesty, let each person bear their own responsibility. Ling'er is entirely at fault for compelling Commander Su to the garden. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall solely upon Ling'er, for she is the one who has implicated him." As her words fell, Su Chongning also knelt before the empress. He could not allow her to shoulder this burden alone. "Your Majesty, I..." At that moment, the voice of Princess Yunhe echoed from outside. A palace maid parted the curtains, and Princess Yunhe hurriedly entered. "Mother, you cannot punish Sister Yuan and Commander Su." Chapter 61. The Princess to the Rescue. Princess Yunhe rushed to the Empress, bowing respectfully. "Mother, there are deeper truths in this matter. You must not wrong them." Kneeling by the side, Wei Yuan and Su Chongning gazed in astonishment at Princess Yunhe, fully aware of the underlying tensions. The Empress seemed to sense something amiss. She lowered her gaze in contemplation and remarked, "Yunhe, if there's a hidden matter, then do share with us." "Mother, it was I who invited Sister Yuan and Commander Su to the Jingmei garden, but I was delayed by unforeseen circumstances. And to my surprise, they have been misunderstood to the point of bringing this matter before you," Princess Yunhe said, her expression serene, yet tinged with regret as she looked at the two. Shui Guifei cast a sidelong glance at Princess Yunhe and scoffed. "Since when have you and Princess Anyang, Commander Su, grown so close?" Unfazed by Shui Guifei's derision, Princess Yunhe retorted, "What you may not know, Lady Shui, is that in the eyes of the citizens of Chengdu, Sister Yuan holds great esteem. Just days ago, she punished evildoers and reclaimed the market for the common folk. Naturally, I admire her, and what harm is there in befriending her?" Upon hearing this, Wei Yuan quickly lowered her head, silently applauding the princess's courage in publicly striking back at Shui Guifei. The latter's face flushed with alternating colors. For one, Princess Anyang was already enough of a challenge. And now with Princess Yunhe joining the fray, bolstered by the Empress's support, she could only swallow her indignation. Suddenly, she noticed the kneeling Qing'er nearby and coldly remarked, "Even if they had an agreement with the princess, the commotion in the garden was very real. Is this something the princess condones as well? With a seemingly casual glance at Qing'er, the latter quickly understood. Your Highness, I did indeed hear their laughter in the garden, though I dare not speak further. You deceitful girl, you are clearly intent on slandering them. I wonder who has instigated you. Princess Yunhe turned to the Empress and said, Mother, if you wish to ascertain whether this girl speaks the truth, a mere beating would suffice. Panic-stricken, Qing'er cast a pleading look at Shui Guifei. But how could the latter advocate for a lowly maid? She was merely a pawn to be summoned and dismissed at will. Seeing the indifference from the Guifei, Qing'er repeatedly bowed before the Empress. Your Majesty, spare my life. I know I was wrong. Spare your life? You have slandered a royal princess and the Emperor's commander. A beating would be lenient, and yet you dare to plead for mercy. What audacity does a third-class maid possess? Princess Yunhe's words bore an undercurrent of hope that the girl might turn against Shui Guifei. Yet, Qing'er's fate lay firmly in Shui Guifei's hands. Compared to that uncertainty, she would rather endure a beating, believing it might allow her to survive. Glancing at the trembling Qing'er, Shui Guifei said, Since it was the princess's invitation, it seems this girl has misunderstood and disturbed the Empress. I acknowledge my fault. However, I also fear that someone may have violated palace regulations, showing a lack of respect for the Empress. With this, Shui Guifei managed to escape reprimand from the Empress, who, regardless of her inner thoughts, had to maintain the facade of a benevolent and non-jealous matriarch of the harem. Princess Yunhe felt a disdainful urge to scoff, as she could hardly tolerate Shui Guifei's demeanor, which feigned respect for the Empress while being domineering and dismissive of everyone around her. The Empress, in her attempts to maintain peace, was compelled to navigate this delicate balance. The Queen wore an expression of serene indifference, offering a composed smile. What transgressions has concubine Shui committed? She merely upheld the regulations of the palace. Since His Majesty has entrusted you with the governance of the 6 palaces, it is your duty and deserving of commendation. Inwardly, concubine Shui scoffed, her brows slightly arched as if mocking the fact that even the Queen could not contend with her. The matter eventually dissipated without resolution, leaving concubine Shui feeling vexed, as she had gained nothing from the encounter and wished to depart without delay. Rising slowly, she remarked, Your Majesty, Qing'er is but a maid of my household. It is best that I take her back for any punishment or reprimand, to spare your Majesty's eyes from such trivialities. The Queen, already reluctant to intervene, found even less inclination to concern herself with a mere maid under someone else's control. How concubine Shui managed her affairs was her own business. Very well, then. I shall trouble you with this matter, sister. Concubine Shui turned, casting a disdainful glance at Qing'er, her brows tightly knit as she suppressed her inner fury. Such useless creatures. Truly a waste of my nurturing. She huffed, striding away. Qing'er trembled in fear, but hurriedly followed her mistress. The Queen pressed her fingers to her temples, feeling a familiar headache wash over her at the sight of concubine Shui. In a low voice, she addressed the 2 remaining individuals. You may rise. Today's events have wrongfully implicated you both. Thank you, Your Majesty, Su Chongning and Wei Yuan replied, rising. Princess Yunhe's gaze remained fixed on Su Chongning, yet he did not cast a single glance her way. I find myself somewhat fatigued. You may all withdraw, she concluded, and with the assistance of her maid, retreated into the inner chamber. Once the 3 emerged from Changle Palace, Princess Yunhe remained silent. Upon hearing that Wei Yuan and Su Chongning were taken away, she instinctively rushed to their aid, though she could not comprehend why she felt compelled to assist them. Su Chongning was the first to shatter the awkward silence, saying, I am grateful to the princess for coming to my son's defense. Who asked for your gratitude? Princess Yunhe retorted, pouting before turning her attention to Wei Yuan, questioning her lack of manners. Can't you even muster a simple thank you? Wei Yuan felt gratitude welling within her. Yet the nuances of their relationship left her at a loss for words. After a moment of hesitation and taking a deep breath, she finally managed, Thank you, Princess, for your timely rescue. She then fixed her gaze earnestly on Princess Yunhe, who frowned in discontent. Is that truly how one expresses thanks? So perfunctory. Wei Yuan, feeling helpless. Thought, is expressing gratitude truly so complicated? She was a woman capable of flexibility, a chivalrous spirit. Was it such a difficulty? Bending slightly, she spoke softly, "Thank you, princess, for your salvation. I shall never forget it." Princess Yunhe straightened, yet did not allow Wei Yuan to rise. Suppressing her amusement, she proudly declared, "I merely found concubine Shui displeasing. My actions were not motivated by any concern for you. Do not delude yourself into thinking otherwise." Her tone was somewhat awkward. Casting a glance at those nearby, she silently mused, "Of course, it is also because Su Chongning is present." Wei Yuan, however, paid no mind to the princess's motives or her cryptic remarks. She understood only that today she had aided both herself and Su Chongning, and thus she considered herself a woman of integrity. Wei Yuan even felt that if Princess Yunhe were outside the palace, she would surely act with the same benevolence toward the common folk. Chapter 62, New Year's Vigil. Shui Guifei hurriedly returned to Yaohua Palace, abruptly knocking everything off the table onto the floor. The palace maids, startled, quickly knelt beside her, too afraid to speak. She turned and scolded Qing'er, "Useless creature. What good are you to me? Despite my support, you cannot even handle a mere princess." Though her words were ostensibly directed at Qing, they resonated more as a lament about herself. In that moment, it seemed her favor and status had utterly failed her. The title of Guifei could never rival that of the empress, and even Princess Yunhe disregarded her. Ping'er observed Shui Guifei with a piercing gaze, as if channeling all her anger. She stood and promptly attempted to soothe her. "Your Highness, please do not be so upset. If this opportunity has slipped away, we can seek another. There is no need to harm your own health." "Opportunity? Where is there any left? No one holds me in esteem." Shui Guifei's expression turned fierce as she slammed her palm on the table. Seeing this, Ping'er hurriedly approached to examine her hand, fearful of her mistress's injury. "Your Highness, you must not punish yourself this way. Ultimately, we haven't suffered greatly from this affair. Let it go." Having accompanied Shui Guifei for many years, Ping'er had observed the Guifei's continuous efforts to protect her family, yet that young master Su never heeded her advice. This time, it was merely a financial loss, nothing of great consequence. Shui Guifei glanced at Ping'er, her anger seemingly diminishing. Over the years, she had grown weary, burdened by familial ties and ensnared in palace intrigues. It was high time she considered her own well-being. Noticing Shui Guifei's mood lighten, Ping'er signaled for the kneeling palace maids to leave, then summoned a bowl of bird's nest soup. The hall was left with only the two of them. Ping'er lifted the bowl, gently saying, "Your Highness, this is the precious blood bird's nest bestowed by the emperor, exceedingly rare, even scarce within the empress's palace. See, the emperor still holds you in favor." Mentioning the emperor brought a sense of ease to Shui Guifei. Thankfully, there was still someone in the palace who remembered her. Her provisions were only slightly inferior to those of the empress, which afforded her some solace. She accepted the bird's nest and took a delicate taste, instructing, "Prepare a hand warmer for me." "Your Highness, where are you going?" "Ping'er uskit, puzzit. I shall personally express my gratitude to the emperor," Shui Guifei replied, her voice brimming with pride. This favor was one she intended to seize, for the emperor was indeed her true protector within the palace. Wei Yuan had returned home from the palace for over a month, and, as the new year approached, the entire Chengdu was bustling with preparations, including the residence of the Prince of Yu. Red lanterns adorned every gate, and the servants donned new garments. Despite their busy schedules, each face radiated joy. With some leisure, Wei Yuan wandered through the kitchen in the back courtyard, where she observed the preparations for the New Year's feast. Intrigued, she mingled with the servants, learned to make dumplings for Mama Li. Having come from humble beginnings, Jin Yu was no stranger to some of the more laborious tasks, and watching the princess craft dumplings, she found it difficult to critique her efforts. Wei Yuan was quite pleased with her culinary skills. Before long, an array of oddly shaped dumplings sprawled across the table. Jin Yu glanced at them, unable to shake her concern that if this continued, they would all face punishment tonight. "My princess, are you not weary? Perhaps you should return and rest," Jin Yu ventured tentatively. "I am fully engrossed in my dumpling making. I shall not leave Wei Yuan replied while continuing her work, oblivious to Jin Yu's underlying suggestion. Jin Yu turned her gaze to Granny Li, who was watching Wei Yuan with affectionate eyes. The princess could do no wrong in her sight, especially since she had cherished Wei Yuan since childhood. After such a long separation, it was only natural to indulge her now. Wei Yuan's little face bore a frosty demeanor as her hands moved busily, tirelessly preparing dumplings. They toiled until dusk, when the lanterns in the manor were lit by candles, illuminating the entire royal residence with a dazzling glow. The snow outside reflected a vibrant red, exuding an aura of festivity. Later, Wei Xiao returned from the military camp to join his family in welcoming the new year, a long-awaited reunion for Wei Yuan. Upon seeing her brother, she rushed forward without hesitation, extending her hands. "Brother, where's my red envelope?" Wei Xiao swatted her hands away. "Do you take me for a god of wealth?" he retorted, turning to enter the house. Unwilling to relent, Wei Yuan pursued him. "You cannot skimp on the New Year's red envelope, brother. You mustn't be so stingy." He was already nearly impoverished by her relentless demands, yet she still persisted. Wei Xiao hurried into the house, turning to block the door while saying, "Let me change first. We can discuss the red envelope tomorrow." With that, he shut the door firmly, leaving Wei Yuan pouting, confident that she would eventually secure a prize. The most significant aspect of the new year was staying awake. It was also what troubled Wei Yuan the most. In Wei country, the tradition dictated that one must not fall asleep, lest they attract the attention of malevolent creatures, resulting in a year of unrest. Wei Yuan dismissed such tales, yet the Princess of Yu always kept a watchful eye on her, determined to prevent her from dozing off. Seated in the main hall, Wei Yuan found her head nodding uncontrollably, feeling lightheaded. She observed her father, mother, and brother, all appearing spirited and lively. Jin Yu noticed the princess's fatigue and gently nudged her, prompting Wei Yuan to realize her parents were intently watching her. The Princess of Yu found her daughter's plight amusing and inquired, "Linger, are you unable to endure any longer?" Wei Yuan replied with a furrowed brow, "Mother, what is this custom? At my maternal grandparents' home, we never stayed up for the new year." While there were customs for staying awake in Jiangnan as well, her grandparents had always spoiled her, reluctant to let her suffer through it. Seeing her daughter struggle, the Princess of Yu relented. "Since you are so weary, you may return to sleep. We must visit the Empress and the Emperor early tomorrow." Upon hearing her mother's words, Wei Yuan felt an immense sense of relief and joyfully exclaimed, "Really? Mother, then I shall return now." The Prince of Yu, observing his daughter's exaggerated demeanor, teased, "My dear wife, look at this child. Even after a year, she remains so unstable." The Princess of Yu shook her head with a resigned smile, while Wei Yuan flashed a cheeky grin at her father before darting out. Upon returning to her chamber, Wei Yuan carelessly collapsed onto the bed. Jin Yu gently reminded her, "Your Highness, you should change into your night clothes before resting. It would be more comfortable." Exhausted to the point of being unable to lift a finger, Wei Yuan tightly shut her eyes and mumbled, "A 1T change. I'm utterly fatigued and need to sleep." It was evident she was truly worn out. Jin Yu approached and tucked the covers around her mistress, preparing to leave when suddenly, the sound of cooing pigeons echoed from the withered branches outside the window. Jin Yu found it peculiar. Where could pigeons possibly come from in such frigid weather? She cautiously opened the window, and to her surprise, the pigeon did not fly away but hopped closer, seemingly searching for something, displaying no fear whatsoever. Jin Yu noticed a paper tube tied to the bird's leg. She deftly captured the pigeon and removed the tube, and as soon as she released her grip, the bird took flight without hesitation, as if its task had been completed. Unrolling the note, she read, "Meet me at the attic in the backyard." The signature was Su Chongning. It turned out to be a summons from the young marquis. Glancing back at the soundly sleeping Wei Yuan, Jin Yu thought it would be heart-wrenching for the princess to keep the young marquis waiting at this hour. She approached the bed and spoke softly, "Your Highness, a carrier pigeon has come with a message for you." Wei Yuan stirred at Jin Yu's voice, irritated by the interruption. She rolled over and muttered, "Jin Yu, are you dreaming? Where would a pigeon come from at this late hour?" Observing Wei Yuan turn her face away to continue sleeping, Jin Yu leaned closer to her ear and whispered, It's a message from the young marquis. Are you sure you don't want to take a look? Before she could finish her sentence, Wei Yuan abruptly opened her eyes, sitting up straight with an eager gaze directed at Jinyu. Who sent the message? She inquired. The young marquis, Jinyu replied. With a swift motion, Wei Yuan threw off the covers. Did he say anything? Jinyu handed her the note. And after a brief glance, Wei Yuan hastily jumped out of bed, impatiently putting on her shoes. Why didn't you tell me sooner? What if he asked freezing? Just moments ago, she had insisted on sleeping, yet upon hearing it was the young marquis, her demeanor changed instantly. Jinyu understood her urgency and quickly fetched a cloak for her to wear, saying, The night is cold. Your Highness, you must wear more to avoid catching a chill. Wei Yuan accepted the hand warmer from Jinyu. You need to accompany me. You should rest early. However, Jinyu felt uneasy about letting Wei Yuan venture out alone in the bitter cold. Yet, she reassured herself that the princess would be safe with the young marquis. The attic at the back of the Yu Wang residence was situated in the southwest corner, seldom visited. On this New Year's Day, however, every nook was illuminated, and this place shone brightly as if it were daytime. Wei Yuan hurried to the attic, only to find it empty, the silence only interrupted by her own breathing. She firmly believed that Su Chongning had gone to great lengths to send a message via pigeon and would not deceive her. At that moment, a voice called down from above, Linga, I am here. Wei Yuan raised her head in response to the voice, seeing Su Chongning waving at her from the top of the attic. With a beaming smile, she rushed upstairs, prompting Su Chongning to worry. Linger, slow down. Be careful not to fall. After a strenuous climb to the top, Wei Yuan was already sweating profusely, her face flushed under the moonlight, as she gasped for breath with slightly parted red lips. Once she had regained some composure, she inquired, How did you come here? As soon as she spoke, she realized that the attic was connected to the walls of the royal residence. You didn't climb over the wall, did you? Su Chongning's expression turned somewhat awkward. Indeed, he had sneaked in. Though skilled in martial arts, scaling a wall was a trivial feat for him, yet he had never engaged in such audacious behavior before. His silence served as an acknowledgement, and he asked with concern, Did I disturb you? Wei Yuan shook her head. How could his visit be a disturbance? However, she was perplexed as to why he had come at such a late hour, merely to see her. Su Changnin sensed had confusion. Linger, follow me. He led her to the railing where one could gaze over half of the splendid capital, with pavilions and towers shimmering in the night, their lights resembling a sky filled with stars. Although this attic was within the royal estate, it was situated in a secluded area, and Wei Yuan had previously overlooked this magnificent view. She couldn't help but exclaim, I never imagined the scenery here to be so breathtaking. I had no idea. The royal estate was granted by the late emperor. Every brick and tile here is precious, Su Chongning remarked, gazing into the distance. Wei Yuan had never met the late emperor. Since her earliest memories, the emperor of Wei had always been her Uncle Wang, who treated her father exceedingly well. Perhaps the late emperor had also been kind to her father, bestowing this luxurious residence upon him and uniting her parents in marriage, allowing her father to live without worry. She turned to observe Su Chongning's profile, striking and handsome, capable of captivating her for eternity. Su Chongning, after today, I will be 19, Wei Yuan stated unexpectedly. In truth, what she wished to convey was, Su Chongning, after today, I will be eligible for marriage. A flicker of amusement danced in the corner of Su Chongning's eyes. After confiding with his parents, he had resolutely set his heart on her, never entertaining thoughts of anyone else. After today, he too would be eligible to wed. He turned to her, his gaze tender, and quietly declared, from now on, call me Chongning. Their hearts resonated in unison. At that moment, a distant fire arrow soared into the sky, prompting Su Chongning to exclaim, Linger, look over there. As Wei Yuan turned her gaze, vibrant fireworks erupted, instantly illuminating the entire capital, dazzling and resplendent. This spectacle reminded Wei Yuan of the celebration with her brother when they had inadvertently enjoyed fireworks together. However, this moment was different, for they now shared a mutual understanding. While the two atop the attic were entwined in affection, figures below were bustling about with torches. Suyin, while lighting the fires, rubbed her frostbitten hands, recalling the young lord's specific instructions to avoid any accidents. Thus, she was diligently committed to her task. As she continued to ignite the flames, she chattered incessantly. All of this is to ensure that the young lord can marry soon. As the last of the fireworks faded, just past the midnight hour, Su Chongning withdrew a jade pendant identical to the beautiful girl as from his sleeve. Cependant, radiating a cold luminescence, appeared exceptionally precious at that moment. Su Chongning handed one of the pendants to Wei Yuan, saying, "I had this crafted by a skilled artisan. It is one of a kind. Linger, this shall be our token." "A token of affection?" Wei Yuan exclaimed, recalling from her sketchbook that when two hearts are in sync, they exchange such tokens. A token exchange? Suddenly, she remembered that she had prepared a gift for Su Chongning as well. She rummaged through her belongings until she finally produced a pouch. With confidence, Wei Yuan presented the pouch to Su Chongning, declaring, "This is a pouch I embroider myself. See, this time it surely doesn't resemble a goose." Su Chongning recognized that embroidery was not Wei Yuan's forte, and it was indeed a challenge for her. He accepted it with delight, caressing it fondly. After a moment, he complimented, "Linger, your embroidery of the wild goose is remarkably lifelike. It is a mandarin duck." She corrected. Su Chongning was taken aback, having expected her to embroider the emblematic bird of fidelity instead. Chapter 64. Two fathers at odds. Noticing Wei Yuan's sulky demeanor as she turned away from him, Su Chongning regretted his earlier words. He should have simply expressed that he would cherish whatever she had crafted. Wei Yuan was indignant, convinced her work was beautiful and that Su Chongning simply lacked appreciation. Su Chongning stepped forward, leaning in to inquire, "Is your hand warmer?" He clumsily sought to mend the situation with conversation. Upon hearing his question, Wei Yuan realized her hands were indeed cold. Since he had asked, she extended her hand towards Su Chongning, silently gazing at him. Su Chongning understood her intent. However, he had previously exercised restraint in her presence, fearing it might tarnish her reputation. Now, with only the two of them, a smile graced his lips as he cautiously took her hand into his. At that moment, a languid voice floated into their ears. "My hands are quite cold as well. Might young Master Su warm them for me?" Startled, Wei Yuan immediately withdrew her hand, scanning the surroundings until she spotted her brother, poised elegantly atop a nearby roof. "Brother, what brings you to the rooftops at this late hour?" Wei Xiao replied slowly. "I was just about to head back inside when I noticed the courtyard illuminated as if it were day. I'm fortunate to have arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have missed such splendid fireworks. Young Master Su, you are quite extravagant." He added a respectful gesture towards Su Chongning. Su Chongning appeared as though he had been caught in some mischief, unsure of how to respond. Wei Yuan glanced at Su Chongning and called out to Wei Xiao, "Brother, you must not bully Chongning." "Oh, such a swift change in address. It seems I may soon have a brother-in-law," Wei Xiao teased, causing Wei Yuan's cheeks to flush. Anxiously, she retorted, "If you are bored, brother, you may return to sleep. No one is stopping you." It was rare to see her shy, and Wei Xiao stood up, declaring, "It seems I am superfluous. The hour is late, so I shall not invite young Master Su inside for tea." Su Chongning returned the courtesy, saying, "General, you are too kind. I should also be returning to my residence." He turned to Wei Yuan, advising, "Accompany General Wei back. Tomorrow we must pay our respects to the Empress Dowager." Though Wei Yuan felt a tinge of reluctance, she slowly nodded in agreement. As she watched Wei Yuan follow Wei Xiao into the distance, Su Chongning once again scaled the tall courtyard wall and departed. The siblings strolled along the winding path of the Wang residence, and Wei Xiao appeared somewhat troubled. On such a festive day, a certain figure incessantly lingered in his mind. Did the northern desert celebrate the new year? Were their festivities akin to theirs? Noticing her brother's pensive demeanor, Wei Yuan inquired, "Brother, what troubles you?" "It's nothing. Just a sudden thought of someone," Wei Xiao instinctively replied. "Someone?" Wei Yuan suddenly recalled her brother's beloved, wondering if he was thinking of her with Su Chongning. Pondering his own plight, "Brother, how pitiful. When will you fulfill your heart's desire?" After a lengthy silence, Wei Xiao turned around to find his sister frozen in place, her face adorned with a profoundly melancholic expression. The following morning, Wei Yuan accompanied her mother to the palace to pay respects to the Empress Dowager, while the Prince of Yu, along with several ministers, proceeded to the emperor. Within the Taiha Hall, ministers exchanged auspicious greetings, creating a livelier atmosphere than usual. As the Prince of Yu entered the Grand Hall, the ministers approached him, each bearing smiles as they offered their salutations. Surrounded by the crowd, the Prince of Yu maintained a broad grin, his facial muscles nearly cramping, yet he seemed to revel in the adulation. Just as he basked in this moment of glory, the crowd suddenly parted. Frowning, he looked up to see Marquis Anqing striding confidently into the hall, now the center of attention. The Prince of Yu scoffed. This old curmudgeon always steals my thunder. After exchanging pleasantries with the ministers, Marquis Anqing's gaze fell upon the Prince of Yu, for respect demanded order. He approached the prince with grand strides, proclaiming, "Your Highness, may the new year bring you fortune." The Prince of Yu returned the greeting with pride. "Marquis, may you also enjoy auspicious tidings." No further words were exchanged. At that moment, the ministers closed in once again, and one remarked to Marquis Anqing, "I have heard that the young Marquis is yet to be wed. I have a daughter, aged 18, who has been well educated in the arts, including music and painting. Might the Marquis entertain a potential union?" While Marquis Anqing contemplated his response, the Prince of Yu interjected, "I have heard the young Marquis has already taken a fancy to someone. May I ask if this is true?" At this, Marquis Anqing's expression darkened instantly. "Of course not. Such matters of marriage cannot be left to the whims of children. Those are merely childish jokes." He shot a glance at the Prince of Yu, as if to say, "What business is this of yours?" The Prince of Yu, feeling exasperated, thought to himself how obstinate the old man was, unyielding and inflexible, internally berating Marquis Anqing countless times. He maintained a facade of politeness, stating, "I have heard that Chongming is a child of great loyalty and determination, steadfast in her desire to be with her beloved." Such nonsense. Since time immemorial, marriages have been orchestrated by parental decree and matchmakers. Anyone entering my marquisate must be a lady of my choosing. Marquis Anqing was nearly beside himself with frustration, realizing that the Prince of Yu was being deliberately provocative. The Prince of Yu's dissatisfaction with Marquis Anqing grew. His daughter, a noble princess, was undoubtedly one of the finest young ladies in the capital, kind-hearted and well-mannered. If not for Su Chongming being quite exceptional, he would hardly have considered the Anqing marquisate at all. At this moment, the esteemed Prince Yu regarded his daughter with utmost affection, casting a discontented glare at Duke Anqing. Just as he prepared to retort, the voice of a court eunuch interrupted. At that moment, Wei Yuan, who was listening to the Empress Dowager, unexpectedly sneezed. The inadvertent sound disrupting the conversation between the Dowager and the princess consort. The Dowager, expressing concern, inquired, "Has Linger caught a chill?" Wei Yuan rubbed her itchy nose and shook her head. "There is no need for your majesty to worry. Linger is quite well." The Dowager nodded and then addressed the princess consort. Upon returning to the residence, "Please have the servants brew some ginger soup for Ling. We must not allow her to be unwell on such a splendid day." "Your majesty's words are duly noted," replied the princess consort with respect. After exiting Yongshun Palace, Wei Yuan accompanied the princess consort to the empress's quarters, but unexpectedly encountered Princess Yunhe, who was on her way to pay her respects to the dowager. As the princess consort stepped forward to perform her courtesies, Princess Yunhe immediately assisted her, stating, "We are all family. There is no need for such formalities, Your Highness." With a graceful demeanor, Princess Yunhe approached, and Wei Yuan, not to be outdone, stepped forward to bow and exchanged a few auspicious words. The princess consort inquired, "Are you headed to Yongshun Palace, princess?" "Yes, I have yet to pay my respects to Her Majesty this morning, so I shall proceed first," replied Princess Yunhe, making her way toward Yongshun Palace. Watching the departing figure of Princess Yunhe, the princess consort murmured, "In truth, this child bears some resemblance to Linger." Upon hearing this, Wei Yuan's expression shifted to one of skepticism. However, recalling the day the princess had come to her aid, she considered that perhaps the princess was indeed a person of genuine temperament. She smiled and said, "What you say is true, mother." The princess consort turned to her daughter. Noting that today the child had not contradicted her, suggesting a thawing in their relationship with the princess. As mother and daughter arrived at the empress's palace and paid their respects, they hurriedly returned to the prince's residence. Once back home, Wei Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. There was a certain freedom within the prince's abode. The palace's numerous regulations were quite exhausting. Retreating to her chamber, Wei Yuan held the jade pendant gifted by Su Chongning, reminiscing about his words at the time of the gift, which caused her to smile dreamily. The old times had passed, and in the new year, she wished for everything to surpass expectations. Chapter 65. A joyous reunion after a brief separation once again. Spring was in full bloom, with gentle hills and clear waters, vibrant flowers adorning the landscape, and the banks of the Wei River lush with greenery. The state of Wei, situated downstream of the river, enjoyed a climate quite distinct from that of the upstream regions. At this moment, the capital was enveloped in warmth and tranquility, with magnolias gradually coming into full bloom. Wei Yuan's chamber was nestled amidst verdant foliage, and with the gauzy window slightly ajar. She found herself entranced by the magpies perched on the branches. Just then, Jinyu entered, her footsteps gradually drawing Wei Yuan back to reality. Jinyu set down the tray she was carrying and hurried to close the window, reciting, "Your Highness, your health has just recovered. How can you risk aggravating your condition with such drafts?" Wei Yuan gazed at the blossoming magnolias outside and murmured, "Have you become so nagging as well? I have not ventured outside for over a month. Being cooped up in this residence is enough to make anyone ill." At that moment, she felt a deep envy for the free birds outside. Jinyu smiled helplessly. Ever since the young lord had accompanied the crown prince on a southern tour after the new year, her mistress had appeared somewhat listless, and just a few days prior, she had caught a cold. It seemed they could only await the remedy's arrival. She presented the medicinal soup before Wei Yuan, gently persuading, "Your Highness, please drink the medicine. The doctor has stated that while your cold has significantly improved, it is essential to continue taking this medicine for a few more days to avoid leaving any lingering effects." Wei Yuan, having consumed this bitter concoction for over half a month, felt her stomach churn violently at the mere scent of it. She pushed the bowl away and pinched her nose, declaring, "I'm already well. I simply cannot swallow this any longer. Please pour it into that flower pot. Mother shall not notice." "What?" Jinyu turned to the withered flower branches in the pot, realizing that the medicinal aroma would surely pervade the room, making concealment impossible. Setting the bowl down, Jinyu retrieved a letter from her sleeve. "Your Highness, what do you think this is?" Wei Yuan lifted her gaze, her heart leaping with joy. In an instant, she deduced it to be a correspondence from Su Chongning. Just as she reached for it, Jinyu deftly concealed it behind her back. "Your Highness, you must drink the medicine first. I shall present this letter afterward." The audacity of the girl to threaten her mistress struck Wei Yuan, who shot Jinyu a reproachful glance and feigned anger. "How dare you coerce this princess? Hand over the letter at once." Jinyu remained silent, recognizing that her mistress was inept at feigning fury. She took a step back, resolutely refusing to relent, her gaze fixed on the medicinal brew on the table. With a sigh, Wei Yuan acknowledged that Jinyu's intentions were indeed for her benefit. She could not disregard the girl's earnestness, especially as her curiosity about Su Chongning's message intensified. Resolutely, she lifted the bowl and, holding her breath, downed the potion in one swift motion. Jinyu hurriedly offered her some candied fruit, yet Wei Yuan merely extended her hand. "Where's the letter?" With a smile, Jinyu handed over the letter, which Wei Yuan accepted eagerly. The note simply stated that all was well and that he would return the following day, urging her not to worry. Although brief, Wei Yuan lingered over the letter for quite some time. Chongning would be back in Chengdu tomorrow. Her brother, the crown prince, had previously mentioned he would be gone for merely half a month, yet it had already extended beyond that. Upon his return, she was determined to demand an explanation. How could he take her beloved away for so long? Had she known, she would have stealthily followed him. The next day, Su Chongning hurried back to the manor to report his safe return before proceeding to the residence of the Prince of Yu. The servants there, well acquainted with him, allowed him to announce his presence openly. Upon hearing that Su Chongning was outside, Wei Yuan lifted her skirts, preparing to dash out. Jinyu promptly cautioned, "Your Highness, the wind is picked up outside. Allow me to fetch your cloak. However, Wei Yuan was oblivious to Jin Yu's words, and by the time Jin Yu returned with the garment, her mistress had already vanished. Wei Yuan sprinted out of the manor, where Su Chongning stood beside the carriage, tall and poised, exuding an air of tranquility. He wore a blue brocade robe, adorned with a jade belt. His demeanor modest and gentle, an image slightly altered from his usual self. Wei Yuan hurried down the steps and approached Su Chongning. After days apart, the two seemed to have an abundance of words to share, yet were at a loss for how to begin. Young lord, this item. Su Qing approached from the side of the carriage, immediately falling silent at the sight of the tender exchange between the two. Su Chongning suddenly felt that his subordinate was somewhat superfluous. Recalling the items in the carriage, he smiled and said to Wei Yuan, I have brought you something. Come and see. Wei Yuan eagerly climbed into the carriage, only to find it filled with boxes of various sizes. She adeptly entered, but felt the space was a bit cramped. What are these? Su Chongning explained, during our southern tour with the Crown Prince, I've visited many places. At each stop, I thought of bringing you something back and, inadvertently, ended up buying more than intended. He believed that these items would satisfy her curiosity, as she likely had not visited these places before. Wei Yuan began to open each box, revealing rouge, powder, hairpins, and an array of peculiar trinkets, all carefully selected by Su Chongning. I love them. Thank you, Chongning. The joy of eliciting a smile from his beloved filled Su Chongning's heart with happiness. If an opportunity arose in the future, he vowed to take Wei Yuan to explore the wonders of the capital together. From a delicate brocade box, he took out a velvet flower. This would suit Ling perfectly. Wei Yuan glanced at it. The flower's delicate hue and charming shape were quite appealing. She did not reach out for it, and Su Chongning, understanding her hesitation, leaned forward and gently placed the flower in her hair. The vibrant pink of the flower accentuated her ethereal beauty, adding a touch of gentility reminiscent of a woman from Jiangnan. After a brief separation, the longing is profound. Wei Yuan was reluctant to return home. With bright eyes, she looked at Su Chongning and said, I heard the peach blossoms outside the city are in bloom. Shall we go and see them? Su Chongning was aware that Wei Yuan had caught a chill, but seeing her current demeanor, she seemed to have recovered. Moreover, with the sun shining splendidly today, he gladly agreed. Just 10 miles outside the city lay a grove of peach blossoms. The vast expanse of blooming flowers resembling delicate pink rouge, while young men and women strolled through the orchard. In the open space beyond the peach grove, a few children were chasing after flying kites. As they disembarked from the carriage, a fragrant blend of blossoms and the earthy scent of soil wafted into the air, invigorating their senses. Captivated by the beauty, Wei Yuan suddenly froze. Not far from the riverbank stood a dashing young man in white, his garments billowing in the breeze, brushing against the fallen petals. Noticing Wei Yuan lost in admiration for another man, Su Chongning felt a pang of jealousy, akin to the sourness of an unripe apricot. He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Wei Yuan, and with a serious tone, asked, Ling, do you wish to fly a kite? Chapter 66. Cousin enters the capital. Wei Yuan gazed at the familiar figure, her thoughts having already drifted elsewhere. She stepped past Su Chongning, moving closer to the elegant young man. As he heard her footsteps, he slowly turned, and in that moment of eye contact, it felt as though everything around them had come to a standstill, even Su Chongning's expression frozen on his face. As the wind stirred the falling petals, Wei Yuan's yearning deepened, reminiscent of a long-lost friend reuniting after many years, though countless words lingered unspoken between them. Su Chongning could distinctly sense the peculiar atmosphere surrounding them, and hurriedly followed, clearing his throat twice, the sound laced with jealousy. Wei Yuan finally came to her senses. Cousin, you've come to the capital, she exclaimed, stepping forward. The gentleman clad in white nimbly retreated a step, seemingly evading Wei Yuan deliberately. Is that you, my plump girl? Although his tone was unremarkable, the mirth and excitement in his eyes were unmistakable. Wei Yuan, somewhat displeased, remarked, Cousin, why do you still call me that? I am no longer the plump girl I once was. The white-clad gentleman gazed at the graceful young lady before him and felt a wave of nostalgia. Suddenly, he noticed another person standing nearby and inquired curiously, And who might this be? It was then that Wei Yuan remembered Su Chongning was still beside her. Caught up in her excitement upon seeing her cousin, she had momentarily overlooked Su Chongning. This is Su Chongning, the young lord of the Anqing Marquis. Chongning, this is my cousin Fu Qian. Su Chongning mused to himself that Wei Yuan's cousin, belonging to the Fu family, must be the grandson of General Fu. The two exchanged polite greetings. Fu Qian regarded Su Chongning with a keen gaze, while Su Chongning viewed Fu Qian with considerable suspicion. Having not seen her cousin for an extended period, Wei Yuan lost interest in the flowers. Noticing that noon was approaching, she suggested they indulge in her favorite dish of steamed goose with bamboo shoots, as her cousin shared her culinary preferences. Upon arriving at the tavern, Wei Yuan seated herself in the center, with Su Chongning and Fu Qian flanking her on either side. The young waiter approached to set the table and glanced at Fu Qian. I have not seen this young master before, yet your appearance is quite extraordinary. The waiter's words were as sweet as honey, reminiscent of the first time he had encountered Su Chongning. With a sense of pride, Wei Yuan declared, "This is my cousin, young Master Fu. Remember this well." Realizing he was the cousin of the Princess of Anyang, the waiter hurriedly bowed, saying, "I offer my respects to young Master Fu." As Su Chongning observed the lively exchange between the three, he felt somewhat sidelined. He cleared his throat loudly and, with utmost seriousness, stated, "The princess is already hungry. Let us hasten the serving of the dishes." The waiter, adept at reading the room, suddenly realized he had neglected this esteemed patron. He vigorously tossed the towel over his shoulder, nodding and bowing as he replied, "Do not worry, young lord. I shall go and urge them immediately." With that, he hurried down the stairs in a flurry. Before all the dishes had arrived, Wei Yuan eagerly voiced her curiosity. "Cousin, why have you come to Chengdu so early? With the spring examinations approaching, and since it has been a long time since our family has seen aunt and uncle, my grandfather entrusted me with the task of visiting Chengdu, so I set out a few days earlier," Fu Qian replied with a smile. Wei Yuan was well aware of her cousin's diligent studies. He had passed both the county and provincial examinations at a young age, culminating in the current imperial examination. The Fu family was predominantly comprised of military generals. Initially, her grandfather had trained Fu Qian in martial arts from a young age. But after an incident where he accidentally shot an arrow into the foot of the steward, his grandfather refrained from allowing him to practice further. Consequently, her uncle and aunt had to permit him to concentrate on his studies, with the hope that he could serve the people and alleviate the burdens of the emperor, excelling in both literature and martial prowess. "Cousin, why do you not reside in the royal manor? Where are you staying now? You do not seem to have just arrived in Chengdu," she inquired with genuine concern. "I have already settled into an inn. There is no need for you to worry." "Dear cousin," Fu Qian replied gently, choosing not to elaborate on why he had not taken refuge with his aunt in the royal manor. However, Su Chongning had already surmised the reason. At this moment, the waiter gradually arranged the dishes on the table. Although Wei Yuan was ravenous, she first beckoned to Fu Qian, saying, "Cousin, the steamed goose with bamboo shoots here is renowned far and wide in Chengdu. Do try it." Without hesitation, Fu Qian picked up his chopsticks, reaching for the most succulent piece of meat. However, at that very instant, another pair of chopsticks restrained his movements, rendering him immobile. The two engaged in a tug-of-war over the morsel for several rounds, neither gaining the upper hand. Wei Yuan gazed at the contested piece of meat, her eyes widening in surprise at the two of them. After all, it was merely a piece of meat, and there was plenty more on the plate. Fu Qian looked up, puzzled, at Su Chongning, silently pondering the peculiar etiquette of the Anqing Marquis. Su Chongning discerned the confusion in his eyes and explained, "Linger is fond of this piece, and I was serving it for her." Wei Yuan blinked her clear eyes at Su Chongning, finding his behavior today rather uncharacteristic. Why was he being so territorial? Fu Qian, not one to yield easily, glanced at Wei Yuan and gently remarked, "I intended to serve it for Linger as well." Having grown up alongside Wei Yuan, he was well aware of her preferences, her moods, and her joys and sorrows. What did this young marquis know of her, having only just met her? Su Chongning silently withdrew his chopsticks as Fu Qian placed the piece of meat into Wei Yuan's bowl, then turned to summon the waiter for a new pair of chopsticks. The blatant disdain from Su Chongning was unmistakable. Fu Qian, however, paid no heed to Su Chongning's thoughts, appearing quite unfazed. Observing Su Chongning's increasingly sullen expression, Wei Yuan found the meat in her bowl suddenly unappetizing. This was their first meeting, yet they seemed to be at odds, as if harboring a long-standing grudge. After a tense meal, Su Chongning naturally poured a cup of tea and set it before Wei Yuan. Fu Qian glanced at the cup, then at Su Chongning, and could not resist commenting softly, "It is advisable not to drink tea immediately after a meal." Just as the cup reached her lips, Wei Yuan abruptly halted, placing it back on the table and smiling sweetly at her cousin. Fu Qian nodded approvingly, clearly satisfied. Su Chongning began to doubt whether this Wei Yuan was indeed the same person he knew. When had she become so compliant? Feeling a swell of frustration, he rose and approached the window, flinging it open. It's easy to catch a chill after a meal. A sudden draft could lead to headaches and colds. Fu Qian immediately interjected. Su Chongning suspected that Fu Qian might as well be a teacher, given his incessant nagging. Ignoring Fu Qian's warning, he stood by the window, welcoming the breeze. Seeing that Su Chongning remained unresponsive, Fu Qian feigned an intention to rise, only to be pressed back down by Wei Yuan. "Chongning, I'm feeling a bit cold. Perhaps we should close the window." Su Chongning understood that Wei Yuan was providing Fu Qian an opportunity to save face. Reluctantly, he complied, for he could not disregard her request. As he shut the window, Wei Yuan, satisfied, patted her sleeve that had just brushed against Wei Yuan, and offered her a faint smile. Unfortunately, Wei Yuan could not muster a smile in return, for she felt as though a murderous intent simmered in Su Chongning's gaze. Chapter 67. Nostalgia within the Duke's residence after the three emerged from the tavern. Fu Qian proposed to accompany Wei Yuan back to the Duke's residence to visit his aunt and uncle. Su Chongning felt a tinge of reluctance. Having eagerly anticipated returning to Qingdu, he had yet to share even a few words alone with Ling He, only to have Fu Qian, his cousin from the Fu family, appear unexpectedly and now insist on returning to the residence with her. Due to Wei Yuan's influence, Su Chongning still saw them off to the Duke's residence. During their journey, Fu Qian and Wei Yuan conversed animatedly about amusing childhood anecdotes, leaving Su Chongning as merely a spectator. While the two cousins engaged in joyful banter, he felt like an extraneous presence. The usually composed Su Chongning experienced a tumult of emotions within. Upon reaching the gates of the residence, Fu Qian expressed his heartfelt gratitude, clasping his hands towards Su Chongning. "Thank you, young marquis, for accompanying me and Ling Er back." Su Chongning refrained from speaking, merely nodding in response with a smile. He did not require the thanks, only wishing for Fu Qian to depart swiftly, allowing them a moment to bid farewell. "Come, Ling Er, we ought to return. The day is waning, and young marquis should also head back." He found his cousin's presence rather bothersome. Despite her reluctance, Wei Yuan eventually dismounted the carriage with her cousin. The servants began to carry Su Chongning's gifts back into the Duke's residence, while Wei Yuan watched the marquis's carriage grow distant until it turned into another alley before she finally felt able to enter the grand doors of the residence. Fu Qian observed the tender reluctance between Wei Yuan and Su Chongning and understood. It seemed his cousin had truly matured, having developed feelings for someone. Reflecting on the hostility he had sensed from Su Chongning earlier, he found himself amused. Inside, the Duchess was engaged in conversation with her maidservants when she saw her daughter enter with a guest, rising in excitement. She instantly recognized her nephew. His visage mirrored that of his father, with traces of his youthful self. She hurriedly approached him, saying, "Qian, is it truly you?" Upon reuniting with his aunt, Fu Qian felt a surge of emotion, but first performed the proper greeting. Fu Qian pays respects to the Duchess. After all, they were in the Duke's residence, and he did not wish to breach decorum, risking ridicule. "There are no outsiders here. Why would you stand on ceremony with your aunt?" The Duchess gently urged as she helped Fu Qian rise. "I shall heed my aunt's wishes," he replied obediently, adjusting his address. Servants began to serve tea and exquisite pastries. The Duchess inquired with concern, "When did you arrive in Qingdu?" In response to my aunt, "I have been in Qingdu for 2 days," Fu Qian replied softly. "2 days? Why have you only come to the residence today?" Where are you staying? The Duchess asked, both anxious and caring. In Chengdu, aside from the Duke's residence, the Fu family had no other relatives. Her nephew had traveled a long distance, and, as his aunt, she could not neglect him. Fu Qian, aware of his aunt's deep affection for him, expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your concern, Aunt. I am residing at an inn in the western part of the city. My visit to Chengdu is primarily to participate in the spring examination, and I learned that my uncle is one of the examiners. To avoid any appearance of impropriety, I cannot stay at the Duke's residence. I had intended to pay my respects to you after the examination, but upon encountering Ling today, my longing for you proved too strong to resist, prompting me to return with her. The imperial examination is a matter of great importance to the court, necessitating utmost caution amidst the multitude of voices. Heir has considered this thoroughly, yet in the bustling inn, how do you find your stay? The Princess of Yu is concerned for her nephew, yet acknowledges that he is indeed making the right choices. Do not worry, my aunt. The inn is filled with candidates for the spring examination, providing ample opportunity for scholarly discussions. Fu Qian replied patiently, observing her nephew transformed into a young man with a sense of responsibility. The Princess of Yu was filled with emotion. Having distanced herself from Jiangnan at a tender age to marry into royalty, she felt grateful for the compassion of Prince Yu, who had brought her back to her homeland on several occasions. Now, as she encounters her dear ones again, the longing in her heart intensifies. Thinking of her aging parents, the Princess of Yu's eyes glistened with tears as she choked out, Are your grandfather and grandmother in good health? Fu Qian knew well that their grandparents cherished their youngest daughter above all, and since her departure from Jiangnan, they often spoke of her. Your grandparents are in good health, dear aunt, so there is no need for concern. Although they are advancing in years, your grandfather still frequently visits the barracks to practice swordsmanship with the soldiers, who praise him as still possessing the vigor of youth. Fu Qian said, his face beaming with joy. That is indeed reassuring, the Princess of Yu replied, feeling a weight lift from her heart. Yet, the thought of her elderly parents, whom she could not serve, brought forth a single tear that slipped down her cheek. Wei Yuan, witnessing her mother's tears, gently approached to wipe them away. Mother, it is a joyous occasion that cousin has come to the capital. Why do you weep? If you miss grandfather and grandmother, perhaps in due time, Ling Heir could accompany you back to Jiangnan to visit them? Encouraged by her daughter's words, the Princess of Yu smiled through her tears. Very well, I shall not cry anymore. Heir's participation in the spring examination is a momentous event for the Fu family, and I should indeed be joyous. The heavy atmosphere dissipated as the princess ordered the kitchen to prepare some Jiangnan delicacies, inviting Fu Qian to dine at the estate. With many matters at court, Prince Yu returned home in the evening. He held a fondness for Fu Qian, who embodied the spirit of a scholar, and after dinner, they retired to the study for conversation that lasted until late into the night. The Princess of Yu had intended for Fu Qian to stay the night, but fearing he might cause inconvenience to the residents, he insisted on returning to the inn, prompting the prince to send someone to escort him back. Wei Yuan, having always enjoyed her time with her cousin in childhood, found their reunion comfortable and took the opportunity to say as Fu Qian departed, I shall visit you tomorrow, cousin. However, the Princess of Yu interjected, Heir still has the spring examination to prepare for. Do not disturb him. Reminded by her mother, Wei Yuan set aside her thoughts. If now was not the time, she resolved to wait until after the examinations to seek out her cousin. At the Anqing marquis, Su Chongming retreated to his study upon returning home, perusing nearly every book on the shelves, yet his mind remained restless, causing him to pace in agitation. Wei Qing could no longer bear to watch. Young marquis, what troubles you? Your relentless pacing is making me dizzy. Upon hearing this, Su Chongming paused, his mind flooding with the image of Wei Yuan in the presence of Fu Qian, smiling at him and seemingly obedient to his every word. They grew up together from a young age, naturally forming a bond that predates his acquaintance with Wei Yuan. Yet, affection cannot solely be measured by the passage of time. Even before Fu Qian arrived in Chengdu, his relationship with Wei Yuan was already profound. What does the duration truly signify? Suddenly, Su Chongming turned to Su Qing and inquired, Su Qing, Do you think women prefer the delicate scholar or the one who is both cultured and martial? Although Su Qing was unaware of whom the young lord referred to as the delicate scholar, it was evident that the one who is both cultured and martial was none other than the young lord himself. Comparing him to others, it would be undeniably correct to praise their own master. Though not a woman, Su Qing understood that most young ladies would indeed favor a man of both literary and martial prowess. After speaking, Su Qing discreetly observed the expression of her young lord. Why had he become so pensive after meeting with the princess? Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Su Chongning felt a slight reassurance. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside. "Young lord, the young lady has returned to the residence and wishes to discuss matters with you. She is currently waiting in the main hall." Upon learning that his sister had matters to discuss, Su Chongning set aside his own concerns and hurried to the main hall. Inside, only Su Ruoyi awaited him, glancing around as if searching for something. Realizing her brother's unspoken question, Su Ruoyi explained, "Sheng has gone with our grandmother to Ganyi Temple today and has not returned to the marquis' residence." Su Chongning checked. "It has been quite a while since we last saw him. I fear he may have forgotten he has an uncle, rendering my affections for him in vain." Having watched the young lad grow up in the Anqing marquis' residence, Su Chongning held a deep fondness for his nephew. Delighted to hear her brother jest, Su Ruoyi offered a gentle smile. "Sheng has promised that upon returning from Ganyi Temple, he will visit our grandfather and grandmother, and of course, you, dear brother. He asks that you be patient and await his arrival." Such clever words were indeed characteristic of Sheng, despite his youth. The boy possessed a remarkable talent for charming others. "The servant mentioned you had matters to discuss with me upon your return?" "Yes, as Mother's birthday celebration approaches. She has never been one for ostentation. However, the abbot at Ganyi Temple mentioned that this birthday is particularly significant. Thus I came to hear your thoughts." Su Ruoyi responded, "Since it was the abbot's counsel, it was wise to heed it, if one wished to avoid undue extravagance. A celebration that aligns with Mother's preferences would suffice. After all, it is the Anqing marquis' residence hosting the event. It should neither be excessively lavish nor overly modest, lest we lose face. Thus, it would be best to hold the celebration at the residence and invite a select few esteemed friends and their families to attend. This way, we maintain our dignity without indulging in excess, as long as Mother is pleased." Su Ruoyi nodded in agreement, finding her brother's thoughts to be in perfect harmony with her own. "Brother, I heard that the Suang opera troupe has come to the capital recently, and knowing Mother enjoys opera, Pei Xian has already arranged for them to perform for her. Your brother-in-law is quite thoughtful." Su Chongning held great appreciation for Pei Xian, recognizing his ability to balance all matters and his dedication to their elders. With the birthday celebration arrangements settled, Su Chongning appeared to have something more to express. Understanding her brother well, Su Ruoyi prompted, "Brother, do you have something you wish to ask me?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Chongning slowly spoke. "Rui, what do women value the most?" Su Ruoyi was taken aback and inquired, "What do you mean, brother?" Su Chongning furrowed his brow and replied, "For instance, what qualities in a man are significant?" Realizing that her brother's question pertained to the Princess Anyang, Su Ruoyi began to speculate if the two had quarreled. "Brother, you haven't had an unpleasant encounter with the Princess Anyang, have you?" she questioned in return, feeling somewhat exposed by his sister's accurate guess. Su Chongning experienced a twinge of discomfort. After all, as an elder brother, it was rather embarrassing to seek advice from his younger sister on matters of the heart. Although Su Ruoyi had only met the princess once and had heard whispers about her brother's relationship, she was not privy to the full extent of the situation, making it difficult for her to provide an answer. Noticing her silence, Su Chongning remarked, "Never mind, asking you won't resolve this matter." Having never witnessed her brother in such a state of agitation, Su Ruoyi deduced that he must hold considerable affection for the princess. With a smile, she sought to reassure him, "Brother, you are accomplished in both literature and martial arts. There isn't a woman who wouldn't admire you." Aware that her praise was perhaps excessive, Su Chongning nonetheless appreciated her kind words. In truth, Su Chongning understood that Wei Yuan and her cousin shared merely a sibling bond. Yet the sight of another man capturing Wei Yuan's attention stirred an inexplicable discomfort within him. Before long, the spring examination arrived, a significant event for the nation. Countless scholars toiled for years, yearning for the day of the examination to fulfill their aspirations, whether for the sake of the country or to bring honor to their families. During the spring examination, candidates were confined to their small examination rooms, where they had to manage their food and accommodation. Even the healthiest among them struggled to endure such conditions. On the day the examination concluded, Wei Yuan waited outside the examination venue. Fu Qian emerged slowly, displaying evident signs of fatigue, though he did not require assistance like many others. "Why go over here?" Wei Yuan waved beside the carriage. "What brings you here, Cousin Ling?" Fu Qian intentionally kept his distance from Wei Yuan, as the odor emanating from him was rather unbearable even for himself. "I heard that many candidates were carried out after the examination, and Mother was worried about you, so she sent me to wait," Wei Yuan explained while observing her cousin. Thankfully, he was able to walk out on his own. The descendants of the Fu family were raised to be self-sufficient, managing all aspects of their daily lives, which meant Fu Qian did not require a personal attendant. Had Wei Yuan not come to greet him, he would have had to return to the inn alone. Fu Qian glanced at the carriage and urged, "Cousin, please take me back to the inn quickly. If I don't bathe soon, I might faint." "All right, cousin. You go ahead and get in the carriage," Wei Yuan, familiar with her cousin's peculiarities, replied, suppressing a smile. As Fu Qian lifted the curtain and was about to enter, he noticed Su Chongning seated inside. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped in. "Oh, the young marquis is here as well. I wonder where my cousin will sit. This carriage will be quite cramped for three." No sooner had he spoken than Wei Yuan's voice echoed from within the carriage. "Rest assured, cousin, my maid and I will sit in the back of the carriage." After escorting Fu Qian back to the inn, the group did not leave immediately. As the spring examinations have concluded, the esteemed princess Yu could no longer allow her nephew to reside outside. Thus, the two sought a table in the inn's lobby to await his arrival. Fu Qian, suppressing his weariness, requested the attendant to bring some hot water, prioritizing his cousin's comfort over any potential rudeness in making her wait. To deny him a bath would be more torturous than death itself. In the lobby, Wei Yuan rested her chin on one hand and remarked, "Cousin, it is indeed not easy for you, yet your knowledge is remarkable. You are quite renowned in Jiangnan." Her tone imbued with pride, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Su Chong, momentarily pausing with his teacup, feigned indifference as he inquired, "Does Ling admire scholars?" He was well aware that Wei Yuan despised scholarly pursuits. Wei Yuan nodded vigorously. "Indeed, although I do not enjoy those lofty phrases, I greatly admire those who possess knowledge." Chapter 69. A brief sojourn at cousin's residence after a brief wait in the inn's lobby. Once Fu Qian had completed his bath and changed, he accompanied Wei Yuan back to the residence of the Prince Yu. Fu Qian had intended to pay his respects to his aunt and uncle upon arrival, but Wei Yuan led him directly to a guest room in the rear courtyard. Servants promptly brought in his luggage and efficiently prepared the bedding. The guest room was impeccably clean, evidently having been tidied before his arrival. Fu Qian felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. The exhaustion from the recent examinations dissipated in that moment. He earnestly hoped for commendable results, so he might continue to partake in the forthcoming palace examination and achieve the honor his family anticipated. Wei Yuan instructed a servant to bring forth a small incense burner adorned with a lotus pattern, placing it upon the table. "Cousin, you have worked hard these past days. This incense was gifted to my father by the esteemed Xuanqi Zhenren of Qingshu Temple. Light it this evening, and you shall enjoy a restful night." As she spoke, she pinched a bit of incense from a small box and inhaled its fragrance. "Thank you, cousin. I appreciate your concern," Fu Qian replied, his sudden politeness catching Wei Yuan off guard. She playfully slapped his arm, exclaiming, "Let us not engage in such formalities." Startled by her unexpected gesture, Fu Qian stepped back, instinctively rubbing his slightly pained arm, his gaze drawn to her hand. "Ah, my apologies, cousin. In my excitement, I forgot," Wei Yuan said, noticing the remnants of incense on her hand. She quickly glanced around and discreetly wiped it on her clothing, for the colorless substance would not stain. Fu Qian noticed this subtle action, furrowing his brow as he averted his gaze. Wei Yuan smiled cheerfully, as if nothing were amiss. "Cousin, you should rest well. I shall come to summon you for dinner later. Wait, I would prefer to pay my respects to aunt and uncle before resting. Fu Qian called to the departing Wei Yuan. That is unnecessary. Mother and father have gone out, and they specifically instructed that you should rest upon your return. Wei Yuan replied with a bright smile, eager to ensure her cousin did not feel uncomfortable due to excessive formality. Understanding the affection of his elders, Fu Qian accepted the sentiment. After Wei Yuan left, he settled down for a peaceful slumber. Later that evening, he dined with the Prince Yu and Princess Yu, and afterward, he engaged in casual conversation with his aunt and uncle in the side hall. Regrettably, he had yet to meet his cousin Wei Xiao during his stay in Chengdu. Dear aunt, why have we not seen cousin Wei Xiao? Is he not in Chengdu? I thought he might have returned to the frontier. Wei Xiao typically resides in the military camp, and it has been over a month since he last returned home. In the past, while stationed at the border, we seldom had the chance to meet. Now, despite him being closer, even a single encounter feels like a luxury. The Princess of Yu sighed, stating, this child is wholly devoted to his military camp and soldiers. As his mother, I wonder when I shall see him again. The tales of Wei Zhao's resounding victory against the Beima have already spread throughout the kingdom of Wei, even reaching the distant Jiangnan, where the Fu family has basked in his glory. Although Fu Qian and Wei Xiao tread different paths, their ultimate goal remains the same, to serve the nation. Cousin's unwavering loyalty and illustrious achievements are indeed worthy of admiration. Fu Qian's eyes revealed a glimmer of envy. If only he could attain scholarly success. He too would have the opportunity to advocate for the people. As a mother, the Princess of Yu understood the significance of national security. Yet her foremost concern lay with her son's safety. At times, she selfishly wished for her son to lead a mundane life, which would be far less worrisome. She glanced at Fu Qian and mused, if only Xiao were like you, a civil servant could also ease the burdens of the sovereign. But alas, fate has already been sealed. Fu Qian offered a modest smile, reminiscing about the days when even lifting a sword felt challenging, leading him to believe he would amount to nothing. Yet, hearing his aunt's words, he felt a renewed sense of purpose in his life. As the morning light filtered through, the melodic calls of magpies drifted in from outside, and a gentle breeze carried the intoxicating scent of blooming flowers. This enchanting scene held great allure for a scholar like Fu Qian. Dressed in white, he stood by the window, plucking a fallen petal from the table, a wave of melancholy washing over him. It was a perfect moment for composing poetry. He unfurled a piece of rice paper and deftly prepared the ink. Just as he was about to inscribe his thoughts, a sudden knock interrupted him, followed by Wei Yuan's bright voice. Cousin, are you awake? The poetic inspiration he had cultivated was completely shattered, leaving his mind blank. He set aside his brush and rose to open the door. Come quickly for breakfast. Today, I shall take you to an interesting place, Wei Yuan said cheerfully, carrying a food box. With those words, Fu Qian speculated about the intriguing location she mentioned. His cousin had always been full of surprises, and he couldn't help but wonder if she was planning some mischief. Just as he pondered, Wei Yuan dashed away, leaving him no chance to refuse. However, he felt it ungracious to deny her, resigning himself to accompany her on this venture. Upon exiting the royal residence with Wei Yuan, Fu Qian was surprised not to find the royal carriage waiting for them. As they emerged, Su Chongning greeted them with a warm smile, offering Wei Yuan a packet of treats. Wei Yuan eagerly accepted, exclaiming, "Is this yumpian cake? And it's still warm." "Thank you, Chongning." Fu Qian observed Su Chongning closely. After spending several days together, he had come to understand her better. Her genuine care for his cousin and their compatible backgrounds indicated a promising match. Su Chongning's gaze remained fixated on Wei Yuan, his dark eyes brimming with affection, a gentle smile gracing his features. As long as Ling Er is happy. At this moment, Fu Qian found himself somewhat superfluous, awkwardly inquiring, "Ling Er, where shall we go today?" There is a Taimu mountain beyond the city of Chengdu, atop which lies a Qinshu temple, renowned for its efficacy. Today, we shall ascend and offer incense to pray for my cousin's success in the imperial examination, hoping he attains scholarly distinction. Wei Yuan proclaimed with evident pride. Fu Qian fell silent for a moment. He held little interest in this venture, Yet he could not bear to decline in light of his cousin's enthusiasm. However, upon reaching the foot of Taimu Mountain, regret washed over him. The mountain's steep terrain was fraught with perilous cliffs. Looking up, he saw the summit shrouded in mist, seemingly endless. The thought of climbing such an ascent made his legs tremble uncontrollably. Was it too late to turn back now? Noticing the change in Fu Qian's expression, Wei Yuan asked with concern, "Cousin, do you feel unwell?" Fu Qian steadied himself and waved his hand dismissively. "No, let us proceed." He was a man, and to concede in front of a young lady would be a source of embarrassment, potentially providing fodder for her laughter for years to come. Moreover, with the young marquis present, the men of the Fu family could not afford to be ridiculed. Chapter 70. A humorous encounter with the princess. Su Chongning was a martial artist with exceptional endurance. Climbing was a trivial task for him. Even Wei Yuan appeared to possess superior physical prowess compared to Fu Qian. By the time they reached the halfway point, Fu Qian was already feeling fatigued, his body aching and his feet unresponsive. Observing her panting cousin drenched in sweat, Wei Yuan felt a twinge of guilt. She had not anticipated that her cousin would be so frail. "Cousin, perhaps we should turn back?" she suggested. Fu Qian gritted his teeth and straightened his back. No, I'm not tired." Yet, his breathlessness belied his words. Su Chongning casually handed Fu Qian a branch, suggesting it might ease his burden, but Fu Qian hesitated, repulsed by the branch's unclean appearance. They remained in a standoff until Wei Yuan seized the branch, exclaiming, "Cousin does not need it. It suits me perfectly." Fu Qian shot her a grateful glance and continued his ascent, traversing the long path, countless steps stretching endlessly before them. After enduring numerous pauses, they finally reached the summit in the Qinshu Temple. At that moment, the temple was bustling with worshippers, the air thick with the scent of incense. Qin Yan, having placed offerings before the deity, turned to see the three of them and hurried over. He would not forget Wei Yuan, who had once saved him. Learning of their desire to meet the esteemed Master Xuanqi, Qin Yin expressed his regret, stating that the master had been away on a pilgrimage for over a month. Although the master was absent, given his long-standing friendship with Prince Yu, he would not neglect the princess and her companions. Suddenly, Qin Yan's gaze shifted to Fu Qian. Noticing his pale complexion and perspiring forehead, he inquired, "This young gentleman does not appear well. It seems you are accustomed to tranquility. Would you like me to arrange a secluded place for you to rest?" Qin Yin inquired with great tact, yet it was evident to all that she was concerned for Fu Qian's well-being, wishing for him to take a respite. Fu Qian, drawing a handkerchief from his sleeve, awkwardly wiped the sweat from his brow, attempting to mask his discomfort by stating, "The heat today is truly quite oppressive." Thus, his perspiration was attributed to the sweltering weather rather than any frailty of his constitution. "Please, this way," he gestured. Qin Yan, understanding the situation, refrained from further comment and led the three to the guest quarters in the rear courtyard. As soon as Wei Yuan emerged, he was brimming with excitement, entirely disinterested in resting indoors. Fu Qian, on the other hand, intended to recline on the couch for a brief respite, but to his surprise, he dozed off the moment he leaned back. Left with no other choice, Wei Yuan decided to join Su Chongning in the main hall to offer incense, draw lots, and even make a wish for Fu Qian, hoping for his success in the imperial examinations. After completing these rituals, they noticed that Fu Qian showed no signs of waking, prompting Wei Yuan to suggest they venture down the mountain to seek their fortunes, wondering if the old physician might still be around. Within the incense chamber, a wisp of fragrant smoke curled upward, and a window was gently pushed open by the breeze, bringing a tickling sensation to Fu Qian's cheek. He raised his hand to touch his face, gradually rousing from his slumber. Alone in the room, he realized he had momentarily lost track of where he was, as Wei Yuan and Su Chongning had vanished. Stepping outside, he found the sun's rays less harsh, and as he bent to smooth the creases in his clothing, he strolled leisurely toward the nearby grove. Scholars and poets often find solace in nature, and having been influenced since childhood by poetry, Fu Qian felt increasingly attuned to the serene ambience of the woods, where the cicada's song rendered the forest more tranquil, and the birds' calls deepened the mountain's stillness, a sentiment echoing Wang Ji's lines from entering Rui Creek. Gradually, he became enraptured by the natural beauty surrounding him, momentarily forgetting the fatigue from his ascent. While he was lost in contemplation, a voice faintly called out, "Young master, could you assist me?" Fu Qian initially thought he was merely hearing things due to his fatigue, glancing around but perceiving no one else in sight. Young master, I am here." The voice grew clearer. Following the sound, he discerned a figure hidden within the trees. The young woman appeared to be in distress, clearly having encountered a predicament. However, he hesitated to approach, concerned that such an encounter might tarnish her reputation. Scanning the area for a matron or someone else who might assist, he regrettably found that they were alone. Noticing his indecision, the woman urged him, "Young master, there is no one else here. You're my only hope. Otherwise, I would not have lingered here for so long." With no other recourse, Fu Qian approached to assess the situation. Yet, upon reaching her side, he immediately regretted his decision, wishing he could retreat to a safe distance. "Young master, I accidentally stepped into a mud pit, and my shoe is stuck. I cannot pull it out. Could you please help me?" The princess, clad in only one sock, her hands muddied, and her dress hem-stained, appeared quite disheveled. She had intended to visit the Qingshu temple to pray, but feeling idle, she had ventured into the forest for a moment of solace. Unaware that she would find herself ensnared in such a predicament, she had been waiting for quite some time, and upon seeing this one person, she instinctively regarded him as her savior. Fu Qian's gaze inadvertently fell upon the muddy socks and hem of Princess Yuna's dress, and he felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Sensing his scrutiny, the princess quickly withdrew her darkened feet, exclaiming, "Impudent scoundrel! How dare you so brazenly stare at a lady's feet?" Though the state of her feet was hardly distinguishable, Fu Qian recognized his breach of etiquette and promptly turned his back to the princess, repeatedly apologizing, "My lady, please forgive me. It was unintentional." Not wishing to offend the only other living soul in the forest, Princess Yunhe softened her tone, saying, "It is of no consequence. I do not hold it against you. Might you assist me in retrieving my shoe?" Fu Qian slowly turned back, attempting to avert his gaze from the soiled maiden before him. The entire swamp bore a ghastly shade of dark green, occasionally exuding foul odors, starkly contrasting with his pristine white garments. The mere thought of having to touch her unsightly shoe robbed him of his courage to approach. His heart raced as if a swarm of ants were crawling within, a mix of discomfort and anxiety. Yet, to turn a blind eye to another's misfortune would be unbecoming of a gentleman. He retrieved a handkerchief from his sleeve, using it to grasp a branch, and gingerly approached the edge of the mire. With trembling hands, Fu Qian extended the branch, striving to reach the wretched shoe. The swamp's pull was relentless, rendering his efforts futile. His cheeks flushed crimson, breath quickening. He resolved to lean forward with determination. Unbeknownst to him, the hem of his garment had brushed against the marsh, and his once immaculate attire became marred with filth, resembling an ink wash painting gone awry. However, he lacked the leisure to appreciate this unintentional masterpiece. Just as he lowered his gaze, the branch slipped from his grasp and flew away, amplifying his inner turmoil. Princess Yunhe, bewildered by the sudden commotion, was taken aback as a white figure dashed away in the blink of an eye. "Hey, that is utterly lacking in grace. To abandon another in distress and flee faster than a rabbit." Chapter 71. The Gathering of Results Day. Princess Yunhe glared in frustration at the fleeting figure, feeling quite helpless. At that moment, she heard the voice of her maid, Xiao Tao, calling from outside the forest, "Princess, where are you?" Joy surged within her as she shouted back, "Xiao Tao, I am here." Xiao Tao, guided by the sound, finally located her princess, only to find her half covered in mud, sitting in a most disheveled state. "My lady, what has happened? How did you end up here?" "I was worried sick. My shoe has sunk." Princess Yunhe pointed to the shoe ensnared in the muck, her tone tinged with resignation. Seeing the predicament, Xiao Tao felt equally powerless and instructed the guards to retrieve the shoe while she took a handkerchief to help clean the mud from the princess's feet. "My lady, you must ensure that I accompany you wherever you go from now on, or I shall be worried to death," she murmured while diligently wiping away the grime. Yin and the princess were aware of Xiao Tao's unwavering loyalty to her master. Their genuine concern for her welfare was evident. They did not resent her for her incessant chatter, choosing instead to listen quietly. Soon enough, the shoes were retrieved, but alas, they were no longer wearable. Thus, the princess had no choice but to descend the mountain in a sedan chair. When Wei Yuan and Su Chongning reached the foot of the mountain, they found the apothecary's door firmly shut. It seemed the old doctor had indeed departed, perhaps having found a new refuge. Disheartened, the two returned to the courtyard of the Taoist temple, only to find that Fu Qian was missing. Just then, Qing Yin approached, clad in Taoist robes. Wei Yuan inquired, "Little Master Qing Yin, where has my cousin gone?" With an impassive expression, Qing Yin gestured toward the nearby room. "He is bathing there. I am about to deliver his garments." Bathing? At first, Wei Yuan was puzzled, but soon concern washed over her. Did her cousin require a bath even upon waking? This seemed rather excessive. Qing Yin handed the clothes to Fu Qian, and shortly thereafter, he emerged from the room in a deep blue Taoist robe, muttering to himself, "So filthy, utterly filthy." Wei Yuan quickly approached him. "Cousin, why have you changed into your Taoist robe?" "So uncomfortable, truly uncomfortable." Fu Qian seemed oblivious to her question, continuing his soliloquy. His strange demeanor startled Wei Yuan. Could it be that her cousin had lost his senses after a mere nap? She glanced at Su Chongning, who stepped forward to ask, "Has something happened to young Master Fu?" This question unlocked a torrent of words from Fu Qian. "You have no idea how dirty that girl was. Her shoes were stuck in the mud, and her feet were unrecognizable as human. She was sitting on the ground. It was utterly terrifying." From Fu Qian's brief account, Wei Yuan pieced together the incident. He had fallen into a muddy pit with a girl who was now covered in filth. Yet he had abandoned her to bathe and change. She regarded him with astonishment. Such behavior was hardly the mark of a gentleman. The image of the girl, muddy and alone, weeping in the woods, filled her mind, evoking her sympathy. Just as she resolved to seek out the girl, Qing Yin intervened, saying, "Princess, I have already checked. There is no one there now. She may have left." Reassured by Qing Yan's words, Wei Yuan felt relief. Otherwise, her cousin's transgression would have been considerable. Observing Fu Qian in his Taoist robe standing outside the hall, there was a certain ethereal quality to him. Wei Yuan approached teasingly. "Cousin, you look quite the part. Why not stay here and take Master Xuanqi as your teacher?" Before Fu Qian could respond, Qing Yin, with a hint of excitement, inserted incense into the censer, exclaiming, "Then I shall have a junior apprentice. Henceforth, someone will take over these tasks for me." Fu Qian glanced down at himself, then turned and swiftly exited the hall, muttering, "I must see if my clothes are dry." As they watched his hasty retreat, the three exchanged amused glances. Fu Qian had been residing at the Duke of Yu's residence for nearly a month, eagerly anticipating the day the results of the imperial examination would be announced. On the day of the examination results announcement, a multitude of candidates gathered early at the designated location. To facilitate her convenience, Wei Yuan had made prior arrangements by reserving a spot at a nearby tea house. When her cousin and she arrived at the tea house, Su Chongning was already awaiting them. Seated by the window, the trio had a clear view of the happenings outside, as the attendants served them tea and snacks before retreating. The main hall of the tea house was filled with people, predominantly those who had participated in the examination, many of whom hailed from illustrious families. In contrast, candidates of more modest backgrounds were relegated to the exterior, seeking a shaded corner to anxiously await the announcement of results. At this moment, Fu Qian was unusually silent, consuming cup after cup of tea. Sensing her cousin's tension, Wei Yuan reassured him, "Cousin, you will surely pass the examination smoothly. Your diligence is undeniable, and it would be unjust if you were to fail." Fu Qian managed a bitter smile and shook his head, for reasons unknown, despite his earlier confidence. He found himself overwhelmed with apprehension today. Suddenly, the crowd below began to surge as several officials took to posting the results. Filled with excitement, Wei Yuan sprang to her feet and dashed down the stairs, with Fu Qian and Su Chongning following closely behind, as the throng pressed tightly together. By the time Wei Yuan reached the ground floor, they found themselves wedged outside the mass of bodies. Small and nimble, Wei Yuan managed to weave her way into the crowd, while Fu Qian stood outside, momentarily at a loss. The oppressive density before him made even the air feel tainted. The thought of being trapped among the throng was daunting. Su Chongning approached, noticing Fu Qian's troubled expression. "Are you afraid, Mr. Fu?" Though he felt a tinge of anxiety, he would not concede to fear. Shaking his head, Fu Qian replied, "Not afraid." As he instinctively took a few steps back, Wei Yuan was nearly at the forefront, while Su Chongning, deeply concerned for her safety amidst the towering presence of men around them, recklessly pushed into the crowd. Observing both of them charging ahead for his sake while he cowered in the back like a timid turtle felt utterly inappropriate to Fu Qian. Resolutely, he took a deep breath and prepared to plunge into the fray. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder, and with unexpected force, he was yanked backward, losing his balance and falling. "What are you jostling about? Make way for this young master." The arrival of a group of individuals instantly silenced the bustling crowd. Wei Yuan turned back but saw no trace of Fu Qian. In a panic, she scanned the surroundings and only spotted his head peeking out from behind the throng. Incensed by the unprovoked shove, Fu Qian felt a surge of anger. How could such boorish and unreasonable individuals exist in Chengdu? Suppressing his discomfort, he brushed off the dust from his clothes and turned to confront the man in the center, indignantly declaring, "Such brazen rudeness is a disgrace to civility." The man regarded the somewhat frail Fu Qian, noting his plain attire and lack of any insignia of status, deducing that he was merely a common candidate of no particular standing, a mere impoverished scholar who was fortunate enough to participate in the examination in Chengdu, dared to voice objections against him. He scoffed disdainfully, about to reprimand, when a nearby lackey, eager to curry favor with his master, pointed at Fu Qian and exclaimed, "Have your dog eyes gone blind? This is Master Song, son of the Minister of Works. How dare a pauper like you disrespect our master?" After delivering his insult, the lackey turned back with a smile, anticipating praise from his lord, only to be met with Master Song's furious glare. Just as the lackey pondered this, Master Song struck him across the face. "I haven't even spoken yet, and you presume to interject? How lacking in discernment." The lackey, chastened, lowered his head and took a step back. Master Song straightened his posture and advanced a few steps, resting his fan upon Fu Qian's shoulder. Who was it that spoke of arrogance and rudeness? Who dared to insult the scholarly? Although Fu Qian was a delicate scholar by nature, his temperament was usually gentle, believing that a learned man should maintain a calm demeanor to grasp the truths within his studies. However, with Master Song's provocations growing bolder, he could not continue to endure in silence. "Naturally, it is you, rude and impudent. You instigated this confrontation without an apology, acting brazenly." Fu Qian's gaze was resolute, his tone unyielding. Master Song, taken aback by this impoverished scholar's unexpected spirit, tapped Fu Qian's shoulder with his fan and demanded, "From where do you hail? How dare you wreak havoc in the capital?" Fu Qian furrowed his brow. Was he not the one causing the disturbance? "It is indeed lamentable that such a boorish individual exists beneath the imperial city," he retorted coldly. For the first time, Master Song found himself publicly insulted, losing face and drawing the attention of onlookers. As the son of the Minister of Works, how could he swallow such humiliation at his own doorstep? With a derisive laugh, he swung his fist at Fu Qian, who deftly sidestepped, causing Master Song to stumble and nearly fall. Regaining his balance, he furiously pointed at Fu Qian and shouted, "You dare to evade?" With that, he seized a nearby water bucket and doused Fu Qian with it. Caught off guard, Fu Qian was drenched. Cousin, Wei Yuan, having squeezed through the crowd, was taken aback upon seeing Fu Qian soaked to the skin, momentarily at a loss for words. His pale robe was marred with stains, droplets of water still trickling down, exuding a foul odor. Fu Qian felt utterly miserable, and Master Song appeared even more despicable in his eyes. "Huh, in your foul-smelling attire. You should return from whence you came. Do you truly believe everyone can reach the palace examination? You underestimate us, sons of the capital." Master Song laughed boisterously, mocking Fu Qian incessantly. Wei Yuan, unable to tolerate the bullying, stepped beside Fu Qian, pointing at Master Song with indignation. "This is a venue for the examination results. How dare you cause such a ruckus here? What business does a lady have in this affair? What does it signify for a man to hide behind a woman? A coward, indeed. Master Song chuckled, still reveling in his mockery. Yet, before his laughter could fully dissipate, Fu Qian stepped forward, bypassing Wei Yuan, and delivered swift, precise punch to Master Song's face. The blow was both quick and accurate, sending Master Song staggering backward. As he regained his composure and turned his face, 2 crimson trails began to flow from his swollen nose. Wei Yuan could not suppress a chuckle, recalling how, during his childhood, his grandfather taught his cousin martial arts. Each time his cousin received a punch, he would cry for half a day. Today, it was evident that he still retained some of the Fu family's demeanor. A slight itch arose beneath young Master Song's nose. He raised his hand to wipe it, only to find it smeared with crimson. You dare strike this young master? Bind him. Stop. Su Chongning emerged from the crowd. In the capital, no aristocrat was unaware of the young lord of the Anqing marquis. Upon recognizing Su Chongning, young Master Song immediately tempered his earlier arrogance. Ah, it is the young lord. Why does the young lord, a valiant general, come to partake in this commotion? Although he dared not speak disrespectfully to Su Chongning, his words were laced with hostility. The Anqing marquis was not on good terms with the Minister of Works. Yet who in the capital would dare show the marquis any disrespect? Su Chongning regarded young Master Song with disdain. It was truly a lamentable sight to see a scholar of such poor caliber. Young Master Song, do you not know the identity of the person before you? Young Master Song's brow furrowed in confusion. He was unaware of Wei Yuan's status, but the fact that Su Chongning was standing up for them made him feel uneasy. Could it be that he had provoked someone he ought not to? Despite his inner turmoil, he had to maintain his composure in front of the crowd. Regardless of their identity, one cannot strike without reason. Su Chongning stepped closer, speaking softly. This young lady is Princess Anyang of the Yuan Fu, and the gentleman is the only legitimate grandson of General Fu. General Fu? Young Master Song pondered. There was no general by that name in court. Could Su Chongning be deceiving him? Su Chongning shook his head in exasperation. Indeed, he was blissfully ignorant of affairs beyond his studies. No matter how thorough his education, it seemed he was utterly oblivious to the political landscape. General Fu was a hero who had reclaimed numerous cities from the northern desert. Young Master Song, if you're unaware of this, it would be wise to inquire with Minister Song. Young Master Song dared not speak further. With a young lord, a princess, and a distinguished grandson before him, it was prudent not to invite trouble upon his family. Very well, I shall let this matter rest. I am not a petty person. Fu Qian felt he had reached his limit of patience. He had no desire to glance at the rankings any longer. Noticing his cousin's discomfort, Wei Yuan immediately suggested to Su Chongning, Chongning, let us depart from here. Su Chongning disregarded young Master Song and prepared to leave with Wei Yuan and Fu Qian. At that moment, a resounding voice rang out from the crowd. Top scorer, Fu Qian? Who is Fu Qian? The trio halted, and Wei Yuan looked at Fu Qian with excitement. His cousin's aspirations had finally been fulfilled. Yet Fu Qian appeared oblivious, preoccupied only with thoughts of bathing and changing clothes. As they walked away, young Master Song struck his servant on the head with his fan. What are you staring at? Go find my name. The servant struggled through the throng, searching repeatedly, but to no avail. As the crowd began to thin, he finally shouted with fervor, Young Master, I found it. I found it. His voice was loud and filled with excitement, as if his master had just achieved the highest honor. Young Master Song turned to him, straightened his back, and awaited the announcement of his rank. Well, speak. Young Master, you have passed. It is sunshine. Young Master Song. Chapter 73. The newly crowned scholar. The news of Fu Qian securing the top position in the imperial examination swiftly spread throughout the Prince of Yu's residence. The princess was overwhelmed with joy and instructed the kitchen to prepare an array of nourishing supplements for Fu Qian. Even the servants of the manor rejoiced, praising their young master's exceptional abilities. The prince specially dispatched a swift messenger to Jiangnan to inform General Fu of the good news, while the citizens of the capital eagerly discussed the results of today's examination. With more than a month remaining before the palace examination, which would require an audience with the emperor, Wei Yuan was concerned that her cousin might feel anxious. Whenever she had a moment, She would regale him with amusing anecdotes from her own audience with the emperor, hoping to ease his worries. Fortunately, Fu Qian was well-read and had a considerable understanding of court affairs. Having been influenced by his upbringing, he would surely not falter on the day of the palace examination. During this month, the princess kept a watchful eye on Wei Yuan, ensuring that she did not disturb Fu Qian's rest excessively. To alleviate her boredom, Wei Yuan also attempted to read and write poetry like her cousin. However, her poetic efforts were rather painful to behold, as Jin Yu remarked, despite her limited education. She could produce better characters. On the day the palace examination results were announced, the princess and Wei Yuan anxiously awaited in the main hall of the residence. Wei Yuan had never experienced such a tense moment. Her hands tightly clutched a handkerchief, constantly twisting it. The princess picked up a teacup and set it down again, reflecting, "When your brother participated in the martial examination, I was never this anxious. Do not worry, mother. My cousin is so diligent. Even if he does not become the top scholar, with his looks, he is bound to secure a place as a flower contender." Wei Yuan reassured her mother in a teasing tone. As the hour approached, a servant burst into the room, breathless. "Your Highness, the princess, it's done. It's done." Seeing the servant's joyful expression, the princess knew it was undoubtedly good news, but she still wished to hear it articulated. "Do explain clearly what has been accomplished." Taking a deep breath to compose himself, the servant replied, "Your Highness, the young master has been named the top scholar. The news has just arrived, and the prince has instructed me to come and share the joy with you." Wei Yuan excitedly grasped the princess's arm, exclaiming, "Mother, now you can rest assured. My cousin has finally achieved his wish." The princess nodded in agreement and promptly ordered the servants to adorn the manor with festive decorations to celebrate the young masteress' success. After being appointed as the newly crowned scholar, the top scholar would be paraded through the imperial city, accompanied by officials from the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Rights, to receive the homage of the populace, a spectacle commonly referred to as the scholar's procession. Dressed in a red robe and adorned with a court flower in his hat, Fu Qian rode a magnificent steed, gracefully making his way through the throngs of cheering citizens. Numerous young ladies from noble families flocked to the streets to catch a glimpse of this newly minted scholar. For Fu Qian was notably younger than previous top scholars and hailed from a prestigious family. Who could resist such curiosity? On this day, Fu Qian radiated brilliance, sitting upright on his horse with an air of elegance. His visage was clean and gentle, his eyes sparkling like stars. Occasionally, he waved to the surrounding crowd, and wherever his gaze landed, cheers erupted in response. Wei Yuan, not wanting to miss this lively occasion, squeezed through the crowd with Su Chongning, displaying even more exuberance than the noble ladies, for this was her cousin, and she was determined to show her support. Amidst a throng of jubilant revelers, Su Chongning felt somewhat out of place. However, Wei Yuan relished the excitement, vigilantly watching over her, anxious for her well-being. When Fu Qian's steed approached Wei Yuan, she called out loudly, cousin, I am here." Wei Yuan waved her hands incessantly, wishing fervently to leap up, seated gracefully upon his horse. Fu Qian turned at the sound of her call, offering her a gentle smile. Suddenly, he noticed Su Chongning beside him, who also nodded in acknowledgement, a gesture that elicited cheers from the surrounding young ladies of noble families. "The top scholar just acknowledged me. Look at his smile. It is so tender, simply enchanting. He is even more handsome than the flower of the examination." Wei Yuan was taken aback to discover that there existed someone in Xingdu bolder than herself, openly praising a gentleman's appearance with unabashed delight. In an instant, those noble young ladies began tossing their purses and tokens towards Fu Qian, leaving Wei Yuan pressed and unable to move. What was happening? Why were they throwing things about? Observing her confusion, Su Chongning, recalling that she had only recently returned to Xingdu, explained, "The newly appointed top scholar is quite the catch in the eyes of these noble young ladies. Especially given the Fu family's esteemed lineage, it is likely that Master Fu has long been the object of their admiration. But cousin has only just achieved the title of top scholar, and when it comes to marriage, he must choose a woman who is educated and virtuous, one who will cherish him for a lifetime. How could such a decision be made so frivolously in public?" She firmly resolved to prevent such an occurrence. As she pondered this, Wei Yuan searched herself, but found she had brought nothing. Just as despair began to settle in, her gaze fell upon a fragrant sachet hanging from Su Chongning's waist, akin to a purse. She pointed at the sachet and whispered, "Might you allow me to have that sachet?" Though perplexed by Wei Yuan's sudden request, Su Chongning felt it inappropriate to refuse. She promptly removed it and handed it over. Wei Yuan took it, examining the intricate silver thread embroidery that adorned it, marveling at its exquisite craftsmanship, realizing her own skills were still lacking. In a sudden burst of determination, she raised the sachet high and, summoning all her strength, aimed to throw it towards Fu Qian. Yet before she could release it, a strong hand grasped her arm. Turning around, she saw that it was Su Chongning who had restrained her. "What is the matter? Let me throw it to cousin. I cannot allow him to be randomly claimed by others." She looked at Su Chongning, bewildered. In the next moment, Su Chongning reclaimed the sachet from Wei Yuan's grasp. Although somewhat displeased, she patiently explained, "The sachet is a token of affection. It cannot be carelessly given to another man. But he is not just any man. He is my cousin." Wei Yuan replied with innocent defiance. "Regardless, he is still a man, and besides, this is my sachet, not to be casually bestowed upon others. Furthermore, Fu Qian is an adult. He cannot simply be picked up by anyone. Perhaps he might even encounter someone worthy of his heart. If we interfere, we might thwart a potential match." Seeing Su Chongning's face clouded with jealousy, Wei Yuan could only nod obediently. All right, I shall heed your counsel." On the other side of the crowd, Yunhe and the princess were hastily making their way over, Xiao Tao's face flushed and breathless. "Your Highness, please slow down. Be careful not to fall. You silly girl, if you slow down, you'll miss out. Why didn't you tell this princess about such exciting happenings sooner?" Yunhe lamented as they ran. "Your Highness, we must only take a quick glance and then return to the palace, or we risk being discovered," Xiao Tao said, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. If they were caught, it would surely lead to another round of punishment. Yunhe waved her hand dismissively, stopping nagging. "This princess will merely take a glance before heading back." Her tone was exceedingly nonchalant. Xiao Tao, however, felt a sudden lightness, her laughter bubbling forth, and fatigue seemed to dissipate from her feet. As they arrived at the Imperial Street, they found themselves blocked from entering the throng, unable to squeeze through. "It's just a top scholar. What is so remarkable about it? Why are there so many people gathered?" Yunhe complained. Xiao Tao remained silent, pondering that it was merely a top scholar. Yet the princess had insisted on sneaking out of the palace to join the commotion. A lady nearby remarked, "I've heard this top scholar comes from a noble lineage and possesses extraordinary talent. Such a person is truly a rarity among men. Indeed, I've heard that the emperor is quite pleased with this top scholar. Whoever marries him would surely be fortunate." Another young lady from a prominent family chimed in. Yunhe dismissed their enthusiasm, thinking that no one in the entire capital could surpass Su Chongning. And what did it matter if he was the newly crowned top scholar? His reputation seemed inflated by rumor. Xiao Tao, intrigued by the chatter, said, "Your Highness, I've heard this top scholar is quite handsome. I wonder if it's true." Yunhe scoffed. How handsome can he be? In this princess's eyes, he is nothing but a man of hollow fame. Xiao Tao knew that aside from that young marquis, no other man could catch the princess's eye. "Look, here he comes." Suddenly, the crowd surged, all eyes shifting to one side, and people waved their hands with immense excitement. Following their gaze, Yunhe strained to see through the throng, rising onto her toes in desperation. Before her stood Fu Qian, his face glowing with exuberance, an unusual radiance illuminating his features, his lips curving upward in an uncontrollable smile as he graciously bowed to either side in gratitude. Wasn't this the timid boy who had merely watched from the sidelines on a mountain that day? How had he transformed into the newly crowned top scholar? She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, fearing she was imagining things. But upon looking again, his visage was unmistakably clear, and today he appeared even more vibrant and spirited. A question arose in Yunhe's heart. How could her father appoint someone of questionable character as the top scholar? Fu Qian glanced over, and suddenly a familiar figure emerged from the crowd as periphery, the memory of that dirty appearance resurfacing. Was it that young lady? Startled, he momentarily tightened his grip on the reins, but in an instant, the figure vanished from view. Fu Qian reassured himself. I must have been mistaken. Meanwhile, Yunhe hurried along, her sleeves billowing as she moved swiftly, while Xiao Tao struggled to keep pace, enduring the trials of chasing after a princess. Princess, why do you suddenly appear so upset? Xiao Tao hurriedly caught up with her bewildered mistress. I intend to petition father to revoke the title of the newly crowned champion, Princess Yunhe replied, visibly irked. Xiao Tao was perplexed. She had just had the fortune of glimpsing the young scholar, and he seemed quite charming. Moreover, he had triumphed through numerous challenges to reach this point, indicating he was no fool. What could have caused the princess's sudden ire? Your Highness, this is a matter of great importance within court. How could the emperor possibly heed your request? Besides, that scholar seems quite admirable. Why the sudden anger? Xiao Tao inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Princess Yunhe could not help but replay the scene from that day in her mind. Had he not fled in panic, she would not have had to sit in that cold place for so long. Admirable? He is nothing more than a bystander, indifferent to the plight of others. If such a person were to assume office, what hope would the common folk have of living in peace? Princess Yunhe inhaled deeply, venting her frustration at Fu Qian. As she turned to leave, she unexpectedly encountered Wei Yuan and Su Chongning, who were engaged in cheerful conversation. The sight of them together only heightened her agitation. Truly, the ones closest to the water tower receive the first light of the moon. If it were her, she would have no chance to frequently leave the palace for such delightful gatherings with her beloved. Wei Yuan, noticing Princess Yunhe, seemed overly excited today, eager to greet everyone. Your Highness, are you here to see what the champion looks like? Is he not dashing? The mere mention of a champion ignited a fire in Princess Yunhe's eyes. Mediocre. Merely a man of hollow reputation, she retorted, her tone laced with indignation. How can that be? He possesses vast knowledge and is strikingly handsome. Otherwise, how could he have achieved such success? Wei Yuan exclaimed proudly, adding that the champion was her cousin. Princess Yunhe glanced at Su Chongning standing beside Wei Yuan. Wasn't he had said that Wei Yuan was enamored with him? How could he remain so indifferent while she extolled another man? It was truly unfortunate for him. Seeing that Princess Yunhe remained silent, Wei Yuan surmised that the princess must have been captivated by her cousin's charm. She asked, do you know who this champion is? Your Highness? Princess Yunhe met her gaze, and Wei Yuan boasted loudly. That champion is my cousin, the eldest grandson of the Fu family. Exceptionally talented and handsome. Her tone dripped with pride as she lauded her relative. No wonder his behavior was peculiar and unlike that of ordinary folk. It was evidently connected to Wei Yuan. Princess Yunhe thought bitterly. Even if Wei Yuan extolled him to the heavens, she could not reconcile the timid coward who had fled with the remarkable figure she described. Perhaps sensing the princess's discontent, Wei Yuan stepped closer. Why do you harbor a prejudice against someone you've never met? Though she wished to divulge the events of that day, she felt it futile to elaborate further. I have no time for idle chatter. I must return to the palace now, she declared, summoning Xiao Tao as they turned toward the imperial residence. Wei Yuan called after her. Have you snuck out of the palace again? Yunhe, the princess, suddenly halted her steps, turned around, and with a feigned amiability, retorted, isn't Sister Yuan the same? Wei Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, she had sneaked out today. The princess said nothing further and turned to leave. Wei Yuan, puzzled, inquired of Su Chongning, why do I feel that the princess harbors some prejudice against my cousin? Yet, Mr. Fu should have never met the princess, so how could there be any bias? Su Chongning pondered, noting that the two had never crossed paths. So such feelings seemed inexplicable. Wei Yuan muttered softly, well, I shall ask my cousin when we return. When Fu Qian returned to the residence of Prince Yu, night had already fallen. Upon seeing her cousin, Wei Yuan, with an air of mystery, asked, cousin, do you know the Princess Yunhe? I do not, Fu Qian replied, bewildered. Shaking his head, Wei Yuan murmured to herself, perhaps the princess mistook someone? Or maybe there are other underlying circumstances? Fortunately, it is good that you do not know her. Otherwise, it would indeed be a significant trouble. Fu Qian, observing Wei Yuan's soliloquy, gently tapped her on the head and asked, what is it? You seem rather cryptic. It's nothing. Wei Yuan quickly shook her head. The princess of Yu, noticing her daughter engrossed in conversation with her cousin, remarked helplessly, Linga, your cousin has just returned. Allow him to rest. Wei Yuan flashed a charming smile at her mother and swiftly disappeared. Chapter 75. The Drunken Banquet According to the Customs of the Wei Kingdom. Following the imperial examination, a Qianlin banquet is held within the palace, and all successful candidates must attend. Fu Qian, as the newly crowned top scholar, was naturally the center of attention. At the banquet, he found himself surrounded by admirers, their ears filled with flattery, as others continually approached to toast him. Before long, he felt dizzy from the overwhelming attention. Being not particularly fond of alcohol and typically abstaining from it, he soon realized he was quite intoxicated, prompting him to seek an excuse to slip away. As soon as Fu Qian exited the grand hall, he felt the gentle evening breeze, which offered him considerable relief. Looking up at the pitch-black sky, he murmured, "Why are there two moons tonight?" The surroundings were eerily quiet. He proceeded along the long palace path. Upon passing through an archway, the scenery opened up magnificently, and he could hear the gentle trickle of water nearby, accompanied by the cicadas serenading under the moonlight. Completely captivated by the palace's beauty, Fu Qian wandered through the lush greenery until he reached a picturesque pavilion, where Princess Yunhe, fanning herself with a jade fan, was admiring the fish in the pond. Xiaotao, having lit some incense, suggested, "Princess, the night is late and the air is cool. We should return to the palace soon." However, the princess, feeling somewhat melancholic, replied, "This princess wishes to stay a while longer." Since the princess was unwilling to leave, Xiaotao did not insist further. But noticing the princess's thin attire, she said, "Princess, let me fetch you a cloak." After Xiaotao departed the pavilion, the princess casually tossed a few fish pellets into the water. Fu Qian staggered forward. Perhaps it was the wind that made his legs feel somewhat weak. In the distance, he spotted a pavilion and thought how wonderful it would be to rest. Striding confidently towards it, he finally noticed a young lady leaning against the railing beside him. With no time to discern the identity of the young woman before him, Fu Qian felt an overwhelming sense of rudeness. He quickly turned away, presenting his back to her and repeatedly offering apologies. "My lady, I am truly sorry. I had no knowledge of your presence here." Princess Yunhe, startled by this unexpected voice, turned around and gazed at the figure before her, momentarily dazed. The silhouette seemed vaguely familiar, and the voice resonated in her memory. Yet she could not pinpoint where she had encountered either. After much contemplation, without reaching a concrete impression, Princess Yunhe finally spoke. "Ignorance is no crime. You need not concern yourself." Upon hearing her words, Fu Qian felt a weight lift from his heart, though he remained averted, unable to meet the gaze of the individual across from him. However, Princess Yunhe recognized him at once. "Why is it you?" Startled, Fu Qian raised his head. This was indeed the same disheveled girl he had encountered seated on the ground that day. "It is you," he exclaimed, astonished, while also speculating about her identity. Surely, most individuals in the palace were of noble descent. He tentatively inquired, "If I may be so bold, which princess do you belong to? If you are truly of noble birth, I must take my leave." "How audacious! Which princess do you speak of?" "This is Princess Yunhe," chastised Xiaotao, who cradled a cloak in her arms. Having only stepped away for a mere moment, she was appalled by the intrusion upon the princess. "Princess Yunhe? The ragged girl from that day is actually a princess. Forgive me, Your Highness, I did not intend to offend. I have little tolerance for alcohol, and somehow I stumbled into this place, interrupting your esteemed enjoyment. I shall take my leave now." Fu Qian hastily apologized, wishing to depart, yet unaware of the numerous offenses he had committed against Princess Yunhe beyond this single encounter. Noticing his unsteady stance and the faint scent of alcohol wafting in the air, Princess Yunhe suddenly recalled the Qianlin banquet held in the palace that day, realizing that the top scholar must have indulged in a few extra cups. Reluctant to hold his transgressions against him, she sighed and declared, "Very well, I am weary and shall return to the palace. Scholar, feel free to do as you wish." With that, she and Xiaotao departed the pavilion. As Princess Yunhe walked a few steps away, Fu Qian exhaled a sigh of relief. His legs finally unable to support him, and he sat down heavily. However, Princess Yunha halted suddenly, glancing back to see Fu Qian leaning motionless against the railing of the pavilion. She pondered anxiously. Could something be amiss? If so, that would be terribly unfortunate. Without hesitation, she retraced her steps back to the pavilion, finding Fu Qian still unmoving. A glance at Xiao Tao revealed her confusion, mirroring her own. After a moment of hesitation, Princess Yunha extended 2 fingers to gently probe Fu Qian's nose. Just as her fingers hovered before him, he suddenly murmured, "Father, mother, I have become the top scholar." Startled, she withdrew her hand, only to realize he was merely speaking in his sleep. Xiao Tao, unable to suppress her thoughts, remarked, "To sleep so soundly on such a chilly night is quite remarkable." Just then, a gust of cold wind swept through, prompting Princess Yunha to tighten her cloak. Observing the sleeping figure before her, seemingly undisturbed, she remained silent for a long while before instructing Xiao Tao. "Xiao Tao, please return and fetch a cloak." Though puzzled, Xiao Tao complied without question. Yun and the princess glanced at Fu Qian, their minds filled with a singular thought. May no misfortune befall her within the palace. For encountering such would undoubtedly be ill-omened. Fu Qian was unaware of how long he had slept. He merely felt a dull ache in his head. With great effort, he propped himself up, only to notice the cloak that was precariously slipping from his shoulders. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a woman-esque garment, and amidst the crisp, cold air, it exuded a subtle fragrance of jasmine. The surroundings were deserted, yet he vividly remembered that the only person he had encountered in the palace was Yun and the princess. Thus this cloak. Fu Qian could not ascertain its owner, so he neatly folded it and clutched it to his chest as he departed the pavilion. The banquet continued, the melodious sounds of strings and woodwinds filling the air. As Fu Qian walked slowly, he unexpectedly encountered Su Chongning in a side corridor. Initially, he intended to inquire why Su Chongning remained in the palace at such a late hour, but then recalled the banquet taking place, which naturally required her attendance. Fu Qian lowered his head, offering a self-deprecating smile, acknowledging that he had indulged a bit too much in drink that day. Before he could utter a word, Su Chongning's gaze fell upon the pink cloak in his hands. "What do you have there, young Master Fu?" "Oh, I merely dozed off in the pavilion and awoke to find this garment upon me. I know not who possesses such kindness," Fu Qian quickly explained. Su Chongning, having spent years within the palace, understood the strict hierarchy that governed it. Even the colors and styles of clothing could not be used haphazardly, and this cloak did not resemble that of an ordinary maid. However, Fu Qian was oblivious to these nuances. Should fortune allow him to return this item to its benevolent owner, he vowed to express his deepest gratitude. Chapter 76, A Marriage Proposal. A rejection. Su Chongning observed the flush upon Fu Qian's cheeks and inquired, "Have you perhaps had too much to drink, young Master Fu?" Fu Qian chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "My capacity for alcohol is truly a matter of great complexity." The mention of drink reminded Su Chongning of Wei Yuan's adorably intoxicated demeanor. At that time, he had even hesitated to assist her. With this memory, a radiant smile spread across his face, and he inadvertently remarked, "Linger is rather poor at handling her liquor as well." "Huh, so you are aware of Linger's shortcomings in that regard." Fu Qian suddenly burst into laughter, as if recalling a particularly amusing incident. Su Chongning looked at him in confusion, prompting Fu Qian to temper his mirth and continue, "My grandfather has a fondness for wine, and thus there exists a wine cellar within the Fu residence, stocked with many fine vintages. When Linger was a child, she believed that room contained treasures, so she pilfered my grandfather's key and sneaked inside. To her surprise, she lost control and sampled a few sips of the exquisite wine, succumbing to slumber for an entire day. The entire Fu household turned upside down in search of her, only for Linger to eventually emerge, dazed and confused. Su Chongning couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. It turned out that Linger had once been quite the spirited little one, yet it was unfortunate that she had only come to know her too late. While Fu Qian seemed to be well acquainted with all her amusing anecdotes, rekindling a pang of jealousy within her heart. "Hesitantly, Su Chongning inquired, 'It seems Linger is quite obedient to you, young Master Fu.'" Indeed, I grew up alongside my cousin. From a young age, she has always been very compliant, never arguing with me. Fu Qian replied instinctively, feeling as if his little cousin was no different from a beloved sister to him. Observing the proud expression on Fu Qian's face, Su Chongming suddenly regretted posing the question. It felt like a futile endeavor. Initially, she had hoped to glean some intriguing tidbits about Wei Yuan from Fu Qian, but upon noticing his slight intoxication, she decided to escort him back to the main hall. A few days later, the emperor personally issued a decree appointing Fu Qian as an editor in the Hanlin Academy, elevating him to the 6th rank of officialdom, along with granting him a residence in the capital, marking the conclusion of this chapter. However, this was soon followed by an imperial edict concerning marriage. The crown prince decreed that Fu Qian, the grandson of the general who secures the nation, possessed commendable talent coupled with loyalty, and had a broad scholarly foundation expressed through eloquence, was to be wed to the emperor's beloved daughter, Princess Yunhe, who was virtuous and wise. Thus, they were granted the honor of a joyful union, with the officials tasked to select an auspicious date for the wedding. Fu Qian was taken aback. He had not even contemplated marriage, so how could the emperor suddenly decree such a union? Wei Yuan promptly tugged at Fu Qian's sleeve, whispering a reminder, "Cousin, quickly accept the decree." To refuse would be to openly defy the emperor's command. He bowed deeply in gratitude and accepted the weighty decree from the eunuch's hands. The eunuch smiled broadly, congratulating Fu Qian and the prince, stating that the decree was being swiftly dispatched to Jiangnan and would soon reach General Fu. The prince treated the emperor's close attendant with utmost courtesy, saying, "As you say, thank you for your hard work. Please do come in for a cup of tea." The eunuch politely declined, expressing the need to return and report to the emperor, taking his leave. After the messenger departed, Wei Yuan, however, could not share in the joy, for her cousin remained silent, holding the decree without uttering a word. The prince's wife glanced at her nephew, unsure of what to say. Being summoned as a prince consort brought mixed emotions, and it was hardly surprising that her cousin displayed no sign of happiness. Everyone was filled with uncertainty. Why had the emperor so suddenly arranged a marriage? Was this decision not too abrupt, given that no prior hints had been offered? Meanwhile, the one most distressed was Princess Yunhe, confined within the palace. Outside the Yusho Palace, maids and eunuchs knelt in despair, while inside, a cacophony of crashing sounds echoed. Little Tao pounded on the door anxiously, pleading, "Princess, please open the door. Let me in." With a loud crash, a candlestick struck the door. "Leave me be. Do not disturb this princess. If you care so little for me, then stay far away." "Princess, what are you saying? Please let me in," Little Tao cried, tears streaming down her cheeks. Princess Yunhe had shattered everything within the room, the floor littered with fragments. Yet even this could not quell her tumultuous heart. Earlier that morning, a eunuch had come to convey the decree of her marriage to the newly appointed top scholar, someone she did not favor. How could she spend her life with him? Moreover, she found it utterly unacceptable. Princess Yunhe felt that her father and mother did not love her. They merely sought to use her to win over their subordinates. Ever since learning of the marriage decree, she had locked herself away, destroying anything within reach. "Go tell my father and mother that unless they rescind the marriage decree, I shall hang myself in this palace today," she declared, hanging a rope from the beam above. Outside, the palace attendants were in a state of utter disarray. Should anything happen to the princess, their lives would be forfeit. Xiao Tao exerted all her strength to pound on the door, but Yunhe, the princess, paid her no heed. Just as the onlookers were a loss, a voice finally echoed from outside. "The empress has arrived." Hope surged among the crowd as they instinctively parted to make way. The empress approached the door and gently knocked. "Step aside. Do not concern yourselves with this princess," came the furious sobs of Princess Yunhe from within. "Yin'er, it is your mother," the empress spoke softly, her heart aching. Silence enveloped the room for a moment, and as the spectators expressed their astonishment, the door slowly creaked open. There stood Princess Yunhe, her face streaked with tears. Upon seeing her mother, she could no longer contain her sense of grievance and burst into heart-wrenching cries. She threw herself into the empress's embrace, wailing, "Mother, Yin'er will not marry that man. I do not like him. I refuse to wed." The empress comforted her daughter, a wave of sorrow swelling within her. She understood her daughter's sentiments all too well, yet as a royal princess, her freedoms were severely limited. The attendants entered the chamber to clear away the items that Princess Yunha had shattered in her distress, while she sat on the bed, leaning against her mother, tears streaming ceaselessly. "Mother, I beseech you, this is my first request. Please persuade father to rescind the marriage decree. If father is unwilling to allow me to wed into the marquis, then I shall remain unmarried for life." With swollen, red-rimmed eyes, Princess Yunha looked up at the empress, full of pleading. The empress brushed aside her daughter's disheveled hair, feeling both pained and helpless. "Yunha, do you understand why your father suddenly arranged this marriage?" Confused, Princess Yunha gazed at her mother, thinking it might be to secure loyalty among the vassals. "But was there another motive?" "It was your mother who personally interceded," the empress replied, her tone laden with difficulty. Princess Yunha sat upright, incredulous, staring at her most trusted confidant. She had always believed that her mother was the only one who genuinely cared for her. Yet now, "Mother, why would you do this?" The disbelief in her eyes was palpable. Chapter 77. The arrival of the Fu family in the capital. The empress took a handkerchief and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Princess Yunha's eyes. "My dear, last year the court suffered a significant defeat in the northern wilderness. The conflict has persisted for years. The court can no longer endure upheaval. Yet the southern Yuan kingdom remains restless. If the two nations wish to transform conflict into peace, a certain path must be taken." As the princess pondered these words, she dare not look directly at her mother. The empress continued earnestly, "Historically, royal daughters must either distance themselves from their homeland to form alliances or marry down to win the favor of vassals. Yunha, as the legitimate princess, although of noble birth, there are no suitable maidens left in the palace, making you the prime candidate. This is the price you must pay for the privilege you have enjoyed over the years." Unbeknownst to her, everything had shifted quietly, and even a princess could become insignificant in the face of state matters. A tumult of bitterness and sorrow intertwined within Princess Yunha's heart. Yet she could not fathom that her beloved father would truly send her away for a political match. The queen gently picked up a comb from the vanity and began to untangle her daughter's disheveled hair. "Your father loves you dearly. Otherwise, he would not have acquiesced to the queen mother's request. However, should the kingdom of Wei truly find itself in dire straits, how long can your father endure? Though he is exalted as the Son of Heaven, he too bears a share of burdens." The emotions swirling in Princess Yunha's eyes were intricate. Had the kingdom of Wei indeed been engulfed in turmoil, she would not hesitate to sacrifice herself. Yet, despite this, a profound sadness enveloped her. For her life had never been within her control. Tears streamed down her face. But Yunha does not harbor feelings for that Fu Qian. My heart belongs to another. Mother, you are well aware of this. The queen embraced her tenderly. It is impossible for you to marry into the marquis now. But the Fu family has been loyal and honorable for generations, and they are of royal blood. I have inquired on your behalf. And Fu Qian is a kind-hearted young man who will treat you well, now that he has passed his examinations and been bestowed an official title. He will remain in the capital, allowing me to see you often. Compared to marrying into a place from which you may never return, staying at the foot of the capital is far more suitable. Yet, Princess Yunha could not quell her sorrow. This marriage had arrived so suddenly, leaving her no time to relinquish her previous thoughts and forcing her to accept a different path in life. She sobbed, "Mother, do you think I will find happiness in the future?" The queen gazed at her daughter's pitiful visage, her own eyes brimming with tears. "Yunha, happiness must be grasped by oneself. I believe you will find joy in the days to come." Princess Yunha suddenly threw herself into the queen's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. That day, the Yusho Palace remained in turmoil until Princess Yunha finally cried herself to sleep on the side. Fu Qian, too, could not find tranquility. Having devoted himself to scholarly pursuits over the years, he had never contemplated matters of the heart. Now, with the emperor's sudden decree of marriage, he found himself unprepared, as he had yet to showcase his talents in the official realm. Wei Yuan, lantern in hand, playfully engaged with the flowers and plants, and upon reaching the garden, she spotted Fu Qian seated in the pavilion, his expression one of despondency. "Cousin, what are you hiding here for? Are you trying to attract mosquitoes?" Wei Yuan set her lantern aside and joined him. Fu Qian remained silent, merely letting out a soft sigh. Wei Yuan surmised that her cousin's gloom had stemmed from the imperial edict regarding marriage. "Cousin, do you not wish to marry?" Fu Qian shook his head. "It is not that I do not wish to marry. Establishing a family and a career is an inevitable part of life. However, this decree came so unexpectedly, and to marry a princess at that, I am not yet prepared." "That must be because you have yet to meet Princess Yunhe," Wei Yuan remarked, taking his despondency as a mere consequence of their unfamiliarity. "She is a great beauty. Indeed, she is beautiful, but on our first encounter, I scarcely caught a glimpse of her, and during our second, the disparity in our stations left me too intimidated to look her way." Yet, Wei Yuan did not grasp that Fu Qian's true concern lay in the realization that, upon becoming a prince consort, his future might diverge significantly from his aspirations. Fu Qian spoke softly, "I have met her, and not just once." "What?" Wei Yuan was startled, almost leaping from her seat. Her cousin had been in Chengdu almost every day, so how could he have had the opportunity to meet Princess Yunhe? Fu Qian, with a sigh of resignation, admonished her to lower her voice, remarking how she still behaved so noisily as before. Embarrassed, Wei Yuan leaned closer and whispered, "Cousin, when did you meet the princess?" "On the day we went to Qingshu Temple to pray for blessings," Fu Qian replied in a sullen tone. Wei Yuan recalled the scene from that day at the temple and suddenly had an epiphany. Could it be that the woman her cousin had encountered in the woods was none other than Princess Yunhe? Her mouth fell agape in astonishment. What if Princess Yunhe sought revenge on her cousin? The thought made her cast a sympathetic glance at Fu Qian, realizing he was left to fend for himself. Fu Qian, perceiving her thoughts, inquired, "What is it? Are you pitying me?" Wei Yuan was at a loss for words. It wasn't that she felt pity, after all. Her cousin was a newly crowned scholar and soon to be a prince consort, something many would envy. Yet, she knew that Princess Yunhe had someone in her heart, and she worried it would be unfair to her cousin. "It's not pity, really. It's just that Princess Yunhe has quite a temper, so you ought to be cautious," Wei Yuan replied dismissively. Fu Qian playfully ruffled Wei Yuan's hair. "What are you thinking about every day? Do you really believe Princess Yunhe could harm me?" Immediately, Wei Yuan lowered her head in silence, her eyes betraying her certainty that if provoked, the princess could indeed be quite formidable. With an imperial edict in hand, the Ministry of Rites selected an auspicious date. With the date set, the Fu family traveled from Jiangnan to Chengdu to prepare for Fu Qian's wedding. Recently, Fu Qian had moved into a new residence in anticipation of the forthcoming nuptials. On the day the Fu family arrived in the capital, Wei Yuan and Fu Qian made a special trip to the outskirts of the city to greet them. As the carriage approached, Wei Yuan eagerly ran forward. The first to alight was her uncle, Fu Zhang, followed by her aunt Lin. It had been a long time since Wei Yuan had seen her uncle and aunt, and she was filled with joy as she greeted them with a bright voice. "Uncle, Aunt, Linger has finally awaited your arrival." Lin, having no daughters of her own, had always cherished Wei Yuan during her childhood and now scrutinized her closely. This girl has grown taller and more beautiful. Indeed, she is quite the young lady now. Fu Zhang Gaimding. Wei Yuan smiled and glanced back at the carriage, noticing there was no one else. Lin, understanding Wei Yuan's unspoken thoughts, explained, "Your maternal grandparents are elderly and could not endure the journey this time, but they are very concerned for you." Suppressing her disappointment, Wei Yuan affectionately nestled against her aunt. Chapter 78. Marriage. Each with their own thoughts, feeling sidelined, Fu Qian stepped forward to remind them. Have father and mother forgotten about their son? Lin smiled at her son. How could your mother forget you? After saying this, she turned back to continue her conversation with Wei Yuan. Fu Qian, resigned, glanced at his father, who was equally engrossed in Wei Yuan, and could only wait until they had spoken for a while before they all returned to the residence of Prince Yu. Prince Yu and his consort awaited them outside, and the servants, spotting the carriage from afar, exclaimed joyfully, "Your Highness, the princess has arrived." After the carriage came to a halt, Fu Zhang assisted Lin Shi in alighting before proceeding to bow respectfully before Prince Yu and Princess Yu. The prince quickly helped him to his feet, stating, "There is no need for formalities among family." Rising, Fu Zhang approached Princess Yu, his eyes filled with the bittersweet joy of reunion. "It has been many years. Dear sister, are you well?" Tears glistened in the princess's eyes as she replied, "All is well. How are our parents?" "All is well, though they miss you dearly," Fu Zhang responded. The princess felt a pang of guilt towards her parents, grateful that in their twilight years, her brother and sister-in-law were there to care for them. Turning to Lin Shi, she said, "I have been away for so long without fulfilling my filial duties. I am thankful for your care towards our parents." "Sister, you need not say such things. It is my duty," Lin Shi replied with a gentle smile. Wei Yuan observed the increasingly somber atmosphere and stepped forward, saying, "Father, mother, it is a joyous occasion that uncle and aunt have come." "Indeed, joyous, joyous," they chimed as they made their way back to the royal residence. Princess Yu instructed the kitchen to prepare an array of renowned dishes, while Fu Zhang shared a few drinks with Prince Yu. After dinner, the group gathered to engage in casual conversation. Wei Yuan sensed that her uncle and aunt were not as joyful as expected. Rather, they seemed burdened by unspoken worries. She found it perplexing. Was it not a good thing to be a son-in-law? The imperial decree had been issued, and the Fu family was doing everything in their power to facilitate the union. Marrying into the royal family was no trivial matter, and they could not afford to be negligent in any detail. In the blink of an eye, the day of the wedding arrived. The Yuxiu Palace was awash in crimson, with palace attendants bustling about, their faces aglow with excitement. Yet, Princess Yunhe, clad in her phoenix robe, bore no trace of joy. As Xiao Dao placed the phoenix coronet upon her head, she gazed at the beauty reflected in the mirror and exclaimed, "Princess, you look magnificent today. What use is beauty? No matter how lovely, it is not for the one I cherish." Princess Yunhe replied tersely, unwilling to elaborate. At this juncture, acceptance was her only recourse. Xiao Dao secured the safety amulet for her and presented the dragon and phoenix fan, ensuring everything was in readiness for their farewell to the emperor and empress at the Changlu Palace before exiting the palace through Wuhou Gate. The courtyard of Changlu Palace was adorned with a red carpet. Princess Yunhe knelt before her father and mother, offering her respects. The empress draped the red veil over her head and advised, "Yunhe, temper your temperament and live well. Do not forget to return and visit your mother when you find the time." With an impassive expression, Princess Yunhe stepped back and declared loudly, "Daughter bids farewell to father and mother." Without hesitation, she strode out of Changlu Palace. The empress, aware that her daughter could not accept such an arrangement, felt tears streaming down her face the moment her daughter turned away. The emperor approached the empress, equally sorrowful. "This child still harbors resentment towards me, believing I do not care for her," he lamented. "If I did not care, how could I have acquiesced to the empress's wishes? Surely, I understand her thoughts. As the sovereign, I am also a father. The path I have laid before her is the right one. In time, she will come to understand." The empress spoke softly. With a grand entourage of 10 miles adorned in red, and the peach blossoms gracing his visage, Fu Qian, clad in resplendent crimson, radiated the same exuberance as on the day he received his scholarly title. Palace attendants held red lanterns on either side, and as Princess Yunhe made her entrance onto the red carpet, a flurry of pink petals cascaded around her. Once a match of talent and beauty, the two harbored their own secrets. Fu Qian took a few steps forward to greet Princess Yunhe, yet she did not acknowledge him, compelling Fu Qian to walk beside her to the bridal sedan. He sensed her discontent and, therefore, took extra care to attend to her. As they walked, he frequently glanced back at the glaring bridal sedan, momentarily lost in thought. Upon reaching the entrance of the new residence, Princess Yunhe was assisted by the matchmaker and Xiao Tao into the mansion, where a multitude of dignitaries had already gathered. Seated in the hall were Fu Zhang and Lin Shi, both wearing 4 smiles. After the ceremonial rites, Princess Yunhe was led into the bridal chamber, while Fu Qian had to engage with his colleagues present that day. Considering the tedious rituals, he worried that the princess had not yet eaten and instructed Wei Yuan to provide her with some food. Inside the bridal chamber, upon entering, Princess Yunhe lifted her veil. startling the matchmaker. Your Highness, the veil must be lifted by the groom himself. Why do you remove it? I cannot see the path. Do you wish for me to stumble and injure myself? Princess Yunhe tossed the veil aside onto the bed and turned to sit at the dressing table. The matchmaker was left speechless, knowing the princess's noble status prevented her from arguing further. At that moment, Princess Yunhe's stomach growled with hunger. Yet with so many servants outside, she refrained from breaking decorum and merely stared vacantly into the copper mirror. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the mirror as Wei Yuan entered, placing a platter of pastries on the table. Your Highness, cousin fears you may go hungry, so he sent me to deliver some food. Princess Yunhe fiddled with the hairpins before her and replied coldly, Are you satisfied now? Wei Yuan shook his head, choosing silence. Princess Yunhe abruptly turned. I'm already wed to another. What further grievances do you have? From now on, no one will compete with you for Su Chongning. Whether the princess marries or to whom she is wed does not concern me, for Ling Er has always believed that Chongning will not forsake me, Wei Yuan stated calmly. Seeing Wei Yuan unaffected by her words, Princess Yunhe felt a surge of anger and retorted, Are you not afraid I might bully your cousin, that frail scholar? Despite the princess's poor temper and capriciousness, Wei Yuan recognized that she was not entirely unreasonable. Perhaps she merely found it difficult to accept such a change, which would eventually improve. Your cousin is among the finest men in the world. The princess shall surely find happiness. Princess Yunhe gazed at the ornate woman reflected in the mirror. Though it was a day of great joy, her face bore no smile. After a long contemplation, she silently questioned, Will I truly find happiness? Wei Yuan strode out of the bridal chamber, carrying her heartfelt wishes for her cousin and the princess. Though a sense of sorrow lingered within her, as if an invisible force was propelling them forward, leaving no room for resistance. In that moment, she longed to see Su Chongning. Resolving this thought, she hurried toward the hall in search of his presence. Chapter 79. Unraveling confusions at this time. Su Chongning was engaged in pleasantries with court officials, and Wei Yuan did not wish to intrude. Thus she turned away from the banquet. Strolling onto the bridge, she stood there in a daze, with red silk draped over the railings, creating a festive atmosphere. Yet, she felt no trace of joy. In Wei Yuan's mind, the image of the clouds and the princess's sorrowful face flashed by. Ling Er, are you feeling down? Wei Yuan turned around, her expression brightening, and asked, What brings you out here? Su Chongning stood by Wei Yuan's side, gently patting the top of her head. I noticed that Ling Er seemed troubled. Although the fleeting figure had only appeared for a moment, he had still managed to capture it. Wei Yuan gazed intently at the person beside her, the heaviness in her heart dissipating considerably. Su Chongning always had the ability to see through her thoughts and was ever willing to understand her innermost feelings. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke, Marriage is meant to be a joyous occasion. Why does it seem that everyone harbors concerns? Her cousin had achieved top honors in the imperial examinations and had received a marriage proposal from the emperor, a double happiness indeed, yet she sensed no joy from him. The princess, too, wore a mask of sorrow and appeared dejected. Su Chongning felt relieved that Wei Yuan's thoughts were uncomplicated, devoid of excessive worries. In her view, joyous events should evoke happiness. Historically, literati have prided themselves on their lofty ideals, although the princess seemed to bask in glory. Many believe that becoming a prince consort is of little benefit to one's career. Observing that they were alone, Su Chongning quietly elucidated the matter for Wei Yuan. Realization dawned on Wei Yuan. Are you saying that my cousin will not be able to fulfill his ambitions in the future? Fu Qian had always harbored grand aspirations. To confine him within four walls would be akin to forcing him to sever his wings and relinquish his opportunity to soar. Understanding her cousin's desires, Wei Yuan's heart filled with worry upon grasping the crux of the matter. Su Chongning chuckled softly, Do not fret, Ling Er. Young Master Fu is a man of genuine talent and learning, and as the emperor's chosen top scholar, he will surely shine in the court. My cousin and the princess are not well acquainted. I merely hope they can quickly discover each other's virtues, Wei Yuan murmured. Noticing that Wei Yuan's mood had improved significantly, Su Chongning decided to voice a long-held curiosity. Ling Er and young Master Fu have grown up together. Their bond should be profound, but what? Wei Yuan inquired, intrigued. Why does Linger show such concern for young Master Fu and seem to heed his every word? Su Chongming continued, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Se presinga smiled. Wei Yuan bluffly regarded Su Chongming. Ah, so our young lord has a touch of jealousy. Su Chongming felt a bit flustered under Wei Yuan's gaze, her ears flushing. Wei Yuan raised her hand to fan her nose and, with a serious expression, asked, "Do you smell something?" Su Chongming genuinely took a moment to sniff the air and then shook her head in confusion. "I do not. Do you not detect a hint of sourness?" The smile at the corners of Wei Yuan's mouth could no longer be contained. Su Chongming suddenly understood, realizing she had been teased about Linger. "Unruly kare." The proud young man now appeared rather pitiful. Wei Yuan gently tugged at Su Chongming's sleeve, chuckling, "My concern for my cousin stems from his frailty since childhood. I worry he may be bullied, and I have grown accustomed to protecting him. As for following his words, it is simply because if you do not heed his advice, he will incessantly nag you." Recalling her cousin's persistent chattering, Wei Yuan wore an expression of mild trepidation. Su Chongming paused before breaking into a resigned smile. A top scholar of unparalleled talent, yet he is nothing but a chatterbox. Upon witnessing Wei Yuan's expression, deeply marred by torment, Su Chongming felt the acidity in her heart dissipate, leaving only profound sympathy. Noticing Su Chongming's smile, Wei Yuan leaned forward and remarked, "How could the esteemed commander of the Imperial Guard be so petty?" Su Chongming, feeling a touch of embarrassment, cleared her throat and replied, "I'm only so stingy when it comes to matters concerning Linger." Wei Yuan lowered her head with a faint smile, but soon recognized the pouch adorning Su Chongming's waist, which appeared remarkably familiar. Upon closer inspection, Wei Yuan felt utterly humiliated. "Su Chongming, how could you possibly carry that? It's simply too embarrassing." She was acutely aware that her own embroidery was hardly presentable, resembling a hodgepodge of mismatched elements. With a hint of despair, Wei Yuan lamented her earlier overconfidence in her needlework, now acutely aware of her shortcomings. Su Chongming gazed fondly at the pouch at her waist, saying, "Linger's embroidery is truly exceptional, imbued with 4 distinct charms. Moreover, this is the very first pouch you gifted me, and it must be worn at all times." Su Chongming felt no shame regarding this pouch. Rather, she took great pride in it. On that day of duty, her subordinates had admired the pouch resting on her desk, expressing envy and praising the plump hen that adorned it. Su Chongming was not angered. Instead, she felt a swell of pride for her Linger's remarkable skill, which seemed to resonate with the hearts of many. Wei Yuan, feeling somewhat awkward, softly suggested, "Once my embroidery improves, I shall create a far superior piece for you. I'm quite content with this one. I adore it." Linger should never be compelled to create what she does not love. The thought of Linger's scarred fingers pained Su Chongming's heart. Reflecting on the wedding banquet, Su Chongming was filled with deep sentiment. Realizing that she too should hasten her pace, wondering how Linger would look in her grand wedding attire. As the night deepened, guests gradually departed, leaving the once lively courtyard in eerie silence. Fu Qian sat alone in the courtyard, momentarily lost in thought. Lin Shi, noticing her son's reluctance to leave, approached him with a gentle reminder. "Qianer, why have you not returned to your room? Do not keep the princess waiting." "Yes, mother, I shall return at once," Fu Qian replied, rising to make his way to the rear courtyard. Lin Shi watched her son's retreating figure, feeling a wave of frustration, despite all his efforts. Why was he still adrift? In the bridal chamber, the matron of honor awaited the prince's return, but he was yet to appear. Fatigue settled over everyone, and Princess Yunhe grew increasingly impatient. Upon Fu Qian's entrance, the atmosphere in the room instantly shifted, with the matron of honor exclaiming, "The prince has arrived. Quickly, let's unveil." Suddenly halting mid-sentence, she remembered that the veil had already been lifted by the princess. She quickly corrected herself. "Prince and princess, let us partake in the ceremonial wine." A nearby maid promptly poured 2 cups of wine, first presenting one to Princess Yunhe, who merely glanced at it without accepting. The maid froze, uncertain of how to proceed. Fu Qian interjected, "The princess appears weary. You may all retire, and we shall manage the remaining rites ourselves." The matron of honor hesitated. While this is somewhat unorthodox, the prince has spoken, and the princess has not objected. Thus, we shall comply. Xiao Tao cast a worried glance at Yunhe and the princess, then quietly retreated alongside the others. The newlywed chamber was enveloped in silence, save for the breathing of two individuals. Fu Qian was the first to break the stillness. Princess, tonight the servants will remain vigilant, and I have no means to retire to another chamber. I can only ask for your patience for this night. Let Xiao Tao assist you with your bath and attire. Once you are refreshed, I shall return. With that, Fu Qian turned and exited the chamber. Chapter 80. An unexpected calamity and farewell. Yunhe, filled with ire, sat at the edge of the bed. Observing her distress, Xiao Tao hastened to her side. Princess, have you quarreled with the prince? If so, that would be a relief. Her heart was ablaze with unspent frustration. Yet Fu Qian remained steadfast and considerate, rendering her feelings of anger seem unreasonable. Xiao Tao was perplexed by her mistress's sentiments. How could a quarrel be seen as a good thing? Nevertheless, the prince exhibited gentleness and thoughtfulness, suggesting that the princess's future would not be bleak. After her ablutions, Yunhe donned her nightgown and took a seat by the bed, the curtains cascading on either side. Despite this, Fu Qian kept his gaze lowered upon entering. Lying on a nearby couch, he softly remarked, Princess, you must be weary from today's exertions. Rest early. Thereafter, he remained silent, as the dragon and phoenix candles flickered and crackled, slowly burning down. Yunhe discreetly parted the curtains, peering through the narrow gap to see Fu Qian with his eyes closed. Breathing lightly, she soon let the curtains fall back, finding herself unable to find slumber. Upon returning to the estate, Su Chongning pondered how to broach the subject of his affair with Wei Yuan to his father. Their previous encounter had been rather unpleasant, and if his father remained obstinate, he would need to devise another plan. Wei Yuan, after all, was a royal princess, favored by both the emperor and the empress dowager, and her marriage would likely require the palace's consent. Duke Anqing looked up at his son and said, Chongning, you have arrived at an opportune moment. I have matters to discuss with you. Noticing his father's grave demeanor, Su Chongning inquired, Father, what has transpired? The emperor has summoned several high officials to the palace for a meeting. The Jiangzhou region has suffered continuous heavy rains, resulting in devastating floods. The situation is dire, and I have petitioned the emperor to provide disaster relief in Jiangzhou. Su Chongning was taken aback. Disaster relief was no trivial matter. The areas affected were fraught with danger, and given his father's advanced age, he was deeply concerned about the journey ahead. This cannot be allowed. You are too old for such exertion, and surely there are more suitable candidates in the court, he urged with anxiety. Duke Anqing sighed. The affairs of Jiangzhou are of utmost importance. This calamity will likely extend far and wide. Reliable individuals around the emperor are few, and if I do not step forward, what then? What will become of the people? The Wei kingdom had seen ongoing conflicts with the northern desert, and the treasury was not abundant. Without trustworthy hands, there is a risk of corruption in such a distant place. Su Chongning contemplated for a moment before resolutely declaring, Father, allow me to undertake this relief effort. Duke Anqing sternly replied, That is out of the question. You are unfamiliar with the Jiangzhou region, and you have never handled such matters. I am more suited for this task. He wished to shield his son from danger. Su Chongning gazed at the graying hair of Marquis Anqing, realizing that if he were to burden himself with state affairs, it would render him unfilial and unjust. Father, the people of Jiangzhou are currently suffering greatly. How can I, your son, remain at ease in the rear while you shoulder this responsibility? You should stay in the capital, alleviating the emperor's concerns. I shall undertake this journey to Jiangzhou. Before Marquis Anqing could dissuade him, Su Chongning had already departed with swift strides. In the Wang family estate, Wei Yuan and Jin Yu were in the back garden, gathering osmanthus flowers. The delicate blossoms fell like snowflakes upon Wei Yuan's skirt, their intoxicating fragrance promising even greater delight if transformed into osmanthus cake. Jin Yu, shaking the flowers from the branches, inquired, Princess, why are we collecting so many osmanthus flowers? To make osmanthus cake. Wei Yuan replied without hesitation. Osmanthus cake? There are servants in the residence. Surely they could prepare it. Why must the princess pick the flowers herself? Jinyu pointed out, that simply won't do. This osmanthus cake is for Chongning. While I may lack skill in embroidery, I can certainly manage this cake. It is the sincerity of making it myself that matters. Wei Yuan retorted. Jinyu, glancing at the basket filled with golden blossoms, felt a twinge of concern for the young marquis. Anything made by the princess is bound to be unique. This cake may. Just as they spoke of Su Chongning, a servant arrived to report that the young marquis was waiting at the gate, seeking to discuss matters with the princess. Wei Yuan quickly entrusted the basket to Jinyu and hurried towards the entrance. Upon seeing her emerge, breathless, Su Chongning stepped forward, his heart aching. The sun is high. Why trouble yourself to run out here? Wei Yuan steadied her breath, replying, It is precisely because the sun is high that I wish to come out swiftly. Chongning, why did you come at this hour? Her face, flushed from exertion, resembled the vibrant roses of June, her eyes radiating warmth. Yet, as she recalled what she must convey, Su Chongning felt a pang of regret. Linger, there's been a sudden flood in Jiangzhou. I have petitioned the emperor for disaster relief and have come to bid you farewell. For how long will you be gone? When do you leave? The smile in Wei Yuan's eyes vanished, replaced by urgency and reluctance. Gazing at her troubled expression, Su Chongning replied with difficulty, I shall depart tomorrow, and the return date remains uncertain. As this is a mission for disaster relief, the timeline is unpredictable. Wei Yuan lowered her gaze, her fair hands clenching the fabric of her sleeves, her lips pressed tightly together in a pensive line. Su Chongning felt at a loss for how to comfort her. This disaster relief was of utmost importance, yet his greatest regret was leaving Wei Yuan behind. Each time he saw her sadness, his heart ached. Before he could speak, Wei Yuan suddenly looked up, saying, You must take care. I will await your safe return. She forced a smile, albeit a strained one, yet it brought a semblance of peace amidst her sorrow. Compared to the plight of the common people, her reluctance seemed trivial. All she wished for was Su Chongning's safe return. Once back at the estate, Wei Yuan did not partake in dinner. Jinyu entered Wei Yuan's chamber, holding a bowl of congee, and found Wei Yuan gazing intently out the window, clearly lost in thought. Concern washed over Jinyu for her mistress, as the actions of the young marquis always seemed to weigh heavily on Wei Yuan's heart. She placed the congee on the table and comforted her, My lady, do not fret. The young marquis will surely return safely. Jinyu, how far is Jiangzhou from Chengdu? Wei Yuan suddenly inquired, turning her head to ask. The unexpected question momentarily left Jinyu at a loss for words. After a moment's reflection, she replied, I have never been to Jiangzhou, but must be quite far. Far. No distance can deter her. Rather than languishing here in worry, we should take action. A sudden thought ignited within her. Jinyu, please fetch the remaining silver from our last encounter. Jinyu, momentarily taken aback, realized that her mistress was referring to the silver left from their previous dealings with the young gentleman. Confused, she asked, My lady, what do you need the silver for? Wei Yuan's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness, and a radiant smile graced her lips. Of course, it is for a worthy cause. Chapter 81. Escaping the royal manor to provide relief the following morning, Su Chongning set off briskly with the relief team. Jiangzhou was a considerable distance from Chengdu, and its people were still engulfed in dire straits. Every moment counted. The relief team departed from Wuhou Gate, with the emperor personally seeing them off. As Su Chongning carefully observed the streets, he found that the person he longed to see was conspicuously absent. Even upon reaching the South City Gate, there was still no sign of Wei Yuan. Given her nature, how could she not come to bid him farewell? Disappointment mingled with a hint of relief. If she had come, he would only feel more reluctant to part. Amused by his own sentimentality, he chuckled to himself, wondering how he had become so sentimental. Regaining his composure, he commanded the team to depart without delay, eager to reach Jiangzhou as swiftly as possible. His only hope was to return soon. On the narrow path to Jiangzhou, the landscape was overgrown with weeds, desolate and barren. The sun blazed mercilessly, sending waves of heat rising from the scorched earth, turning the grass along the roadside a sickly yellow. Two figures clad in coarse clothing hurried along, their pace urgent and anxious. It's all your fault, you silly girl. You dawdled this morning. nearly causing us to miss the relief team. Wei Yuan complained breathlessly as she walked. Jin Yu jogged alongside her, struggling to match her pace. "Isn't it, because I was searching for these two outfits for you? Such garments are quite rare in the manor, my lady. Your demands are rather high." Wei Yuan glanced down at her patched garments. Her intention had been to find two inconspicuous outfits, but in their current state, it was impossible to go unnoticed. Perhaps they would even attract unwanted attention from passers-by. Am I to wear something flamboyant? That would surely reveal my identity. What if father and mother send someone to look for me? They would surely expose me if they inquired of travelers. Wei Yuan declared proudly, satisfied with her reasoning. Jin Yu, puzzled, suddenly asked, "My lady, if we are heading to Jiangzhou, why not take the official road to pursue the young marquis?" Wei Yuan tapped Jin Yu lightly on the head. "How is it that you can be clever one moment and foolish the next? Do you think that our journey to Jiangzhou is merely a leisurely excursion? If we were to rendezvous with Chongning now, he would undoubtedly send someone to escort me back. However, if we travel farther and then meet him, he would be at a loss." Jin Yu remained silent, acknowledging her princess's clever scheming. Yet this plan would indeed burden the two of them. The path they tread was not akin to the main roads. Dust billowed around them, and gravel littered the ground, causing their feet to blister, forcing them to rest intermittently. The two ladies perched upon a large stone by the roadside. Jin Yu retrieved a package of pastries, opened it, and presented it to Wei Yuan. "Princess, let us first satisfy our hunger." Wei Yuan gazed at the fragrant delicacies before her, astonished, and looked at Jin Yu in disbelief. Jin Yu, feeling slightly embarrassed, confessed, "I took them from the kitchen this morning." This girl truly embodies her lineage, thought Wei Yuan, feeling a sense of comfort. It was indeed a rare delight to enjoy pastries in such a desolate wilderness. Wei Yuan picked up a piece and placed it in her mouth, the pastry melting instantly, its sweetness banishing her fatigue. Jin Yu, sipping water, expressed her concern. "Princess, do you truly believe we won't miss the young marquis while traveling this way? Rest assured, as long as we reach Shanyang County before nightfall, we shall change our carriage there and soon catch up," Wei Yuan asserted confidently. Besides, even if they were to miss them, the two could still make their way to Jiangzhou. After all, having escaped, there was no reason to retrace their steps. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the pair resumed their journey. Meanwhile, the residence of the Prince of Yu was in an uproar. The prince and his consort had just entered the main hall when a timid maid approached, trembling as she handed over a letter. "Your Highness, Your Grace, the princess. She has left the royal residence." Left the royal residence? The Prince of Yu was perplexed, immediately taking the letter. It bore a hasty scrawl, "Father, Mother. A flood has erupted in Jiangzhou, leaving the people in despair. The fate of the nation rests upon every individual. I cannot stand idly by. I have gone to Jiangzhou to assist with disaster relief alongside Chongning, bidding you farewell through this letter. I shall indeed miss you. Please do not worry." "Nonsense. She is no individual of consequence. What does that make me? An old fool." The Prince of Yu thundered, his voice sharp. The Princess of Yu wore a worried expression. Disaster relief was no trivial matter, fraught with dangers. If it were within the capital, they could provide for her, but Jiangzhou was remote and perilous. "My lord, what shall we do? This child is becoming increasingly reckless." The Princess of Yu was frantic, placing her hopes solely on her husband. The Prince of Yu, trembling as he gestured to the letter, remarked, "Look at this. She claims to fear parting from us. It is clear she fears our intervention. It was bad enough to act foolishly in the capital, but now she intends to carry her folly to Jiangzhou. My lord, it may be too late to pursue her now." The Princess of Yu fretted, desperately wishing to retrieve her daughter. The prince reread the letter. Pondering deeply, Linger states that she is traveling with Su Chongning. "I shall go to the Anqing Marquis' residence and demand her return." With that, the Prince of Yu stormed out, his face a mask of fury. The esteemed Princess Yu immediately grasped his arm, offering words of comfort. "My lord, ponder carefully. Given Chongning's temperament, how could that child possibly persuade Linger to embark on such a perilous adventure? In my humble opinion, Linger may indeed be seeking him. Yet she would never readily encounter Chongning. This child is far too astute to divulge her intentions to us. A mother knows her daughter best." Princess, you discerned Wei Yuan's subtle inclinations with a mere glance. Not only would pursuing individuals at the Anqing marquis residence yield no results, but even if we were to catch up with Su Chongning, we would still be unable to locate our daughter. Should we then allow her to act so recklessly? The King of Yu replied, his voice laced with indignation. Princess, you shook her head. Linger has undoubtedly devised her own plans. Our search would be akin to seeking a needle in a haystack, but let us first instruct the guards to search along the official roads. She understood that once her daughter had set her mind to a task, she would be thoroughly prepared. Their efforts would merely be a gamble. Although she wished for her daughter to avoid Jiangzhou, at present, all she could do was pray for her safety, as she felt powerless to intervene. After giving the guards a series of orders, the King of Yu strode back into the chamber. He slowly seated himself. A look of concern etched upon his features. It is said that the customs of Jiangzhou are rather savage, and the officials are corrupt. This journey may be fraught with peril. Upon hearing this, Princess Yu's worries extended not only to their daughter, but also to Su Chongning. After all, these two children were still quite young and likely ill-equipped to contend with the cunning machinations of the devious old foxes they might encounter. They both sighed in unison, exchanging silent glances, resigned to await news in their residence, fervently hoping for favorable tidings. Chapter 82. A chance encounter in the afternoon. The sun blazed overhead, scorching the earth as if it had lost all vitality. Wei Yuan shielded her eyes from the sunlight with one hand, while wiping the beads of sweat from her brow with the other. Jin Yu had long since reached a state of utter exhaustion, struggling even to draw breath. With a pained expression, she inquired, Princess, how much farther to Shanyan County? My feet have nearly lost all sensation. Wei Yuan glanced up towards the sun, which was so bright that she could hardly keep her eyes open. The surrounding area was open and devoid of any shade. Just a little longer. Perhaps we will soon arrive at Shanyan County, she replied, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Jin Yu suddenly halted. Disbelief etched across her face as she looked at her princess. Princess, you surely cannot be unaware of the way to Shanyan County. Of course I know, she began to retort, but her confidence waned mid-sentence. Isn't Shanyan County just in this direction? If we keep moving forward, we are bound to arrive. Besides, if we do not reach Shanyan County, there are other counties. Why the urgency? Jin Yu was filled with regret. She should have thoroughly inquired about the route to Jiangzhou. She cursed her own misplaced trust in the princess, forgetting that her usual approach was to act without consideration for the details. Observing Jin Yu's distress, Wei Yuan could only tug her forward. You doubt even your own mistress? When have I ever led you astray? Have I not always turned peril into safety? Wei Yuan boasted without hesitation. Jin Yu silently grumbled. When have you not caused a significant uproar, leaving us in a state of anxiety? However, she dared not voice her objections, hastening to keep pace, praying that they would soon arrive at a place inhabited by others, where they could finally rest. After traversing a path strewn with gravel, they arrived at a fork in the road, where a makeshift shelter stood, adorned with several tables, beside a somewhat weathered sign that boldly proclaimed tea stall. Wei Yuan, pointing toward the stall ahead with pride, exclaimed, Look, I did not deceive you, did I? There are indeed signs of life here, and we shall surely reach Shanyan County soon. The two hurried to the tea stall, where the proprietor, an elderly gentleman, greeted them warmly upon their arrival. Welcome, esteemed guests. Please, come in and take a seat to rest. Wei Yuan led Jin Yu to a table, and the proprietor, with a cheerful demeanor, inquired, Shall I bring you 2 bowls of tea to quench your thirst? Yes, please bring us 2 bowls of tea, Wei Yuan replied. The proprietor promptly went about preparing their order. Wei Yuan scrutinized the tea stall. Despite its remote location, it provided a convenient resting spot for weary travelers. The proprietor appeared to be of considerable age, and it was understandable that he continued to work for his livelihood. The old man soon returned, placing 2 bowls of tea before them. Enjoy your tea, my dear guests. Wei Yuan glanced at the large porcelain bowls and asked, Excuse me, sir, how far is it to Shanyan County from here? The elderly man pondered for a moment before responding, It is still a ways to Shanyan County. If you continue on your journey, you should arrive by sunset. With the assurance of reaching their destination before nightfall, the two felt a sense of relief. Jin Yu quickly finished her tea and handed the bowl back to the old man. Say, sir, may I have another bowl, please? We need to hurry along. Wei Yuan urged her, drink quickly. We must continue our journey. Just as her words faded, they noticed a large group approaching from the fork in the road. Curious, Jin Yu turned to Wei Yuan and asked, Your Highness, how can there be so many people appearing in such a remote place? Wei Yuan's gaze was fixed intently on the approaching figures, but suddenly she withdrew her gaze. Jin Yu, startled by Wei Yuan's abrupt action, was about to look in that direction when Wei Yuan swiftly pulled her back. Do not look. It is the Imperial Relief Team. What? Your Highness? Do you mean that is the young marquis? Jin Yu inquired, astonished. Wei Yuan nodded, and they huddled close together, lowering their heads nearly to the table, fearful of being recognized. As the relief team arrived at the tea stall, Su Chongning dismounted and commanded, Let us pause for a moment to rest and have some tea before continuing. The heat is intense, and it may prove too taxing to continue on. The accompanying personnel parked their carts to the side and followed Su Chongning into the tea stall, where the old man greeted them with the same courtesy. Esteemed officials, please take a seat. What can I serve you? Sir, please bring a bowl of tea for everyone, Su Chongning said kindly. Hearing a familiar voice from behind, Wei Yuan furrowed her brow, feeling utterly at a loss. It was indeed a dilemma. Should they sit still or leave? Hadn't they been traveling along the official road? How had they ended up here? Su Qing, seated beside Su Chongning, noticed the two ragged figures behind them and quietly remarked, Young Marquis, those two appear to be fleeing from disaster. Should we inquire about them? Perhaps we could learn of the whereabouts of the princess. Su Chongning set down his tea bowl, glancing at the two huddled together with an air of indifference, and replied, There is no need. Linger will reveal herself shortly. Reveal herself? Su Qing pondered repeatedly in her heart. Could it be that the young lord possesses the gift of foresight? Observing that Su Chongning and his companions remained hesitant to depart, Wei Yuan grew increasingly anxious. Her tea bowl was nearly empty, and if they delayed any further, she would truly be unable to sit still. Just then, an elderly gentleman approached and inquired, Dear guest, your bowl is nearly empty. Shall I fetch you another? Noting her pitiful attire, he continued, This bowl is on the house. With a smile, he reached for the tea bowl, but Wei Yuan, quick of hand, snatched it away, shaking her head. The elderly man, puzzled, wondered why this person, who had just spoken, had suddenly turned mute after sipping her tea. Embarrassed, Wei Yuan offered a shy smile, gently placing the bowl on the table and discreetly nudging Jin Yu with her foot. Jin Yu promptly understood, rummaging through her belongings until she finally produced a few copper coins, placing them on the table. The master and servant then attempted to slip away. In an instant, Su Chongning moved from the table to block their path, while Wei Yuan and Jin Yu instinctively grasped the tattered edges of their garments, attempting to hide their faces. Amused by their comical actions, Su Chongning chuckled and asked, Where are you two off to? Wei Yuan, afraid to speak, slowly pointed toward one side of the road. Su Chongning continued, Are you two unable to speak? Wei Yuan nodded vigorously, while Jin Yu shook her head. Su Qing looked at them in disbelief before bursting into laughter, clutching his stomach and inquiring, So, are you capable of speech or not? Jin Yu rolled her eyes, thinking that Su Qing truly was incapable of uttering anything of substance. Su Chongning cast a glance at Su Qing, who obediently closed his mouth, stifling his laughter. He pressed on your way here, did you happen to see two young ladies? Wei Yuan retorted, What is there to hide? They've seen through us. Chapter 83. Journey to Jiangzhou Prefecture. Wei Yuan could no longer contain herself. She let go of her garment and declared, Since you've recognized me, why do you keep asking questions? With that, she plopped down onto a nearby bench, sulking. Su Chongning took a seat opposite her and calmly advised, Linger, disaster relief is no trivial matter. It cannot be resolved merely by distributing some porridge to save a few victims. I cannot foresee the current situation in Jiangzhou. Would it be acceptable if I sent someone to escort you back to the capital? I won't return. I am fully aware of the challenges that lie ahead, which is precisely why I wish to accompany you. I swear, I will not be a burden to you, Wei Yuan asserted firmly, unwavering in her resolve. Su Chongning furrowed his brows, reluctant to allow Wei Yuan to accompany him on this perilous journey. Linger, The palace is in a state of frenzy. If it were not for the people your father dispatched to search for you, I would have remained unaware of your escapade." Upon hearing this, Wei Yuan grumbled discontentedly. "I knew father would send someone to look for me. Thankfully, I did not take the main road. But how did you know I would choose this route?" Initially pleased with her clever decision, believing she had outsmarted the palace guards, she realized that Su Chongning had seen right through her. Su Chongning poured a cup of tea for Wei Yuan and explained gently, "Given your nature, you would naturally be on guard against both me and the people from the Yuangfu, thus avoiding the main road. The back roads are unsuitable for carriages and require one to travel solely on foot. Before darkness descends, you must seek refuge in the nearest Shanyang County. There are only 2 routes from Chengdu to Shanyang County, and although you are unfamiliar with the paths, you will undoubtedly opt for the more secluded one to avoid unnecessary troubles." This confident analysis utterly defeated Wei Yuan, who covered her face in frustration. "I pondered this idea all night. How could you guess it so easily?" Su Changmin smiled silently, for his understanding of her allowed him to discern her every thought. "Linger, let us return. The prince and princess must be quite worried about you." Su Chongning continued to persuade her. Wei Yuan, a person who never gives up halfway, pleaded, "Chongning, since the journey ahead is fraught with danger and uncertainty, may I accompany you? You cannot always regard me as a child to be protected. Perhaps I could protect you instead?" Su Chongning was amused by her somewhat naive words. How could a man of stature allow a little girl to protect him? Yet, seeing the determination in her eyes, he realized he could not dissuade her. At that moment, he wished Wei Qian were present. Perhaps a bit of his nagging would convince Wei Yuan to return. He sighed, shaking his head in resignation with a wry smile. He admitted to his own soft-heartedness, unable to bear the sight of Wei Yuan's disappointment. Moreover, if he forcibly sent her back to Chengdu, her spirited nature would likely compel her to escape once more. With such a vast distance separating them, what would they do if danger arose? After dispatching a messenger to report their safety to the prince's residence, Su Chongning continued onward with the remaining party and Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan handed the small bundles they carried to Jinyu, instructing, "Take good care of these. You must not lose them." They had taken turns carrying the burdens along the way, and now it was Jinyu's turn. Observing Jinyu struggling with the weight, Su Qing immediately stepped forward to assist. To his surprise, the seemingly small bundle was unexpectedly heavy, causing him to underestimate its weight. Once Jinyu released her grip, he nearly dropped it to the ground. "Oh dear, this is certainly not light. Your Highness, what treasures do you carry?" "It is indeed a treasure. You must handle it with care, for if it is damaged, you shall be held accountable," Wei Yuan said mysteriously. Su Chongning, recalling something, expressed concern. "Linger, you haven't taken anything from the residence, have you?" Wei Yuan, feeling somewhat displeased by the accusation, replied, "Ever since I upset Mother last time, I have changed. This money is not from the prince's residence. It is my own. Even if it was obtained through dubious means, it is still mine. This was the silver that young master Su compensated me. Although I gave some to the common folk, I still have plenty left." With this clarification, Su Chongning felt reassured, though he was slightly apprehensive about the 2 young ladies carrying such a large sum of money on their journey. Fortunately, they had encountered him. "Lingia, you must not be so reckless in the future. What if danger arises?" Wei Yuan felt a slight itch in her ears and turned her head towards the window, feeling somewhat guilty. After losing a cousin, how had Su Chongning become so talkative? The group hurried along and finally reached a post station not far from Shanyang County before nightfall. The weather had been sweltering these past few days. Not only did people feel utterly drained, but even the horses appeared listless. Wei Yuan's coarse garments were soaked with sweat, clinging uncomfortably to her skin. Fortunately, they provided hot water, and for a small fee, the staff could even deliver it to the guest rooms. Su Chongning entrusted her male attire to Jinyu, who hurried inside to attend to Wei Yuan. Moments later, a strikingly handsome young gentleman emerged from the guest room, his bright eyes and radiant smile captivating all. Wei Yuan glanced down at his attire, pleased with the fit, and remarked, "It suits me quite well, don't you think, Chongning?" Su Chongning smiled warmly and replied, "Indeed, it is perfectly fitting for Ling. Unlike in Chengdu, donning male clothing is far more convenient out here." Wei Yuan nodded in agreement, appreciating Su Chongning's thoughtful nature, which alleviated her concerns. The following day, before dawn, Wei Yuan was awakened by the cacophony outside. Aside from necessary rest, the group had been traveling relentlessly, finally reaching Jiangzhou Prefecture after half a month's journey. From the moment they entered the territory of Jiangzhou, a palpable gloom enveloped them. Despite the evident severity of the disaster, not a single government official was in sight, nor could they find any victims of the calamity. All that met their eyes were crumbling walls and dark mounds of earth. Wei Yuan was filled with confusion, unable to fathom the absence of the disaster-stricken populace. Chongning, why are there no victims here? Have the affected people all relocated? Su Chongning furrowed her brow in contemplation, acknowledging the peculiar circumstances. We will learn more once we reach Jiangzhou, she replied pensively. Within the city, the streets that should have been bustling with activity remained sparsely populated. The few individuals spotted hurriedly retreated at the sight of their approaching carriage, displaying evident anxiety. Observing the shops lining the streets, they noted the tightly shut doors and windows. Even the few that were ajar hastily closed upon seeing the carriage pass. With curiosity and apprehension, they finally arrived at the entrance of the Jiangzhou government office. As the carriage halted, an elderly gentleman emerged, his attire suggesting he was not the governor of Jiangzhou. I am the steward of Lord Xie, sent to welcome Commander Su. You have endured a long journey. Su Chongning regarded the man with a solemn expression. Noticing her discontent, the steward respectfully added, Lord Xie has been awaiting you in the rear office for some time. Please, follow me. Su Chongning instructed Su Qing to escort the others to the courtyard for rest, while she accompanied Wei Yuan to meet Jiangzhou's governor, Xie Rongqiao. The trio traversed the corridor, making their way to a deeper chamber within the government office. The steward did not permit them to enter immediately. Instead, eyeing Wei Yuan and cautiously inquired, Commander Su, may I ask who this is? Su Chongning replied coldly, This individual is my subordinate. I have a peculiar habit. I become anxious whenever I am separated from her. Hence I bring her wherever I go. Is there an issue with that? Hearing this, Wei Yuan could not help but admire Su Chongning's deftness in fabricating excuses, lowering her head to conceal her amusement. The steward pondered deeply. They had not received word that Su Chongning would be accompanied by a subordinate for disaster relief. The unexpected addition raised his suspicions. Lord Xie had stressed the need for caution with visitors from Chengdu, and he dared not inquire further about the individual's rank, deciding instead to proceed with caution. The steward immediately resumed his cordial demeanor, saying, What does the Commander Su mean? As a person of stature, how could I dare to obstruct? Please, this way. Su Chongning entered the room accompanied by Wei Yuan. The interior was exceedingly austere, devoid of anything noteworthy. Upon noticing Su Chongning approaching with brisk steps, Xie Rongqiao raised his eyes. Commander Su, we have finally awaited your arrival. I pay my respects to you. With that, he began to cough loudly. Seeing Xie Rongqiao in such a precarious state, Su Chongning expressed concern. Is it your health that troubles you, Master Xie? Xie Rongqiao waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing. Nothing at all. As Xie Rongqiao and Su Chongning exchanged pleasantries, Wei Yuan casually surveyed the surroundings. Aside from the simplicity of the room, Xie Rongqiao's attire was equally unadorned, consisting entirely of coarse cloth without a single accessory. In fact, he appeared less refined than the steward beside him. The steward stepped forward to support Xie Rongqiao and explained to Su Chongning, Commander Su, please do not take offense. My master has not slept for several days, focused solely on disaster relief efforts. Just yesterday, he caught a chill, and after much persuasion, he finally agreed to rest. Zhao, you speak out of turn. Is it not our duty to do such things for the people? Xie Rongqiao reprimanded sternly. The two exchanged roles in this performance, and if Su Chongning did not interject, the scene would become monotonous. He seized upon the steward's words to commend Master Xie. Your dedication to the welfare of the people is indeed a blessing for the citizens of Jiangzhou. Rest assured, I have observed your efforts and shall report them truthfully to the Emperor. I am grateful for your understanding, Commander Su. Please take a seat. Xie Rongqiao invited Su Chongning and Wei Yuan to sit down and instructed the steward to serve tea. He donned a very worn outer garment as he sat. Scrutinizing the two, the Jiangzhou government lacks the grandeur of the capital, and we have little to offer in hospitality. This tea is locally sourced. Please do sample it. Su Chongning replied, "You are too kind, Master Xie," and lifted the teacup to take a sip. Suddenly, he found the flavor somewhat off and glanced at Wei Yuan, who also frowned. Xie Rongchao observed their reactions over the rim of his cup, a knowing smile curling at the corner of his mouth before he finally brought the tea to his lips. Upon taking the first sip, Xie Rongchao slammed his cup down on the table, exclaiming, "How audacious! What is this flavor? Such tea is unfit to serve esteemed guests." The steward knelt before them. "Commander Su, forgive me, Master, for over the years of calamities in Jiangzhou, you focused solely on aiding the people, living a life of austerity. This tea had gone moldy. You instructed to dry it for your own use. I sought to procure better tea, but alas, we have none. How foolish! Why did you not inform me sooner?" Xie Rongchao scolded angrily. Su Chongning had come to discuss disaster relief. Yet these two insisted on showcasing the poverty of the residents, truly hindering the matter at hand. "Master Xie, do not blame Steward Zhao. I find this tea quite satisfactory. No tea can surpass the thoughtfulness of its server. Your intention is what matters most," he said, having endured this melodrama for long enough. Xie Rongchao, in a flattering tone, replied, "Commander Su, your magnanimity is boundless. I am profoundly grateful for your understanding." Having spoken, he then instructed Steward Zhao, "Please go down and have the kitchen prepare some meals. Commander Su has traveled far and wide and should rest well at the manor today." With that, Steward Zhao withdrew, restoring tranquility to the room. Su Chongning, eager to grasp the plight of the disaster-stricken populace, inquired directly, "Master Xie, what is the condition of the affected citizens?" Xie Rongchao sighed, his face revealing distress. "To speak candidly, Commander Su, Jiangzhou has either faced severe drought or catastrophic floods, and the people have endured many years without a decent harvest. I have already utilized most of the treasury's silver to aid the victims. But this flood is exceptionally severe, and I find myself at a loss, compelled to seek assistance from the court. While it is true that Jiangzhou has been plagued by natural calamities, the court allocates disaster relief funds and grain to Jiangzhou each year, and it should not have come to this dire situation." Su Chongning pondered thoughtfully and continued, "On my way here, I observed that every household had tightly shut their doors, and the streets were deserted. What is the reason for this?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of discomfort passed across Xie Rongchao's face. His expression darkened, and his hands clenched tightly, revealing his tension. After taking a sip of tea, he regained his composure and replied, "Perhaps the citizens are merely frightened by the flood." This explanation seemed rather tenuous, and Su Chongning chose not to press further, recognizing that Xie Rongchao would divulge nothing more. After exiting Xie Rongchao's quarters, Steward Zhao arranged accommodations for Su Chongning and Wei Yuan. The guest room was quite humble, and the grand manor exuded an air of poverty. Once inside, Su Chongning appeared preoccupied, suddenly asking, "Linger, do you not find this place quite peculiar?" Wei Yuan nodded, although she was not well versed in official matters. She had felt something amiss since stepping through the door. Jiangzhou's prefecture was not small, yet for a governor to live in such austerity seemed excessively humble. It was unlikely one could find another official like him throughout the entire court. Wei Yuan carefully reflected on some details she had just observed. Xie Rongchao's attire did not suggest a life of luxury, yet his hands, serving the tea, were remarkably delicate, even more so than those of a woman. She glanced at her own hands, weathered from days of hardship, and thought how they lacked the softness of the governor's. "Suchanin Dimart, indeed. What a splendid performance this is." At that moment, Steward Zhao called from outside, "Commander Su, dinner has been prepared. Please proceed to the side hall to dine." Chapter 85. Eating wild vegetables and suffering from diarrhea, Wei Yuan followed Su Chongning into the side hall, where an old table was set with 4 or 5 small dishes, all appearing green and devoid of any meat. She scrutinized the dishes, noting that the most presentable was the oil-braised bamboo shoots placed in the center. Her gaze then shifted to Xie Rongchao. Despite his hunched posture and the oversized outer garment draped over him, She could clearly see the rolls of flesh spilling from his abdomen. She could not help but wonder inwardly. Could one become so rotund from vegetarian diet? Noticing the two of them in a daze, the steward explained, "Please do not find fault, as the citizens are suffering from disaster. It is already fortunate that the manor has any food to offer. How could I possibly complain?" Su Chongning replied, "These are indeed rare and exquisite natural delicacies. Indeed, it is a natural delicacy, appearing as if it were freshly foraged from the woods. Please, take a seat and enjoy your dinner," Xie Rongqiao promptly invited. Wei Yuan and Su Chongning settled down, having never tasted these wild vegetables before. Each dish bore a flavor that was both sour and slightly bitter, making it rather challenging for them to consume. In contrast, Xie Rongqiao showed no disdain for this simple fare. He relished it heartily, seemingly accustomed to such a lifestyle, leaving no hint of his true sentiments. After hastily consuming a few bites, Su Chongning, feeling quite full, set down his chopsticks and inquired, "Master Xie, I have been at the yamen for some time now. Why have I not seen the deputy magistrate and the assistant judge? Instead, it is the steward who manages the yamen's affairs." Upon hearing this, Xie Rongqiao's hand paused noticeably before he quickly donned a fa ade of apparent kindness. "Commander Su, you are unaware that Jiangzhou has suffered consecutive years of calamity, leaving the populace in dire straits. Many unscrupulous individuals have taken to banditry, seizing resources. The deputy and the assistant have gone to quell this unrest. Such a thing exists?" Su Chongning queried perplexed. "I've often heard that Jiangzhou's people are simple and honest. How could they engage in such outrageous behavior?" Noticing Su Chongning's skepticism, Xie Rongqiao continued, "You are unaware, Commander Su. These individuals are nothing short of thieves. They once besieged the yamen, threatening to seize the treasury, which holds the lifeblood of the Jiangzhou populace. I risked my life to protect the yamen from their destruction. If what Xie Rongqiao claimed were true, why had he not reported this to the court or dispatched troops for suppression, instead of sending yamen personnel to handle it? Why not mobilize troops to quell the unrest?" Su Chongning pressed. Xie Rongqiao feigned great difficulty, taking a long time before responding. Though their actions have been excessive, they are still the people of Jiangzhou. As their governing official, I hope to persuade them to mend their ways. If they can return to righteousness, I would have no regrets. His tone was tinged with both helplessness and sorrow, a vivid portrayal of a well-meaning official devoted to his people. Su Chongning was reluctant to accept his words at face value. If he were truly committed to the welfare of the populace, how could Jiangzhou suffer year after year from calamities, leaving the vast province in such decay? It appeared that obtaining the truth from Xie Rongqiao was an impossibility. They would need to delve deeper into the lives of the common folk to uncover the reality and the hidden truths behind these irregularities. "Master Xie, which area is currently suffering the most severe disaster?" Upon utterance of this question, Xie Rongqiao suddenly fell silent, a stark contrast to his earlier loquacity, adopting an expression of deep contemplation. At that moment, the steward stepped forward with concern. "My lord, is your headache troubling you again?" Xie Rongqiao waved his hand dismissively, remaining mute while his brow furrowed in distress, as if he were in considerable discomfort. The steward promptly addressed Su Chongning. "Commander, please forgive me. My lord has long suffered from headaches. Overthinking causes him considerable pain. This disaster has spared no part of Jiangzhou, with Yulin County being the most severely affected." Yulin County? Su Chongning pondered. It was known as the poorest county in Jiangzhou, famed for its picturesque landscapes, yet mired in poverty. Now, having suffered from flooding, it was likely. Su Chongning observed Xie Rongqiao for a moment before speaking. "Since you are feeling unwell, my lord, it would be best for you to return and rest." "That cannot be," Xie Rongqiao insisted, unwilling to leave. Such words had echoed in Su Chongning's ears since he entered the government office. A good official who serves the people would not constantly lament his own hardships. Whenever asked about the disasters, he appeared quite troubled, and Su Chongning suspected that he was utterly oblivious to the facts. "My lord, you have worked tirelessly. Proper rest will enable you to serve the people better." Su Chongning thought with a cold smile, his expression remaining calm. "Thank you, Commander Su, for your consideration." I shall take my leave and rest now. Xie Rongchao replied as he rose, instructing the steward, be sure to treat Commander Su with the utmost respect. Do not let him feel neglected. Wei Yuan watched as the two men walked away, turning to Su Chongning with indignation. With such a frail body, how could he serve as a governor? It would be better for him to step aside and allow someone more capable to take his place. Step aside? The position of governor of Jiangzhou is a lucrative one. Xie Rongchao would never squander such a prime opportunity, Su Chongning scoffed. Before arriving, he had not been without preparation. Xie Rongchao's actions over the years, though seemingly devoted to the people, had led Jiangzhou into deeper poverty, requiring imperial relief almost annually, lacking even the ability to be self-sufficient. It appeared that remaining in the Jiangzhou government office would merely allow Xie Rongchao to continue his performance of victimhood, even if disaster relief funds were entrusted to him. It was likely that little would reach the hands of the people. Su Chongning turned to Wei Yuan, saying, Linger, we shall set forth for Yulin County tomorrow. Yulin County? Is that not the area most severely afflicted? Wei Yuan asked in surprise. Su Chongning nodded. When we arrived today, the citizens deliberately avoided us. They must be fearful of something. Here, we shall not witness the truth. Only by going to the most devastated Yulin County can we hope to hear the genuine voices of the people. Wei Yuan understood now, her admiration for Su Chongning growing. A commander of the Imperial Guard possessed such an understanding of the people's plight. It was no wonder the emperor entrusted him with significant responsibilities. Her gaze fell upon Su Chongning, filled with admiration and affirmation of her own discernment. Back in his chamber, Xie Rongchao abruptly dismissed the steward. Clutching his abdomen and bending over, struggling to speak, bring the chamber pot. I can hardly bear it. At once, my lord, the steward replied hurriedly, rushing out. Throughout the night, the chamber pot was in constant use, and Xie Rongchao, utterly exhausted, sat upon it, his complexion pale. He cursed, you useless lot. Could you not prepare a few simple dishes instead of these wild vegetables? Do you wish to bring about my demise? Chapter 86. Journey to Yulin County, the steward, standing nearby, nodded and bowed. My lord, please forgive me. You requested that we appear pitiful. I thought this would better highlight our poverty. When have I ever eaten such swill? When I am up, I shall have you punished with 30 strikes. Xie Rongchao struggled to rise, but a heavy sensation in his lower abdomen forced him back down with a groan. The steward approached with concern. My lord, this cannot continue. Shall I fetch a doctor for you? Fool! We are reduced to eating wild vegetables. Where do you think we would find the silver to hire a doctor? Xie Rongchao's anger intensified. He could hardly fathom how he could have such foolish subordinates. The steward stepped back, refraining from further words, fearful that another misstep would earn him a severe reprimand. At that moment, Xie Rongchao wished he could flay Su Chongning alive. Had they not arrived, he would not have endured such torment. Given that bandits roamed these lands, it was not inconceivable that they might inadvertently lose their lives. The following morning, Su Chongning and Wei Yuan had already packed their belongings, preparing to head to Yulin County. Su Qing approached, worry etched across his face, and said, Young lord, I am truly concerned about you and the princess going to Yulin County alone. Please allow me to accompany you. There are too many eyes here. You and Jinyu should remain behind, where you can be of assistance should anything arise, Su Chongning reassured him. Su Qing was reluctant. Staying behind meant he could do nothing while enduring the daily torment of bitter wild vegetables, which made him feel miserable just thinking about it. At that moment, Xie Rongchao, dragging his weakened body over, interjected, Commander Su, is it not a bit too hasty to set off for Yulin County today? Surely, you should rest for a few more days. Su Chongning glanced at him, noting his pale complexion and lackluster eyes. Today, he appeared genuine rather than feigning illness. The calamity is pressing, and it would be prudent to resolve it swiftly. It is best for you, Lord Xie, to rest while you recover, he responded courteously. Upon hearing this, Xie Rongchao immediately donned a sorrowful expression, as if he were the one wronged. I am grateful that Commander Su does not hold me accountable. My body truly betrays me, preventing me from accompanying you to Yulin County. I have dispatched personnel to ensure your safety along the way. That will not be necessary. Su Chongning promptly interjected. Whether these individuals genuinely protect us or merely create further complications, or even monitor our movements, remains uncertain. It is best to avoid unnecessary troubles. He continued, to prevent undue panic, I have decided that only the two of us will scout the situation first. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we will require your assistance. Lord Xia, at a loss for how to persuade Su Chongning further, Xia Rongshao feared that pressing the issue would only heighten the other's suspicion. He feigned benevolence, saying, Very well, I wish you a safe journey, Commander Su. I am always at your service. Su Chongning, unwilling to engage in further conversation, departed the Jiangzhou government office with Wei Yuan. Just as they stepped outside, Xia Rongchao suddenly bent over, his brow furrowed in distress. Oh no, here it comes again, quickly. Fetch the chamber pot. The steward immediately helped him back inside, while Xia Rongchao muttered curses under his breath. Once I deal with these matters from Chengdu, I will attend to you, useless lot. Yulin County lay to the south of Jiangzhou. After leaving the government office, Su Chongning and Wei Yuan journeyed southward, flanked by overgrown weeds. It should have been a season of ripened wheat and fragrant fruits, yet the landscape appeared desolate, as if long abandoned. As Su Chongning surveyed the scene, a sense of unease settled in his heart. How much wealth had vanished into someone's pocket, while the common folk faced starvation? He lowered the curtain and sighed. Though Jiangzhou is distant from the imperial city, their audacity is alarming. This sight truly chills the soul. Wei Yuan could scarcely bear to witness the suffering of the world. Her heart heavy with sorrow as she reflected on the arduous efforts of her imperial uncle to govern the realm, which had nearly been undermined by these parasites. In this vast Jiangzhou prefecture, countless souls endured untold hardships. Pondering this, Wei Yuan spoke thoughtfully. Su Chongning, noticing the gravity of her expression, remarked with a gentle smile. If only all officials possessed a heart of compassion like Linger, the common folk would find contentment. A faint blush graced Wei Yuan's cheeks as she turned her gaze back to the outside world. As twilight descended, the carriage arrived at Yulin County. Unlike Jiangzhou Prefecture, though the calamity here was most severe, they finally encountered the bustling commoners along the roadside, albeit their condition was evidently dire. Su Chongning and Wei Yuan disembarked and approached an elderly man, inquiring, Old sir, what is the situation here? What else could it be? The dead are dead. The wounded are wounded. Only we, the barely surviving, wait silently for our fate, replied the old man, his body caked in mud, his face darkened, tears brimming in his eyes as despair enveloped his words. Wei Yuan felt a pang of sympathy for the elder and asked, Is there truly no one to help you? At her question, the old man glanced at Wei Yuan, as if he had much to say, yet he swallowed his words, shaking his head before numbly continuing on his way. Watching his retreating figure, Wei Yuan murmured, Chongning, do they truly have no hope left? Su Chongning replied, That cannot be the case. Let us proceed to the county office. Upon reaching the entrance of the county office, their hearts sank further. The area was littered with withered grass. The dilapidated door stood firmly shut, and half of the sign had fallen away, while the two stone lions at the entrance bore expressions of mockery. Is this truly the county office? Wei Yuan questioned, bewildered. Su Chongning strode confidently to the door, peering inside through the partially open entrance, only to be met with a scene of similar devastation. He forcefully pushed the door open, the creaking sound echoing the desolation within. As a cloud of dust settled upon their shoulders, the interior lay deserted, the weeds in the courtyard reaching up to their calves. A grand inscription hung above, but it was shrouded in dust. Had even the county magistrate abandoned the people and fled in despair? Suddenly, a few chickens burst forth from the side of the county office, scattering in fright. A voice called out, Who opened the door? What will we do if the chickens escape? This is truly chaos. A disheveled figure, covered in dirt, bent down to chase after the chickens, several silver feathers adorning his head. Irritated, he swung his arm to shut the door firmly. The rickety door wobbled slightly, but held its ground, causing Wei Yuan to gasp in fear, apprehensive that it might collapse. After securing the door, the man turned around and, upon spotting the two figures in the hall, felt a moment of embarrassment. As he wiped his soiled hands on his clothing, he He was about to speak when a chicken suddenly took flight. "What are you waiting for? Help me catch the chickens," he shouted, rushing towards the flock. Chapter 87. Magistrate Liu catches chickens after a spirited battle of wits with the chickens. The three, each clutching a chicken, stared at one another in astonishment. The man approached Wei Yuan and remarked, "This young lad has quite the skill. He is adept at catching chickens." Having spoken, his gaze shifted to Su Chongning, hesitating momentarily before he remarked, "Please, follow me." Su Chongning, puzzled, thought to himself that he had indeed captured something, albeit with some effort. Why then this peculiar demeanor? The two men followed him to the backyard, which, like the front yard, bore signs of neglect. It was imbued with a certain warmth of life, suggesting it was inhabited. The trio placed the chickens back in their cage, and Su Chongning inquired, "Might I ask where Magistrate Liu Tianhe currently resides?" The man cast a sidelong glance at Su Chongning and slowly replied, "That would be me." To their astonishment, the individual before them was the magistrate himself. Although Yulin County had suffered greatly, rendering the magistrate's modest appearance somewhat understandable, he bore none of the authoritative air one might expect. Liu Tianhe, disliking being scrutinized, retorted somewhat brusquely, "Where do you hail from?" "We come from Chengdu," Su Chongning responded. "Chengdu?" Liu Tianhe pondered, "And you are?" "I am Su Chongning, the commander of the Imperial Guard," Su Chongning replied, despite being merely a humble county magistrate. Liu Tianhe possessed a certain awareness of the nobility in the imperial city, recognizing that only the Su family of Anqing marquis resided within Chengdu. He suspected that visitors from the imperial city were likely mere pretenders, so he asked, "What is your relation to the Marquis of Anqing?" "He is my father," Su Chongning replied without hesitation. Su Chongning was taken aback that Liu Tianhe was aware of his father, yet the magistrate's eyes were filled with suspicion, clearly betraying a lack of trust, even after their identities were revealed. Liu Tianhe maintained a detached demeanor, saying, "Please, take a seat." The three of them settled at a weathered wooden table in the courtyard, which felt rather cramped. Liu Tianhe poured tea for the two. Though it was not of any esteemed variety, at least it bore no hint of mold. Su Chongning surveyed the courtyard, noting the absence of others, and asked, "Magistrate Liu, why are you the only one here?" "Everyone else has gone to comfort the disaster victims," Liu Tianhe replied calmly, as if the present circumstances had no bearing on him. After a few sips of tea, Liu Tianhe glanced at the two men and then lowered his gaze again, stating, "Regardless of your identities or intentions, once you finish your tea, I must ask you to leave." Liu Tianhe could not possibly be unaware of their purpose. Rather than seek assistance, he was dismissing them, hinting at deeper issues. Su Chongning, unfazed, patiently explained, "Magistrate Liu, I come on the Emperor's orders to aid the disaster victims. Upon hearing that Yulin County was the hardest hit, I hastened directly to this place upon my arrival in Jiangzhou Prefecture, with the hope of restoring the lives of Yulin's people to their former state." Upon hearing this, Liu Tianhe suddenly let out a cold laugh, saying, "Restore their former lives? What lives are you referring to? Is it that of forced land requisition or exorbitant taxes? The poverty in Yulin County is not solely due to the disaster. No imperial envoy will suffice, for those sent are blind to the truth, their hearts even blinder." His tone grew increasingly fervent, culminating in a resounding slap upon the table, which creaked ominously, as if on the verge of splintering. Liu Tianhe, wincing at the sudden outburst, straightened the table and then realized how indiscreet he had been that day. He stood up, saying, "I must go prepare chicken soup. Please excuse me." Prepare chicken soup? The disaster-stricken outside struggle, even to sip rice soup. Yet their local official finds the time to indulge in chicken soup? Wei Yuan abruptly rose to her feet, before Su Chongning could persuade her otherwise. She had already followed Liu Tianhe, indignantly exclaiming, "As a county official, how can you, while your people are in dire straits, still have the luxury to brew chicken soup?" Liu Tianhe quickened his pace, responding as he walked, "What else should I do? Wait for those hypocritical officials from the court to offer charity?" Hypocritical? Wei Yuan lowered her gaze to examine herself, then glanced at Su Chongning. They were clearly far removed from such a term. Unyielding, Wei Yuan pressed on, "You disregard the lives of the disaster victims. How are you any different from those hypocrites? Her tone was filled with fury. Lu Tianhe neither replied nor countered, which only fueled Wei Yuan's anger further. You have immersed yourself in the classics and achieved academic distinction. Is this truly how you wish to govern? Suddenly, Lu Tianhe halted. After years of arduous study, he had once harbored lofty ambitions upon attaining his rank, yet reality had repeatedly ground down his aspirations. His face turned ashen. His eyes widened in rage, his chest heaving. Wei Yuan expected him to retort, but to her surprise, his gaze slowly drifted to her feet. Following his line of sight, Wei Yuan noticed her exquisitely soft satin shoes were now caked in mud. At that moment, a pig emerged slowly from behind Lu Tianhe, unperturbed, and elegantly approached to sniff at Wei Yuan's feet. It dawned on her that the substance on her shoes was likely more than mere mud, prompting her to swiftly step back. The pig snorted and returned inside upon witnessing her retreat. Lu Tianhe casually inquired, "Are you going back in?" Irritated, Wei Yuan returned to the courtyard and plopped down at the table, declaring, "We should report to the emperor and have these oppressive officials executed." Su Chongning found her vehement disdain amusing. "Ling, executing court officials requires substantial evidence and must undergo a thorough investigation. If we indiscriminately behead those we dislike, who would dare to pursue scholarly achievements or advocate for the people in the future? What then shall we do? In all of Jiangzhou, there is not a single good official who considers the welfare of the people," Wei Yuan sighed. Su Chongning, however, remained unconvinced. While it was undeniable that Xie Rongqiao acted with pretension, Lu Tianhe's demeanor was strikingly genuine. Appearances could be deceiving, and he needed further observation. "Lingya, we shall stay in Yulin County for the next few days." Wei Yuan was perplexed by Su Chongning's decision, yet she understood that there must be reason behind it. She did not inquire further, merely nodding in acquiescence. Soon, the aroma of chicken soup filled the courtyard, and the elegant pig strained to peek over the courtyard wall. Lu Tianhe ladled the soup into a basket and stepped outside, never once glancing at Su Chongning or Wei Yuan, as if they were non-existent. Seeing Lu Tianhe exit, Su Chongning patted Wei Yuan, saying, "Linger, let us follow him. I feel there may be new discoveries awaiting us." The two followed closely behind Lu Tianhe. Leaving the county town, they traversed a narrow path and climbed a small hill, finally arriving before the gates of temple. Wei Yuan was increasingly perplexed. Could it be that Lu Tianhe had truly reached a dead end, resorting to the mountains to beseech the gods? Chapter 88. After great calamity comes great pestilence. Lu Tianhe pushed open the temple doors and entered. His familiarity with the place suggested he had been here often. Su Chongning and Wei Yuan followed closely behind, only to be met with an astonishing sight. What was once a sanctuary for Buddhist contemplation was now teeming with people. Weak elderly individuals leaned against the surrounding walls, while more vigorous gathered at the porridge booth in the courtyard, awaiting their turn for alms. Exchanging glances, Su Chongning and Wei Yuan continued to follow Lu Tianhe deeper into the temple, arriving at the meditation room in the rear courtyard. Inside, a multitude of infants and women had congregated. Lu Tianhe did not step further into the room, but handed a basket of chicken soup to a lovely young woman. Gently instructing her, "Yin Yang, this is freshly made chicken soup. Please distribute it while it's hot." Upon receiving the basket, Yin Yang noticed the redness of Lu Tianhe's hands. "My lord, your hands. It is nothing. Hurry and serve the soup." He withdrew his hand, concealing it within the voluminous, tattered sleeve of his garment. As Yin Yang carried the soup inside, Lu Tianhe finally exhaled, turning to see Su Chongning and Wei Yuan standing at the door. He seemed to have something to convey, but hesitated on how to begin. Su Chongning stepped forward and inquired, "Lu Darren, what is the situation here?" After a long pause, Lu Tianhe began to elaborate. "Inside are newborns and women who have just given birth. If we only provide them with rice soup, these children will lack breast milk. The citizens of the entire county have already surrendered all living creatures. Yet even this will not sustain us for long." His tone was laced with resignation and sorrow. Wei Yuan surveyed the dazed individuals seated or lying about, their faces expressionless and their spirits extinguished. Why were these people in the temple? Lu Tianhe seemed burdened by unspeakable troubles, yet at this juncture, He could no longer protect the people of Yulin County. There was nothing left to conceal. He gazed at the suffering populace, exclaiming with indignation. After the flood, half the county was submerged. Homes destroyed, countless lives lost. He closed his eyes in anguish before continuing. I reported to the governor seeking aid, but instead, I was met with executioners. They indiscriminately slaughtered the injured to cover their tracks, burying the corpses on the spot. Tremors coursed through him, revealing his deep fury. Su Chongning remarked, "So, these individuals were all saved by Lu Darren?" Lu Tianhe did not deny it, instead responding with bitterness. "I can save them momentarily, but I cannot sustain them for eternity. We are on the verge of starvation. That scoundrel Xie Rongzhao. I shall not rest until I have avenged him," Wei Yuan exclaimed vehemently. Su Chongning glanced at Wei Yuan, offering a resigned smile. Each time they faced injustice, Ling Er struggled to contain her temper, nearly revealing her true identity just moments ago. Lu Tianhe scrutinized Wei Yuan anew, his eyes filled with curiosity. "Su Tongling, may I inquire about this young brother?" "She is my subordinate, accompanying me to provide disaster relief," Su Chongning replied. The identity of Wei Yuan must remain concealed. He can only continue as a subordinate. A look of vague comprehension crossed Lu Tianhe's face, which soon reverted to its usual demeanor. "Commander Su, it will be prudent for you to leave this place and return to Xingdu to report." Su Chongning could not fathom the experiences that had led Lu Tianhe to harbor such distrust towards the imperial court. However, he could not stand idly by while so many citizens languished in peril. Moreover, bearing the emperor's mandate, he must serve the sovereign honorably and the people faithfully. "Does Master Lu doubt my integrity?" Su Chongning's tone was not one of inquiry, but rather assertion. Lu Tianhe did not shy away from Su Chongning's gaze, locking eyes with him directly. Could there still be trustworthy individuals within the court of Dawei? Yet, upon witnessing the determination and clarity in Su Chongning's eyes, he instinctively yearned to place his trust once more in this young commander. "Old man, what troubles you? Please awaken. Do not frighten me." A heart-wrenching wail suddenly emanated from the corner nearby. An elderly man lay collapsed on the ground, his lips tinged with purple, his eyes darkened, and black blood oozing continuously from the corners of his mouth. Lu Tianhe rushed over, followed closely by Su Chongning and Wei Yuan, while a woman nearby cried to the point of near fainting. In a moment of panic, Wei Yuan attempted to approach the fallen elder, but Su Chongning swiftly held her back, whispering urgently, "Do not draw too close. I fear it may be an epidemic." Wei Yuan paused, seemingly grasping the implication. To prevent causing a panic, she quietly stepped back. Su Chongning took a handkerchief from his sleeve and placed it on the elder's neck, then gently probed his neck. After a brief moment, he approached Lu Tianhe and remarked, "After great disasters, great epidemics surely follow. It seems the children must be evacuated first." Concern etched Lu Tianhe's features. Surviving thus far was already a stroke of luck, yet the threat of an epidemic would only exacerbate their plight. He lamented, "Even if we manage to evacuate, we lack physicians and medicinal herbs to treat the afflicted. The citizens cannot escape the grip of disease. Here, they can barely find sustenance, let alone medicine. But if we delay, the situation will spiral out of control. Master Lu, trust in me. Prioritize the evacuation of the children, and I will devise a solution for the rest." Su Chongning spoke with unwavering conviction, though deep within, he had no better plan in mind. "Master Lu." At that moment, Yunyang stepped forward, saying, "Allow me to take a look." Lu Tianhe regarded her with incredulity. Yunyang had arrived in Yulin County 3 years prior, earning a living through embroidery, and he had never heard of her possessing medical skills. Yet, her resolute demeanor suggested authenticity. Yunyang donned a cloth over her face and bent down to carefully examine the elder's condition. After a while, she rose, washed her hands, and approached Lu Tianhe. "Master Lu, it appears to be an epidemic. Such ailments spread rapidly, particularly affecting the elderly and children, so we must evacuate the children first." A chill ran through Lu Tianhe's heart as he turned to Su Chongning. "Commander Su, I must trouble you with this matter for now. I will consult with the abbot to arrange for the children's relocation." Su Chongning nodded, and with several younger men, They wrapped the deceased elder tightly in a tattered quilt and carried him outside the temple. Those afflicted by the plague must be promptly cremated. However, the elderly man was not an isolated case. The epidemic had already spread among the populace, with more individuals beginning to cough, some exhibiting severe symptoms of respiratory distress. Su Chongning hurriedly brought Wei Yuan outside, placing a fresh cloth over her face. "Linger, you must return to the county office. It is far too perilous here." "Are you insisting that I leave?" Wei Yuan was reluctant to depart when she chose to accompany Su Chongning to this place. She had not considered retreating in the face of danger. She intended to face it alongside him. "The plague is exceedingly dangerous. If anything were to happen to you..." He could only hope for Linger's safety. How could he bear to let her take such risks? "This time I can assist you." Wei Yuan's eyes sparkled, her grip tightening on Su Chongning's arm as she resolutely declared, "During my time in my grandfather's military camp, I learned a bit about pharmacology from the physicians there. I recognize some of the herbs. Besides, Yunyang, as a fellow woman, remains here as well. I could do this." Chapter 89. An encounter with an old friend. The symptoms among the townsfolk grew increasingly pronounced, yet the temple contained no herbs to combat the epidemic. Lu Tianhe had settled the young children and returned to the temple. The townspeople in the courtyard endeavored to cover their mouths and noses with burlap cloths to avoid direct contagion. Those exhibiting symptoms were relegated to a side courtyard. Yunyang inquired, "Lord Lu, are there any apothecaries remaining in the county?" Lu Tianhe pondered for a moment. "The flood has destroyed numerous buildings. It is possible that some apothecaries remain in the surviving structures, but their medicinal supplies are likely damp and moldy. Can they still be effective?" There was no time to dwell on such concerns. They needed to descend the mountains swiftly to seek out some supplies and devise a plan. Yunyang urged. Lu Tianhe dispatched several young men to accompany him down the mountain in search of abandoned apothecaries, while Yunyang took Wei Yuan and Su Chongning up the mountain to gather herbs. The trio traversed the dense forest, where towering trees cast shadows that sent a chill through the air. Walking side by side with Yunyang, Wei Yuan curiously asked, "Yunyang, were you once a physician?" Female doctors are quite rare in Dawei. As she diligently searched for herbs, Yunyang replied, "My father was a doctor, and I often accompanied him to attend to patients. Over time, I learned a bit myself." So, she hails from a family of physicians. It is no wonder that Wei Yuan felt Yunyang was unlike ordinary women upon their first meeting. Yet, she had not seen Yunyang's father at the temple, and Yunyang appeared to be alone. Perhaps she too had a tale to tell. The paths within the forest were treacherous. Su Chongning forged ahead, wielding a sword to cleave the branches obstructing their way, endeavoring to clear a narrow passage. Yunyang glanced at Wei Yuan and remarked, "Captain Su appears to be quite concerned for you." Of course. The words slipped from Wei Yuan's lips, and she realized that her current identity was that of Su Chongning's subordinate. She chuckled softly and continued, "Captain Su is considerate of his subordinates. It is a blessing for us to serve under him." Upon hearing Wei Yuan's words, Yunyang smiled brightly and chose not to elaborate further. Indeed, Yulin County was a treasure trove. Despite the forest's intricate and remote environment, it was rich in medicinal herbs. The three individuals sought numerous medicinal herbs beneficial against the epidemic. Although assembling a complete remedy proved challenging, the herbs they had gathered could at least alleviate the suffering caused by the illness. Wei Yuan was in the midst of collecting herbs when she raised her gaze and, to her astonishment, spotted wisps of smoke rising gently in the distance. Initially believing her eyes deceived her, she focused intently and confirmed her sight. There were signs of human habitation. How could there be people in this remote forest? Yunyang and Su Chongning exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting surprise. If there were indeed inhabitants in this woodland, they would undoubtedly possess invaluable knowledge about the area, greatly assisting their quest for herbs. In their excitement, the trio hastened towards the source of the smoke without further delay. After traversing a short distance, they came upon a modest courtyard enclosed by a fence, where a sturdy ancient tree stood at the entrance, its lush branches entwining and reaching into the yard. Su Chongning approached the wooden gate and knocked, but no one answered from within. After a moment's hesitation, he gently pushed open the slightly ajar door. Inside, A simple thatched cottage resided in tranquil solitude, with a small patch of vegetables cultivated in the yard, and a small table at its center, upon which rested an aged ceramic bowl. Su Chongning stepped closer, touched the rim of the bowl, and remarked, "The water still holds warmth. The owner must be nearby." Wei Yuan glanced at the thatched cottage and expressed her concern. "Isn't it somewhat impolite to enter uninvited?" Just as she voiced her thoughts, a disgruntled voice emerged from behind them. The trio turned to see, to their delight, the familiar figure of the old doctor from the foot of Tianmu Mountain. The old doctor, having recognized them, set down his basket, approached the small table, and drank the water from the bowl in one swift motion. Su Chongning took a few steps forward and saluted respectfully. "Elder, I could not have imagined encountering you here." "I wish I hadn't encountered you," the old doctor retorted, refilling his bowl and gulping it down, leaving it empty in an instant. Su Chongning, taken aback, did not take offense. He was aware of the doctor's notoriously peculiar temperament. "Elder, I sincerely apologize for intruding. The situation in Yulin County has become dire, and a recent epidemic has emerged. We three have ventured up the mountain to seek herbs, inadvertently disturbing your peace." The old doctor lifted his gaze to scrutinize Su Chongning, then turned to Yun Yang and Wei Yuan, ultimately fixing his gaze on Wei Yuan, and slowly remarked, "This girl has gained a bit of weight." Wei Yuan turned to Yun Yang, who appeared unfazed, suggesting she had long recognized the truth of her identity. Displeased, Wei Yuan shot a glare at the old doctor, huffing in indignation at his comment on her weight. Yun Yang, suppressing a smile, stepped forward to inquire, "Elder, are you also a doctor?" For she had observed that the basket he carried was filled with medicinal herbs. Furthermore, she had caught a whiff of the potent aroma of herbs emanating from him as he passed, a testament to his extensive experience with them. Filled with hope, Yun Yang thought that perhaps this was a skilled physician who could save their county. The old doctor paused momentarily, studying Yun Yang's features, and remarked, "You too are a healer? Whom did you study under?" "I have no master. My father taught me," she replied. The old physician straightened his posture and continued to inquire, "And who is your father?" Yin Yang was perplexed by the old man's persistent questioning regarding her father. Since her arrival in Yulin County, she had been reluctant to discuss such matters, and now, with nothing left to conceal, she sighed and hesitantly replied, "My father's name is Wen Jing." The old physician, suddenly invigorated, rose to his feet, exclaiming, "You are the daughter of Wen Jing?" Yin Yang nodded, while Su Chongning pondered this name, deep in thought. "Where is your father now?" The old physician pressed on. "He has passed away many years ago." Yin Yang's brow clouded with sorrow, her arms trembling slightly. The death of her father was an indescribable pain she carried throughout her life. The old physician's eyes filled with sadness, and after a long silence, he sat back down, gazing at Yun Yang with a compassionate expression. "I was once a disciple alongside your father. He aspired to a career in the government and ultimately joined the Imperial Medical Bureau, while I chose a leisurely life, wandering wherever I pleased. It has been over 20 years since then, and how unexpected it is. Alas, the past is not to be relived." Though mentioning her father brought her heartache, Yun Yang understood that the deceased could not be brought back, and the urgent need was to save the people of Yulin County. "Since you and my father were of the same school, you must possess exceptional medical skills. With the rampant epidemic in Yulin County, could you not descend the mountain with us to aid the people?" Yin Yang implored. The old physician, upon hearing her request, first scoffed, then rose and retreated into the house. "I shall not descend the mountain. Natural disasters and human misfortunes have their inevitable course. How can an old man like me alter it? What one sows, one reaps." Wei Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. From what she had observed of the old physician, though he was rather blunt, it was clear he possessed a compassionate heart. How could he utter such callous words now? The three exchanged glances. Finding persuasion futile and unwilling to disturb the old physician further, they settled at a small table in the courtyard, waiting. Before long, resounding snores emanated from within the house. The usually spirited Wei Yuan was at a loss, her face drawn in concern. "Are we just to wait here indefinitely? We may be able to wait, but the people cannot." Yin Yang contemplated, her worry evident. "The epidemic could spread beyond measure. With my limited abilities, I cannot hope to treat so many. It is best if we can persuade him to act. Wei Yuan gazed towards the tightly shut door, realizing from the snoring that the old man likely had not given this matter a second thought. Su Chongning, filled with worry, suggested, "Let's wait a little longer, at least until he awakens. Then we can make our case again. If by sunset there is still no resolution, we shall have no choice but to descend the mountain and rendezvous with Lord Liu." Just as the three were consumed by their concerns, the snores within suddenly ceased, and the door creaked open to reveal the old physician, leisurely stepping outside and stretching as if nothing were amiss. The three faces brightened with hope, ready to persuade him once more, only to hear the old physician declare, "I am hungry. Who among you can cook?" Naturally, Su Chongning was not skilled in the culinary arts, while Yin Yang, adept in the kitchen, was about to speak when Wei Yuan interjected, "I can cook." Yin Yang, having recognized Wei Yuan's esteemed status, suspected she was not accustomed to such tasks, and proposed, "Let us do it together. I will assist you." The two proceeded to gather some vegetables from the courtyard and headed to the kitchen. The venerable physician cast a glance at Su Chongning and, seemingly unintentionally, remarked, "My humble abode is rather dark and damp. These herbs have not seen the sun for quite some time." Understanding his implication, Su Chongning strode into the room and commenced his tasks, while the old doctor leisurely settled in the shade of the courtyard, gently fanning himself, embodying a picture of tranquility. In the esteemed Prince Yu's residence, Wei Xiao returned from the military camp only to find his mother wearing a troubled expression, her brow furrowed with worry. Since Wei Yuan's departure from the capital, the princess had been consumed with concern for her daughter. To soothe her, Wei Xiao had made it a point to visit frequently. "Mother, are you still worried about Linga?" Upon hearing her son's caring voice, the princess straightened up. "Shower has returned. Do you have any news of your sister?" Wei Xiao shook his head. "There is still no news. However, if my calculations are correct, they should have reached Jiangzhou by now. I expect we will receive Linger's letter shortly." At that moment, the princess felt a wave of regret. She should have kept a closer watch on her daughter that night. Aware of her tendency to sneak out, she had been negligent. It had already been half a month, and apart from a message from Chongning, there had been no word at all. How could a mother not worry? "Your sister is just a little girl," she lamented, unable to fathom the dangers her daughter might encounter on this journey, which deprived her of peaceful sleep at night. Wei Ling approached her mother. "Mother, even if Linger sends news to the capital, it takes time. Besides, with Su Chongning protecting her, she will be safe. Let us not forget Linger's capabilities." Her capabilities? The princess reflected, recognizing her daughter's resourcefulness and cleverness. This thought offered her a modicum of comfort, but she resolved that upon her daughter's return, she must not be lenient. It was time to establish some rules. Meanwhile, far away, Wei Yuan was crouched before an open fire, her sleeves caked with dust and her face marked with smudges. Yunai skillfully prepared several simple dishes, though the mountain offered little in the way of provisions. The meals were fragrant and visually appealing, earning Wei Yuan's genuine admiration. "Yunai, how is it that you can do everything so well?" Her tone held both admiration and envy. Yunai, busy with her tasks, replied, "A few years ago, after my father passed away, my mother succumbed to despair soon after. If I had not learned to care for myself, I would not be here today." Realizing that Yunai was truly alone in this world, Wei Yuan suddenly felt a pang of longing for her own parents. In comparison, she considered herself exceedingly fortunate. Noticing Wei Yuan's melancholic demeanor, Yunai casually inquired, "What is it? Do you miss your family?" "Not at all," Wei Yuan retorted, but then recognized that Yunai had discerned her true identity. She decided to stop concealing it and curiously asked, "Yunai, when did you realize I was a girl?" Yunai smiled gently and replied, "From the very first moment I laid eyes on you." When she first saw Wei Yuan, she noted her delicate features and fair complexion, which were not typical of a boy. Observing her soft hands and graceful movements confirmed her suspicions further. Wei Yuan was taken aback, and Yunai continued, "As someone knowledgeable in medicine, I am naturally familiar with human anatomy. Your petite frame is not characteristic of an ordinary boy. How could you have deceived my eyes?" Indeed, it is no wonder that Yin Yang is so close to her, with no barriers between them. Once the meal was prepared, Su Chongning had also laid out the herbs, and the old doctor, seated at the table, leaned forward to examine the simple yet delectable dishes before him. He looked up at Wei Yuan and inquired, "Did you prepare all this?" Wei Yuan shook her head, and the old doctor picked up his chopsticks to sample the food. "Not bad," he remarked. "I suspected you wouldn't be able to cook such delightful fare." Upon hearing this, Wei Yuan felt a tinge of displeasure and retorted, "Of course I can cook. It's just, that pot in the kitchen is terribly worn. I fear that if I apply too much force, it might break and further irritate the old doctor." After a few bites, the old doctor noticed that the three of them were staring at him intently. The food suddenly seemed to lodge in his throat, making it difficult to swallow. "Aren't you hungry?" he asked casually. Wei Yuan's stomach had been growling since the fire was kindled, and she nodded eagerly, while Yin Yang and Su Chongning shook their heads. The old doctor chuckled, "This plump girl is quite honest. You three, sit down and eat. I wouldn't want you to think I lack the manners of a host." Though his words were sharp, there appeared to be a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Despite the humble meal, Wei Yuan found it exquisitely satisfying, realizing that even such ordinary dishes possessed a unique flavor. After the meal, as the sun began its descent, the old doctor showed no intention of departing with them. Nevertheless, the trio saw no reason to press the matter. Su Chongning stepped forward, somewhat regretful, and said, "I apologize for the intrusion. We shall take our leave now. Please take care." As they prepared to depart, the old doctor grumbled, "Where do you think you're going? Do you expect this old man to carry the herbs down the mountain alone? Come help me." The three paused, surprised, and turned around with delight. The old doctor urged, "Hurry up, you lackeys." Upon hearing his words, they quickly moved to assist him in packing the dried herbs. It became clear that the old doctor had already intended to accompany them. After all, how could he have dried only herbs meant for curing the plague? Chapter 91. Quack Doctor? Divine Healer? The group hurried down the mountain, and by the time they arrived, twilight was approaching. Lu Tianhe and the townsfolk were busy drying the damp herbs in the courtyard. Upon seeing Su Chongning enter, he immediately paused his work. "Commander Su, how did it go?" "We not only found some herbs, but also brought back a divine healer," Su Chongning replied, gesturing towards the old doctor. "It's you," Lu Tianhe exclaimed in surprise, clearly familiar with the old doctor's reputation. The old doctor surveyed the disheveled townsfolk around him, a surge of compassion rising within him, though he was reluctant to admit it aloud. "I merely came down the mountain out of respect for an old friend's daughter, not out of pity for this misguided bunch of people."